Chapter 1. Cut by the Warriors. Activated the system. We do not find you suitable here. You might want to seek opportunities with other teams and see if anyone else has an interest in you. Steve Kerr coldly addressed the young boy with yellow skin before him, his gaze tinged with disdain. The Warriors already boasted two sharpshooters, Curry and Thompson, if either of them was in fine form. The game was virtually theirs to seize. This boy before him, however, was merely a ploy to attract more attention from the Chinese audience. Kerr was taken aback to discover that this individual had few fans in China and even faced a barrage of criticism from detractors. Some of his critics even directed their vitriol towards the Warriors players. Kerr had initially regarded him as a mere mascot, but now realized he was akin to a blemish on the team. This yellow-skinned boy was named Su Bei, a time traveler. Upon hearing these words, Su Bei remained unfazed, calmly accepting the situation as if he had anticipated such an outcome. The Warrior system was tailored for Curry. Even if Su Bei possessed a slightly better shooting ability, he knew he would have scant opportunities to showcase it. Relegated primarily to defensive duties to make his mark, Su Bei understood that he needed playing time. Yet, the Warriors were unlikely to grant him ample minutes after all. He was merely a substitute. Su Bei nodded with the recent acquisition of the formidable Durant. His chances of stepping onto the court were further diminished. It would be wiser to explore opportunities with other teams. Green approached, arms crossed, regarding the yellow-skinned boy with a glint of derision in his eyes. With a physique like that, how do you expect to survive in the NBA? It's a miracle if you don't get crushed. Seeking other teams would merely be a futile endeavor. You might as well return to China and play in your children's league. Returning like this will surely incite a storm of criticism from his detractors. Don't be ridiculous. Does he even have any fans? He's merely a pretty face. He might as well leverage that to attract some women. The other Warriors teammates, heedless of Su Bei's dignity, erupted into laughter. Listening to their ridicule, Su Bei's expression remained stoic as he clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, Durant swaggered over, exuding the aura of a seasoned contractor. Upon noticing Curry and Thompson, he raised his hand in greeting. When his gaze fell upon Su Bei, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. The appearance of this yellow-skinned individual was unexpectedly striking to Durant, primarily due to his unparalleled charm that was hard to overlook. You want to survive in the NBA, it's best you return to your CBA in China, Kerr remarked, casting a glance at Durant, who had undeniably bolstered the Warriors lineup. The current Warriors can undoubtedly be described as true titans of the court, yet the yellow-skinned player before them holds no significance whatsoever. Even if he relinquishes the fanfare from his homeland, he would still dismiss Su Bei, for that individual is simply abysmal. However, this fellow's following is rather modest, primarily overshadowed by the multitude of detractors who vehemently criticize Su Bei, often dragging Coach Kerr into their disparagement. This leaves Kerr feeling quite exasperated. Apart from a modicum of shooting ability, this player falls short of the standards exhibited by ordinary NBA athletes. Previously, there had been excessive embellishment of his capabilities in his homeland. At that moment, one could hardly see clearly. Green cast a glance at the departing Su Bei, arms crossed, firmly believing that Su Bei would struggle to carve out a niche in the NBA. This realm is far from the simplistic notions he harbors, especially considering Su Bei's recent performances, which have been underwhelming. On one occasion, he nearly squandered a game. Upon returning to the locker room, Green felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to Su Bei. Such a worthless individual begs the question of his utility. You are useless wherever you go. Perhaps it is best for you to return to your homeland, he scoffed. The NBA is not a place for you. It is a domain for the strong and the talented. Return to your roots. He added mockingly, even my grandmother could outplay you. Green's derision echoed as he turned his back on the departing Su Bei, dripping with scorn. Some players continued to mock Su Bei after his exit, likening their team to high-performance vehicles burdened by a dilapidated tractor. How could they possibly succeed? The Warriors are not lacking in sharpshooters, especially with their elite 3-and-D player, Thompson. As he rolled up his belongings to depart, Su Bei glanced back at the training facility, a flicker of determination igniting in his gaze. He was not yet ready to relinquish his NBA aspirations. Even as a bench warmer, he yearned for growth within this league, knowing that returning home would limit his development and learning opportunities. The CBA. The League of the Future is undeniably faltering, and the chasm between the CBA and international competition is widening with each passing year. Su Bei is eager to mature fully. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, he appeared somewhat fatigued, yet he still prepared a meal for himself before embarking on his training regimen. Even if he were to be cut by the Warriors, he remained committed to his nightly 2-hour practice sessions. For him, while his talent may shine in his homeland, it is insufficient here. Innate ability may define one's potential, but diligence determines one's minimum standards. In his modest rental space, he commenced with some basic stretches before engaging in training, constrained to bodyweight exercises due to the lack of equipment. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and Su Bei's white jersey, emblazoned with the number 13, was thoroughly drenched. Thud. Lying on the ground, Su Bei gazed vacantly. Reflecting on the derision he faced from the Warriors players, his expression gradually transformed into one of unwavering resolve. Su Bei, originally a traveler from another realm, had garnered attention from the Warriors due to his remarkable achievements in Huaxia. However, within less than a year, he was ultimately dismissed. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within Su Bei's mind, causing his body to tremble slightly and his eyes to glimmer with excitement. IT has arrived. My system has finally come. Ding. Host has been dismissed. Activating the talent system. A trio of large question marks emerged in Su Bei's mind. The system activated only after his dismissal. What kind of logic is this? Regardless, the system has arrived. Having perused numerous novels, Su Bei naturally understood the significance of a system, especially as a traveler who had long awaited its arrival. Ding! This system is a talent system capable of unlocking a plethora of talents, and you can even use acquired talent points to purchase the abilities of various stars. Oh, so that's how it is. Ding! A novice gift package is being provided to the host. Ding! Congratulations! The host has acquired the off-ball talent, which enhances the shooting accuracy on the court by 10% as long as the host is not in possession of the ball. The off-ball talent is categorized into 5 levels: Black Iron, Bronze, Platinum, Gold, and Super God. Upon reading this, Su Bei was overwhelmed with exhilaration. His era was finally approaching. I wonder if the Warriors are prepared for this year? Prepare for my onslaught. Note, once again, I remind readers that the initial chapters may be slow-paced. I hope you can persevere through them. The rhythm will accelerate in later parts. If you find anything amiss, please leave a comment so I can make corrections. Chapter 2. Tryouts. Thunder. Su Bei knew he should try out for the Thunder. Regardless of the chances, he had to attempt it. Especially after the Thunder's defeat by the Warriors last year and Durant's departure to Golden State. It was undoubtedly a significant blow to the entire Thunder team. Moreover, the Thunder had traded Ibaka for Oladipo, causing the team to transition from championship contenders to mere playoff participants almost overnight. However, this also ignited Westbrook's potential. The 2016-2017 season essentially belonged to Westbrook's personal showcase that if he could play for the Thunder, it might well be an opportunity for revenge against the Warriors. Furthermore, Su Bei was genuinely excited at the prospect of being teammates with Westbrook, a straightforward and sunny young man of impeccable character. Hopefully, this tryout goes smoothly. Now endowed with off-ball talent, Su Bei felt a surge of confidence, having already enhanced his skills by 10%. Quite commendable. System, aside from this, what other talent can I acquire? A cold voice echoed in Su Bei's ear. Ding! The host can complete the tasks assigned by the system, and by defeating stars of various difficulties, one can earn talent points to enhance their own abilities. Oh, I see now. What specific tasks are there? Ding! The host currently has no team. Let's discuss it after you pass the trial. Upon hearing the system's words echo in his mind, Su Bei wore a look of exasperation. The system is aware that he lacks a team. How can he possibly fulfill those tasks? I must succeed in this trial. He'll start with the Thunder. Just wait. Warriors players, I shall defeat you in the playoffs. Su Bei muttered to himself, determination gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying the words "Dear Mom" on the screen. He took a deep breath. Hello, Mom. Buyer, I've seen the news and know about your current situation. His mother's gentle and concerned voice came through the line. Mom, I'm fine. I still need to try out for another team. How are you doing, Mom? I'm doing well. Everything at home is fine. You must take good care of yourself out there. Yes. I know, Mom. I have to go for a trial with another team. They'll talk to you later. Su Bei's eyes began to moisten as he realized how long it had been since he had returned home to spend quality time with his mother. All right, take care. Whatever happens, I will always be waiting for you at home. After hanging up, Su Bei set off towards the Thunder. Thunder coach Billy Donovan scrutinized the young man before him. Observing him closely indeed, he possessed a certain charm. He glanced at the simple data report in his hand. Name, Su Bei. Age, 22. Height, 199 centimeters. Weight, 90 kilograms, somewhat lean. Position, shooting guard. Strengths, exhibits excellent three-point shooting, speed, and awareness. Su Bei is well suited to be a 3D player with decent off-ball skills. Weaknesses, lacks ball handling ability and is ill-suited for open shots. Contemplating this, Donovan fell into deep thought. The Thunder indeed required a proficient shooter. After all, with Durant having departed and Russell Westbrook excelling in ball handling, the team primarily lacked a competent 3D player. It was precisely because of Su Bei's three-point shooting prowess that they wished to give him a tryout. Donovan looked at Su Bei and smiled slightly. I've reviewed your data report, and it appears your time with the Warriors was not particularly favorable. However, you possess a remarkable three-point shooting ability, and I am inclined to give it a try. Nevertheless, should you succeed in the training, you will only be offered a short-term contract, and it will be temporary with the possibility of being released at any time. Are you still willing under these circumstances? Su Bei understood that this was the inevitable outcome. Without a certain level of skill, he would not be granted a substantial contract. Even if it were merely a short-term temporary contract, he must strive to secure it. At present, Su Bei was in dire financial straits. Yes, I can accept that. Very well. Upon hearing Su Bei's agreement, Donovan rose and led him to the training facility. After all, witnessing his trial performance firsthand was essential. Merely reviewing statistics and data was inadequate. However, the observers from the United States had executed their tasks exceptionally well, far surpassing those from China. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The indoor training court reverberated with the sound of basketballs bouncing against the floor. Swish. The sound of basketball netting brought a sense of solace to the enthusiast present. Basketball is indeed the most enchanting thing in this world. At that moment, as Su Bei approached, he witnessed Westbrook executing a powerful slam dunk. Clang. The entire rim shuddered in response. The players present displayed a glimmer of excitement on their faces. Hold on. Donovan stood at the sidelines, his expression serious, addressing each of them in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the players turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixed on Coach Donovan in a daze. They also took note of the young man with yellow skin. Who is this kid? How'd he end up here? Unclear, but he seems rather inexperienced. Oh, I think I remember he's the Chinese player cut by the Warriors. The dark-skinned player beside them remarked, his face showing a hint of surprise. The mention of a Chinese player sparked a flicker of recognition within him. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. Could it be that a player deemed unworthy by the Warriors had come to them? Did they consider themselves to be a dumping ground for discarded talent? This thought stirred a sense of displeasure within them, as they all knew that a Chinese player would struggle to find footing here. Their physical attributes and awareness were simply too lacking. The only player they could recall was the renowned center, Yao Ming. They would not concede to acknowledging anyone else. Yet, at that moment, Su Bei felt no trepidation. He looked at them with unwavering determination. Once he had outperformed each of them, such condescending gazes would no longer persist. Su Bei thought to himself, Oladipo, you will engage in an unknown duel with Su Bei. 5 shots. Donovan glanced at Oladipo, who displayed a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. The individual recognized as Su Bei was none other than Oladipo, who had recently been acquired through a trade. He is also a shooting guard. Coach Donovan expressed a desire to assess Su Bei's unknown capabilities. Upon hearing this, a smirk of amusement spread across the faces of the onlookers. Oladipo's prowess positioned him as a starting player on their team. Engaging with the lean, tall figure before them seemed a trivial undertaking. The crowd began to jeer. Shall we place a wager? I am confident that Oladipo will triumph with a score of 5-0. This man from Huaxia stands no chance of mounting any counterattack. Haha, I too wager on the defeat of this Huaxia gentleman, with a high likelihood of a 5-0 outcome. The onlookers continued to speak unabashedly, paying little heed to the Huaxia man before them. Donovan cast a glance at the scene, then turned his attention back to Su Bei. Noticing his composure remained unshaken, he inwardly acknowledged the young man's resilience under pressure. He pondered, however, how effective his skills would be in a real match. Chapter 3. Until submission, the remaining players gradually retreated, their gazes fixated upon the two individuals at the center of attention, curiosity evident in their eyes. They too wished to witness how this young man from Huaxia would perform. Westbrook, what do you think? Coach Donovan inquired with a gentle smile directed at Westbrook. Oh, I'm not entirely sure either. Let us first observe their one-on-one match. Westbrook replied, shaking his head as his gaze remained locked on the duo. At that moment, Westbrook's mood was far from cheerful, likely influenced by the lingering presence of Durant. The astute Coach Donovan was quick to notice Westbrook's demeanor. Meanwhile, some onlookers began to cheer. Oladipo, you cannot afford to lose. I placed $100 on you. Huh. You clearly lack faith in me. Just sit back and watch. Oladipo shot back, turning his head to reveal a radiant smile. As a starting shooting guard, how could he possibly lose to this young Huaxia lad? All right, little brat, you go first. Very well. Su Bei replied without further ado, taking the initiative to seize the ball. He positioned it at his waist, his body slightly lowering. His gaze remained fixed on Oladipo, and in that moment, Su Bei appeared transformed. This made him acutely aware of the gentle sensation the system provided. It was quite comforting. He positioned the ball at his waist, primarily wary of Oladipo's potential shot. Initially, he took a tentative step with his right foot, noting that Oladipo had not reacted. He then swiftly crossed over. As he gently shifted his center of gravity to the left, an unmistakable confidence radiated from his gaze. Did this young man from Huaxia dare to surpass me? How audacious. Although Oladipo was somewhat shorter than Su Bei, he perceived that his strength could easily overpower the slender Su Bei before him. With his hands slightly spread and a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he provocatively regarded Su Bei. Come, let us see if you can get past me, you little brat. Su Bei remained silent as he advanced, nearly shifting to the left. He then swiftly dribbled to the left, executing a sharp change of direction. Oh no, this is bad, Oladipo thought to himself. Realizing Su Bei was attempting a rapid advance, he hastily retreated to block Su Bei's path. However, in the next moment, unbeknownst to him, Su Bei had pulled the ball back, stepping behind the three-point line, and launched the ball with precision. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. The sound as melodious as ever. The others were momentarily taken aback, standing in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the fact that this young man from Huaxia had made the shot. This took them by surprise. However, considering Oladipo's true prowess, they held no expectations for this young man from Huaxia. Could a player who merely manages the water cooler possibly outperform a starting player? This is nothing short of fanciful. The crowd shook their heads and redirected their gaze to the two individuals. However, Su Bei's sense of rhythm completely caught Oladipo off guard. This play exemplifies how Oladipo initially underestimated Su Bei, leading to his blunder. Beside him, Coach Donovan displayed a stoic demeanor, glancing at Oladipo with a slight shake of his head, clearly expressing his discontent with the latter's previous actions. Undeterred, Oladipo wore a hint of defiance on his face and reassured himself that it was merely one play. With 4 more to follow, Su Bei seized the ball once more, his gaze sharp, first testing the waters with a triple threat stance. This time, Oladipo exhibited no hint of disdain. Instead, he approached his defensive duties with utmost seriousness. Moreover, their coach was present, and the prospect of being bested by this young talent from Huaxia was simply unacceptable. Su Bei, on the other hand, sought to challenge his defense with a forceful shot. Rising onto his toes, he assumed the shooting posture. Upon noticing this, Oladipo's expression shifted slightly as he lunged toward him. Su Bei promptly lowered the ball and charged towards the basket, yet his speed paled in comparison to Oladipo's. Realizing his error, Oladipo hastened to catch up, intent on blocking Su Bei's shot. However, instead of accelerating past him, Su Bei paused momentarily, colliding with Oladipo's body. The impact was palpable. A brief interruption ensued. Su Bei had successfully disrupted Oladipo's rhythm, using one hand to shoot while the other shielded the ball. He deftly scored. Oladipo's countenance darkened, taken aback by Huaxia's cunning. It seemed as though the young man had deliberately awaited his approach, almost as if to provoke him. The onlookers were astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. The Huaxia lad had executed such a play, and Coach Donovan, too, had not anticipated this maneuver, a faint smile gracing his lips, hinting at a flicker of admiration. Bring it on. Oladipo's spirit was unyielding. He possessed undeniable prowess that should have overwhelmed his opponent. Yet, he had failed to contain Su Bei's advance. Was this all he was capable of? Su Bei smiled subtly, issuing a challenge. After all, it was this very individual who had instigated him earlier. Come, show me what else you can do. Oladipo, evidently incensed, reassured himself that the previous 2 shots were mere strokes of luck. He remained confident in his ability to vanquish Su Bei, for how could a mere water cooler attendant possibly triumph over a starting player of the Thunder? As the crowd listened to the words spoken nearby, their eyes brightened, and they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Westbrook refrained from speaking, silently observing the young man from Huaxia before him, feeling that there was something intriguing about him. At that moment, Oladipo's gaze towards Su Bei had shifted. He sensed that this young man possessed an excellent sense of rhythm. He realized that if he were not careful, he might find himself ensnared in this individual's trap. Although Su Bei appeared outwardly calm, he was brimming with pride internally. Should anyone dare to question him, he would respond with undeniable prowess. The atmosphere within the basketball arena grew hushed, with everyone ceasing their conversations, their attention fixated on the 2 individuals. And the silence was so profound that one could almost hear their breaths. Even Coach Donovan paused his writing, captivated by the young man from Huaxia. The ensuing scene would leave the audience in awe. Chapter 4. You wish to lay up before me? Su Bei executed a triple threat stance before making a swift drive toward the basket, moving with a speed akin to lightning. Upon witnessing this, Oladipo swiftly shifted into position, placing himself in the path of Su Bei's advance. A confident smile graced Oladipo's face, as he firmly believed that his strength would suffice to thwart the oncoming attack. In the next instant, Su Bei lowered his shoulder, gathering momentum, and collided with Oladipo's chest. The crowd's eyes widened in anticipation, unsure if this young man from Huaxia could indeed penetrate Oladipo's formidable defense, especially considering Oladipo's significantly larger and more muscular physique. This led one to believe that the young man could not possibly break through. In the next moment, Oladipo suddenly sensed an overwhelming force approaching. With a resounding thud, he hastily retreated. Meanwhile, Su Bei, with one hand cradling the ball, executed a seamless maneuver with his right hand, deftly flicking the ball into the hoop. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. How was this possible? Coach Donovan's gaze was fixated intently on the young man from Huaxia before shifting to the information on Su Bei. This led Coach Donovan to feel that the information appeared to be fabricated. The confrontation of power is filled with intricate details. Coach Donovan initially believed that this young player from China would execute a powerful dunk to show Oladipo a thing or two. However, to his surprise, it turned out to be a delicate layup. A faint smile graced Donovan's lips as his gaze fell upon Su Bei, revealing a glimmer of appreciation. Quite commendable. Following Durant's departure, the Thunder lacked a reliable scorer, particularly someone with pinpoint shooting skills. Observing Su Bei's shooting form and various movements, Donovan found them to be quite satisfactory. Beside him, Westbrook also smiled slightly, displaying a hint of astonishment at Su Bei's consecutive successful one-on-one plays against Oladipo. At this moment, Su Bei had successfully captivated everyone's attention. Yet his expression remained remarkably calm. He was on the verge of completely shutting down Oladipo, with only 2 more shots remaining. The pressure now shifted to Oladipo, who cast a brief glance at his coach, his expression growing increasingly serious. As a player acquired to be a starter, he felt the weight of expectation. Failing to handle this young Chinese athlete would certainly displease Coach Donovan. Oladipo's gaze sharpened, and with a cold snort, he resolved to thwart Su Bei's attempts this time. Su Bei's demeanor remained exceptionally composed. Ever since acquiring this talent, he sensed a notable enhancement in his physical abilities. However, to truly harness this gift, one must engage in off-ball movements. After Su Bei executed 3 threats, he did not achieve any breakthroughs and instead attempted a jump shot right in front of Oladipo. With a clang, the basketball struck the front of the rim but failed to find its way into the net. Su Bei let out a gentle sigh, his gaze remaining calm. Despite his earlier fiery touch, an occasional misstep was inconsequential. Oladipo's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction, even shaking his head at Su Bei, as if to say, at last, it's my turn to attack. The onlookers, witnessing Oladipo take possession of the ball, were eager to see how this young talent from Huaxia would withstand the onslaught. They were keen to observe Oladipo's retaliation, incredulous that a starter from the Thunder could struggle against a mere lad from Huaxia. The idea of being shut down by this young player was utterly preposterous. As Oladipo seized the ball, his eyes gleamed with intensity. "Kid, are you ready? Don't cry afterward, haha." With that, he dribbled swiftly towards the right, moving with the speed of lightning. Indeed, Su Bei could sense his true prowess and quickly shifted to his left. The others watched, grinning, convinced that he could not possibly thwart Oladipo's advance. Does he truly underestimate Oladipo? Just wait and see. He'll soon learn what real power is. The surrounding players exchanged remarks laced with tension and mockery. They were unwilling to concede defeat to this young Huaxia player, as they fundamentally dismissed the capabilities of Huaxia's athletes. They believed that the training intensity and physical attributes of Huaxia players paled in comparison to those of NBA athletes, and thus doubted the longevity of any Huaxia player in the NBA, save for the notable Yao Ming. Oladipo observed the Huaxia player attempting to obstruct his path. A smirk crept upon his lips. "Kid, you're still too young." With a swift pivot, he turned in the opposite direction, his body and the basketball moving in unison. Su Bei's expression shifted slightly as he quickly adjusted to Oladipo's maneuver. Surely, Oladipo was not contemplating a dunk. This was audacious. The faces of the players were adorned with triumphant smiles, as if they had already witnessed the clarion call for Oladipo's counterattack. In that moment, Su Bei hastened to catch up, only to see Oladipo had leapt into the air. Rather than attempting a dunk, Oladipo opted for a layup. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of enormous hands looming above him. Oladipo was momentarily stunned. To his dismay, those formidable hands forcefully swatted the ball away. The sound echoed ominously as the basketball was sent flying by Su Bei's intervention. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, their gazes filled with disbelief. This directly left Oladipo in a state of shock. They had not anticipated that Su Bei would ascend so dramatically. Such leaping ability completely overshadowed Oladipo in terms of presence. Coach Donovan, upon witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. Westbrook, on the other hand, clapped his hands with a hint of a smile on his face, exclaiming, "Great defense." Meanwhile, Oladipo's expression grew increasingly grim, as he could scarcely believe that he had just been blocked by this young talent from Huaxia. This time, they truly underestimated the young man from Huaxia standing before them. The others were already rendered speechless, refraining from excessive conversation, as they realized they had previously underestimated this remarkable individual from Huaxia. At this moment, the exceptional prowess of Su Bei in both offense and defense was vividly displayed. Coach Donovan nodded in satisfaction. Only 2 final points remained. Ultimately, Su Bei executed 2 step-back three-pointers, sealing the fate of Oladipo, who was left in stunned silence. His eyes widened as he gazed at the young player before him, feeling an undeniable sense of indignation. Yet, he could do nothing to alter the score, which stood at an embarrassing 5-0. He had never before experienced such humiliation. Chapter 5. The showdown. All the players present were left in a daze, their expressions filled with disbelief. Is this truly a soldier of Huaxia? This rendered them incapable of envisioning the young Huaxia boy before them. Coach Donovan's gaze fell upon Su Bei, his eyes revealing a glimmer of admiration, before he shifted his attention to Westbrook beside him. "Westbrook, what are your thoughts on this player? His shooting is quite consistent. However, his dribbling skills are not particularly impressive, though that is yet to be fully demonstrated, as it is merely one-on-one play. His offensive capabilities are commendable, yet, judging solely from these one-on-one encounters is insufficient. Perhaps we should engage in a full-court game to better assess his abilities?" Westbrook smiled faintly, eager to witness the young man's performance in a more comprehensive setting. After all, one-on-one play does not provide a complete picture. Only in a full-court scenario can one truly discern his skills. Westbrook contemplated this quietly, while Coach Donovan, overhearing, smiled slightly. "Indeed, that is an excellent approach. Let us proceed with that." Their gaze returned to Su Bei, seemingly filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the others focused intently on him, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. They had not anticipated that a mere boy from Huaxia could reach such a level. Oladipo, the recently acquired player, was designated as a starter by the coach that very day, and they were well aware of the strength possessed by starting players. Yet, who could have foreseen that this starting player, Oladipo, would succumb to a young Huaxia lad, losing by a score of 5-0? It was nothing short of a humiliation. This instilled in them a sense of wonder. Such a result was utterly unacceptable to them. They had never anticipated that Oladipo would be bested by this young man from Huaxia. At that moment, the entire arena fell into a profound silence, with every gaze fixated on Su Bei. Su Bei, however, maintained an air of tranquility as he slowly approached Oladipo, locking eyes with him. A subtle smile graced his lips as he softly remarked, "Do you realize how close you were to stopping me? Just a fraction away. Alas, what a pity." Feigning a sense of helplessness, Su Bei shook his head. Hearing this, Oladipo clenched his fist slightly, his gaze piercing into Su Bei with an intensity that suggested he was on the verge of striking him. His eyes were ablaze with fury, intermingled with a deep-seated unwillingness to accept defeat. He could hardly believe that he had lost to this young man from Huaxia. "I refuse to believe it. If you have the ability, let us compete once more. Just now, I was still adjusting. Let us have another match." The previous outcome was merely an accident. Oladipo turned slightly, addressing their coach earnestly, hoping for another opportunity to prove himself. In his heart, he vowed that this Huaxia lad would pay for his earlier mockery. The words "just a fraction away" echoed in his mind, stoking his indignation. Meanwhile, Coach Donovan regarded Su Bei with newfound respect, acknowledging the validity of Westbrook's earlier assertions. It seemed prudent to allow this individual to showcase his skills on the grand stage. Thus, his strengths and weaknesses could be thoroughly revealed. With this in mind, the coach instructed the players to engage in full-court play. Upon hearing the coach's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Soon, the coach divided all the players into 2 teams. Oladipo was placed on one team, while Su Bei joined Westbrook. Coach Donovan wished to ascertain whether Su Bei could exert a similar influence on the game as Oladipo. Should he demonstrate remarkable performance, Coach Donovan felt inclined to offer Su Bei an opportunity. Whichever team reaches 30 points first shall claim victory in this intra-squad match. Upon hearing this, the players' eyes gleamed with determination. Fear not, Oladipo, what you lost in the one-on-one, we shall recover for you in full play. Thankfully, our side is devoid of that Chinese lad. Otherwise, we might very well lose this internal competition. Haraha. One wonders what thoughts Westbrook harbors at this very moment. Meanwhile, Oladipo's teammates offered words of consolation, their disdain for the Chinese player palpable. To them, this lad appeared to be a burden, incapable of contributing meaningfully to the game. They were eager to face him on the court, for in the NBA, they played full games rather than merely one-on-one matches. While one-on-one play may showcase individual prowess, it is the capacity to perform in full court that coaches yearn to witness. Oladipo's gaze lingered on Su Bei, imbued with a hint of provocation. The corners of his mouth curling upwards in a smile that seemed to say, just wait. Su Bei, however, paid him no heed, focusing instead on his defensive stance. Standing beyond the three-point line, Westbrook glanced at Su Bei and earnestly instructed, you must defend well. Do not allow Oladipo to break past you. Understood, Su Bei replied, his eyes reflecting utmost seriousness. The other teammates had readied themselves for defense, anticipating an offensive push from Oladipo's team. As Oladipo acquired the ball in the front court, he advanced forward. The remaining four teammates had already sprinted to the opposite side, preparing for action. Upon crossing half-court, Oladipo noticed Su Bei poised to defend him and was eager to engage the Chinese player once more. Meanwhile, Oladipo's center signaled to set a screen. But Oladipo gestured for him not to approach. This made the center momentarily taken aback by Oladipo's movement, as did the other players, who were equally puzzled. What exactly did this young man intend to do? Surely, wouldn't he challenge this young lad from Huaxia to a one-on-one duel? If that were the case, all teammates instinctively dispersed, allowing Oladipo the space and time he needed. All eyes were drawn to the two of them, while Westbrook gazed at the figure of Su Bei, feeling a slight haze of uncertainty about what this young man might display. Chapter 6. Are we about to lose? Impossible. With all players having moved apart, the atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. Even Coach Donovan couldn't help but fixate on the two, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he clearly understood Oladipo's intentions. However, the young man from Huaxiao remained an enigma to him. Donovan merely smiled, his pen seemingly scribbling thoughts unknown. Oladipo's eyes radiated intensity, seemingly conveying to the Huaxia youth that he would undoubtedly score this basket, regardless of the defense. Su Bei, with his hands slightly raised, focused intently on Oladipo, his thoughts entirely dedicated to defense. Oladipo dribbled swiftly, aiming to break through to the right. Observing this, Su Bei smiled softly and quickly shifted to his left. Cautious of Oladipo's potential jump shot, he needed to buy himself some time to discern Oladipo's ultimate objective. Upon seeing Su Bei shift left, a peculiar smile crept onto Oladipo's face. So, he still wished to guard against me? That was merely a one-on-one skirmish. Now, it was time to showcase my true prowess. Oladipo swiftly switched the ball to his left hand, stepping back to attempt a three-point shot with a retreating motion. With a thud, the sound echoed. Oladipo, not particularly tall and a few centimeters shorter than Su Bei, noticed the distance widening between them, prompting his teammates to begin their celebrations. Knowing that Oladipo excelled in retreating three-point shots with a commendable success rate compared to other techniques, a triumphant grin illuminated Oladipo's face. Yet just as he prepared to launch the ball, a colossal figure loomed directly above him. The entire scene was enveloped in a haze of disbelief. His eyes, filled with incredulity, were fixed upon Su Bei. Suddenly, Su Bei swung his powerful arm with great force, executing a decisive block. With a resounding thud, the ball was sent flying away by Su Bei's impressive strike. Upon witnessing this, Westbrook was equally taken aback. Quick, the ball! Su Bei shouted at Westbrook, his voice ringing out. In an instant, like a bolt of lightning, Westbrook surged forward. During the 2016 to 2017 season, he had reached the pinnacle of his physical prowess, and his performance was nothing short of extraordinary. In that fleeting moment, his reaction was remarkably swift, akin to a flash of lightning. Upon seizing the ball, Westbrook charged towards the opposing hoop, his gaze ablaze with fervor. As he approached the free throw line, he leapt with unrestrained grace, his body arching like a crescent moon. The resounding crash echoed through the arena, as though the rim itself lamented, struggling to withstand the force of Westbrook's prowess. Onlookers stood in stunned silence. Some who had contemplated pursuing him quickly realized the futility of their intentions upon witnessing his unparalleled speed. Meanwhile, Coach Donovan, pen in hand, had long ceased writing, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Su Bei, questioning how he had anticipated Oladipo's movements so precisely and executed such a masterful block. Such keen observational skills evoked a sense of admiration within Coach Donovan for the young player from Huaxia. Oladipo was utterly taken aback, never anticipating that this Huaxia lad would once again serve him a metaphorical hot pot. Unable to endure such humiliation, Westbrook rushed over to high-five Su Bei, a smile gracing his face. "You did wonderfully. Keep it up. Let us strive together." Su Bei replied with a smile, "We must secure victory in this match." This marks the inaugural high-five between Westbrook and Su Bei, unaware that their tale is merely beginning. The score on the court stands at 2-0. Oladipo prepares for another inbound pass, this time exhibiting a more measured demeanor as he invites the center to set a screen. After maneuvering past Su Bei, Westbrook swiftly moves to provide defensive support, prompting Oladipo to deliver the ball to a player stationed at the corner. Upon receiving the pass, the player unleashes a seamless three-point shot. Swish! The ball finds nothing but net, reminiscent of a wave cresting gracefully. Observing this, Oladipo smiles faintly, recognizing the need for earnest effort. He no longer underestimates the young talent from Huaxia. Meanwhile, Westbrook operates with remarkable speed, particularly in his explosive drives, akin to a leaf gliding effortlessly through a myriad of blossoms. Upon penetrating the paint, he executes a thunderous dunk, a display of raw athleticism that elicits admiration from his teammates. Su Bei, on the other hand, refrains from taking many shots, instead focusing on his off-ball movement. At this moment, he could truly sense his innate talent, a bronze-level proficiency. Yet, even in such a state, he could still enhance it by 10%. This is quite satisfying for the team from northern Jiangsu. Although opportunities have yet to arise, they remain in a state of anticipation, diligently focusing on their defense. Soon, after several rounds, Oladipo successfully landed a long-range two-pointer, bringing the score to 20-22, giving his side a 2-point lead over Westbrook's team. The players on the other side wore smiles. With just 4 rounds completed, the young player from Huaxia had yet to score. Did he truly believe we were incapable? It is imperative that we do not allow him to score even a single point. He must be made to leave our domain swiftly. There is absolutely no question about it. He has yet to score, and one cannot expect him to do so in these 4 rounds. The players on Oladipo's team express their sentiments, their faces betraying a hint of mockery. "Let us rally together. We absolutely cannot lose to them." Westbrook clapped his hands, encouraging his teammates, his eyes filled with defiance. Northern Jiangsu observed this for the first time, having only seen Westbrook's spirited demeanor in videos, and was deeply impressed by it. The other players nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting determination. At this moment, aside from Coach Donovan, other assistant coaches had also arrived, and upon witnessing the score, they were slightly taken aback. "Coach, you can't possibly be relying on this young Huaxia player, can you?" "It remains unclear, but thus far, I sense his impact on the game has been minimal." Donovan sighed, acknowledging that the recent one-on-one confrontation had revealed some of his offensive capabilities. With 8 points remaining, Oladipo's side seemed poised for victory. However, Westbrook has certainly matured significantly, remarked an assistant coach, a smile of delight gracing his features, perhaps the only piece of good news they had received. Chapter 7. Continuous provocations. They collectively believed that Westbrook was running out of time. Without the presence of this young Huaxia player, Westbrook might have secured victory long ago. Yet now, the assistant coaches shook their heads, a trace of regret visible on their faces. On this occasion, Westbrook advanced the ball to the front court, while Oladipo and his teammates were already well prepared. They understood that Westbrook was the focal point of their offense. If they could contain him, victory would be within their grasp. "We must thwart Westbrook's drive. If we can stop him, we shall triumph." Oladipo urged his teammates. "If he attempts to break through on my left, make sure to provide support." With only 8 points remaining, he declared with unwavering confidence, "We can certainly secure the win." "Do you truly believe you can remain here, kid from Huaxia?" Such delusions. Despite the Thunder's lackluster performance this year, Oladipo had earned a starting position and felt compelled to seize this opportunity, especially during the intra-squad scrimmage. He was determined to showcase his abilities. At this moment, facing Westbrook, Oladipo felt no fear. Instead, he was fueled by an indomitable spirit, a sentiment echoed by his teammates. The scoreboard read 22-20. Westbrook glanced at the score before swiftly pushing the ball past half-court. Su Bei positioned himself at the left side, beyond the three-point arc, waiting attentively. Westbrook encountered another guard and executed a deceptive move, driving past with remarkable speed. Coach Donovan nodded approvingly, contemplating the prospect of granting Westbrook greater ball control as the season unfolded, essentially bestowing upon him unlimited shooting privileges. In that instant, the guard and center exchanged glances, while a forward joined in to double-team Westbrook. Their movements were swift and coordinated. Sensing impending trouble, Westbrook glanced left and right, realizing there were no advantageous passing lanes available. At that moment, a voice whispered in his ear, "Over here. Westbrook, over here." Su Bei swiftly positioned himself at the arc, calling out loudly to Westbrook. Upon noticing that the three defenders were about to converge on him, Westbrook promptly passed the ball. The instant Su Bei received the ball, he executed a quick jump shot. Oladipo, who had been focused on Su Bei, had anticipated that Westbrook would attempt to take on a one-on-one challenge. But who could have foreseen that Westbrook would actually make the pass? How is this possible? In the past, Westbrook would undoubtedly have opted for a one-on-one play. This caught Oladipo completely off guard. So much so that when Su Bei received the ball, Oladipo did not rush to defend. All that was heard was the swish of the basketball as it sailed through the net. 22-23. In that fleeting moment, the score was reversed. A broad smile spread across Westbrook's face as he turned to Su Bei. "Hey, brother, your shot is spot on. If you pass me a few more, I can just as easily score." Su Bei's face mirrored his confidence, adorned with a smile. Westbrook nodded in agreement. If he were to be double-teamed again, he would certainly pass it back to Su Bei. Meanwhile, Oladipo and his teammates were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that this young man from Huaxia had just delivered a three-pointer right before their eyes. The score was swiftly overturned, a moment that felt akin to a dagger to the heart. At this juncture, Su Bei could already sense the advantages his unassuming talent for the game afforded him. Especially at the moment he received the ball, an inner voice assured him that the shot was destined to succeed. The other players were gradually beginning to comprehend the prowess of the young player from Huaxia, noting his impressive accuracy from beyond the arc, though Oladipo remained skeptical. He dismissed Su Bei's recent three-pointer as mere luck. "My apologies, brothers, that was my mistake. Let us recover." Oladipo took it upon himself to shoulder the blame, acknowledging his lapse in defensive awareness. As possession shifted, Oladipo advanced the ball past half-court, initiating a series of simple passes, yet ultimately, no opportunities arose in the paint. The center glanced back, still eager to pass to Oladipo on the perimeter. However, he did so with a mere fleeting glance, careful not to alert Su Bei, who stood 3 steps away. Oladipo was confident that if the center attempted to pass back, Su Bei would intercept their connection. Suddenly, as all eyes were on the ball nearing Oladipo's grasp, a figure darted between them. With a single hand, Su Bei seized the ball, casting a brief glance at Oladipo before swiftly dribbling forward. Oladipo endeavored to keep pace, feeling as though the young Huaxia player was accelerating beyond belief. A hint of incredulity flickered in his calm eyes. How could he run so swiftly? In the next instant, Su Bei executed a powerful dunk, the rim reverberating with a mournful cry. The score now read 22-25. The players on Oladipo's side were left dumbfounded. They now found themselves trailing. Should Westbrook score another 5 points, the game would slip from their grasp. Observing Su Bei's performance, Westbrook wore a broad, elated smile. Who would have imagined that these 2 pivotal scores would come from this young player from Huaxia? Even the assistant coaches nearby wore expressions of awkward disbelief. Nobody expected the Huaxia player to play such a critical role at this juncture. His defensive instincts and three-point shooting prowess were commendable, fitting for a 3-and-D player. Coach Donovan, witnessing Su Bei's display, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. This also serves as an evaluation of Su Bei. Westbrook and Su Bei leaped and collided in a jubilant celebration, their faces adorned with smiles. At that moment, the eyes of the others brimmed with determination. Only 5 points remained to secure victory in the match. "Hey, buddy, you played exceptionally well. It brings me immense joy to have a teammate like you," Westbrook expressed, seemingly harboring a strong affinity for Su Bei as he patted his shoulder. Meanwhile, Oladipo sank a three-pointer, bringing the score to a tie at 25-25. This crucial shot from Oladipo bore a fierce countenance as he glared at Su Bei and let out a roar, a clear provocation. Little did he know, what lay ahead was precisely what he least desired to confront. In Chapter 8, Oladipo flashed a subtle smile at Su Bei, a grin that appeared to be laced with challenge. His teammates patted Oladipo on the shoulder, their expressions reflecting the thrill of impending victory. For them, only 5 points remained. Likewise, Westbrook's side faced the same 5-point challenge. It was a race to see who would seize those points first. Coach Donovan observed this and nodded, recognizing Oladipo's shooting prowess. After all, he was once the second overall pick. Everyone, remain calm. We have 5 points left, and we shall prevail, Westbrook assured his teammates, his eyes radiating an indomitable spirit. This is precisely why many individuals hold a deep admiration for Westbrook. Other players cast their gazes upon him, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook gradually advanced into the front court, signaling with a few gestures before executing a simple pass. When the basketball reached the center, it ultimately failed to go through the hoop, falling just short, a moment that evoked a sense of regret. Damn it, the center muttered under his breath, his eyes brimming with frustration. After Oladipo secured the rebound, a glimmer of fervor ignited in his gaze as he raced toward the backcourt. A layup combined with a three-pointer could clinch the victory for his team. Westbrook and Su Bei pursued Oladipo, with Westbrook demonstrating slightly greater speed, nearly closing the gap on Oladipo's left side. Upon reaching the free throw line, Oladipo engaged in a brief confrontation with Westbrook, deliberately increasing the distance as he prepared to attempt a layup with his right hand. At that moment, a formidable hand descended upon him with great force. It was impossible for Oladipo to evade once more. With a thunderous sound, he was met with another emphatic block. What the heck? Oladipo's mind went blank, as if he had been rendered dazed. In the instant he regained possession of the ball, Su Bei swiftly passed it to Westbrook. Westbrook surged forward with remarkable speed. In his prime, he could effortlessly shift into fifth gear, particularly while the opposing players were still reacting to the unfolding events. At this moment, Westbrook had already penetrated the three-point line, his eyes ablaze with the desire for victory. Before the others could react, he barreled toward the hoop, executing a thunderous dunk. The rim seemed to struggle under the sheer force of Westbrook's dominance. The score read 25-27. Coach Donovan observed the scene with a subtle smile, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He sensed that Westbrook was on the verge of reaching his peak, evolving at an astonishing pace. Had it not been for Durant's departure, perhaps they could have contended for a championship this year. Regrettably, Durant had. Coach Donovan's expression dimmed with a tinge of disappointment, accompanied by a deep sigh. Yet, the reality was now set in stone, with no means to reverse it. Westbrook's drive was exceptionally incisive, coupled with an explosive physique that evoked envy. Su Bei's gaze fell upon Westbrook, and they exchanged a quick high-five. Well done, brother. We shall soon triumph in this match. Westbrook did not hesitate to lavish praise upon Su Bei. After all, within the realm of the NBA, players often perceive athletes from China as lacking in physical prowess and stamina, which is a primary reason for their difficulties in adapting to the league. Beyond these factors, fundamental skills also contribute to this perception. Meanwhile, Oladipo's expression turned exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated that the young Chinese player before him was, in fact, a cunning strategist. While Westbrook created distractions to his left, this young athlete from China astonishingly positioned himself behind Oladipo. This truly caught him off guard. The players on Oladipo's side were filled with reluctance, on the verge of halting their efforts. Yet who could have anticipated that they would be so resolutely countered? At this moment, they found themselves trailing by 2 points once more. Oladipo attempted to make another move, but after missing a three-pointer, Westbrook swiftly secured the rebound and charged forward. Oladipo and his teammates hurried back on defense, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Upon witnessing Westbrook's extraordinary speed, Oladipo and his fellow players exchanged resolute glances, bracing themselves for his impending drive. Suddenly, Coach Donovan noticed Su Bei sprinting toward the left side of the three-point line. As Westbrook penetrated the defense and spotted two defenders closing in on him, he ultimately passed the ball to Su Bei on the other side. With no hesitation, Su Bei released the shot. Oladipo, turning to glance at Su Bei, felt an ominous premonition and lunged forward, but Su Bei was a moment quicker, releasing the ball. Swish. The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. Westbrook and his teammates erupted in joy, racing towards Su Bei in celebration. Who could have anticipated that the decisive shot would be made by this young talent from Huaxia? Initially, Westbrook had intended to drive aggressively, but upon seeing Su Bei wide open, he opted to pass the ball to him. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Westbrook's eyes. Had it not been for Su Bei's 2 three-pointers, victory might have eluded them. Coach Donovan, witnessing the scene, was also taken aback. Of the final 10 points, aside from Westbrook's 2, a remarkable 8 were scored by Su Bei, leaving everyone astounded. The players on Oladipo's side were visibly distressed, their faces etched with disbelief as they struggled to comprehend that the game-winning shot had been executed by this young player from Huaxia. They had entered the game expecting victory, only to be blindsided by an unexpected turn of events. At that moment, Oladipo's expression darkened, overwhelmed by the realization that he had been outperformed by this rival. Westbrook approached Su Bei, draping an arm around his shoulder, his face alight with a broad smile as he exclaimed, "Brother, your three-point shot was simply impeccable. Without those two shots, we might have lost this game." Westbrook spoke earnestly, his gratitude evident. The players here have developed a certain admiration for Su Bei, had it not been for him. Perhaps victory would have remained elusive. "Very well. Su Bei, you shall also visit my office." Thus, Su Bei followed Coach Donovan to the office. Note: the recent ankle injury was indeed quite severe, yet I shall persist in providing updates, albeit at a somewhat slower pace. I kindly ask our readers to remain patient. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Chapter 9, Contract Signing. After Su Bei and Westbrook secured victory in this match, the expressions of their teammates, particularly those playing alongside Su Bei, revealed their astonishment. It appears that this young talent from Huaxia may have indeed passed his practical training. However, Oladipo has found himself a formidable competitor. Although it is true that he has completed his training, it is unlikely that he will become a starting player, nonetheless. This young man from Huaxia performed remarkably well. The tone among the crowd was imbued with respect. Through this real combat experience, they genuinely recognized Su Bei's pivotal role throughout the game. Particularly during the final moments, apart from Westbrook, it was Su Bei who garnered the most points. In fact, Westbrook scored even fewer points than Su Bei. This is why those teammates have developed a slight fondness for Su Bei. Westbrook gazed at their departing figures, a faint smile gracing his lips. He felt deep within that this young man from Huaxia was quite commendable, especially in their collaboration, which brought him immense comfort. Should they have the opportunity to play together, Westbrook would be exceedingly willing, for he harbored a modicum of affection for this young man from Huaxia. He mused silently, hoping for such a scenario. Westbrook then turned his gaze to the other players, his eyes brimming with determination. "We must train diligently. We must perform better this season. Especially against the Warriors. Do you wish to be utterly defeated by them?" The other players, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of despondency. Last season, they were indeed a championship contender, bolstered by the presence of the prolific scorer Durant. But now, he had departed, aligning himself with the very team that had bested them. Though this incited anger within Westbrook, there was little to be said. After all, it was Durant's choice. What Westbrook yearned for most was to excel at basketball, to help the Thunder reach the Western Conference Finals once more, with their sights set firmly on the championship, even if they were to face the Warriors again. Westbrook felt no fear. His true desire for vengeance was to personally vanquish the Warriors. Upon entering Coach Donovan's office, Su Bei stood before him. "Please, take a seat." "Su Bei," Coach Donovan gently urged, his tone exuding warmth. He regarded the young man from Huaxia with a glimmer of admiration. While his ball-handling skills were not yet exceptional, Westbrook could still manage the ball without issue. In Coach Donovan's mind, he was eager to test Su Bei further. For signing this young man from Huaxia would allow him to observe his performance more closely. "Su Bei, the contract you can sign now is merely a temporary one. Are you willing to accept? It will encompass just 10 games, and if you perform well, I will offer you a standard contract. You have seen the situation with our Thunder. We have numerous guards here. If you aspire to secure a starting position, you must know what steps to take." Coach Donovan's expression turned serious as he looked intently at Su Bei. "The competition in the NBA is exceedingly fierce. I am willing." Su Bei nodded, his gaze filled with determination. For him, this was the final opportunity, the sole chance to seize. If he could grasp it, he might remain here. Only by staying with the Thunder could Su Bei pursue his vengeance. Coach Donovan nodded slightly. Subsequently, he began the process of signing a contract with Su Bei. What he valued most was Su Bei's consistent shooting, particularly his three-point shooting, which was essential for him. Their perimeter shooting had not been particularly reliable. Thus, if this young man from Huaxia could maintain a stable shooting performance, it would indeed serve as a reinforcement. However, true strength could only be discerned through real competition. A single outstanding performance would not suffice. At the very least, several consistently stellar displays were what Coach Donovan yearned to witness. Especially now, as the Thunder aimed to secure a playoff berth and contend for the championship, they required stability both on the perimeter and in the paint. A reliable outside game would enable them to challenge for the Western Conference Finals once again. This was also the desire of Coach Donovan. who slightly lifted his head to gaze at the young man from Huaxia before him, his eyes brimming with satisfaction, particularly after witnessing his one-on-one skills and overall performance on the court. In truth, Coach Donovan was inclined to sign him, as this young player could potentially bring some attention, albeit minimal. He was aware of the young man's circumstances with the Warriors. Should his performance falter, parting ways would be a simple matter. After contemplating for a moment, Coach Donovan addressed Su Bei, saying, "You must understand that this temporary contract amounts to a mere $50,000. It is not a substantial sum, but it is all I can offer at this moment. If you excel in these 10 games, I will secure a genuine, guaranteed contract for you. However, everything hinges on your performance on the court. I will ensure you receive adequate playing time, and should you excel in these 10 matches, you will remain here." Coach Donovan was aware that the Thunder was likely the only team willing to provide Su Bei with practical training opportunities. Without hesitation, Su Bei nodded, recognizing that what he needed most was an opportunity. He was confident that given sufficient playing time, he would perform admirably. Ultimately, after agreeing, Su Bei proceeded to sign the contract. Although the sum was merely $50,000, it provided a semblance of security for his current life. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Su Bei's ears. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for remaining with the Thunder." Ding. Awarding the host 100 talent points. The system's notifications resonated continuously in Su Bei's mind. Following his successful signing, a few days later, the Thunder announced his joining, garnering a measure of attention. Meanwhile, Green was browsing news online, a broad smile adorning his face. He glanced at his teammate, Thompson, and exclaimed, "Hey, perhaps this year we will finally seize that damn championship. No one can stand in our way." Green's expression was one of smug satisfaction as he cast a disdainful glance at Durant in the distance. Before Durant's arrival, the Warriors had already claimed their title. Was he not simply here to ride their coattails to a championship? Green harbored a certain disdain for Durant within his heart. Yet, who could have anticipated that Durant would indeed betray the entire Thunder organization and his close ally Westbrook to join the Warriors? Now that he had arrived among them, Green mused that Durant must never threaten Curry's esteemed position. Thompson, with a slight smile, revealed a hint of smugness at the corners of his lips. It was not a matter of uncertainty. They were undoubtedly destined to claim the championship. However, at that moment, a teammate suddenly stumbled upon some news online, which caused him to freeze in surprise before bursting into laughter. This drew the attention of everyone, their gazes converging on Clark. What was so amusing? Upon hearing Green's inquiry, Clark lifted his head, displaying a mocking grin. "The young man from China who was cut from our team has actually joined the Thunder. One wonders what the Thunder is thinking to acquire him. Do they fear this season might not be dismal enough? With the Thunder signing that young man from China, their chances of making the playoffs this season are utterly bleak." The Warriors players began to murmur amongst themselves, for they were a championship team. No one dared to question the prowess of the Warriors. Moreover, with Durant's addition, their confidence soared, assuring them of clinching the championship for the 2016 to 2017 season. No team could stand in their way, not even LeBron. It was only due to LeBron's unexpected resurgence in their previous encounter that they had squandered their significant advantage. This has filled them with indignation, especially now, with Durant on their team. Their lineup is exceptionally complete. Meanwhile, Curry, sitting at a distance, uttered not a word. Yet his gaze was resolutely steadfast as he continued to reflect on the moments when James had triumphed over them. This season, under no circumstances must such a situation arise. Their sole objective is the championship, championship, championship. Should they encounter that lad from Huaxia during the regular season, I shall impart a thorough lesson to him, making him aware that the NBA is not a realm where he can linger indefinitely, and that he must grasp the ferocity of competition here. Finally, the opportunity to teach this young man a lesson has presented itself. Green adjusted his wrist, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. In truth, he had long harbored disdain for that lad from Huaxia. He may possess an appealing appearance, yet he is ultimately ineffectual, and such individuals must be properly admonished. Aside from the Warriors, other teams have also received this news. Notably, those detractors from Huaxia, for Su Bei has indeed showcased considerable talent since transitioning to the NBA. He still boasts a modicum of fans. Goodness. Su Bei is now teammates with Westbrook. One wonders if they can achieve commendable results this time around. Detractors have taken to the internet to express their thoughts. That Su Bei of yours will surely be subjected to a beating once he arrives, right? Let us not forget how he was a mere shadow in the Warriors, contributing to such dismal outcomes. Who would want someone like that? Those who do not reach the playoffs are simply waiting for this fellow to take the court so they can mock him. I am genuinely curious to see how many supporters Su Bei truly has. Are they merely infatuated with his looks? In competitive sports, what value does good looks hold? Only incompetence is the true original sin. Let us hope he does not embarrass himself further on the court. The online discourse surrounding Su Bei is predominantly laced with satire. Hardly anyone believes that Su Bei will remain in the NBA for an extended period. It is only a matter of time before he makes his return. Particularly following their performance with the Warriors, they have garnered a devoted fan base, transforming into genuine detractors, whose vitriol can be quite devastating. Meanwhile, after signing the contract, Su Bei commenced training under the guidance of Russell Westbrook. He also reached out to his parents, reassuring them that he had signed with the Thunder and urging them not to worry excessively, for every parent harbors concern for their offspring. As the regular season approaches after a fortnight of training, Su Bei has accrued a total of 200 talent points during this period. The talent points gained through training are rather meager. Only by completing specific tasks or encountering renowned basketball stars can one earn a more substantial amount. Should Su Bei manage to impress these esteemed players thoroughly, he would be rewarded with a significant number of talent points. However, thus far, he has yet to engage in a genuine match or come face-to-face with other team stars. This has resulted in a scarcity of talent points for Su Bei, who has eagerly anticipated the commencement of the regular season. A voice resonated in Su Bei's mind from the system. Task 1. Become a genuine key player in the regular season, earning 500 talent points. Task 2. Achieve an average score exceeding 20 points per game during the regular season, with a reward of 600 talent points. Additional task. For every honor attained within the NBA, reward talent points will be granted based on the difficulty of obtaining such honors. Upon hearing this, Su Bei silently uttered, "Accepted." If he wishes to secure a starting position during the regular season, considerable effort is essential. As his primary competitor appears to be Oladipo, Su Bei contemplated this quietly, aware that this contract only grants him a mere 10 games, which translates to just 10 opportunities. Taking a deep breath, he convinced himself of his potential to establish a foothold in the NBA. All the Thunder players were engaged in rigorous training, drenched in sweat, their eyes filled with determination. Initially, they focused on individual conditioning before transitioning to team drills and scrimmages. Su Bei gradually integrated himself into the group. While Westbrook developed a keen interest in him, he sensed a similar fighting spirit in Su Bei, a relentless determination that Westbrook admired greatly. In a short span, they became good friends. However, Oladipo began to feel a sense of threat, fearing that this young player from China might usurp his starting position. Although he had yet to step onto the court, Su Bei's impressive performance during training was hard to overlook. Yet, Oladipo remained uncertain whether Su Bei could adapt to the demands of actual NBA games. Nevertheless, he was determined to maintain his advantage over the newcomer. Oladipo's gaze fell upon Su Bei, tinged with a hint of malice. No matter the effort required, he was resolute in suppressing this young player, ensuring that Su Bei understood he was still a pivotal member of the team. When the time came for competition, Oladipo knew the intensity of the NBA would be a formidable challenge, having experienced it himself. A slight smile crept onto Oladipo's lips as he anticipated how Su Bei would perform if he were to take the court. Having learned that this newcomer was merely a temporary addition, Coach Donovan entered the training facility, observing his players diligently engaged in practice, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Despite the absence of the superstar scorer Durant, he still held a flicker of hope that this Thunder team could contend for the championship, albeit with diminished expectations. Who could have foreseen that Durant would ultimately? Taking a deep breath, Donovan's gaze fixated on Westbrook, his eyes ablaze with admiration. He favored players like Westbrook, who embodied the essence of athleticism, showcasing an unparalleled blend of power and finesse. Westbrook now wielded unrestricted shooting authority, having emerged as the team's cornerstone. Following his trade, Oladipo had secured a starting role, displaying an incisive ability to drive to the basket, embodying a raw, youthful exuberance. He heavily relied on his physical prowess, primarily employing crafty maneuvers and off-ball evasion, complemented by his commendable basketball IQ. This is precisely why Coach Donovan was willing to place him in the starting lineup. Coach Donovan surveyed all the players, clapped his hands to signal them to stop, and spoke up. "All right, everyone gather around. There are some things I need to discuss with you all. Tomorrow marks our game against the Clippers, our first match of the regular season, and we absolutely must secure this victory. After all, it's our season opener, So let's make a statement and show them we're a different Thunder team. Though the Clippers have undergone some changes this season, defeating them shouldn't pose any problem. The starting lineup remains unchanged. Westbrook, Oladipo, Adams, Ilyasova, and Roberson. You five will take the court first. Coach Donovan's gaze swept over the 5 players before finally settling on Westbrook. It's time to show the league what you're capable of, Westbrook. Let them know that even after Durant's departure, you can still carry this team on your shoulders. Absolutely. I will lead this team to the playoffs, Westbrook declared resolutely, his tone brimming with that unyielding determination. Winning the first game is imperative. It will set the tone and elevate the entire morale of our Thunder team. This has a significant impact on the forthcoming matches. As for the players on the Clippers, I have conducted thorough research and believe that their starting lineup should consist of Paul and Griffin, along with DeAndre Jordan, Wesley Johnson, and Redick. My primary concern lies with Paul and Jordan, as well as Griffin. Their offensive capabilities are undeniably formidable. The crux of the matter is that once Paul executes a pick-and-roll with Griffin, if they attempt an alley-oop, evading it may prove to be a daunting task. Coach Donovan, observing his players with concern, addressed them earnestly. However, there is no need for excessive anxiety. The true test will unfold on the court tomorrow. Let's rally together. All the players gathered around the coach, extending their hands, their eyes brimming with determination. Ultimately, it comes down to sheer effort. Moreover, these players are not without merit. Can they truly falter against the Clippers? They refuse to entertain such a notion. Meanwhile, the Clippers are also analyzing the Thunder. Coach Rivers, somewhat portly and clad in black, scrutinized the documents in his hands, becoming lost in thought. The other players, upon reviewing the Thunder's player profiles, were struck with astonishment upon seeing Huaxia. What has become of the Thunder? Could they really be relying on this Huaxia fellow alongside Westbrook to propel them into the playoffs? Haha. DeAndre Jordan and the others erupted into laughter, fully aware that the only genuine star from Huaxia is Yao Ming. Since Yao, no one has managed to establish a significant presence in the NBA. This is why many stars of the sport shake their heads in disdain and wear expressions of contempt whenever the topic of Huaxia arises. Sitting at the forefront, Paul slightly shook his head, a glimmer of determination evident in his eyes. This time, he was eager to engage with the Thunder. Coach Rivers, surveying the assembled players, spoke with utmost seriousness. Do not underestimate our opponents simply because they may appear weak. Although the Thunder's roster this season is not particularly formidable, and with Durant's departure, they lack a proficient scorer. The true core of the Thunder now rests solely with Westbrook. If we can contain Westbrook, victory will be within our grasp. In Rivers' perspective, Westbrook represented the Thunder's genuine offensive threat. Even with Adams in the paint, he could only be deemed a competent starting player at best. Let us not forget that our true objective this season is the championship, Coach Rivers declared emphatically to all the players. Upon hearing this, every player present rose, their gazes fixed upon their coach, their eyes brimming with determination. They understood that their lineup was exceptionally strong, united in their pursuit of this season's championship. Chapter 12, an inauspicious start. This time, the match is once again taking place at the home ground of the Thunder team. This is precisely why Coach Donovan instructed his players that it is imperative for them to secure victory in this match. Simultaneously, he conveyed to the other teams that the Thunder remain undeterred this season, still vying for the championship. Have you all comprehended the gravity of this? Today, we must clinch this game. We must assure our Thunder fans that victory is within our grasp. Coach Donovan's face radiated determination, and he beheld in his players' eyes an abundance of hope. He yearned for his athletes to deliver an exceptional performance, particularly at the onset of this season, demonstrating formidable fighting spirit. Did you hear that? Win the game. The crowd exclaimed in unison, their eyes ablaze with unyielding resolve. This is their home court. They simply cannot afford to lose to the Clippers. Westbrook cast a glance at Su Bei beside him, gently patting his shoulder and offering a soft reassurance. Don't be too tense. Just relax a little. Thank you. Su Bei slightly lifted his head to meet Westbrook's gaze, revealing a warm smile. Ever since he joined the team, Westbrook has provided him with considerable support and care. This could be considered his elder brother now. Their bond had grown so strong, partly because Westbrook harbored a genuine fondness for China. Let's go, brothers. Let's do this. All the players from Westbrook's team shouted in unison. They had already begun warming up on their home court, while the Clippers players were stretching on the opposite side. Paul, DeAndre Jordan, and Griffin cast glances toward the Thunder, their eyes flickering with faint bewilderment. Though they had heard rumors of a Chinese player joining the Thunder, Seeing it materialize before them was still unexpected. What exactly are the Thunder scheming? Jordan smirked, his tone laced with amusement. Have they lost their minds? Or are they just tanking this season? Paul, dribbling the ball rhythmically, kept his gaze fixed on the Thunder players without voicing further thoughts. His sole focus was securing this victory. Enough speculation. Warm up properly. And let us take care of business first, Paul advised the two. Jordan and Griffin exchanged nods. Crushing them should be effortless. Paul remained silent. Over at the Penguin livestream, Yang Yi observed the Clippers and Thunder with a faint smile before shifting his attention to Kofan. Kofan, who do you think will come out on top this time? Me? Well, this season, the Clippers have assembled an exceptionally well-rounded roster. Especially with their bolstered interior presence, Jordan and Griffin. The Thunder simply don't have the firepower to counter them. So, you're saying the Thunder will lose? Yang Yi pressed. Exactly. The Thunder stand no chance. Without their former superstar scorer, they're left with only Westbrook as their core. Had Durant still been here, things might have been different. Personally, I also doubt the Thunder can pose any real threat to the Clippers. Frankly, it seems unlikely they'll even make the playoffs this year, unless a miracle happens. Additionally, I've heard our Chinese player, Su Bei, has joined the Thunder. But honestly, his physical attributes and overall skill level fall far short of NBA standards. He'll probably return home within a year. Yang Yi dissected the situation, recalling Su Bei's underwhelming performance with the Warriors. For Su Bei to cement his place in the NBA, he'd need to deliver something extraordinary. Beside him, Kofan nodded in firm agreement. Well, the game is just starting. Let us see how it unfolds. Kofan smiled faintly. The Clippers starting lineup: Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, Wesley Johnson, J.J. Redick. Head coach, Doc Rivers. The Thunder's starting lineup: Russell Westbrook, Victor Oladipo, Steven Adams, Ersan Ilyasova, Andre Roberson. Head coach, Billy Donovan. The game has already begun. The Clippers strike first with 2 points. Clippers versus Thunder. 2-0. The highlight was the very first play. Paul received the ball and immediately launched a long pass to Jordan, who soared for an alley-oop dunk. Just that one play electrified the entire arena. Beautiful. Keep playing like this. Destroy them. So what if it's their home court? Crush them anyway. Coach Rivers, witnessing the moment, threw a triumphant fist in the air. For them, this play instantly set the tone. Dominance. Well done. Keep feeding me, Paul. I want to posterize Westbrook, especially if I dunk over him on their home court. That'll ignite the crowd. Jordan, now brimming with excitement, exchanged a determined glance with Paul, who nodded in approval, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. A promising start indeed. Transition to defense. Westbrook, now in possession, advanced past midcourt. Paul, stance wide and eyes locked onto him like a hawk, prepared to hold the line. But Westbrook, with just a fleeting glance, exploited his height and sheer athleticism, switching the ball from right to left with a swift crossover, then exploding past Paul in a flash. The crowd gasped. That speed, unreal. Is he on turbo mode or something? That SR Westbrook, unstoppable. As Westbrook blew past Paul, Jordan and Griffin exchanged a quick look, attempting a double team. But they were a step too slow. Westbrook slithered through the gap effortlessly. Too fast. Indeed, it was akin to a flash of lightning. Upon realizing the dire situation, DeAndre Jordan swiftly turned around, intent on blocking Russell Westbrook. Westbrook, who naturally favored his left hand, seamlessly switched to his right and executed a deft layup. The ball swished through the hoop. Jordan failed to intercept Westbrook and narrowly avoided a foul. Upon landing, Westbrook let out a fierce roar, seemingly asserting his dominance over the court, signaling to the Clippers that this was his territory. The score between the Clippers and the Thunder stood at 2-2. In his prime, Westbrook was exceptionally formidable, particularly with his explosive acceleration. Once he seized the ball, no one could contain him. Yang Yi gazed at the Thunder's Westbrook on the screen, a hint of admiration gracing his face. It appeared to be transforming into a personal showcase of Westbrook's extraordinary prowess, his explosive physique vividly portraying the aesthetic of violence. This was indeed our young master. Alas, if only Durant were present, perhaps the Thunder could have mounted a championship challenge. Yang Yi lamented, acknowledging that if the Thunder continued to rely solely on Westbrook, it would inevitably take its toll. After all, he was but a player, a normal human being, and such a style of play was excessively draining. Kofan nodded in agreement, noting that the Clippers at least had 3 scoring options, while the Thunder were solely dependent on Westbrook to bear the team's weight. By the end of the first quarter, they found themselves trailing by approximately 10 points. The score between the Clippers and the Thunder was 30-20, a full 10-point deficit. Coach Donovan's expression grew exceedingly grave. He recognized that the Thunder were not particularly strong at this moment. Yet he had not anticipated falling behind by 10 points against this Clippers team in the first quarter. This undoubtedly dampens the team's morale. The crux of the matter lies in Oladipo's dismal performance, missing all 4 of his attempts. Had he succeeded in just one three-pointer, the disparity would not have been so pronounced. Oladipo appears to be quite distressed, revealing the limitations in his shooting ability. How exactly are you executing your strategy? Is every offensive opportunity solely entrusted to Westbrook, regardless of the number of defenders he faces? Coach Donovan gazes at these starting players with a look of disappointment, wishing they could rise to the occasion. Had it not been for Westbrook's exceptional shooting today, the point differential might have been even greater. The most perplexing aspect is that Oladipo received nearly all of his passes in wide-open situations, yet astonishingly, he failed to convert any of them. This is utterly absurd. Coach Donovan is fixated on Oladipo before him, as if he were completely captivated by him. How on earth did it come to this? Even a 5-star high school player would find it implausible to squander 4 open shot opportunities, yet not a single one found its mark. Donovan cast a glance at Su Bei and Anthony Morrow and spoke. Anthony Morrow, you take the court first. If you find yourself with an open shot, you must seize the opportunity and sink that damn ball. If you perform like Oladipo did in the first quarter, you won't see the court again. At this moment, Coach Donovan was urging Westbrook to drive. Should he face any defenders, Westbrook was to pass to the open teammate. Who could have anticipated that those open players would fail to score? Anthony Morrow nodded in acknowledgement, while Su Bei remained patient, knowing it was only a matter of time before Coach Donovan would call upon him. When that moment arrived, he understood the necessity of capitalizing on every opportunity. In his mind, Su Bei reflected on his current 200 talent points and his status as a bronze-level player without the ball. Nevertheless, a 10% increase in his three-point shooting was already commendable. He awaited his chance, fully aware that once he seized it, he would soar to new heights. Su Bei's hands clenched slightly, his eyes brimming with unyielding determination. At this juncture, the score between the Clippers and the Thunder stood at 30-20. The Thunder fans wore expressions of disappointment, uncertain if their team could recover in the remaining 3 quarters. The lack of enthusiasm from the Thunder players, compounded by the squandered open shots, left the fans feeling regretful. How could the Thunder perform so poorly? It was utterly laughable. They paled in comparison to our Clippers. This time, we will undoubtedly triumph over the Thunder. Let us see by how many points they will fall to us, huh? The Clippers fans stood, their gazes fixed on their players, filled with fervent admiration. They were convinced that the Clippers would surely best the Thunder, and they believed that this lineup could carry them into the playoffs, perhaps even to the finals. This filled their hearts with anticipation. Meanwhile, the fans of the Thunder remained steadfast in their belief that their team could close the gap on the scoreboard. A mere 10 points, with 3 quarters still to play. If the Thunder were to unleash their potential, they were confident they could catch up, especially with Westbrook's explosive capabilities. They firmly believed that the Thunder would secure victory on their home court. Regardless of what the Clippers fans might say, we must trust that our Thunder will triumph. The Thunder fans rose to their feet, chanting Westbrook's name. Coach Donovan, having outlined the strategy, turned his gaze toward Westbrook and spoke earnestly. If an opportunity arises, take it directly. If the chance is not optimal, pass the ball out and assess whether a 3-point shot is feasible. Although trailing by 10 points at the end of the first quarter was concerning, it was not insurmountable. I have faith that the Thunder can indeed catch up. Upon hearing the coach's words, Westbrook nodded. He understood his role, having become the primary offensive force for the Thunder. He knew he must carry this banner. Otherwise, the Thunder's journey would be limited. The coach believed in us, and we could certainly fight back. The Clippers were merely ahead by a single quarter. Westbrook patted his chest, assuring the coach of his commitment. The other players nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with determination. Anthony Morrow's face radiated confidence. If he performed well in this game, he might reclaim a starting position. Meanwhile, Su Bei remained at the end of the bench, calm and composed, devoid of any panic or anxiety. For him, the opportunity to play would likely come in the second half. Su Bei clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. The second quarter commenced. The Thunder's Westbrook, holding the ball, advanced past the half-court line before passing to a teammate. However, when the center attempted to drive inside for a one-on-one, he was blocked by DeAndre Jordan. You think you can compete with his Clippers? Jordan's face was adorned with a smile, brimming with arrogance and confidence. as if he believed the entire Thunder team was incapable of stopping him. After securing the ball, Griffin passed it to Paul. The recent block has effectively extinguished the momentum of the Thunder team. In the Penguin live broadcast room, Yang Yi was left astounded by DeAndre Jordan's remarkable leaping ability upon witnessing this moment. Such terrifying athleticism, coupled with his awareness, indeed allowed him to deliver a block against Adams. Most notably, it appeared that Adams was so focused on Griffin's defense that he scarcely noticed Jordan's presence. The Clippers have undoubtedly rejuvenated. If the Thunder do not rectify their errors, this match may already be lost. Kufan nodded in agreement with Yang Yi's assessment. Even the stunning Mina beside them shook her head in dismay. The trio harbored little hope for the Thunder's victory in this contest. One might say they were almost devoid of it. On the court, Paul passed the ball to DeAndre Jordan, who utilized Griffin's screen to his advantage. With the ball in hand, Jordan surged into the paint, his gaze brimming with arrogance, seemingly dismissing Adams' defense entirely. He soared into the air, delivering a thunderous dunk. The resounding impact echoed throughout the arena, igniting a frenzy among the Clippers fans in the stands, who felt their blood surging with exhilaration. Jordan's dunk was electrifying, igniting the entire venue. With that addition, the score now stood at 32-20 in favor of the Clippers. Coach Donovan, observing the scene unfold, wore an expression of grave concern, utterly unprepared for the exceptional form displayed by Jordan. The triumph over the Clippers is no trivial endeavor. Coach Donovan's gaze fixates on DeAndre Jordan, and one can indeed perceive the remarkable agility he possesses. If they can effectively contain the Clippers' interior game, victory may be within reach. As Westbrook seized the ball, he propelled forward, yet this time he did not initially pass it to the paint. Observing Paul, who was defending him, he deftly dribbled the ball to his left side, while his right hand and foot, along with his head, were oriented towards the right. This maneuver led Paul to mistakenly believe that Westbrook intended to drive to his left. Swiftly, Paul sidestepped to the left, but his athleticism paled in comparison to Westbrook's, and he was also at a height disadvantage. Should any slight mismatch occur, Westbrook would effortlessly surge past him. Although Paul endeavored to pursue, it was no easy task. In that fleeting moment when Paul shifted, Westbrook executed a swift move with his left hand. Observing this, DeAndre Jordan rushed to provide support, and Westbrook spun gracefully away. At that moment, Griffin suddenly leapt to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon Westbrook. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, covered their mouths in disbelief, their hearts racing with anxiety, unsure of how to react. In the next instant, Westbrook executed a decisive layup. A sharp crack echoed as Griffin's hand struck Westbrook's arm, while simultaneously, the basketball swished through the net. At this moment, Griffin was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that Westbrook would execute such a maneuver. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling a 2+1 opportunity. Westbrook approached the free throw line, dribbled the ball twice, and took his shot. Swish. The score between the Clippers and the Thunder stood at 32-23. In the ensuing minutes, Westbrook continued to serve as the offensive linchpin for the Thunder. Once he initiated a drive, the Clippers players often found themselves unable to contain him, leading to a gradual narrowing of the score differential. Ultimately, the score reached 48-41, leaving just 7 points to bridge. In the Penguin live broadcast room, Yang Yi observed the current score and simply smiled faintly. Although the Thunder had managed to reduce the gap, it seemed of little consequence, given that out of their 41 points, 20 were attributable to Westbrook's efforts. This clearly demonstrated that he had exerted every ounce of his energy during the first 2 quarters, truly dedicating himself to the Thunder's cause. For the Thunder to secure victory, they needed to find success from beyond the arc. Relying solely on Westbrook's drives would prove exceedingly challenging. It remained uncertain how the Thunder could possibly overcome the Clippers. Kevin's gaze held a glimmer of confidence, based on his understanding of basketball. He was certain that the Thunder would ultimately falter at home. As the second quarter concluded, the score read 58-47. The primary factor behind this lay in the collaborative efforts of Paul and Griffin, with Paul consistently feeding Griffin the ball. In contrast, the Thunder struggled from three-point range, making only 2 of 7 attempts, most of which were open looks. Morrow's eyes reflected a hint of frustration after entering the game. He had 7 opportunities from beyond the arc, yet only managed to convert 2. 5 minutes into the third quarter, the score began to widen. The Clippers led the Thunder by 78-65. The Clippers had discerned that the Thunder's strategy hinged on containing Westbrook. This approach began to bear fruit in the third quarter. Primarily because Westbrook had exhausted himself during the first 2 quarters, shouldering the responsibilities of both orchestrating plays and leading the offense as the team as cornerstone. Whenever the team found itself trailing, he was compelled to step up. This is tantamount to working Russell Westbrook to the bone. How can one continue to play under such circumstances? With each passing moment, we fall further behind. The Clippers possess a significantly stronger interior presence than we do. If we solely rely on Westbrook to carry the team, we are inevitably destined to succumb to the Clippers. What on earth has happened to our three-point shooting? The Thunder fans are left in utter disbelief. Who could have anticipated that besides Westbrook, our perimeter shooting would be so woefully inadequate? Just then, the Thunder called for a timeout. Coach Donovan was thoroughly exasperated, having never imagined that, up to this point, aside from Westbrook, he could not depend on any of the others. With such a low shooting percentage, do you truly believe you can triumph over the Clippers? Do you take them for fools? What on earth is happening? How could you possibly miss such wide-open shots? With this dismal accuracy, how do you expect to compete? If this continues, we are destined to lose by more than 20 points in the final quarter, and this is our home court. Looking at all these devoted fans, do you not feel a pang of guilt within? Regardless of how things unfold today, you must secure this victory for me. Coach Donovan shouted at them. Play with more tenacity, will you? Let us showcase the spirit of the Thunder. At that moment, Coach Donovan's gaze fell upon Su Bei, who was standing nearby. Although he had sensed Su Bei's stable shooting ability during the trial, he remained uncertain about how he would perform in an actual game. After all, none of the players currently on the court seemed capable. Let us allow Su Bei to take the stage and observe his performance. Donovan mused silently before addressing Su Bei directly. Prepare yourself. It's your turn soon. Upon hearing the coach's words, Su Bei immediately rose, his eyes brimming with resolve. He understood that this opportunity was finally within reach. Chapter 14. This is just the beginning. What? Is our player Su Bei from Huaxiao really going to take the court? Yang Yi, still in the Penguin Live broadcast room, widened his eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He adjusted his glasses, astonished by what he saw. They were aware that Su Bei had signed with the Thunder, but he was merely a temporary player. They never anticipated that the head coach of the Thunder would actually allow the young talent from Huaxia to enter the game in the third quarter. This was something that Yang Yi had never anticipated. Ku Fan, standing beside him, was equally astonished. They had never encountered such a situation before. Now that Su Bei had taken the court, there was hope that he could achieve commendable results and establish himself in the NBA. Ku Fan's words still carried a hint of expectation for Su Bei. After all, he had become the sole representative of Chinese players in the NBA. Achieving good results was no simple task. Reminiscent of the previous incident, when Su Bei's entry into the game led to the downfall of the Warriors in what had initially been a favorable situation. The fact that the Thunder's head coach had signed Su Bei came as a complete surprise to me, Yang Yi remarked softly, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the young Chinese player. Perhaps this time, Su Bei would indeed excel further. Meina also spoke softly, her stunning beauty and curvaceous figure captivating the eye. At that moment, her enchanting eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Currently, the score on the court stood at 78-65, with the Clippers leading the Thunder by a significant 13 points. With only 3 minutes left in the third quarter, if the score gap widened further, it would be quite challenging for the Thunder to secure a victory in the fourth quarter. This instilled a profound sense of unease within them. Even the spectators on the sidelines displayed an expression of discontent upon witnessing the entry of a player from Huaxia. They remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of the Thunder's coach. Was he truly in his right mind? How could he possibly choose a player from Huaxia? I seem to recall this Huaxia player. Wasn't he previously with the Warriors? Allowing a Huaxia player to take the field could only signify impending defeat for our Thunder team. There seems to be no hope left, truly no hope at all. It is astonishing that the head coach of the Thunder would engage in such reckless decisions. How can we possibly compete now? The Thunder fans were collectively engulfed in disappointment. The outcome of this match seems utterly beyond reach, even from a distance. The coach of the Clippers stood in stunned silence, slightly astonished upon witnessing the entry of the young player from Huaxia. He could not fathom the Thunder coach's intentions. Was the Thunder team intentionally underperforming? Regardless, victory in this match was imperative. The Clippers head coach silently resolved this in his mind before shouting to his teammates. DeAndre Jordan and Griffin, give them a fierce fight. We must not allow them to narrow the score. Rest assured, coach, we will not let them catch up. DeAndre Jordan responded with a confident smile as the momentum surged within the Clippers' ranks. As Westbrook pushed the ball from the backcourt to the front court, Paul initially defended against him. However, Due to the height difference, he signaled for the nearby perimeter players to assist. In truth, Paul aimed to contain the young player from Huaxia, who, despite his lack of experience, did not possess the explosive physicality of Westbrook. For Paul, as long as he could effectively guard the young Huaxia player, there should be no significant issue. After all, in all these years, he had never witnessed a player from Huaxia truly establish themselves in the NBA. Aside from the legendary Yao Ming, Westbrook then called for the center to set a screen, blocking Paul before charging towards the paint from the arc of the three-point line. His speed was astonishing, and he surged forward as if carrying a bundle of dynamite, his face devoid of fear, brimming instead with determination. This is the version of Westbrook they are familiar with. Upon encountering him, Jordan and Griffin swiftly moved to bolster their defense. In this moment, the entire audience was fixated on the scene before them. They were eager to witness whether Westbrook could indeed execute a thunderous dunk over both DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin. As Westbrook leapt into the air, just as he was about to attempt a layup, he unexpectedly passed the ball behind him. Jordan and Griffin were left utterly astonished, completely unprepared for such a maneuver from Westbrook. Throughout the first 2 quarters, they had observed his passing skills, which allowed the perimeter players to receive the ball, albeit with significant open looks. However, the shooting accuracy of the Thunder's other outside players was lamentably poor. Jordan and his companions were not particularly concerned about the Thunder's external threats, especially that player from Huaxia. What did it matter if he passed the ball? They still couldn't make the shot, could they? This time, they were assured of victory. A sardonic smile adorned Jordan's face, while Griffin displayed no concern whatsoever, as if that Huaxia player posed no threat at all. In their eyes, the combat capabilities of Huaxia's players were notably lacking. Not only did they possess inferior physical attributes, but their fundamental skills also paled in comparison to those of the average NBA player. The ball was securely nestled in Su Bei's hands. Without a trace of emotion on his face, Su Bei faced his defender and executed a jump shot with grace reminiscent of the legendary Tracy McGrady. Utilizing his height advantage, he took the shot directly. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Was this Huaxia player truly out of his mind? Did he genuinely believe he could make that shot? The fans buzzed with chatter, particularly the Clippers supporters, who regarded the Thunder's Huaxia player with disdain. They paid him no heed whatsoever. However, in the next instant, a swish echoed through the arena. The sweet sound of the basketball, finding its mark, reverberated throughout the venue. All eyes widened in disbelief. He had actually made it. A three-pointer. The score between the Clippers and the Thunder stood at 78-68. Even Coach Donovan felt a surge of tension, particularly as the ball soared through the air. It wasn't until the ball swished through the net that Coach Donovan unleashed a powerful fist pump in celebration. The significance of this three-pointer cannot be overstated. The current deficit is merely 10 points, signifying that they still have the potential to close the gap in the fourth quarter. However, only 2 minutes remain in the third quarter. On the other hand, the Clippers players are left in a state of disbelief. The Thunder's other perimeter players have scarcely managed to make a three-pointer from wide-open positions, having succeeded only once or twice. Yet, who could have anticipated that this player from Huaxia would step onto the court and instantly sink a three-pointer? It struck like a dagger to the heart of the Clippers, delivering a devastating blow. Coach Rivers of the Clippers was left motionless on the sidelines. This player from Huaxia possesses remarkable talent. Although the score may have narrowed, it could very well be attributed to a stroke of luck. Indeed, he has opened the game with a splendid three-pointer. Should he manage to sink a few more consecutive shots from beyond the arc, the Thunder may well respond vigorously. However, based on my understanding of the player Su Bei, his shooting accuracy is not particularly reliable. His forthcoming performance will be telling. After witnessing the previous play, Yang Yi remarked softly. The dismal display by Su Bei during his tenure with the Warriors was still fresh in their minds. It may simply have been a fortunate shot. While it contributed to alleviating a minor crisis for the Thunder, had that three-pointer not gone in, their momentum would have undoubtedly diminished further, as Kufan explained. Maina's exquisite eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. Who could have anticipated that Su Bei would immediately score a three-pointer upon entering the game? On the court, Westbrook exchanged a high five with Su Bei, his face beaming with joy as he exclaimed, "Your shooting is simply phenomenal. Had that shot missed, we might have faced a greater deficit." Westbrook wore a furrowed brow, realizing that relying solely on his own efforts would not lead the team far. "Whenever you find yourself open, pass me the ball. I assure you I can make the shot," Westbrook declared. "I believe you now," he replied with a nod. As the possession shifted, Paul methodically advanced the ball up the court, his gaze filled with determination. Had he been defending that last shot, he might have intercepted the ball from this Huaxia player. Perhaps this young talent was simply in a better rhythm today. Nevertheless, such thoughts no longer mattered. Their singular focus was on securing victory in this match. Paul first signaled for DeAndre Jordan to set a screen for him. At that moment, Su Bei remained intensely focused on defending Paul. DeAndre Jordan positioned himself to Su Bei's left, using his imposing physique as a barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Paul deftly maneuvered the ball to his left, prompting Su Bei to swiftly navigate around DeAndre Jordan. At that moment, young Jordan charged towards the paint. Observing this move from the youthful player, Paul couldn't help but smile slightly. "Ah, you are still quite young," he mused, as he lofted the ball high towards Jordan. Su Bei, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly pursued. Adams, noticing Jordan's drive towards the basket, rushed to intercept. Jordan's eyes sparkled with unyielding determination. In the Penguin livestream, commentator Yang E exclaimed in astonishment, "Is young Jordan about to dunk over Adams? With his vertical leap, it is entirely possible." All eyes turned towards Jordan, while the Clippers fans rose in anticipation, eager to witness the spectacle of Jordan soaring above his opponent. There was no doubt that Jordan could dunk over Adams. Unbeknownst to him, Su Bei was hot on his heels. With a surge of confidence, Jordan leapt into the air, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Adams, raising both arms, also leapt in an attempt to thwart Jordan's ascent. "Is that really enough to stop me?" Jordan silently pondered as he soared higher. In that electrifying moment, a resounding thud echoed as Jordan collided with Adams. This caused Xiao Qiao to lose her balance entirely, leading her right hand to transfer the ball to her left in an attempt to execute a layup. Just as this young Jordan was on the verge of success, an imposing hand suddenly emerged from behind. The spectators, upon witnessing this, rose to their feet, their eyes wide with astonishment, profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them. Chapter 15. The Dunk over Griffin. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as the basketball was forcefully swatted away by Su Bei. At this moment, little Jordan found himself on the ground, utterly bewildered, trembling. Even now, he can hardly believe that he was blocked by a player from China. A disgrace. This is nothing short of a disgrace. Not only is DeAndre Jordan despondent, but the other players of the Clippers are also in a state of numbness. The head coach of the Clippers cradles his head in despair as the deficit dwindles to a mere 10 points. The score between the Clippers and the Thunder stands at 78-68. As the ball has been swatted away by Su Bei, possession remains with the Clippers. At this moment, DeAndre Jordan's expression has darkened significantly, his heart brimming with rage. Who could have anticipated that a player from Huaxia would block him? Coldly, DeAndre mutters, "You'd better watch out. Soon enough, you will learn the consequences of crossing me." He frantically calls for the ball from Chris Paul, eager to reclaim his pride through a one-on-one confrontation. Consequently, DeAndre begins to defend against Su Bei, occasionally engaging in physical tussles that leave Su Bei feeling quite uncomfortable, especially when the referees are oblivious. Meanwhile, in the Penguin live broadcast, Yang E can't help but smile at the unfolding drama. It appears that Su Bei has thoroughly provoked DeAndre Jordan. Who would have thought Su Bei would deliver such a resounding block? For DeAndre, this ignites a fire within, as he senses the provocation from Su Bei. However, given Su Bei's physique, if he can withstand DeAndre's challenges, he may just secure his place in the NBA. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of good fortune that allowed him to sink a three-pointer. Let us see how many points he can accumulate in this match. Yang E softly remarks that from the onset of the game, he believed the Clippers would emerge victorious. Even now, both Kufan and Yang E are convinced that the Clippers can triumph over the Thunder. Let us continue to observe the game. Look, DeAndre is now matched up against Su Bei. How intriguing, truly fascinating. This has undoubtedly piqued the interest of both Yang E and Kufan. Furthermore, the fans of the Clippers could not help but indulge in jest upon witnessing the unfolding events. One cannot help but wonder what the Chinese player was thinking, challenging DeAndre Jordan to a one-on-one confrontation. Surely, Jordan would impart a lesson, making it clear that the NBA is not a place for the faint of heart. This Chinese player merely enjoyed a stroke of luck, having made a single three-pointer. Had he missed, he would have been swiftly substituted. Let us anticipate how Jordan will execute a dunk over this player. "Ha ha ha," exclaimed the Clippers fans. On the court, as DeAndre Jordan received the ball, he immediately began to back down Su Bei. The moment he turned to attempt a fadeaway jumper, the other Clippers players were confident in Jordan's ability, given the one-on-one nature of the encounter. However, a sharp crack echoed as Su Bei successfully intercepted the ball. Jordan stood dumbfounded. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Su Bei swiftly passed the ball to the perimeter where Russell Westbrook awaited. Seizing the opportunity, Westbrook surged towards the backcourt with remarkable speed, his eyes ablaze with determination. Before anyone could react, he thundered into the paint, delivering a powerful two-handed dunk. The Thunder fans erupted in jubilant cheers, leaping with delight, their faces aglow with happiness. MBN. 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 The sound of the MVN resonated throughout the venue. This exemplifies the fervent admiration the Thunder fans harbor for Westbrook. A radiant smile graced Westbrook's face as he cast a glance towards Su Bei. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, exchanging a celebratory high five. Thank you, Su Bei. Your passing is simply exceptional. At this moment, the score between the Clippers and the Thunder stood at 78-70, narrowing the gap to a mere 8 points. Even Coach Donovan, seated courtside, could not restrain himself from throwing a punch in sheer exhilaration. What a satisfying turn of events. With just 1 minute remaining in the third quarter, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The Clippers' head coach called for a timeout, utterly taken aback by the Thunder's rapid ascent in points. If he did not act swiftly, the Thunder might very well overtake them by the end of the third quarter or the start of the fourth. The expression on the Clippers' coach grew increasingly grave. What on earth is happening in this game? We had such a commanding lead, and now they are closing in on us. Is it all because of that kid from Huaxia? The coach's face reflected his reluctance. After all, they had established a significant advantage in the first and second quarters. He had envisioned that if they could extend the lead to over 20 points in the fourth quarter, the substitutes could take to the court. Yet, who could have anticipated that the situation would sour so dramatically since the introduction of that young Huaxia player at the end of the third quarter? This compelled the head coach of the Clippers to call for an immediate timeout. Can you not manage even a single player from Huaxia? Allowing them to chase points continuously will undoubtedly elevate their team's morale. DeAndre Jordan, regardless of the methods you employ, you must ensure that you guard that Huaxia player. Do you possess the confidence to do so? The Clippers' head coach lifted his gaze slightly, directing a piercing look toward DeAndre Jordan. He was determined to secure victory in this match, and any oversight was unacceptable. Rest assured, coach, that momentary lapse was merely an anomaly. As long as I staunchly defend that Huaxia player, he cannot possibly score in my presence, DeAndre Jordan confidently asserted, thumping his chest in front of his coach and teammates. Paul patted DeAndre Jordan on the shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his face. Do not fret excessively. He is merely a young lad from Huaxia. However, you must remain vigilant, for I sense there is something unusual about this player from Huaxia. DeAndre Jordan paused momentarily, pondering the notion that a player from Huaxia posed little threat. Even though he had just made a three-pointer, it felt like mere fortune. Meanwhile, Coach Donovan was infused with excitement. He believed that if Su Bei teamed up with Westbrook at this very moment, they might indeed clinch victory, though only a minute remained and they faced an 88-point deficit. The score between the Clippers and the Thunder stood at 78-70. The other players exhibited an unwavering fighting spirit. Let us seize this damned game. Did you hear that? Coach Donovan shouted at them, emphasizing their need to prove themselves in this match. Westbrook surveyed his teammates and declared, "Brothers, we shall triumph in this game." Upon returning to the court, Westbrook and Su Bei exchanged a glance, sharing a subtle smile. Their previous collaboration had been exceptionally harmonious. Su Bei, should I penetrate and find you open, feel free to call for the ball. I will deliver it to you without delay. At this moment, Westbrook had complete faith in Su Bei's shooting ability. Su Bei responded with an affirmative gesture. On the Clippers' side, Paul advanced the ball, leveraging a screen to pass it to DeAndre Jordan. Upon facing Su Bei's defense, a smirk of disdain crept upon his lips. This time, he would certainly not make the same mistake as before. Facing Su Bei, he executed a remarkable maneuver, charging directly towards the basket with astonishing speed. The center inside rushed to assist, and the two collided. Ultimately, little Jordan failed to score, a flicker of frustration evident on his face. He was perplexed, wondering why his performance was so lackluster today. Once the center secured the ball, he passed it to Westbrook, while Su Bei swiftly sprinted back to the defensive end. As he ran, he could feel the blood in his veins boiling, seemingly granting him boundless strength. Is this what they call talent without the ball? A question lingered in Su Bei's mind. Continuously running, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he sensed an overwhelming vitality coursing through his body. This exhilarated Su Bei. Utilizing the center screen, he surged forward. At that moment, Westbrook, witnessing the scene, swiftly passed the ball. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Time was fleeting. with only a few seconds remaining until the conclusion of the third quarter. Meanwhile, the expression on the face of the trailing DeAndre Jordan gradually grew grim. Observing the figure of the young Chinese player before him, he found his breath becoming increasingly labored, completely unprepared for the astonishing speed at which this individual was sprinting. What manner of creature is this? Its speed is astonishing. Su Bei leaped into the air, catching the basketball with both hands. Confronted by the formidable defense of Clippers center Griffin, Su Bei resembled a fierce beast, devoid of any fear. Yang Yi, watching from the Penguin Live broadcast, was utterly astonished. His mouth agape. What is Su Bei attempting? Is he really going to dunk over Griffin? How can that be possible? Not only Yang Yi, but also Ko Fan and Mena, who were beside him, were equally stunned by the spectacle before them. They could hardly fathom that Su Bei was capable of such a feat, especially in conjunction with Westbrook. This is evidently aimed at undermining Griffin. Thank you to all the esteemed readers for your unwavering support, as I am currently pinning this novel from my bed, progressing rather slowly. Chapter 16. Breaching the defense. All eyes in the room were fixated on Su Bei and Griffin. They could scarcely believe that this scene was unfolding before them. Suddenly, a loud clang resonated throughout the venue. Griffin collapsed to the ground, his body overwhelmed by a sense of pain. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that such an event was transpiring right before him. How is this possible? How could he possess such formidable power? Griffin shook his head, finding it hard to believe. Not only Griffin, but even the other players of the Clippers were profoundly shaken by the sight before them, their hearts deeply impacted by the prowess of the Chinese players. What manner of creature is this fellow? At this moment, the third quarter has officially concluded. The score between the Clippers and the Thunder stands at 78-72. Only 6 minutes remain. Upon witnessing this, Coach Donovan was nearly overcome with joy, on the verge of leaping from his seat. This instilled in him a glimmer of hope for the Thunder's potential comeback, assuring him that victory on the court was within reach. The other players of the Clippers were taken aback as they helped Griffin to his feet. They could sense his bewilderment. Are you all right, Griffin? Who would have thought that the young player from Huaxia could be so audacious? By the final day, he must be brought down. DeAndre Jordan felt an overwhelming rage bubbling within him. Thus far, he had failed to contain the Huaxia player. Had he been a fraction quicker, perhaps such a scene could have been avoided. Paul gave Griffin a pat on the back. Are you fine? It's just a poster dunk, right? We can always return the favor. What does a mere Huaxia player think? Do they truly believe we cannot defeat them? Upon hearing his teammates' encouragement, Griffin nodded, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. He knew he had to reclaim everything he had lost moments ago. The Clippers' head coach wore an exceedingly grim expression. He had not anticipated that, by the second half, the Thunder would be closing in on their score. If this continued, they would surely face defeat on the Thunder's home ground. The pivotal factor was the presence of that Huaxia player, which had altered the dynamics of the game. Coach Rivers directed his gaze toward the Huaxia player on the Thunder's side, his expression laden with significance. To this point, he remained unaware of the true capabilities of this player. Initially, he had only seen the name of the Huaxia player, which had astonished him. However, upon further reflection, he had deemed it improbable that the Huaxia player would take to the court. Yet, here he was, and now the score was nearly level. This is precisely why the head coach of the Clippers felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Regardless of the circumstances, we currently maintain a 6-point lead as we enter the final quarter. It is imperative that we secure this victory, even with the presence of Chinese players. Let us not forget that their physical prowess is considerably inferior to ours. The Clippers coach exchanged a meaningful glance with DeAndre Jordan, who nodded in understanding, aware of his responsibilities. Play well. Keep pushing, Su Bei. We undoubtedly have a chance to clinch this victory. Westbrook, remember that if you break through and face a double team, your first option must be to pass the ball to Su Bei. Coach Donovan has recognized Su Bei's shooting consistency. If he can sink just 2 3-pointers, we could easily erase this 6-point deficit. It's merely a matter of 2 opportunities. Rest assured, Coach, I fully comprehend what I need to do. Westbrook patted his chest and turned his gaze towards Su Bei, reassuring him, don't be too anxious. We believe in you and know you can put the ball in the basket. Su Bei nodded, his expression devoid of any panic. At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Bei's mind, ding. Congratulations, host, for dunking over Griffin. You are awarded 100 talent points. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Bei's eyes as he had not anticipated such a swift reward from the system. He pondered inwardly about the magnitude of the reward if he managed to fully subdue Griffin. His anticipation for the final quarter of the game grew. Meanwhile, in the Penguin live broadcast room, Yang Yi and Ku Fan were unable to contain their excitement. They had not expected that Su Bei, a player from China, would play such a pivotal role in this match, even producing a memorable moment by dunking over Griffin. They were astonished by Su Bei's remarkable capabilities and questioned whether he would take the court in the next quarter. Ku Fan inquired, noting that Su Bei was the only Chinese player in the entire NBA at that moment. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses and replied, without a doubt, Su Bei will play in the next quarter. His current form is exceptionally hot. I still can't fathom how he managed to dunk over Griffin. That is Griffin we're talking about. If he continues to perform well in these games, Su Bei will certainly remain in the NBA. Players like him often spend ample time on the ground, occasionally yearning to pluck stars from the sky. A faint smile graced Yang Yi's lips. However, the Thunder were currently trailing. It remained to be seen how they would perform in the final quarter. Let us continue to observe. I have a strong inclination that the Thunder are poised to seize victory in this match. At this moment, Ku Fan appears to be convinced of the Thunder's potential to triumph. Initially, he held the belief that the Clippers would maintain a steady dominance over the Thunder. One must not underestimate the situation. The Clippers trio is not easily vanquished. And let us not forget the presence of Paul. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Yang Yi's lips. Although the Thunder are indeed closing the gap, they have yet to truly catch up. The final quarter has commenced. The Thunder's supporters have risen in unison, enveloped in an exhilarating fervor. Observing the players on the court, the fans fervently chant, MVN, MVN, MVN. The sound reverberates throughout the arena. At this juncture, the Thunder's momentum has reached its zenith. While a hint of resignation is evident on the faces of the Clippers players, they find themselves devoid of significant advantages. Once again, the Thunder regain possession. Upon reaching the front court, Westbrook's eyes are ablaze with determination. He swiftly passes the ball to Su Bei, whose defender is none other than DeAndre Jordan, his gaze brimming with fury. Come on, player from Huaxia, let's see how you intend to break through my defense. Now that you're in the NBA, it's time for you to understand what true confrontation entails. In response to Jordan's taunt, Su Bei's expression remains stoic, yet his inner resolve seems to have been ignited. Are the players from Huaxia truly lacking? As DeAndre Jordan attempts a quick shift, Su Bei deftly maneuvers past him on the right side. Meanwhile, Paul, noticing this, rushes to provide assistance. However, Su Bei's speed is simply too formidable. He advances directly into the paint. Faced with the towering presence of Griffin, Su Bei executes a feigned pass, skillfully sidestepping Griffin before performing a Eurostep layup. The movement flowed seamlessly, akin to a masterclass in execution. The basketball swished through the net, securing 2 points. At this moment, the score between the Clippers and the Thunder stood at 78-74, with merely 4 minutes remaining. What an impressive play. The Clippers players were caught off guard. Coach Donovan was visibly exhilarated. The Clippers fans were left in a state of disbelief, as their defense was effortlessly dismantled. Yang Yi, in the Penguin live broadcast, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is the true essence of speed, especially that deceptive drive that left Griffin momentarily stunned. To everyone's surprise, it was Su Bei who rose to the occasion for the Thunder. Ku Fan and Mena exchanged nods, equally astonished by Su Bei's emergence. Westbrook once again exchanged high fives with Su Bei, his gaze gradually softening. Something felt amiss. This is evidently amiss. Su Bei felt a pang of anxiety as the system's voice echoed in his mind, granting him another 100 talent points. He resolved to exploit Griffin for all he was worth. A wave of joy surged within Su Bei. If this continued, he might amass 1,000 talent points. If he could somehow intercept a few from young Jordan, he might even secure 200 talent points. Su Bei's heart brimmed with anticipation, particularly regarding the words spoken by young Jordan moments ago. Though Su Bei had not voiced any counterarguments, he had already etched those words into his memory. Witnessing Su Bei's demeanor, Oladipo was utterly astonished. How could this player from Huaxia be so formidable in actual combat? At that moment, Oladipo was seated on the bench, observing Su Bei's performance. His gaze turned to his coach, where he noticed a glimmer of appreciation in Coach Donovan's eyes, a recognition of Su Bei, the player from Huaxia. Other Thunder fans were equally thrilled to see a player from Huaxia rising to score for their team. This has instilled a slight fondness for the Huaxia player among them. Indeed, this Huaxia player is quite impressive. Moreover, he possesses a rather handsome appearance. With his fair complexion and tall, slender frame, it is hard not to be captivated. The gazes of some female fans resembled the gentle flow of spring water. Chapter 17. Just 1 point away with only 4 points remaining. Given the current momentum of our Thunder team, there is absolutely no concern. Coach Donovan contemplated this quietly, his gaze resting on Su Bei, revealing a glimmer of admiration. Had it not been for Su Bei's presence, they would have likely suffered a defeat at home against the Clippers. It was not merely a possibility, it was a certainty. After all, both Oladipo and another outside player were not in good form. It was only after Su Bei took the court that there was a semblance of improvement. Go out there and play hard. I refuse to believe these Clippers players can withstand you all. Let us not forget that the Thunder's strongest asset is Westbrook. With Su Bei currently in excellent form, the other players of the Clippers will find it impossible to counter the offensive prowess of the two. Coach Donovan fervently encouraged the Thunder players from the sidelines, continuously making adjustments. Victory in this first match was imperative. Clippers Paul pushed the ball up the court, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. He had not anticipated the Thunder's counterattack would be this swift. They were now merely 4 points away. Should the Thunder catch up, they would surpass them. The Thunder's defensive state was exceptionally robust, their eyes brimming with indomitable spirit, akin to a beast confronting its prey, unwilling to relent. Regardless of their attempts to penetrate, we must not allow them to breach the inner defense. Even if it requires fouling, they must not pass through. Westbrook turned to address his teammates, the Thunder's momentum reaching its zenith. They had completely forgotten the first half when the Clippers had overwhelmed them. Rest assured, we will not allow any Clippers player to reach us. With that, Paul passed the ball to DeAndre Jordan. Jordan intended to engage in a one-on-one with Su Bei. But the moment he attempted to physically confront Su Bei, he found himself utterly bewildered. Is this fellow's body made of iron? It seems utterly impervious to impact. What on earth is happening? He can feel a sharp pain in his shoulders. Little Jordan displayed an expression of anguish. Upon witnessing this, the other players of the Clippers wore peculiar expressions. What exactly has transpired? Clearly, DeAndre Jordan intended to engage in a confrontation with Su Bei. Yet he now appears to be in considerable distress, almost as if he is in agony. Even Paul senses that something is amiss. After all this time, how can the offensive side still display such expressions of suffering? Ultimately, DeAndre Jordan passed the ball to Griffin inside and then retreated to the perimeter. Are you all right, DeAndre? I'm fine. Upon hearing Jordan's assurance, Paul nodded slightly. Play well, and do not rush. After all, we are still in the lead. At that very moment, the Thunder's center successfully defended against Griffin, seized the rebound, and promptly passed it to Westbrook. At that very moment, the Thunder fans erupted in a frenzy, leaping to their feet with unbridled excitement. They were eager to witness how Westbrook would dismantle the Clippers, their eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Westbrook was nothing short of magnificent, truly the deity of their beloved Thunder. Not only did Westbrook shine, but the Chinese player also delivered an outstanding performance. I found myself particularly drawn to him. His shooting was remarkably consistent, and his defensive awareness was equally impressive. Gradually, the murmurs among the crowd began to reflect a growing admiration for Su Bei, as if they were slowly embracing the idea of a Chinese player on their team. Yet, this was merely a single game. Should Su Bei falter in the next match, these very fans would not hesitate to turn against him, their praise swiftly morphing into scorn. Respect on the court is fleeting. It must be earned again and again through relentless excellence. Westbrook and Su Bei sprinted side by side, their eyes burning with determination. Their speed left the Clippers scrambling, unable to keep pace. In the next breath, Westbrook dished the ball to Su Bei, who faced off against a Clippers defender. A faint smirk curled Su Bei's lips as the defender glared, disbelief and fury flashing in his eyes. How dare this Chinese player even think of posterizing him? Without hesitation, Su Bei lofted the ball upward. The Clippers player leapt, but his reach fell short. Meanwhile, Westbrook soared, snatching the ball mid-air before slamming it through the hoop with thunderous force. The rim groaned in protest, and from the stands, the deafening chant rose, MVP, MVP. This is a testament to the respect and admiration for Westbrook. Upon witnessing this scene, the other players of the Clippers displayed a hint of helplessness. Whenever Westbrook launched a counterattack, they found themselves utterly unable to keep pace. Westbrook joyfully leaped into the air, even mimicking a cradling gesture, his entire being radiating boundless excitement. Su Bei, your feeding of the cake has been exquisite. Will I be able to enjoy it like this again next time? Of course, no problem. Su Bei replied with a subtle smile. The Clippers player, just moments ago, had all his attention focused solely on himself. This is precisely why Su Bei passed the ball to Westbrook on the opposite side. Initially, Westbrook made a self-pass, fully aware that he wished to assist Su Bei in quickly scoring some points. After all, such an accomplishment would ensure he would not face the coach's dismissal. Deep within, Su Bei felt a profound gratitude towards Westbrook, his good brother. Although they had only spent a few days together, he sensed that Westbrook genuinely desired to forge a friendship with him, leading them to appear as if they had become the best of brothers. Damn it, that was just careless, a player from the Clippers lamented. At that moment, the score between the Clippers and the Thunder stood at 78-76, a mere 2 points apart. Yang Yi, watching the Penguin livestream, was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly contain his astonishment. Is this truly the same young man from Huaxia Su Bei, whom he had come to know? His prowess surpassed even his own expectations. Previously, during his time with the Warriors, he had not demonstrated such efficiency. How had he managed to achieve this upon joining the Thunder? Had a remarkable synergy emerged? It was simply astounding. Kufan, overhearing this, smiled slightly. I initially believed that Coach Donovan of the Thunder would never allow the Huaxia player Su Bei to take the court. Yet who could have anticipated this unexpected turn of events? Such a performance was sufficient for him to remain with the Thunder for a while. However, whether he could secure a long-term position or a substantial contract depended on his continued improvement. They should focus on winning this game first, as determining a player's fate based solely on a single match is nearly impossible. The two men's gazes returned to the unfolding game. Up until now, the Clippers had scarcely managed to score, remaining under the Thunder's relentless pressure. If this continued, the Thunder would inevitably overtake them. A hint of displeasure graced the faces of Paul and DeAndre Jordan. They had been on the verge of winning this game. Yet who could have foreseen the emergence of a Huaxia player, which cast uncertainty over the match's outcome? Let us play well and not rush. We can still win this game. I refuse to believe that the Huaxia player possesses such incredible shooting touch. They were well aware that in any game, certain players might experience an extraordinary shooting streak, sinking every shot with exceptional form. The player in question is now Su Bei. Paul is determined to guard this Huaxia player with the fervor of a young Jordan, relentlessly defending until the latter loses his fiery touch. It is only then that the Clippers can launch their counterattack. Rest assured, leave it to me. I am confident I can contain that Huaxia lad. With merely a few points scored on the court, is such arrogance warranted? A hint of disdain graces little Jordan's face. He remains steadfast in his belief that his individual prowess can effectively suppress the Huaxia player. At this moment, Paul once again propelled the ball forward, and after advancing across the court, he capitalized on a screen set by DeAndre Jordan to successfully score 2 points from the free throw line. This marks the first score for the Clippers in the fourth quarter. The Clippers coach wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved to finally see points on the board. What a spectacle it would have been had they failed to score even a single point. Utter humiliation. The score between the Clippers and the Thunder stands at 80-76, with both teams engaging in a fierce exchange. Westbrook's penetrations are proving sharper than anticipated, presenting a considerable challenge for the Clippers to contain. Truly restraining Westbrook is an exceedingly daunting task. Beyond Westbrook, the threat posed by the sharpshooting player from Huaxia looms large. Each time they double-team Westbrook, he adeptly passes the ball to Su Bei, whose three-point shooting is far more formidable than they could have imagined, hitting 3 consecutive shots without a miss. The Clippers have also capitalized on their inside game to accumulate significant points. As the final 2 minutes approach, the score reads 101-100 in favor of the Clippers. With just 1 point left, a complete turnaround is within reach for the Thunder. DeAndre Jordan stands before Su Bei, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Do you truly believe that the Thunder can sway the Clippers? Such thoughts are nothing short of delusional. Paul, pass me the ball. I intend to give this Huaxia player another lesson. At this moment, Su Bei and Westbrook exchanged a glance. Upon hearing DeAndre Jordan's request, Paul unhesitatingly passed the ball. As the sphere hung in the air, both Westbrook and Su Bei sprang into action simultaneously. Westbrook's primary focus was on the ball, while Su Bei, without a second thought, dashed towards the backcourt. The spectators were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the actions of the Chinese player. Suddenly, a resounding clap echoed as Westbrook intercepted the ball. A smile gracing his lips as he launched a powerful long pass, striking back at the Clippers players. DeAndre Jordan stood frozen, his scalp tingling. He had never anticipated that Westbrook could pull off such an interception. Chapter 18. The final assault. What had led to this situation against the Thunder players? DeAndre Jordan watched in disbelief as Su Bei charged toward the backcourt. Su Bei leaped into the air, executing a powerful dunk. 2 points secured. 101-102. The Clippers found themselves surpassed by the Thunder. Although it was merely a 1-point lead, it bore a significant sting, a sharp insult. The Clippers head coach, witnessing this turn of events, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could hardly comprehend how they had squandered such a considerable advantage. The Thunder fans and players erupted in exhilaration at this moment. Some players were already high-fiving Su Bei in celebration. We've taken the lead. We can win this game with just over a minute left if we play well, Su Bei declared to Westbrook and the other players, his eyes radiating clarity and confidence. His performance was nothing short of remarkable. Meanwhile, in the Penguin livestream, Yang shook his head in disbelief, at a loss for words. Su Bei's display was astonishing. And if he continued in this vein, his future seemed boundless. Let us not forget, Su Bei's prior performance with the Warriors was dismal, Yang cautioned. I fear that while he shines brilliantly today, he might falter in the next game. Ku Fan adjusted his glasses, expressing skepticism about Su Bei's ability to maintain such a level of excellence. Acknowledging the undeniable disparity in physical attributes and fundamentals between Chinese players and their American counterparts in the NBA. This is the realm of dreams for those endowed with the gift of basketball. Yet, among those who arrive here, who is not a prodigy? As the clock dwindles to a mere minute, possession belongs to the Clippers. Paul meticulously advances the ball, intent on controlling the tempo of the offense. Their strategy is to exhaust the shot clock before executing a basket, subsequently transitioning to defense. At this moment, DeAndre Jordan exhibits newfound composure. Despite having recently committed a significant error, he acknowledges his misstep and is determined to rectify it. He cannot fathom being outperformed by that player from Huaxia. What gives him the right to surpass me? His physical prowess does not exceed mine. His explosiveness and speed are not superior. DeAndre's heart brims with resentment and confusion. Paul passes the ball into the paint, yet the Thunder's interior defense proves to be more formidable than anticipated. Consequently, the Clippers center dishes the ball to DeAndre Jordan. Without a moment's hesitation, he drives straight through. Confronted by a double team from two Thunder players, he ultimately manages to release the ball. At that instant, the referee's whistle pierces the air. The ball swishes through the net. Witnessing this, DeAndre becomes exuberantly audacious, even celebrating in front of Westbrook and Su Bei, deliberately provoking them. Standing before Su Bei, DeAndre declares, "This is our Clippers' territory. Even in your home court, we shall prevail, no matter how hard you strive. Victory will elude you." The onlookers, upon witnessing this spectacle, widen their eyes in disbelief, their expressions rife with disappointment. Particularly the Thunder fans, who never anticipated such an outcome. How could a foul be called? The Clippers were trailing the Thunder by a single point, yet with this play converting into a three-point opportunity, they would leap ahead by 2. Though a glimmer of hope remains, the odds of victory appear bleak. At that moment, DeAndre Jordan began his free throw. After dribbling the ball a few times and facing the distractions from the Thunder fans, he confidently made the shot. The score between the Clippers and the Thunder stood at 104-102. Most significantly, Jordan had executed a three-point play, allowing the Clippers to take the lead by 2 points. The Clippers head coach, witnessing this, became visibly exhilarated and promptly called a final timeout to strategize. Now, it was truly a critical juncture. One had to wonder who on the Thunder would take the final shot. If they failed to secure a game-winning play, they would lose their first match. Yet, I sensed that it would undoubtedly be Westbrook taking the shot. It was not just my belief. Perhaps the Clippers coach also anticipated that the Thunder would entrust Westbrook with the final attempt. Hence, the primary defensive focus for the Clippers would be to contain Westbrook. Yang displayed a hint of resignation before breaking into a smile. It seemed my initial prediction was accurate. I still believed the Clippers would triumph in this match. Everyone in the Penguin live broadcast room shared the sentiment that the Clippers would emerge victorious. The final possession was entrusted to Westbrook. Coach Donovan had devised a strategy, aiming for a three-pointer. After all, a game winner against the Clippers would be the ultimate blow. All the Thunder players fixed their gazes upon Westbrook, their eyes brimming with unwavering trust. "This final shot is yours, Westbrook. Do not worry. You are inherently a clutch player," Donovan said, slightly lifting his head to address Westbrook in a solemn tone. Westbrook nodded earnestly. Should he face heavy defense, he would pass the ball to Su Bei, confident in his ability to make the shot. Westbrook's gaze shifted to Su Bei, his lips curling into a subtle yet assured smile. The other Thunder players widened their eyes in disbelief at Westbrook's declaration. Entrusting the final shot to Su Bei? They were well aware of Su Bei's outstanding performance in this game. However, if Su Bei were to handle the last shot and falter, what would become of them? They would inevitably face defeat. Such a result is beyond their endurance. Moreover, this is their home ground, where the Thunder fans eagerly await. All the fans anticipate that Westbrook will execute a perfect shot. Coach Donovan, upon hearing this, momentarily paused in surprise. If two defenders are closing in on you, and an opportunity arises on the left for Su Bei, then pass the ball to him, can the Thunder secure a victory at home? This match rests upon the shoulders of the two of you. I sincerely hope you will deliver and score. Coach Donovan spoke earnestly, as this is their inaugural home game, and losing is not an option. Westbrook and Su Bei exchanged glances, smiles gracing their lips. As the timeout concluded, they returned to the sidelines. Paul leaned towards DeAndre Jordan and instructed, "You must staunchly defend Westbrook. Do not place much emphasis on that player from Washia, for the final shot will not likely be entrusted to him. He has never faced such a scenario, and the first choice will undoubtedly be Westbrook for the last attack." Listening to Paul's words, DeAndre nodded seriously. Both Paul and DeAndre's gazes settled on Westbrook, while the others initiated one-on-one defenses. The Thunder's center began the inbounds pass. In that instant, Westbrook and Su Bei surged forward simultaneously, leaving everyone uncertain as to who would receive the final shot. However, following the coach's strategy, they ultimately assigned two players to defend Westbrook, as the threat from the other players was minimal. The moment Westbrook received the ball, he intended to shoot, but to his surprise, he was double-teamed, leaving him with no viable shooting opportunity. Meanwhile, Su Bei was positioned at the left three-point line, unnoticed by defenders. Westbrook swiftly passed the ball to him. Observers were taken aback at this turn of events. Players from the Clippers bench rose in a flurry of anxiety. Who could have anticipated that the ball would be passed to the Huaxia player? In the Penguin livestream, Yang Yi and Ku Fan gasped in disbelief. How could the ball be passed to Su Bei? Is this an opportunity for him to clinch the game? Yang Yi and Ku Fan struggled to comprehend the situation. The next moment, the Clippers center rushed towards Su Bei. As Su Bei received the ball, he was not facing the basket, but was instead angled towards Westbrook. Upon receiving the pass, the Clippers center leaped into action. In that moment, Su Bei leaned back abruptly. The backdrop was picturesque. Upon witnessing this, the audience collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes imbued with a hint of fervent hope. At the instant of his backward motion, Su Bei exerted every ounce of strength to launch the ball. Uncertain of its trajectory, the spectators rose in unison, their eyes fixated on the sphere as it traced a graceful arc through the air. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the backboard and seamlessly swished through the net. At that moment, the fans of the Thunder witnessed the exhilarating climax as the score between the Clippers and the Thunder reached a riveting 104-105. It went in. Westbrook made the shot. In the Penguin live broadcast, both Yang Yi and Ku Fan couldn't help but exclaim in delight. This truly astonished both of them. Just moments ago, Su Bei had no frame at all, and they were completely oblivious to how he achieved it. Westbrook hurriedly ran over to Su Bei, exchanging a high-five with him, his face illuminated by a beaming smile. "Su Bei, you are absolutely incredible. I never imagined you could make it in. That backward shot was simply magnificent. We won. Our Thunder team has triumphed." The Thunder fans erupted in jubilant cheers, leaping with joy. Meanwhile, the players of the Clippers were utterly bewildered. They had not anticipated such an outcome. One by one, their gazes fell upon that young man from Huaxia. Clearly, the Clippers center had been defending against him. But who could have foreseen that the trajectory of the ball would be so high, and that it would find its mark? This is utterly infuriating. DeAndre Jordan was so enraged that he felt like smashing the locker room. Chapter 19, Green's Contempt. The players of the Thunder began to exchange pleasantries with the Clippers. "We simply had a stroke of bad luck this time. Next time, you certainly won't enjoy such fortune." DeAndre Jordan remained unconvinced, his gaze fixed upon Westbrook, who was reveling in victory. "When we visit your home court next time, you'll be the one saying these things." A faint smile graced Westbrook's lips, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, the true hero of this match was undoubtedly Su Bei. At that moment, a female reporter in a form-fitting dress approached Su Bei, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her features were exquisite, particularly her captivating almond-shaped eyes, which were exceptionally alluring. "Hello, I am Xia, a reporter from Huaxia. May I interview you?" and Xia spoke with confidence and poise, her gentle smile radiating warmth, making her seem incredibly approachable. Su Bei was momentarily taken aback upon noticing her, then returned her smile politely. Of course. What are your thoughts and feelings regarding this match? I would say my performance was satisfactory, but I have yet to fully showcase my capabilities, Su Bei replied earnestly, as he believed there was still much for him to learn. It was not merely about executing three-pointers, which, although lethal, were not the sole aspect of a player's arsenal. A player must possess a multitude of skills, otherwise they would undoubtedly become a target. Upon hearing this, and Xia chuckled softly, surprised by Su Bei's lack of modesty. Wasn't that satisfactory? You scored a total of 11 points in the final quarter. That is acceptable. Perhaps in the next match, you will witness my true prowess, Su Bei said, casting a deep glance at Xia before adding softly. And what are your views on joining the Thunder? I believe every player on the Thunder is quite diligent, and soon you will witness our true strength. We remain a team with championship potential, Su Bei asserted earnestly, microphone in hand. Upon hearing this, Xia was momentarily taken aback before proceeding to interview Westbrook. In the Penguin live broadcast, Yang Yi remarked quietly, this time, Su Bei has truly proven himself. He played exceptionally well. If he maintains such performance in the next match, perhaps the Thunder will consider renewing his contract. Ko Fan adjusted his glasses and remarked, it is merely one commendable performance. The next adversary will not be the Clippers. The crux of the matter lies in Su Bei's unexpectedly fiery touch, a factor that caught many by surprise. Indeed, this may be a stroke of fortune. Should he lack such finesse in the forthcoming match, his time on the court could be quite limited. Yang Yi reiterated softly. In his view, Su Bei's physical attributes, combined with his innate talent, do not suffice for a lasting presence in the NBA. After all, it is widely believed that players from Huaxia possess inferior physicality. Let us eagerly anticipate the next game. After all, he is our sole representative from Huaxia in the NBA. Yet, I remain skeptical of Su Bei's assertion regarding the Thunder's championship potential. What if this victory was merely a matter of luck? The Clippers initially held a significant lead over the Thunder. From my perspective, the Thunder does not yet possess the caliber of a championship team. Yang Yi felt that Su Bei exhibited excessive confidence during the recent interview. Ko Fan nodded in agreement with Yang Yi's sentiments. While Su Bei does exhibit some talent, it is not particularly substantial. The match clearly demonstrated that his forte lies in three-point shooting. What if his form falters in the next game? Thus, only through forthcoming contests can we truly gauge his capabilities. Nevertheless, he is indeed the only player from Huaxia in the NBA, and I sincerely hope he continues to thrive in this league. Meanwhile, Mena smiled sweetly, her enchanting eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion as they fixated on Su Bei on the screen, her lips curving into a gentle smile. As Su Bei and the others entered the locker room, all eyes were upon him, not a trace of mockery or disdain, but rather an atmosphere of respect. This was indeed the first occasion when they witnessed the remarkable prowess of a player from Huaxia. Su Bei, your performance today was nothing short of extraordinary. Had you not participated, we might have faced a considerable deficit against the Clippers, one might have speculated. To their astonishment, in the latter half, you turned the tide and led us to victory. Westbrook approached Su Bei, his demeanor softened by a gentle smile. He placed a reassuring hand on Su Bei's shoulder and earnestly remarked. At that moment, Westbrook had already acknowledged and embraced Su Bei as a member of the Thunder. It was merely a stroke of luck, Su Bei humbly replied, still oblivious to who their next adversary would be. The primary reason for this was that no one had initially taken the time to study him. This turn of events was indeed unexpected, leaving the Clippers in utter disarray. Westbrook and Su both embraced, reassuring one another. With your current form, regardless of our opponents, our Thunder team can certainly triumph over them. The other players chimed in unison, Thunder will prevail. We fear no adversary. If we continue to play like this, perhaps we can still reach the finals. Against the Warriors, we shall not falter. Westbrook spoke softly, his gaze intensely earnest. Had it not been for that fateful game, they might have secured their first championship, yet now Durant has departed, leaving Westbrook to lead the Thunder alone. At that moment, Coach Donovan approached with an expression of triumphant satisfaction. Deep within, he believed that securing Su Bei's contract had indeed been a fortuitous decision. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom how they might have emerged victorious in this match. Most notably, Su Bei's proficiency from beyond the arc was nothing short of extraordinary. Given even a modicum of space, he was capable of sinking the shot with remarkable precision. In this game, Su Bei astonishingly accrued over 10 points, along with 3 rebounds. This greatly pleased Coach Donovan. Oladipo, if your performance remains this lackluster, it is highly likely that Su Bei will be the starter in the next game. Each of you exhibits the same demeanor. Should your shooting be off, I will promptly substitute you. I maintain a firm sense of fairness towards every player. And I expect each of you to diligently train every day, ensuring that you do not falter during games. What I value most is the tangible results each player achieves on the court. Regardless of how intensely you train off the court, if you underperform during the game, substitution is inevitable. Coach Donovan's eyes were filled with seriousness. His objective was to lead the Thunder players to victory. The other players collectively inhaled sharply, understanding precisely what their coach desired. If their performances were subpar, they could indeed be replaced by those on the bench. Upon hearing this, Oladipo's expression turned exceedingly uncomfortable. However, this situation necessitated that he recalibrate his state of play. He did not harbor any resentment towards the players from Huaxia. Rather, it was his own performance that fell short. Had he played better, he would not have been at risk of being substituted for a Huaxia player. Oladipo clenched his fists slightly, his gaze resolute. Upon returning, he was determined to train rigorously. The other players felt the same way, having altered their perceptions of the Huaxia players. Meanwhile, news from the beautiful country reported on the NBA, revealing the unexpected triumph of a Huaxia player who single-handedly turned the tide to win the game. Is this still the Huaxia player I know? Leading the Thunder to victory over the Clippers. This season, the Thunder team has undergone a remarkable transformation. It remains uncertain whether they can surpass the Warriors. A myriad of topics has emerged, particularly due to the Chinese players becoming a focal point of discussion. Furthermore, with Durant now joining the Warriors, such topics are even more captivating. This revelation sparked anticipation among the masses for the impending clash between the Thunder and the Warriors. Meanwhile, Green, while surfing the web, stumbled upon this news and couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. Just a victory over the Clippers. And that young lad from Huaxia genuinely believes he has showcased his true prowess? If he were to face our Warriors, we would dismantle them within the first 3 quarters. I truly yearn to encounter your Thunder, to witness the extent of your current capabilities. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Green remained steadfast in his belief that the Warriors still possessed championship caliber. With Durant on their roster, no team could possibly hope to defeat them. In the entire Western Conference, there seemed to be no worthy adversary. The only conceivable threat was the Rockets, he mused, and subsequently commented beneath the article. Just a lad from Huaxia. One game cannot reveal his true abilities. After a few more matches, you will see just how underwhelming he truly is. Do you genuinely believe you can clinch the championship? When you face our Warriors, such words will vanish. After composing his comment, Green smiled faintly and resumed his training. Meanwhile, a wave of excitement surged across Huaxia. Who could have predicted that Su Bei would stage a remarkable comeback, reminiscent of the era of Jeremy Lin? However, Lin's fleeting moment of glory was just that, fleeting. The question lingered. Could Su Bei sustain his performance? Detractors of Su Bei proliferated online, proclaiming that in the upcoming matches, NBA players would surely reduce him to tears. One game does not equate to arrogance. It is not solely his achievement. Just wait and see. Su Bei will not replicate such brilliance in the next match. On the other side, the players of the Clippers wore expressions of deep concern. They had never anticipated that a significant lead would ultimately be chased down by the Thunder, particularly by a player from Huaxia, which left Jordan and Paul determined to remember that young lad. They vowed not to grant him such an opportunity again. Now that the match has concluded, we should not dwell in despair, but rather strive to improve and identify our shortcomings. Coach Rivers addressed the team earnestly. His primary objective was to uplift the team's morale. How did we allow such a substantial lead to slip away at the last moment? He pondered. Coach, we will rectify this. If we encounter the Thunder again, we assure you that such a situation will not arise, a player responded, filled with determination. The reason for this defeat lies primarily in my failure to adequately defend against that player from Huaxia. Jordan rose to his feet, consumed by self-reproach, pondering that perhaps had he begun his defense earlier, the outcome might have been different. Initially, he had underestimated his opponent, never anticipating that it would ultimately be a young player from Huaxia who would make the decisive shot. Nevertheless, the season has only just commenced, and we still possess opportunities for adjustment. Let us not forget that our ambition is to claim the championship. The head coach of the Clippers addressed everyone, emphasizing that their current lineup adjustments were aimed at securing this year's title. Chapter 20. Opponent, The Trailblazers, Jordan and Paul, along with their teammates, were deeply disheartened by their unexpected loss to the Thunder in the opening match. Had the Thunder still possessed Durant, the defeat would have seemed less ignominious. However, Durant had long departed. Especially at the time of his departure, numerous journalists had commented that the Thunder had plummeted to the lowest tier, as Durant was the premier scorer and the team now lacked offensive firepower. Yet, who could have foreseen that at such a critical juncture, it would be a young player from Huaxia who would rise to the occasion and ultimately lead them to victory over the Clippers? This filled their hearts with remorse and dissatisfaction. Given another opportunity, they would certainly not allow such an easy victory to slip from their grasp. Little Jordan clenched his fists tightly, uncertain of what to do next. Paul gently patted his shoulder and spoke softly. Losing the first game can be considered a blessing. Otherwise, we might have continued to underestimate them, leading to inevitable defeat. Furthermore, it is not yet the playoffs, so there is no need for excessive worry. Let us not forget that our ultimate goal is the championship. Only through rigorous trials and tribulations can we attain that coveted title. I firmly believe our roster is exceptionally well-rounded. As long as we maintain our health, we still possess the strength to contend for the championship. The other players nodded in agreement, aware that although they had lost this time, they were confident that should they face the Thunder again, such a situation would not arise. They remained steadfast in their belief that they could secure the championship title this season. At this moment, Su Bei radiated joy, his face adorned with a gentle smile. However, during the competition, his countenance was devoid of mirth, for he understood the necessity of directing his full attention to the match at hand. The voice of the system echoed within Su Bei's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the first match. Ding! The host is rewarded with 200 talent points. Ding! The subsequent task entails that the host must lead the Thunder team into the playoffs. Ding! The ultimate objective is to secure the championship title for this season. Ding! Does the host accept? Gazing at the system's interface, Su Bei's expression hardened with resolve as he silently uttered two words, I accept. The path to guiding the Thunder team into the playoffs appeared to be a formidable challenge. Yet, with the addition of Westbrook alongside himself, he felt confident in overcoming any obstacles. Su Bei gradually began to coordinate with Westbrook, whose explosive talent, coupled with his lightning speed and ability to penetrate defenses, posed no issues whatsoever. This season, Westbrook has truly reached the pinnacle of his performance. Regardless of the circumstances, he can penetrate defenses at will. Moreover, he possesses a formidable three-point shot. As long as his shooting hand remains hot, securing victory should pose little challenge. However, Su Bei senses a degree of fatigue in his wrist. He dons a wrist brace during every training session, knowing that a single outstanding game will not suffice to impress the coach. Only through a series of commendable performances can his contract be solidified. Within the training facility, all players are diligently honing their skills, confident that they will prevail in their next match. Notably, Westbrook arrives early to commence his training, driven by a persistent thorn in his heart, the departure of Durant to the Warriors. This fuels Westbrook's determination to elevate his game to an apex state, demonstrating to the world that despite Durant's exit from the Thunder, he can still lead the team into the playoffs. In 2 days, they will face the Trailblazers. Coach Donovan approaches them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Do you have confidence in defeating the Blazers? He inquires, aware that the core strength of the Blazers lies in their dynamic backcourt duo. Much like the current Westbrook and Su Bei, their offensive prowess is formidable, particularly that of Lillard, whose long-range shooting is exceptionally accurate, a source of concern for Coach Donovan. McCollum, though not particularly tall, possesses a penetrating ability that rivals Westbrook's. Coach Donovan's gaze settles on Westbrook, who confidently pats his chest and declares, we will undoubtedly triumph over the Blazers. We have already bested the Clippers. What are the Blazers but Lillard and McCollum? And with Su Bei by my side, we two are a formidable backcourt duo. Let us see who is superior. We shall compete. Westbrook's confident smile radiates as he turns his attention to Su Bei. At this moment, Su Bei also turned his gaze towards Westbrook, a smile dancing in his eyes. The other players displayed resolute expressions, filled with confidence in their ability to secure a victory. Coach Donovan, upon witnessing this, refrained from delivering excessive words of encouragement, instead reminding them of the importance of rigorous training. All achievements must manifest on the court, rather than merely in practice sessions. They sought results. Only victories could silence the naysayers. Meanwhile, the Thunder's general manager, Presti, watched the previous game with a beaming smile illuminating his face. His attention shifted to the coaching staff, and he remarked to Coach Donovan, "Your decision to sign that player from Huaxia was undoubtedly the right choice. I never anticipated that this game would hinge on the contributions of our Huaxia player. It fills me with awe. It seems I can once again sense the mystical power of the East enveloping our Thunder team." Presti fervently hoped for the Thunder to reach the playoffs and ultimately seize the coveted championship. The assistant coaching staff also turned their eyes towards Su Bei on the screen, equally astonished. If it weren't for Su Bei's pivotal role, it's unlikely we would have triumphed solely with Westbrook. Indeed, when shall we formalize his contract? The general manager was asked. Let us not rush. Let us observe his performance over the next 2 games. If he maintains stability, we should promptly secure his signature. Presti replied earnestly, his fondness for the Huaxia player growing. Just from this game, one could sense the incredible shooting prowess of the Huaxia player. He might just be the next Curry. We previously fell short against the Warriors. If we encounter them in the playoffs again, we cannot afford a repeat of that scenario. With Durant now with the Warriors, I want to prove that even in his absence, the Thunder can still triumph over them. Presti's voice was laced with frustration. He had hoped to retain Durant, yet he had insisted on joining the Warriors. Should the opportunity arise, he intended to nurture this Huaxia player, whose playing style and physical attributes were commendable. Presti reminded Coach Donovan, ensure he receives ample playing time. Only through on-court performance can we truly gauge his capabilities. Understood, General Manager. I have complete faith in this young Huaxia player, Donovan assured him. Now, let us await the upcoming match against the Trail Blazers in 2 days. Should victory against the Trail Blazers be achieved, we shall proceed to sign him directly. Indeed, Coach Donovan nodded in agreement, while the others turned their attention to Su Bei on the screen. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Trail Blazers had received the news, and upon observing the Thunder's recent match, he felt a profound astonishment. He had not anticipated that within the Thunder's ranks resided a young talent from China, possessing such remarkable court sense. Particularly impressive was the young man's proficiency in three-point shooting, which, when compared to Lillard's long-range attempts, appeared notably steadier. What manner of player is this? His shooting prowess exceeds my expectations, and the primary reason for our victory in this match must be attributed to the lack of awareness concerning this Chinese player. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable to allow him the freedom to shoot three-pointers so effortlessly. As the Trail Blazers head coach sat in his chair, his expression gradually shifted to one of grave concern. This time, he must thoroughly study the player from Huaxia, as the upcoming match is against the Thunder. His greatest fear is this Huaxia player, whose shooting touch remains exceptionally hot. When a player possesses an exceedingly fiery hand, it becomes quite a formidable challenge to defend against him. This is also the most concerning aspect for the Trail Blazers. If they are to secure a victory against the Thunder, they must staunchly defend against this Chinese player, ensuring he does not find his rhythm from beyond the arc. Should they assign Lillard to guard him? The head coach of the Trail Blazers pondered this, realizing that Lillard's height is somewhat lacking compared to the Chinese player, making him less than ideal for the task. However, with only Lillard and McCollum remaining in the backcourt, it seems prudent to have McCollum take on the defensive assignment, allowing Lillard to focus on scoring. After some analysis, the head coach concluded that defeating the Thunder was not an insurmountable challenge. In the upcoming match against them, McCollum, do you feel pressured? A little, but not too much, as I believe our Trail Blazers possess the capability to overcome the Thunder, McCollum quietly replied. Others nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting a confident smile. The Thunder, now without Durant, surely cannot pose a threat, even with Westbrook on their roster. If we apply tight defense against him, he will not be a concern. The head coach of the Trail Blazers nodded in acknowledgement, eagerly anticipating his players' performance on the court, while also curious to gauge the true strength of the Thunder. Chapter 21. Is this luck? The commentary online regarding the Chinese player has erupted. Critics relentlessly disparaged Su Bei, claiming that his recent good performance is merely a fluke. Recalling how he struggled last season with the Warriors, plagued by continuous mistakes, they have since released him, and now he unexpectedly finds himself with the Thunder. Do not rush to judgment. By the second game, you will witness just how underwhelming he truly is. These critics seem to incessantly pound their keyboards, venting their dissatisfaction. Presently, Su Bei stands as the sole Chinese player in the NBA. Should he falter, the critics will be quick to pounce. Su Bei glanced at these comments online with a mere smile. Yet amidst the negativity, one comment stood out. And Xia wrote, "You all are merely indulging in verbal venting. If you were given the opportunity to play in the NBA, how many points do you think you could score?" Su Bei is, without a doubt, the finest Chinese player I have ever witnessed in the NBA. Upon seeing this, Su Bei was momentarily taken aback. The name in Xia seemed to resonate with him, reminiscent of the female journalist who had interviewed him. She was extraordinarily beautiful and possessed an admirable figure. Su Bei never anticipated that while surfing the internet, he would come across in Xia expressing her support for him. This stirred a subtle warmth within him. To those detractors, just wait. I shall render you speechless in due time. Su Bei contemplated inwardly. If he wished to silence his critics, he must cultivate a demeanor of profound melancholy, leaving them with no grounds for reproach. After all, every athlete faces their share of naysayers, who, upon identifying a player's misstep, relentlessly hurl criticism with the fervor of professional detractors. One must never underestimate the fervor of the critics from Huaxia. Meanwhile, a discussion forum on the NBA was convened in the beautiful country, featuring the amusing duo of Barkley and O'Neal. Recently, a player from Huaxia led the Thunder to a notable victory. Did you catch the match? A female journalist inquired of the two, a gentle smile gracing her face. This was, after all, the opening of the NBA season, particularly heightened by the Thunder's enthusiasm, especially following Durant's departure to the Warriors. This has drawn the attention of numerous fans towards the Thunder's situation, as everyone is eager to see if the Thunder can secure a spot in the playoffs this time. The team has already lost a prolific scorer. Not only do the fans doubt the Thunder's chances of reaching the postseason, but even renowned retired NBA players have voiced their opinions, asserting that the Thunder will not make it. Upon hearing this, Barkley merely chuckled. A player from China? I don't even know his name, he remarked. The only player I recognize from China is Yao Ming. Beside him, O'Neal spoke with a tone of disdain, recalling that the only player capable of challenging him, the great Yao, has already retired. In his prime, Yao was able to contain O'Neal, but he only managed to win a single game. If it were not for his efforts in leading the Thunder to the playoffs, the narrative might be different. Players from China cannot compete in our NBA. Their physical attributes are vastly inferior to ours. Barkley's expression turned serious, as he had witnessed some Chinese players in the NBA, but they did not achieve remarkable success. The only noteworthy achievement remains with Yao Ming, whose prowess thoroughly impressed his fellow sinners. This is also why some individuals are fond of Dayo. I perceive that the player from Huaxia merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. I watched the game at that time, particularly those three-point shots, and it is crucial to note that Westbrook provided him with an opportunity. Moreover, it was an extraordinarily open chance. Had the ball been passed to me, I could have made the shot as well, haha. The smile adorning O'Neal's face radiated confidence. Most people are aware of O'Neal's limitations in shooting ability. Yet, who would have thought that what O'Neal implied earlier was simply that the Huaxia player was merely fortunate? The victory in this match was not solely attributed to him. Even Smith, upon hearing this, could not help but shake his head. His shooting was commendable, yet there was indeed an element of luck involved. If he were to play a few more games, perhaps a more well-rounded performance could be observed. Smith's assessment was relatively objective, prompting the female reporter to nod in agreement. The Thunder's match is merely 2 days away. We shall look forward to it. O'Neal waved his hand dismissively. I doubt that player from Huaxia could secure a starting position, especially against the Trailblazers. I wonder if Westbrook and the other members of the Thunder can truly compete with the Trailblazers. The current Trailblazers possess formidable strength. Bolstered by their dynamic backcourt duo, containing Westbrook will not be an easy task. By the final quarter, the Trailblazers may have already established a significant lead. Do you truly expect a comical player to assist the Thunder in clinching victory? O'Neal glanced at Barkley, Smith, and the female reporter, adjusting his collar. He felt his analysis was quite astute. Moreover, having witnessed the games, O'Neal perceived that the player in yellow lacked physical prowess. He merely exhibited speed and a good shooting touch, which ultimately secured the win. The audience erupted in applause, being citizens of the beautiful country. They believed that players from Huaxia would never attain the status of genuine superscorers. Meanwhile, the Thunder convened a meeting. Our upcoming adversary is the Trailblazers. Known for their backcourt duo, I am confident that we can prevail in the next match. However, there will be some adjustments to the starting lineup. Oladipo was replaced by Su Bei. Upon hearing this, Oladipo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with disbelief. His gaze fell upon his coach. He could scarcely believe that his coach had chosen to bench him in favor of that player from Huaxia. Not only Oladipo, but the other players were equally astonished. They had not anticipated Coach Donovan's decisiveness. Why? What could be the reason? Coach, is it merely because my shooting was off last time that my starting position was revoked? Can the coach grant me another opportunity? Oladipo's eyes were filled with a profound yearning. He genuinely did not wish to be substituted. The other players shared his bewilderment, as they recognized that Oladipo's prowess still remained. Although Su Bei, a player from Huaxia, performed reasonably well in the last match, fortune had played a significant role in his success. Coach Donovan fixed a piercing gaze upon Oladipo, earnestly inquiring, "Can you guarantee an outstanding performance in the next game? Please grant me another opportunity, Coach. I firmly believe that the Trailblazers will not be as prone to mistakes this time," Oladipo promptly replied to his coach. Donovan then turned his attention to Su Bei, casting a brief glance back at Oladipo. In truth, he held Su Bei's defensive capabilities in high regard, especially considering his 2 blocks in the previous match. "If your performance falters in the first quarter, I will substitute you with Su Bei, and you will find yourself on the bench," Coach Donovan stated, his expression gravely serious. "In the past few days, I underwent suture removal and a follow-up examination, subsequently changing my medication, and I will continue to provide updates." Chapter 22. The pursuit of championship. Let us not forget that the entire world underestimates our Thunder team. They believe that without a superstar scorer like Durant, we shall not even reach the playoffs. Do you truly think we are incapable of making it to the postseason? Coach Donovan's countenance darkened. Deep down, he could not accept the notion that, in Durant's absence, the Thunder would miss the playoffs. Despite Durant's departure, Donovan remained steadfast in his belief that Westbrook would lead the Thunder to success. This time, he has also set his sights on Su Bei. If Su Bei can rapidly develop, he may very well become a key player for their Thunder team. All right, Oladipo, you should understand that this is likely your final opportunity. I hope you can seize it. Otherwise, I will substitute you for Su Bei, the coach stated. Upon hearing this, Oladipo nodded eagerly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He recognized that this was indeed his last chance, and he was determined to grasp it firmly. After all, he had witnessed Su Bei's potential. Within just 2 quarters, he had already scored over 10 points, which left Oladipo astounded. If Su Bei could flourish, the Thunder might even contend for the championship. Believe in yourselves. You are all exceptional athletes. We, the Thunder, managed to surpass the Clippers, overcoming a significant deficit in the first half. What else is beyond our reach? Coach Donovan addressed them, his tone brimming with fighting spirit. The determination in their eyes was palpable. The coach was right. Despite trailing by nearly 20 points in the first half, they had ultimately closed the gap. This signifies that they possess considerable strength, and they firmly believe they will secure a spot in the playoffs. Let us perform admirably. Oladipo, you should be well aware of this, right? Indeed. Rest assured, Coach. I will certainly play my best and will not repeat such mistakes, Oladipo assured his coach. Coach Donovan nodded in response. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Trailblazers are fully prepared. A reporter inquired, "As you prepare to face the Thunder, do you feel any pressure?" The Trailblazers head coach smiled slightly. "Pressure? What pressure could there possibly be? The Thunder is merely a minor obstacle. Can they truly defeat us? It's a joke. Our bench players might outperform their starters." The coach directed a confident smile toward the reporter, having thoroughly analyzed the Thunder. As long as they staunchly defend against Westbrook, they would have already won half the battle. The reporters present were taken aback, surprised at the coach's overwhelming confidence. Following the previous match where the Clippers fell to the Thunder, another reporter asked for his thoughts. "I also watched that game. It was merely a stroke of luck for that player from Huaxia. If he were to face our Blazers players, he wouldn't even get past our defense. Such a comeback would be utterly impossible," the Trailblazers coach asserted. He had already conveyed to his players that they must not lose to any player from Huaxia. Whenever a Huaxia player is on the court, we must tighten our defense against him, ensuring he scores nothing. I can sense that the Huaxia player has a decent 3-point shot. If he gets hot, it could be quite terrifying. However, I trust that the Thunder's coach will not allow that Huaxia player to start, so I do not need to worry about him. The primary focus remains on Westbrook, as he is the backbone of the team. Just watch. If any Huaxia player dares to step onto the court, we will play as if he is unrecognizable. The reporters diligently noted his words, a subtle smile gracing their lips, recognizing this as potentially explosive news. After all, the match was about to commence. Such a provocative topic has once again ignited fervent discussions. The players of the Thunder, upon witnessing this, were overwhelmed with indignation, perceiving it as a blatant affront to their dignity. Moreover, they held a disdainful view of Su Bei. Throughout the course of their training that day, they increasingly recognized that this player from Huaxia was no ordinary talent. His shooting accuracy surpassed their expectations. If this trend continues, their backcourt players may find themselves out of jobs. While Su Bei may not excel in his drives, when provided with open opportunities, he boasts a 90% chance of making the shot, earning the utmost confidence from his coach. Such a player, how had he previously gone unnoticed? Truly a treasure discovered. Had it not been for the victory that granted Oladipo another opportunity, I would have genuinely considered allowing Su Bei to assume a starting position. Coach Donovan pondered this internally. Recognizing that Su Bei requires ample playing time to showcase his all-around capabilities, mere glimpses yield insufficient insight. Observing the remarkable synergy between Su Bei and Westbrook, he contemplated that if this chemistry flourishes, the season would indeed revolve around the two of them, akin to the formidable backcourt duo of the Trailblazers. On the court, all eyes would be on Su Bei's performance. Should it prove exceptional, an immediate contract signing would be imperative. The anticipation for the game against the Trailblazers is palpable. Do they truly believe we are destined to lose? Ultimately, the outcome remains uncertain until the final whistle. Coach Donovan gazed at his players, diligently training, a look of admiration gracing his face. This season, the Thunder must secure a place in the playoffs to silence all doubts. This is not merely a demand from the coach. It is also a directive from the management of the Thunder. Should the team fail to reach the playoffs this season, the higher-ups will contemplate a reconstruction of the Thunder. After all, the franchise harbors a genuine desire for a championship. Only by securing the championship can they quell the doubts of critics and silence their naysayers. Coach Donovan's gaze is resolutely steadfast. He must seize this opportunity with utmost diligence. Even in the absence of a prolific scorer or an abundance of superstars, the Thunder still possess the capability to strive for the championship. Chapter 23. Westbrook's encouragement. Su Bei, are you feeling a bit down? Or perhaps the prospect of facing the Trailblazers makes you anxious? After the Thunder's practice session, Westbrook sought out Su Bei and settled beside him, his eyes radiating warmth and a cheerful smile. He gently patted Su Bei's shoulder and softly inquired, "What seems to be the matter? Can you confide in me? I might be able to alleviate some of your worries." "Well, I stumbled upon a news conference regarding the Trailblazers while surfing the internet. I was taken aback by their audacity. Could you show it to me?" Westbrook asked. Curiosity piqued. He was eager to uncover what the Trailblazers had proclaimed. After Su Bei handed him the phone, Westbrook began to read in silence. Initially, a smile adorned his face, but as he progressed through the content, his expression gradually hardened. This is quite unexpected. Westbrook is indeed harboring a profound anger within. I never anticipated that these individuals would express such sentiments. It appears they still fail to genuinely comprehend our Thunder team. Perhaps they merely observed our previous match, where we initially fell behind by a significant margin, leading them to believe we are an easy target. Once we face them, we shall demonstrate the true strength of the Thunder. I intend to make it clear that we can indeed overpower them. The Trailblazers pride themselves on their backcourt duo. But do they truly believe themselves invincible? When we meet, it will be imperative to impart a valuable lesson, showing them that the Thunder will not be subjugated. Furthermore, I am exceedingly irked that the Blazers head coach would make such statements. They are entirely oblivious to your true capabilities, and once on the court, they will undoubtedly be taken aback, especially the head coach, who seems clueless about how to defend against you. Does he genuinely think that their backcourt duo can contain you? Such notions are utterly fanciful. Westbrook patted Su Bei's shoulder earnestly, saying, "You will astonish everyone, and I wholeheartedly believe in your abilities. When we take on the Trailblazers tomorrow, I will recommend to the coach that you take the court." Su Bei, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Westbrook's proactive offer to assist him in securing a place on the team. Such genuine friendships are rare indeed. Although Westbrook's words were merely a suggestion, the ultimate decision still lies with Coach Donovan. "Thank you." Su Bei remained deeply moved by Westbrook's words. This was the first time since arriving in the NBA that he had encountered such a kind and supportive teammate. Westbrook's character was beyond reproach. No one could question his integrity, especially after that defining moment when he donned the Tang suit, winning the hearts of countless fans in China. No need for thanks. We're brothers now, comrades on the battlefield. Tomorrow, when we face the Trailblazers, we'll fight with everything we've got. Let's see just what they have that could possibly overpower our Thunder. Westbrook's face burned with defiance, determined to prove that their team still had what it took to contend for the championship. Though the title was no easy feat to claim, it remained their ultimate goal, the prize they coveted above all. Every team yearned for that glory. It came down to who was willing to bleed the most for it. Though luck, too, played its elusive part. Whenever the championship was mentioned, A glimmer of hope flickered in Westbrook's eyes. After all these years, he still hungered for that ring. During the Thunder's golden era, when the three brothers stood united, victory had seemed within reach, only for fate to cruelly snatch it away. Now, of that trio, only he remained, and the weight of solitude pressed upon him. With me by your side, who knows? Maybe we can seize that championship together, Su Bei said with a light laugh. Though he understood the staggering difficulty of the task, beyond the challenges of the Western Conference, there loomed the indomitable force of LeBron in the East. And within their own conference, the Warriors and the Rockets stood as towering obstacles they'd have to overcome. Is it really possible? Westbrook murmured, his voice tinged with doubt. Su Bei's three-point shooting was undeniably reliable, but the future remained uncertain. Anything could happen, just as they had once believed victory over the Warriors was assured, only to watch it slip through their fingers in a devastating reversal. Believe in us this time. Don't forget how seamlessly we've been playing together, especially after this training session. I've already won over every brother on this team. With a smile, Su Bei remarked that they had engaged in a training match, during which he achieved an impressive 27 points from 9 attempts, all of which were facilitated by Westbrook. Moreover, Su Bei's movements were predominantly characterized by off-ball runs, ceaselessly darting around, which rendered him a formidable challenge for his teammates. Indeed, Westbrook and Su Bei exchanged a high five, oblivious to the fact that their pact might indeed come to fruition, albeit merely a possibility. The upcoming match will take place at the Trail Blazers' home court, which implies that the Thunder will not enjoy the advantage of home refereeing. Many retired players sense that the Thunder may face a significant defeat this time. Barkley wears a broad smile, asserting that the Thunder are destined to be overwhelmed by the Trail Blazers. Charles Barkley, how can you be so confident? Inquires O'Neal, noting that the Thunder still possess a degree of strength, albeit limited, that should prevent a lopsided score. O'Neal, you seem to misunderstand. You will soon comprehend the Thunder's shortcomings. Let us wait and see, he replies with a smile, choosing not to contest Barkley's assertion, for he secretly supports the Trail Blazers. Especially since the Thunder no longer boast the scoring prowess of Durant, leaving Westbrook as their sole offensive focal point. Meanwhile, in addition to the discussions in the United States, the Penguin livestream in China is also analyzing the situation. The Trail Blazers starting lineup features Mason Plumlee, Al-Farouq Aminu, C.J. McCollum, and Damian Lillard, under the guidance of coach Terry Stotts. The Thunder's starting five includes Russell Westbrook, Victor Oladipo, Steven Adams, Ersan Ilyasova, and Andre Roberson, coached by Billy Donovan. As Chapter 24 poses the question of how to execute their plays, Westbrook and his teammates commence their warm-up, each player brimming with determination. Although they are the visiting team, a handful of Thunder fans are present. Don't be nervous. Your time will come, Westbrook reassures Su Bei after sinking a three-pointer, giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder. It's all right. Su Bei nods, a smile breaking across his face. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers players glance over. McCollum, when the time comes, you must defend that player from China fiercely if he steps onto the court. Let them know how formidable we, the Trail Blazers, truly are. Absolutely. Rest assured. There's no issue. We will certainly triumph over the Thunder, especially since we are playing at home and hold the advantage. However, having watched the Thunder's previous match, we must remain cautious. We need to secure a steady victory. McCollum turned to Lillard beside him, who held an unwavering trust in McCollum. The two shared a profound brotherhood. Furthermore, McCollum was recognized as the most rapidly improving player during the 2015 to 2016 season. His ball-handling skills were exceptionally refined and solid, enabling him to effortlessly dismantle defenses and create scoring opportunities. On the offensive end, he exhibited remarkable versatility, adept not only at facilitating assists but also at executing solo attacks. The sole drawback lay in his somewhat slender physique. However, upon observing Su Bei's lean frame, McCollum felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, believing in his ability to guard that player from Huaxia. In the Punghua live broadcast room, Yang Yi smiled gently upon witnessing this. The Thunder were not as fortunate this time. If the Trail Blazers backcourt duo could unleash their full potential, they might very well shatter the Thunder's resolve. The primary concern rested with the formidable scoring capabilities of Lillard and McCollum. Their prowess as dual guards was indeed remarkable. Relying solely on Westbrook from the Thunder would undoubtedly prove insufficient to sway the outcome of the match. Moreover, there was no guarantee that Su Bei would exhibit exceptional shooting accuracy during this game, thus all hopes rested squarely on Westbrook's shoulders. Unless he could unleash an extraordinary offensive display, the Thunder's chances of influencing the game appeared bleak. This scenario seemed plausible, and co-fan beside him nodded, expressing his thoughts with a casual remark. After all, he held little faith in Westbrook. The Thunder's disadvantages were glaring. Aside from the interior game, the perimeter relied heavily on Westbrook's performance. Yet, it was impractical for Westbrook to be on the court every quarter, as such a demand would be excessively draining, making it nearly impossible to endure through the playoffs. This also reflects Yang, E, and Ku fans' concerns regarding Westbrook, not only from the perspective of the Penguin livestream, but even the illustrious figures of Barkley and O'Neal in the United States firmly believe that the Trail Blazers have the potential to triumph in this match. First and foremost, we must observe the performance of that Chinese player. Although he excelled in the previous game, maintaining such a form throughout the season is no trivial matter. His previous success was merely a stroke of luck. Given such open opportunities, I too could have made those three-point shots and secured victory. Barkley, do you truly have such confidence that the Trail Blazers will assuredly win this game? O'Neal inquired with a smile, as he too believed in the Trail Blazers' chances, albeit with reservations. After all, in the realm of sports, unforeseen events are commonplace. Ultimately, whether they can secure victory will only be determined upon the conclusion of the match. Naturally, the Chinese player is unlikely to contribute significantly. Following his previous performance, if he takes the court again, he will undoubtedly be the focus of the Trail Blazers' defense. Should he be closely guarded, making those three-point shots is not a certainty. Does he truly believe his three-point shooting is formidable? Barkley offered his unique interpretation, suggesting that the last game was merely a momentary explosion of talent, likely due to favorable conditions. Let us refrain from further speculation and focus on the game, witnessing who will ultimately emerge victorious. Beep. The first quarter officially commenced, with the starting players poised for action. Westbrook's gaze radiated unwavering determination. He vowed to secure victory and stand up for his brothers. The Thunder are undoubtedly not a weak team, despite the skepticism from outsiders. Westbrook must rise above the doubts cast upon him. Adams leaped into action, deftly redirecting the ball toward Westbrook. This is utterly unexpected. The mood of the Trail Blazers players noticeably dampened upon witnessing this. The initial phase proved somewhat disadvantageous. However, when Westbrook seized the ball, a faint smile graced his face. Meanwhile, Su Bei sat on the sidelines, observing the unfolding events, eager to gauge the true strength of the Trail Blazers. Noticing Lillard and McCollum elicited a slight smile from Su Bei. At that moment, all of his talent points were allocated to off-ball three-point shooting. Awaiting the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess on the court, he was resolute. Sooner or later, he would outshine these two guards, making it abundantly clear to the Trail Blazers coach that no one could genuinely contain him. As Westbrook advanced to the top of the arc, Lillard defended against him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He had long wished to engage in a duel with Westbrook, drawn by the explosive athleticism of his opponent. He yearned to witness the extent of Westbrook's formidable strength. With a composed demeanor, Westbrook fixed his gaze intently on Lillard. At this moment, Lillard was his adversary. He surged forward with unrelenting speed. It was common knowledge that Westbrook possessed extraordinary physical attributes, particularly at his peak, where he could effortlessly shift into fifth gear and break through defenses. This caused Lillard to slide backward, leaving him momentarily bewildered. How could this individual possess such remarkable speed? While reviewing the footage, I had failed to perceive it. Indeed, I had underestimated him. The center of the Trail Blazers rushed over. Upon reaching the paint, Westbrook leapt into the air, his body soaring above the Trail Blazers' center. A resounding thud echoed as Westbrook forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop. The crowd was left in sheer astonishment, rising to their feet, particularly the fans of Westbrook, who erupted in jubilant cheers. Oh my, this is our Westbrook, starting the game with such explosive energy. The Trail Blazers center nearly recoiled from the impact, likely never having witnessed such a spectacle before. The Thunder fans were adorned with smiles of sheer delight. On the other hand, Lillard, upon receiving the ball, wore an exceedingly grim expression. He knew he had to retaliate. This is indeed their home ground. Just moments ago, Westbrook ignited the entire arena. As Lillard approached the half-court, Westbrook positioned himself at the three-point line, merely 2 steps away. Despite being aware of Lillard's extraordinary long-range shooting prowess, he could not shake the anxiety that Lillard might either pass the ball or maneuver past him. At that moment, Lillard launched the ball with precision. Goodness, what a shot! How could the distance of this attempt be so far? Could Lillard truly make it? Just as the spectators were conversing, The basketball soared through the air, tracing an elegant arc, and confidently swished through the net. The score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder stood at 3-2. Lillard celebrated with exuberant gestures, his face illuminated by a joyful smile, brimming with self-assurance. As if vanquishing the Thunder posed no challenge for him. Simultaneously, casting a glance at Westbrook, Lillard made a provocative gesture. A peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Did they genuinely believe the Thunder could prevail over our Trailblazers? Such a notion was utterly fanciful. This time, allow me to illustrate the formidable prowess of our Trailblazers. McCollum, witnessing the spectacle, was beaming with joy as he exchanged high-fives with Lillard. What an exceptional performance. I create opportunities for you, and you deliver flawlessly. Had it not been for the first 2 quarters, we could have decisively conquered the Thunder. There is no doubt. We shall dismantle them and make them aware of the true strength of the Trailblazers. Lillard patted his chest, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. The Trailblazers coach observed the players and exhaled softly, straightening his collar as if already contemplating the post-game press conference. Subsequently, the Trailblazers' offense flowed seamlessly, primarily driven by the dynamic duo of Lillard and McCollum. McCollum's penetrative drives often drew defensive attention, allowing him to dish the ball to Lillard. In the opening minutes, Lillard achieved an impressive 3 out of 4 shots, amassing 9 points single-handedly. Meanwhile, for the Thunder, Westbrook bore the weight of the team alone, struggling immensely, with only Adams occasionally finding success in the paint. Oladipo also encountered difficulties, particularly against McCollum, often feeling overwhelmed. As the first quarter came to a close, the score stood at a staggering 35-15, with the Thunder trailing by 20 points. The Thunder's head coach, upon witnessing this, felt his heart race with anxiety. Readers, please remain patient. We are still in the process of updating. Chapter 25, Lillard's Provocation. Did you see that? I told you the Thunder lacked the capacity to contend with the Trailblazers. Let us not forget the prowess of our backcourt duo, particularly Lillard, who single-handedly scored 15 points out of 35. Such statistics are truly explosive. I have developed a profound admiration for Lillard, yet if the Thunder fail to step up, they may indeed face a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Trailblazers. Barkley, with a beaming smile, felt vindicated in his insights. Should the Thunder remain without any standout performances, this contest may very well conclude by the second quarter, rendering any further competition unnecessary. This stark disparity in strength is undeniable. It is indeed the case. I never anticipated such a lackluster performance from the Thunder, nor did I foresee a game of such poor quality. O'Neal was equally exasperated. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Yang Yi and Ku Fan exchanged glances and shared a brief smile, uttering little. As expected, the Thunder's performance was dismal. At this rate, any hopes of competing are utterly futile. It seems that without the superlative scorer Durant, the Thunder have plummeted several tiers. Relying solely on Westbrook is insufficient for any meaningful progress. One wonders who from the Thunder will rise to the occasion this time. Yang Yi remarked slowly, observing the next quarter of the game. If the score gap exceeds 30 points, there would be little reason to continue watching. The Thunder's head coach glared at Oladipo with an intensity that seemed capable of consuming him. I instructed you to tightly guard McCollum. What is going on? Are you incapable of defending even a smaller player? I am at my wit's end. This was your last chance, Oladipo, and you have squandered it. Substitute. Su Bei. You are going in. You must staunchly defend McCollum. Coach Donovan is acutely aware that once McCollum penetrates, he will undoubtedly pass to Lillard. This provided Lillard with open opportunities. And one after another, he effortlessly sank 3-pointers. They were trailing by a full 20 points. This is even more challenging than competing against the Clippers. This is merely the first quarter of the game, yet the head coach of the Thunder appears utterly disheartened. This is undoubtedly the utmost degree of difficulty. How can one possibly continue? Westbrook sat on the bench, panting, his back drenched in sweat. He was utterly exhausted. Whenever Westbrook made a drive, he was met with the formidable defense of 2 opponents converging upon him. This has led him to overcome extreme difficulties. His spirits have plummeted. The morale of all the players is disheartening. They never anticipated that this encounter with the Trailblazers would prove to be so arduous. Westbrook slightly raised his head. Gazing at the score on the court, the Trailblazers versus the Thunder, 35-15. This situation has left Westbrook feeling as though he is facing insurmountable challenges. He then shifted his gaze towards Su Bei, realizing that during the second quarter, the two of them must rally to close the score gap. Otherwise, in the second half, they would have little influence over the Trailblazers. The primary concern lies in the fact that once I make a breakthrough, they will inevitably employ double teaming, which is exceedingly troublesome. I will assist you with this, Westbrook. Whenever they double team you, pass the ball to me, and I will seize the opportunity to find an open shot. Su Bei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as he had recently improved his three-point shooting percentage by 10%, alongside allocating all his talent points towards enhancing this skill. Furthermore, it is worth noting that his three-point ability has yet to undergo a complete upgrade. Should he achieve an additional 5% improvement, he would exude confidence in his shooting prowess, feeling the exhilarating rush of precision. As the second quarter commenced, Oladipo was substituted out, and Su Bei made his entrance onto the court, drawing considerable attention. It was unexpected for the Thunder to promptly field a player from Huaxia, leaving spectators eager to witness how the Trailblazers would contend with him. I believe they will undoubtedly overwhelm this Huaxia player with his physique. I could easily dominate him with one hand, Barkley remarked with a smile, radiating unwavering confidence. Shaquille O'Neal beside him nodded in agreement, both firmly believing that the Trailblazers backcourt duo would surely overpower the Huaxia player. Meanwhile, in the Penguin Live broadcast room, Yang Yi expressed his astonishment at the Thunder coach's decision to field Su Bei at such a critical juncture, especially while trailing significantly. Questions arose concerning Su Bei's potential performance under pressure. A stellar performance could lead to an advantageous contract for him. However, the challenge ahead was daunting, as the Trailblazers backcourt duo had already found their rhythm. Ku Fan shook his head in resignation, lacking confidence in Su Bei's ability. While Su Bei was indeed a formidable three-point shooter, his accuracy relied heavily on being wide open. Facing the defensive prowess of the Trailblazers, it appeared that he might struggle to find his shot. In truth, I held little hope for the Thunder. Victory seemed nearly impossible. Yang Yi and Ku Fan redirected their gaze to the court. The Trailblazers' Lillard held the ball, his face radiating a confident smile, particularly as he focused on the Chinese player, seemingly provoking Su Bei, whether intentionally or not. In contrast, Su Bei exhibited no response, resembling a robot, his eyes fixed intently on McCollum before him. Westbrook patted Su Bei on the shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. Do not feel any pressure. I will handle Lillard. Just ensure you keep a close guard on McCollum. As long as we prevent them from coordinating effectively, victory will be ours. Understood. I am here, Su Bei affirmed. Westbrook nodded, relentlessly pressuring Lillard, his gaze filled with intensity, as if eager to snatch the ball from his grasp. For reasons unknown, Lillard felt a twinge of pressure. Akin to facing a ferocious beast, the Westbrook before him seemed transformed. Lillard initially dribbled, searching for an opportunity to break through, but no matter his efforts, he could not penetrate. Westbrook had already begun to take the situation seriously. This seemingly instilled within him a subtle sense of foreboding, though he could not quite discern the reason behind it. Could it be due to the presence of that player from Huaxia? Yet, witnessing the unwavering determination of each Thunder player left Lillard feeling profoundly unsettled, regardless of their circumstances. This time, we are undoubtedly capable of overwhelming your Thunder team. We must make you realize just how formidable our Trailblazers truly are, especially in the backcourt where we shall dominate. Ultimately, Lillard passed the ball to McCollum, as he found himself unable to penetrate further. Witnessing this scene, Su Bei understood that his opportunity had arrived. He slightly spread his legs and fixated intently on McCollum before him, who was not as tall as he. Moreover, Su Bei's arms were significantly longer than McCollum's, giving him a substantial chance to intercept should McCollum attempt to drive towards him. However, McCollum exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he effortlessly dribbled the ball, adjusting his center of gravity with a subtle smile. He perceived the player from Huaxiao merely as a novice, unworthy of excessive concern. Having watched the previous match, he believed that this Huaxiao player had merely capitalized on numerous open opportunities to score. If he were to be tightly defended, it seemed unlikely that this individual would manage to convert so many three-point attempts. It was time to gauge his true capabilities. At the moment McCollum shifted to the left, a glimmer of realization sparked in Su Bei's eyes. It appeared he had seized the opportunity. Now was the moment. This fellow truly desires to transcend his past before his very eyes. How could it possibly be so effortless? I shall make him aware that our Huaxiao players are not so easily surpassed. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, McCollum found himself in a state of panic, realizing that the ball was no longer in his grasp. What just transpired? Where is the ball in my hand? McCollum was utterly astonished, completely unprepared for the fact that this player from Huaxia could surpass his speed. The others, witnessing this spectacle, were equally taken aback. How did he achieve that? Such velocity is unprecedented. I have never encountered such swiftness. Have you seen his speed? The fans in the arena were left in awe by the scene before them. Su Bei's speed was extraordinarily rapid, especially after intercepting the ball and propelling it into the backcourt, his face radiating intensity as he approached the basket for a thunderous dunk. With a resounding clang, the entire rim seemed to lament, struggling to withstand Su Bei's formidable power. The players from the Trail Blazers, upon witnessing this, found their expressions darkening. They were entirely unprepared for such a turn of events. The players from Huaxia have imparted a lesson to them. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi in the Penguin Live broadcast room could not help but widen his eyes, his mind utterly bewildered. Beside him, Kufan fixated intently on the screen before them. Neither of them uttered a word. The shock brought upon them by this scene was indeed overwhelming. This left them unable to fathom how the equipment achieved such feats. The score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder has reached 35-17, and less than a minute has elapsed since the game commenced. Su Bei has already secured 2 points, and Thunder's coach Donovan is filled with admiration, unable to contain himself as he leaps to cheer for Su Bei. Indeed, he did not misjudge Su Bei's capabilities. Had he known this would unfold, he should have positioned Su Bei as a starter. It was essential to demonstrate to the Trail Blazers players that Su Bei is not as feeble as they had presumed. McCollum stands motionless, seemingly still in shock from the earlier moment. Well done, Su Bei. This is how we ought to confront the Trail Blazers. Our Thunder team is not to be underestimated. Westbrook's face radiates with joy. Aside from the initial shot, this moment is the most exhilarating on the court. The other Thunder players, witnessing this, pound their chests, their eyes ablaze with determination. In this moment, it seemed as though hope had dawned upon them. The head coach of the Trail Blazers, upon witnessing this, wore a slightly cold expression. McCollum, stay focused, channel the spirit of 72 points, and keep your eyes fixed on that Huaxia player. Do not allow him to touch the ball. Understood, McCollum thought to himself, determined not to let the Huaxia player gain possession again, considering his previous mistake merely an oversight. In the next instant, McCollum advanced the ball to the front court, positioning himself at the arc, engaging with the center screen, and charged forward. Meanwhile, Su Bei closely trailed McCollum, unleashing an astonishing energy as he remained fixated on his opponent. A mischievous grin crept across McCollum's lips as he executed a behind-the-back pass. What? A behind-the-back pass? Yang Yi in the Penguin livestream room observed this with a glint of admiration in his eyes. McCollum's offensive prowess had become increasingly diverse, and his playmaking was exceptional. The ball found its way to Lillard. At the three-point line, as Lillard received the ball, he faced Westbrook's defense and swiftly broke to the right. Westbrook retreated slightly to his left, uncertain if Lillard would press forward, his retreat barely a half step. Observing this, Lillard pulled the ball back, stepped back, and launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. Lillard celebrated, his gaze radiating absolute confidence, and he cast a provocative glance towards Westbrook and the Huaxia player. Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle at this display. It appeared Lillard was intent on extinguishing Westbrook's fiery demeanor. Simultaneously, he had provoked Su Bei. One wondered how the Thunder would respond. The anticipation was palpable. However, with the score heavily tilted in favor of the Trail Blazers, it seemed nearly impossible for the Thunder to mount a comeback. Yang Yi remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. At this juncture, the score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder stood at 38-17, an entire 21 points. Barkley, upon witnessing Lillard's step-back three-pointer, leaped with excitement, affirming his earlier assessment. Shaquille, did you see that? I told you, the backcourt duo would firmly suppress the Thunder. Lillard's three-point shooting is simply too precise. A comeback for the Thunder seems almost unattainable. Observing the scene, O'Neal nodded in silent agreement with Charles Barkley's commentary. As possession shifted, Russell Westbrook advanced with the ball, swiftly passing it to Su Bei before positioning himself along the sideline. Su Bei now stood face-to-face with McCollum, who harbored an unshaken confidence in his ability to contain this Chinese player. Bending slightly at the waist, McCollum locked his gaze onto Su Bei, his mind brimming with skepticism. Let me see how you plan to break through my defense this time, he thought derisively. Just another Chinese player. Does he truly believe he belongs in the NBA? This time, he must impart a crucial lesson. McCollum was still reflecting on the ball he had just lost. It was nothing short of a humiliation for him, and he felt compelled to retaliate, to demonstrate his prowess to this Huaxia player. Chapter 26. Bewildered Su Bei displayed no outward emotion as he relentlessly sought opportunities for a breakthrough. Although McCollum was shorter in stature, his defensive capabilities were commendable. Faced with a lack of opportunities, Su Bei resolved to create his own. He silently mused, curious to see if McCollum could withstand his strength. Recently, he had experienced an increase in his own power. With a swift move to the left, he executed a maneuver of such magnitude and speed that he swiftly opened up some distance between himself and McCollum. Upon witnessing this, McCollum rushed forward, only for Su Bei to exploit the momentary lapse and surge past him. Their bodies collided with a resounding thud. McCollum instinctively recoiled, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Such formidable strength. He had been forcefully pushed aside. This left McCollum astounded. The Chinese player before him appeared to possess a slender physique. Yet the strength contained within his frame was no less formidable than his own. The strength displayed is truly formidable. The eyes of the onlookers widened in disbelief at the astonishing scene before them. After a confrontation with his opponent, Su Bei created space and executed a mid-range jump shot, his gaze brimming with confidence. How could this shot possibly succeed? Yang Yi from the Penguin live stream shook his head at the moment of the shot. Su Bei had already lost his balance. Ku Fan also exhibited a hint of disappointment, for such a play was exceedingly challenging for them, especially for players from Huaxia, who typically could not accomplish such high-difficulty shots. Only superstars like Durant and James could manage such feats. Why are the final minutes of the last quarter entrusted to these superstars? Because they possess extraordinary personal abilities to resolve outrageous plays. Swish. The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. Su Bei secured 2 points, bringing the score between the Trailblazers and the Thunder to 38-19. Upon witnessing this, the Thunder's head coach could not help but unleash a powerful fist into the air, exclaiming in relief, "Well done." He had initially thought Su Bei would pass to the center, but who could have anticipated that he would take the shot himself? This undoubtedly exudes an immense confidence. Otherwise, no one would dare to take action. Upon witnessing this, McCollum's face bore an expression of reluctance. He could not comprehend why this Chinese player before him seemed to possess such extraordinary luck. He is capable of making such shots. It's hard to fathom. What manner of creature is this? Could it be that the numerous points he amassed in the previous match were not merely a stroke of luck? This instilled doubt within McCollum, who felt he had misjudged the situation. The players of the Trailblazers were utterly bewildered, never anticipating that the player from Huaxia would truly make the shot. Such is the caliber of our Thunder team. It embodies the enigmatic power of the East. That Huaxia player was exceptionally handsome. When he leaves the court, might I request an autograph? A few female fans of the Thunder, their exquisite faces concealed by their hands, gazed at him with admiration, having never encountered such a striking Huaxia man before. Meanwhile, Westbrook patted his shoulder. "Su Bei, you must possess such confidence. Believe in your ability to make the shot. Those Trailblazers are no match for us. Indeed, we must surpass their score. Our Thunder team's goal is the championship. Let us first conquer the Trailblazers and silence them." Su Bei cast a glance at the Trailblazers, who coldly exchanged a few words. These individuals felt utterly insignificant during the press conference. However, once on the court, it remained uncertain who truly was the lesser player. Let us witness how the players from Huaxia dismantle your Trailblazers team. Particularly, the head coach of the Trailblazers, upon witnessing that play, instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, plagued by an ominous premonition regarding the abilities of this Huaxia prodigy. At that moment, the ever-animated Barkley could only shake his head in disbelief, taken aback by the remarkable display from the Huaxia player. Yet, there was no cause for alarm. The Trailblazers maintained a substantial lead of 19 points, devoid of any pressure. The Thunder, at least in the second and third quarters, were unlikely to surpass the Trailblazers. As the possession shifted, Lillard advanced the ball into the front court, facing Westbrook's defense, ultimately opting to pass to McCollum. A faint sense of trepidation lingered within him, likely stemming from the defensive pressure exerted by Westbrook. After all, Westbrook towered over him, presenting a formidable defensive presence. The instant McCollum received the ball, the swift Su Bei positioned himself directly in front, merely a step away. He had to guard against both McCollum's drive and his three-point shot. McCollum initially attempted to break to the right with remarkable speed. A momentary lapse could easily lead to his defense being breached. Yet, Su Bei, undeterred, was not so easily deceived. He retreated just half a step, his gaze fixed intently on McCollum. Observing this, McCollum retracted the ball, taking a step back as if to prepare for a pull-up three-point attempt. Just as he lifted his hand to shoot, the The ball left his fingertips with remarkable swiftness. Su Bei lunged forward. Thump. He merely grazed the edge of the basketball. Nonetheless, for Su Bei, this constituted a successful block against McCollum. A glimmer of excitement lit up Su Bei's eyes. Ultimately, the ball ricocheted off the front of the rim, where it was secured by the Thunder's center, who promptly passed it to Westbrook. At this juncture, Su Bei had already dashed past McCollum, racing towards the backcourt. This fellow is truly remarkable. McCollum, realizing the situation, was left utterly astonished. Su Bei possesses a remarkable awareness. Such a counterattack is bound to succeed. Meanwhile, McCollum has been closely tailing him. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi from the Penguin live streaming room wore a subtle smile. Indeed, Su Bei's speed is exceptional. Upon seeing this, Westbrook executed a long pass. At this moment, McCollum had already arrived beside Su Bei, seemingly intent on disrupting him. It was unlikely for this Chinese player to score, given that McCollum was defending him closely. Barkley, observing the scene, held little hope for him. On the court, Su Bei remained composed upon noticing McCollum's pursuit. A faint smile gracing his lips. He is smiling? How could he smile? After all, he was the one being defended. McCollum pondered silently, unable to decipher the intentions of this Chinese player before him. In the next instant, Su Bei leaped into the air, his jumping ability proving to be quite impressive. Especially at the moment when McCollum was momentarily distracted, Su Bei's body had already surpassed half of McCollum's height. Simultaneously, as Westbrook's pass arrived, Su Bei caught the ball with both hands, directing his gaze toward the hoop before forcefully slamming it down. The sound echoed with a resounding clang, reverberating in McCollum's ears for what felt like an eternity. He could not help but widen his eyes, filled with disbelief, as his entire body trembled slightly. The scene was electrifying as the score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder reached 38-21. That spectacular dunk ignited the entire arena, sending Thunder fans leaping to their feet, their faces alight with jubilant smiles. MVP, MVP, MVP echoed throughout the venue, creating an atmosphere of sheer exhilaration. On the sidelines, the Trail Blazers head coach observed with admiration, contemplating that had he known this would unfold, he should have deployed Su Bei sooner. Oladipo, it seemed, had faltered significantly, particularly in his encounters with McCollum, appearing at a loss for offensive strategies. The first quarter had seen them trailing by a daunting 20 points, a situation that weighed heavily on Coach Donovan. However, the gap had now narrowed to just 17 points. Hope lingered. Indeed, there was a glimmer of possibility. Since the arrival of this Chinese player, Coach Donovan had regained his confidence. What did it matter if they were still down by 20? With Su Bei on the team, he believed they could certainly close the gap. Yes, this is how we must play. We need to shatter the Trailblazers' momentum. Let them boast at the press conference. We shall eradicate their psychological advantage, Coach Donovan declared to Westbrook and Su Bei, showing little regard for the Trailblazers' side. The Blazers bench players, upon hearing this, were filled with indignation, yet after witnessing the dunk, they ultimately settled back down. Stay calm. Your Thunder will inevitably be defeated by us, they muttered, their expressions laced with disdain. Do you really think that narrowing the score by a few points guarantees victory? You're still trailing by over 10 points. In the Penguin livestream, Yang Yi and Ko Fan were left speechless, utterly astonished by Su Bei's display. The dunk was executed flawlessly, and Westbrook's timing for the pass was impeccable. Could there truly be hope? At that moment, even Yang Yi began to doubt whether they could secure a win. After witnessing the unfolding scene, Barkley and O'Neal were both struck with astonishment. They unanimously believed that the Trailblazers could secure victory in this match. However, the momentum of the Thunder had grown increasingly formidable. If the Trailblazers failed to execute a few assertive plays, they risked being overturned by the Thunder in the second half. The question remained, could Lillard rise to the occasion? On the court, Lillard advanced with the ball, his expression gravely serious. He understood that, at this critical juncture, it was imperative for him to take charge and make a shot. The recent dunk had ignited a fierce determination among the Thunder players, who now resembled a herd of raging bulls, fixated on their adversaries as if they were facing lifelong foes. We must maintain a staunch defense. We cannot allow Lillard to score, Westbrook declared to his teammates, his words resonating like a command. Upon reaching the front court, Lillard signaled for the center to come over and set a screen for him. He exchanged a knowing glance with McCollum. As longtime friends, they instinctively understood what needed to be done. At this moment, Lillard instructed the center to assist McCollum with a pick. The Trailblazers center positioned himself directly in front of Suber, resembling an imposing wall due to his robust physique, effectively obstructing Su Bei's path. Observing this, McCollum swiftly moved to the top of the arc, receiving a pass from Lillard. Upon witnessing this, Westbrook hurriedly rushed to provide defensive support against McCollum. At this moment, Su Bei freed himself from the center of the Pioneers and hurried over, his eyes brimming with anxiety. The gazes of both Westbrook and Su Bei were entirely fixated on McCollum. McCollum delivered a precise pass to Lillard, who was poised to shoot on the opposite side. The moment he received the ball, Lillard launched it with remarkable swiftness. The basketball traced an elegant parabolic arc through the air, culminating in a satisfying swish as it found the net. The execution was sharp, accurate, and decisive, showcasing Lillard's prowess in its entirety. The score stood at 41-21. The three-point shot resonated within the hearts of the spectators like a stabilizing force, exuding remarkable steadiness. The bench of the Trailblazers could not help but lift their heads, waving their towels in jubilant celebration. It was indeed the brilliance of their superstar, Lillard, that inspired such fervor. The crowd erupted in cheers for Lillard's name, as this was, after all, the home court of the Trailblazers. With Lillard on their side, the Thunder had little hope of redemption. "Trust me, O'Neal. My understanding of the game far surpasses yours," chuckled the ever-confident Barkley. Lillard's accuracy from beyond the arc was exceptional. As the final minutes of the second quarter unfolded, both teams relentlessly attacked the basket. Notably, Su Bei's three-point shooting prowess shone through, with Lillard and McCollum effectively double-teaming Westbrook. The ball would swiftly find its way to Su Bei, who sank several three-pointers. Most alarming was Su Bei's off-ball movement, which exceeded their expectations. Utilizing the Thunder's screens for other players, he would catch the ball and shoot in an instant. When the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 58-49, leaving only a 9-point difference. The Thunder players leaped with excitement, convinced that they could overturn the deficit in the second half. Conversely, the Trailblazers felt a sense of despondency, caught off guard by the current predicament. The Thunder had thoroughly bewildered them. How could this happen? We led by 20 points in the first quarter, and now it's just a 9-point lead. If this continues, we will soon succumb to the Thunder. Do you even want to secure a victory at home against them? The Trailblazers coach, with piercing eyes, scrutinized his team and reprimanded them. Chapter 27. Can you stop me? He had never anticipated that the Trailblazers he led would be caught up by the Thunder. The coach's expression darkened, his gaze fixed upon the Chinese player on the Thunder's roster, still bewildered by how this player managed to close the gap with just a few three-pointers. This was utterly beyond his imagination. How could his three-point shots be so precise? Could this individual possibly be the next Curry? The head coach of the Trailblazers pondered silently, his mind brimming with incredulity. Not only the coach, but even the other players were astonished. They had never anticipated that the Thunder would deploy a player from China here. It was almost unimaginable that the opposition could chase them down so effectively. McCollum clutched his chest, his eyes filled with a blend of confusion and reluctance. He could hardly fathom that while contending with that Chinese player, he felt utterly powerless. How could that individual possess such formidable strength? If he did not bulk up a bit more, he would risk being knocked over. That would indeed be a humiliation of the highest order. Taking a deep breath, McCollum was approached by Lillard, who, noticing his distress, inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" It was just a confrontation with a player from China. I didn't expect that fellow's three-point shooting to be so accurate. No wonder the Clippers lost to the Thunder. McCollum's gaze remained fixed on Su Bei, still at a loss for any strategy to thwart the scoring prowess of the Chinese player. If all else failed, he would have to cling to him tenaciously, wearing him down. Once the energy was depleted, the three-point shooting would falter. Just play your game. If you get a chance, pass the ball to Su Bei. The Thunder's head coach said earnestly, patting Su Bei's shoulder, seemingly pinning all hopes on him. Do you have confidence? Su Bei, do not feel burdened. Simply keep moving without the ball. Once the opportunity arises, Westbrook will find you. Yes. Su Bei nodded resolutely, fully aware of his role. By now, his talent points had accumulated to 200 merely after one quarter. With more points, he could acquire additional skills. He would continue to capitalize on the weaknesses of Lillard and McCollum. Su Bei cast a glance at the Trailblazers players, a faint smile gracing his lips. The third quarter commenced. At this moment, the score between the Trailblazers and the Thunder stood at 58-49. Westbrook pushed the ball into the front court, and Su Bei began to sprint towards the corner. At this moment, McCollum followed suit. Thus, on the perimeter, only Lillard was left to defend against Westbrook. Su Bei never anticipated that McCollum would closely shadow him this time. Surrender was not an option. No matter how he maneuvered, McCollum vowed to remain in pursuit, ensuring that he would not allow Su Bei to touch the ball. McCollum's body pressed against him, engaging in subtle physical confrontations in the unseen gaze of the referee. Su Bei exchanged glances with Adams, the Thunder's center, signaling with his right hand for a screen. He sprinted towards Adams, who promptly positioned himself directly in front of McCollum. In that fleeting moment, Su Bei reached the free throw line just as Westbrook's pass arrived. Upon receiving the ball, Su Bei leaned back and leaped vertically. The image of his backward motion was as picturesque as a painting. The Thunder fans, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with astonishment in their eyes. Such a silhouette. The shot was strikingly reminiscent of that man. The center of the Trail Blazers lunged forward, yet alas, his reaction time proved insufficient, and he failed to block Su Bei's attempt. The basketball gracefully arced from the free throw line before finding its mark with unwavering certainty. 2 points scored. The score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder now stood at 58-51. In the Penguin livestream, Yang Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I never imagined that Su Bei could mimic Kobe's fadeaway so closely, albeit with a certain youthful naivety compared to the original. The angle of Su Bei's fadeaway was indeed extraordinarily exaggerated, and it was astonishing that he managed to sink it. At that moment, it seemed as if the Trail Blazers center had completely obscured Su Bei's vision, yet he still managed to score. Yang Yi shook his head in disbelief. On the Trail Blazers side, Lillard, after securing the ball, utilized the center's screen and attempted a three-pointer, only to miss. A hint of disappointment flickered in Lillard's eyes. What on earth is happening? Lillard cast a glance at McCollum beside him and shook his head in bewilderment. How has the game evolved into this state? It is increasingly incomprehensible. The Thunder players are like ferocious tigers. That player from Huaxia is extraordinary. Regardless of the circumstances, we must conquer them. We need to make these Thunder players aware that we are the strongest team. McCollum patted Lillard on the shoulder and said with concern, rest assured, in the second half, we will show them that we are their true nightmare. Lillard nodded firmly in agreement. In the live broadcast, Yang Yi, upon witnessing the scene before him, was taken aback, especially when he saw the score between the two teams. He felt profoundly shaken within. How did the Thunder players manage to perform like this? They were thoroughly dominated in the first half, yet astonishingly caught up in the second half. This is truly astounding. Could it be attributed to Su Bei? Indeed. After Su Bei took the court, the Thunder experienced a remarkable transformation. Remarkably, with just Su Bei's prowess, they managed to close the gap in the score, which left me utterly astonished. The performance of the equipment this time has been exceptionally impressive. Ku Fan, observing from the sidelines, nodded in agreement. I too did not foresee such an outcome. Su Bei's earlier performance with the Warriors was far from what it is now. How has he become so formidable? This left Ku Fan in a state of confusion, especially after being cut by the Warriors. At this moment, Su Bei seemed to have truly erupted. He merely smiled and glanced at Westbrook beside him. We will definitely win this game. No doubt about it. There are only 7 points remaining. Before the fourth quarter, we can reverse the score. They must realize that no one on our Thunder team is inferior to them. Even if Durant has left, what does it matter? Now that you are here, your impact is even greater than Durant's. Westbrook spoke with utmost sincerity to Su Bei. Next, Westbrook passed the ball to Su Bei. As Lillard had intensified his defense, he was beginning to feel apprehensive. If the Thunder made a real comeback, it would become exceedingly troublesome. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Trail Blazers was growing increasingly agitated, his face turning pale, unable to contain his frustration. What on earth is happening in this game? How did it come to this? The Trail Blazers coach was utterly bewildered. Since the start of the third quarter, they had yet to score a single point. Such a scene is simply unbelievable. Even the fans in the stands are bewildered by the actions of the Trail Blazers players. Is this not an instance of match fixing? In the ensuing offensive play, Westbrook, utilizing the center's screen, found that Lillard was utterly incapable of containing his explosive drive. He surged forward, executing a powerful slam dunk that reverberated through the arena, causing the rim to tremble. As Westbrook landed, he let out a fierce roar directed at the fans. The Thunder's momentum was undeniably formidable. Observing this, the other players of the Trail Blazers exhibited expressions of resignation and frustration. They were acutely aware that Westbrook was poised to penetrate their defense, yet they were helpless to thwart him. Their primary concern lay in the fear that Westbrook might pass the ball to his teammate stationed beyond the arc. For if he were to deliver it to Su Bei, it would not merely result in 2 points. At this moment, the score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder stood at 58-53, with just 5 points separating them from a complete turnaround against Portland. Witnessing this, the Thunder's head coach could not help but unleash a triumphant fist pump into the air. This is precisely the Thunder team he yearned to witness. Westbrook stands as the primary cornerstone player. However, as long as there is someone on the perimeter capable of alleviating some of the pressure, Westbrook will effortlessly find ways to score. This is Coach Donovan's approach. Given that the Thunder players have now acknowledged Su Bei, their immediate response after securing a rebound is to seek out either Westbrook or Su Bei. What is the reason for Su Bei's prowess? It is due to the multitude of individuals facilitating his scoring opportunities. During the third quarter of the match, Su Bei proved to be unstoppable, vanquishing all who opposed him. He consistently sank three-pointers, leaving McCollum utterly incapable of containing him, particularly upon glimpsing Su Bei's silhouette. A sense of trepidation enveloped his heart. How is this fellow's three-point shooting so remarkably accurate? It is astonishingly precise. At this moment, the score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder stands at 67-66. If this continues, they will soon be overtaken by the Thunder. Su Bei, holding the ball at the top of the three-point arc, faces McCollum's defense. At this moment, Westbrook unexpectedly took the initiative to set a screen for Su Bei. Upon witnessing this, a faint smile graced Su Bei's lips as he swiftly maneuvered into position. As Westbrook obstructed McCollum, Su Bei executed a quick pull-up three-pointer. Particularly in that instant of rapid movement, Su Bei's three-point shooting percentage was destined to gradually improve. This exemplifies his extraordinary talent without the ball. The faster he runs, the more his three-point shooting percentage gradually improves, enhancing his overall touch. As the basketball gracefully arcs through the air, it finds its target with unwavering precision, swishing through the net. In that fleeting moment, the Thunder fans rise in unison, exuberantly chanting MVN's name. They had never anticipated that this turnaround in the game would hinge upon a three-pointer from a player of Huaxia. The score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder stands at 67-69, with the Thunder having decisively overtaken the Blazers, gaining an additional 2 points. It is utterly astonishing that Su Bei has erupted in such a manner. His shooting touch mirrors that of the previous game. If the fourth quarter proceeds in this fashion, the Thunder are bound to triumph over the Blazers. It is truly unfathomable how Su Bei possesses such explosive power. With consecutive three-pointers, it is simply beyond imagination. After being cut by the Warriors, he has transformed into this formidable player. In the Penguin livestream, Yang Yi, witnessing the unfolding scene, adjusted his glasses. His eyes filled with astonishment, and he couldn't help but express his amazement. Meanwhile, the flamboyant Charles Barkley, upon observing the spectacle, felt his corpulent frame tremble. To this day, he remains perplexed by the performance of the Huaxia player. Is this individual under the influence of something? How can this be so outrageous? He had never seen this player explode while with the Warriors. It seems as though he has undergone a complete transformation. Why has he become this way? Barkley's eyes brimmed with confusion as he struggled to comprehend how the Huaxia player could consistently sink three-pointers. Beside him, Shaquille O'Neal could not help but shake his head. Had they granted him such open looks back in the day and passed him the ball, he too would have been capable of sinking those three-pointers. At that time, he surely would not have been limited to merely 4 championships. Reflecting on his past, O'Neal recalls dominating the paint, as that era indeed relied heavily on formidable centers. However, times have changed. The landscape of the game has evolved. The genesis of this transformation can be traced back to the small ball era ushered in by Curry. You might as well forget about that three-pointer. It pales in comparison to mine, Barkley jested. The basketball of this era indeed differs markedly from that of the past. However, it is palpable that the contemporary game predominantly favors offense over defense. For instance, McCollum's defense against Su Bei lacked urgency. Had it been during their time, they would never have allowed a player from Huaxia to secure the ball so easily. As the game approached the final minute of the third quarter, the Trail Blazers, spurred by Lillard's three-point shots, slowly closed the gap. Lillard, drenched in sweat, felt the weight of exhaustion. He sensed a certain fatigue, almost a feeling of helplessness. Most notably, Westbrook's defensive prowess was formidable. The score stood at 79-82 in favor of the Thunder. With only 3 points needed to reclaim the lead, possession remained with the Thunder. Su Bei brought the ball to the top of the arc, facing McCollum's defense, unperturbed and exuding confidence. You absolutely cannot get past me this time. Do you think it's possible? Throughout this quarter, it seems you haven't been able to contain me, Su Bei retorted, feeling that if he wished, he could silence McCollum with mere words. The readers, could you perhaps lend a hand in urging for updates? I wonder if anyone is following this. The solitude of writing in isolation weighs heavily on the author. Chapter 28. Infinite offensive writes the Trail Blazers coach was left in a state of disbelief, trailing by 3 points. 79-82. It struck him as utterly astonishing. What transpired during the third quarter? How could the game shift to this state? The coach had been attentively observing the match. Yet the Trail Blazers found themselves gradually falling behind, while the Thunder's momentum surged, leaving him bewildered. His gaze rested upon the Trail Blazers coach, filled with perplexity. What kind of tactics is this individual employing? At this moment, the head coach of the Thunder cast a glance towards his counterpart from the Trail Blazers. A subtle smile gracing his lips, seemingly provoking the opposing side. You hold your press conference and mock our Thunder team, truly believing that you Trail Blazers are formidable. Now, do you comprehend the prowess of our Thunder? If we do not thoroughly dominate you today, you shall remain oblivious to the true strength of our team. Coach Donovan of the Thunder was brimming with joy, nearly ready to leap with excitement. However, he held back, knowing that once the game concluded, he would have ample opportunity to taunt the head coach of the Trail Blazers. As McCollum faced off against Su Bei, the latter attempted to maneuver to the right. Yet his defensive speed was remarkably swift. It would not be an easy task to surpass me today. I shall demonstrate the defensive intensity of our Trail Blazers. McCollum's eyes were filled with determination. He knew he must successfully defend this play to grant them a chance to reclaim the lead against the Thunder. Meanwhile, Lillard cast a wary glance at Su Bei while maintaining a staunch defense against Westbrook. Anxious that Westbrook might receive the ball and drive straight into the paint for a thunderous dunk, a scenario they would be ill-equipped to counter. This is precisely what causes them the greatest concern. Westbrook's defense on the perimeter is swifter than they had anticipated, and the accuracy of this Huaxia player's three-point shooting surpasses even their expectations. This put them in a precarious situation during the match. With cold sweat already forming on their brows, how could they possibly face these two formidable adversaries? Nonetheless, they had to brace themselves. Otherwise, the point difference would only widen, making it increasingly challenging to catch up in the fourth quarter, as the Thunder players had already reached their peak performance. This crucial play was one the Trail Blazers had to defend resolutely. They needed to convey to the Thunder players that this was their home ground and they were determined to secure victory. Lillard shouted to the players behind him. Westbrook, grinning, turned to Lillard and said, "You think you can guard me? After an entire quarter, do you really believe you can contain me?" He instructed his teammates to create space, allowing him the opportunity for a one-on-one. Westbrook addressed the other Thunder players, asserting his position as the team's linchpin. It was inconceivable that the players would disregard his commands. Consequently, they all spread out to create room. This signifies that Su Bei is set to engage in a one-on-one duel with McCollum, a showcase of individual scoring prowess. In the Punghua live broadcast, Yang Yi observed this scene, noting the rarity of such matchups. It was merely a confrontation between a player from Huaxia and McCollum, whose physical advantage was not overwhelmingly significant. Should Su Bei force a breakthrough, he might indeed succeed. The question lies in how Su Bei will approach this challenge. Teacher Yang Yi, let us not forget that Su Bei's physique is not particularly robust. He appears rather lean, comparable to McCollum, although Su Bei possesses a slight height advantage. Nonetheless, such a scene has been absent for quite some time, and it is evident that the Thunder players have faith in Su Bei. One wonders if he can indeed make it through this time. Kofan remarked that Su Bei's recent outburst was unexpected. Initially, he believed Su Bei's three-point shooting was merely a matter of fortunate rhythm, yet it now appears otherwise. Should this game unfold favorably, perhaps Su Bei may secure his position ahead of schedule. On the other hand, some observers from the beautiful nation regard this Huaxia player as oblivious to his limitations, daring to challenge McCollum. Does he truly believe in his own prowess? It seems he has yet to encounter formidable opponents. Otherwise, he would be thoroughly outmatched. Barkley, witnessing this, slightly altered his expression before displaying a disdainful smile, mocking the Huaxia player. After all, the finest player he has witnessed from Huaxia was Yao Ming, and since his retirement, no other player has captured his attention. The physical gifts of Huaxia players, coupled with their inadequate fundamentals, render them several tiers below their NBA counterparts. Shaquille O'Neal nodded in agreement with Barkley's remarks, expressing that were he still in the game, he would take it upon himself to enlighten this Huaxia player about the plethora of elite talent in the NBA, akin to superhumans. O'Neal and Barkley exchanged smiles, a rare moment of unity in their opinions. Others around them brimmed with anticipation, eager to witness McCollum dominate this Huaxia player. On the court, Su Bei executed a series of crossovers, yet he struggled to penetrate. In the next instant, he transitioned the ball from his left hand to his right. While his body tilted to the left, his head and gaze directed in that same direction. At that moment, this is the subtle misdirection of Su Bei. Due to the concentrated presence of Michaela, he involuntarily cast his gaze to the left. Su Bei's eyes sparkled with realization as he seized the opportunity. Swiftly breaking through from the left side, effortlessly bypassing his opponent with a speed that resembled lightning. In that fleeting moment, it was merely a breath. McCollum was bypassed effortlessly. Observing this, Lillard was momentarily struck dumb, hastily rushing to bolster the defense, fearing that the player from Huaxia might score once more. "McCollum, let us double-team him," Lillard exclaimed, his expression tense. Should the Huaxia player score again, the point gap would widen, making it increasingly difficult to contend for victory. However, the speed of Su Bei surpassed their expectations as he surged toward the free throw line, facing the Trailblazers center without a hint of trepidation, launching into the air. All present were left agape, hands clasped over their mouths, their eyes wide in disbelief, fixated on his figure. Is this fellow truly a monster? He aims to dunk over the center. How ferocious! Is this the caliber of Huaxia players? As the Trailblazers center witnessed Su Bei soar, he too leapt, a sinister grin stretching across his face. With his imposing physique, could he possibly be outmatched by this slender Huaxia player? After all, in terms of physical advantage, the Trailblazers center was significantly stronger, brimming with confidence that he could easily overpower the Huaxia player, ready to serve him a lesson. "You dare attempt to dunk over me?" Yet, in the next instant, as contact was made with Su Bei, he curled his body, executing a crafty layup. The Trailblazers center had his hand firmly pressing down on Su Bei's arm. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Simultaneously, the basketball swished through the net. Witnessing this, the referee raised 2 fingers, signaling that the 2 points were valid. Following this, a free throw was awarded. The Trailblazers center stood there, dumbfounded. He had intended to block the shot, yet unexpectedly, his hand had clashed with Su Bei's arm instead. How could this be the case? I was clearly on the verge of blocking his shot. Yet, who could have anticipated such an outcome? The referee's gaze was fixed intently on the Portland center, seemingly conveying the message. Is that truly what you call a block? If I were to refrain from officiating today, the Thunder fans would surely ensure I would not return alive. The referee pondered discreetly within, grateful that this was still the NBA. If this were in the CBA matches within the land of Huaxia, the criticism would be relentless. Su Bei stood at the free throw line, exchanging high fives with the Thunder players, akin to comrades in arms. Especially the distinct gaze of Westbrook was noteworthy. Do not carry any psychological burden, Su Bei, regardless of the circumstances. We are currently in the lead. After dribbling the ball twice, Su Bei confidently sank the free throw. 2+1. The score between the Trailblazers and the Thunder now stands at 79-85. As the third quarter concludes, the Trailblazers find themselves trailing the Thunder by 6 points. From leading by 20 points in the first quarter, the Trailblazers now face a 6-point deficit. The head coach of the Trailblazers remains perplexed, struggling to comprehend how they have managed to produce such a dismal performance. Are these still the same players from the Trailblazers? The head coach's gaze is fixed upon the players on the court. The moment they descend, the coach seems to have consumed their very hearts. There is an unsettling impression that these players are akin to those engaging in match fixing. Have these guys been bribed? The head coach of the Trailblazers pondered, his heart racing with frustration. Clutching his tactical board, he gazed at the players and coldly addressed them. Is this your commitment? How did it come to this? Look at your current demeanor. You resemble deserters. If this continues, there will be no need to play the fourth quarter. You would be utterly dominated. What is the point of continuing? You may as well surrender. Each word pierced their hearts. They had never anticipated that the game would unfold in such a manner. Lillard exchanged a glance with McCollum, both filled with a sense of helplessness, unable to fathom how they had arrived at this point. They had initially held the lead. However, ever since that player from Huaxia entered the game, they had faced immense pressure, particularly McCollum, who could not seem to contain the Huaxia player. The primary issue was that the Huaxia player was exceptionally agile. His off-ball movement was akin to that of a top-tier athlete, reminiscent of Curry, leaving them bewildered as to which direction he would dart next. McCollum, feeling a tinge of helplessness from his matchups, caught the attention of the Trailblazers coach and his teammates. They all recognized McCollum as one of the most athletically gifted players on the team. It's not that I cannot defend him. It's just that he is remarkably tenacious. Under McCollum's extreme defensive pressure, that guy still managed to score. This is truly beyond McCollum's imagination. Yang Yi from the Penguin Live broadcast couldn't help but smile. One must admit, the current Su Bei is markedly different from the Su Bei I had previously observed. He has genuinely become stronger, especially with that recent extreme pull-up. I initially thought he was aiming for a dunk over the center. Moreover, the way he altered his movement mid-air was remarkable. He surely intended to execute a dunk over the center. To my surprise, he instead managed to deceive with an and-one play. Such awareness is truly top tier. If he could spend a few more years in the NBA, perhaps by the time of future world championships, Su Bei could significantly contribute to the national team. Yang Yi contemplated the prospect of Su Bei establishing himself in the NBA. When Su Bei returns to his homeland, he could represent the country once more. One wonders if he can reclaim the pinnacle achieved in 2008. This is the moment Yang Yi has eagerly anticipated. However, contemplating such matters now feels rather distant. We must first observe whether Su Bei can truly establish himself in the NBA. Ke Fan nodded, remarking, the current Su Bei seems to have undergone a complete transformation, as if he has shed his former self. Have you noticed the change in his gaze? There is a commanding aura about him, a sense of confidence that suggests he can score at will. This absolute self-assurance in his eyes is something we have not seen in him before. Upon realizing this, Ke Fan began to elaborate. Meanwhile, Maina gazed at Su Bei's striking silhouette, captivated by his handsome appearance. How had she never noticed his allure before? Her heart raced, especially when she witnessed Su Bei's impressive move. An exhilarating flutter surged within her. His commanding presence had evidently stirred her heart. Dressed in a flowing white dress, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, she resembled a celestial being. She couldn't help but gently bite her alluring lips. Su Bei, from this moment on, I grant you unlimited freedom to attack. Do not fear any mistakes. If you miss, it is on me. Coach Donovan of the Thunder patted Su Bei on the shoulder. Was this a promise to Su Bei? He was eager to witness the extent of Su Bei's potential when fully unleashed. The other players were momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting towards Su Bei. Unlimited freedom to attack? Within the Thunder, only Westbrook had ever truly enjoyed such privilege. They could hardly fathom that their head coach would bestow this freedom upon the Chinese player before them. Su Bei was also taken aback, momentarily stunned. Unlimited attacking rights? Indeed. Do not feel burdened, Su Bei. I have complete faith in your abilities. Had it not been for your entry onto the court, we might not have been able to turn the tide so swiftly, and now we lead by a full 6 points. You must firmly suppress the Trailblazers players and instill in them an understanding of our true strength. They must be made to feel the psychological impact. The head coach of the Thunder emanated a piercing gaze, compelling the Trailblazers players to open their eyes wide and witness how the Thunder athletes had utterly overwhelmed them. He aimed to enlighten them that Su Bei, standing before them, was not the subpar player they had presumed him to be. They naively believed that this player from Huaxiao represented the low standards they associated with athletes from that region. By the time the fourth quarter arrived, they would come to understand the essence of true fear. The Thunder's coach contemplated this silently, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Trailblazers players were infused with fierce determination. They yearned to obliterate the Thunder players at that very moment. Everyone, focus. We cannot allow ourselves to be defeated by the Thunder here, one of them rallied. Let us not forget, this is our home court. We must dominate them. Do you have faith? At that moment, Lillard transformed, his demeanor becoming composed. The Trailblazers needed him. He had to step up and score. McCollum nodded, his eyes filled with resolve. We can definitely win. We are merely 6 points behind. We will turn this around in the fourth quarter. The other players nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed ahead. Only this final quarter remained. They could not afford to make mistakes. A comeback was imperative. In the live stream, Yang Yi and his companions were transfixed by the unfolding drama. They were uncertain whether the Thunder could secure victory. Although seizing a territory was a relatively simple endeavor, defending it was a far more formidable challenge. Had they noticed? The Trailblazers players seemed to have set their sights firmly on the Thunder squad. Yang Yi observed a notable change in Lillard and McCollum. If they combined their efforts, the Thunder might struggle to withstand this formidable backcourt duo. After all, this is the Trailblazers' home ground, Ke Fan remarked. If these guards unleash their full potential, they will undoubtedly overturn the score. On the Thunder side, Westbrook appeared utterly fatigued. It was unclear how he would perform in the fourth quarter. To everyone's surprise, Su Bei was set to take the court again. Having made a significant impact in the previous 2 quarters, he seemed transformed, eliciting a glimmer of admiration in Yang Yi's eyes. Lillard received the ball and pushed it forward. Facing Westbrook's defense. "Do you truly believe you can stop me, Westbrook?" Lillard challenged. "Moreover, this time the Thunder are without their prolific scorer Durant. Even if you initially take the lead, what of it? We will inevitably reclaim our advantage in the 4th quarter. Huh. If you possess the capability, then come forth. I am eager to witness the prowess of you, Lillard." Westbrook countered with a shake of his head. While he could discern that Lillard's physical attributes were commendable, they paled in comparison to Westbrook's. Su Bei's gaze flickered towards Lillard. His most formidable skills lay in his ability to penetrate defenses and distribute the ball, coupled with his extraordinary long-range shooting. In 2014, Lillard was recognized as the clutch player of the year, demonstrating a notable offensive capability. However, in Su Bei's estimation, he would not play a significant role in truly high-stakes scenarios. Particularly concerning his long-range three-point shooting, a thorough understanding of his game would compel defenders to closely shadow him. Indeed, Lillard's exceptional long-range shooting has left others in awe, even more so than Curry's. What is most remarkable is Lillard's willingness to attempt long-range shots even against stiff defensive pressure. When faced with a double team, Lillard would likely not opt to pass immediately, but would instead take it upon himself to attack. Su Bei pondered this quietly as Westbrook exchanged glances with him. Nodding in agreement, Westbrook's gaze settled firmly on Lillard, maintaining a staunch defense against his left side. This compels Lillard to attempt a breakthrough from the right. Upon reaching the arc's summit, he finds Su Bei on the opposite side, who is not only focused on McCollum before him but is also keenly observing Lillard. At that moment, McCollum suddenly sprang into action, moving with remarkable speed. In that instant, he engaged in a brief physical tussle with Su Bei, creating a notable distance between them. Su Bei couldn't help but inwardly scoff, exclaiming, "What audacity! This guy is playing like that?" The referee failed to notice the blatant foul. McCollum had chosen the perfect moment, akin to the graceful yet sharp strike of a heron. Enraged, Su Bei gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Lillard proactively stepped in to set a screen for McCollum, who glanced back at Su Bei, wearing a sly smile that seemed to taunt. "Come on, I just elbowed you. What are you going to do about it?" Infuriated, Su Bei was determined to maintain a staunch defense. Once McCollum secured the ball, he charged towards the paint. Observing this, Adams swiftly moved to provide assistance at the free throw line, eager to discover how this diminutive adversary intended to breach his formidable defense. In Westbrook's gaze, a glimmer of sharpness emerged as he resolutely positioned himself in front of Lillard, prepared to seize the rebound. McCollum faced Adams with unwavering courage, a smile gracing his lips. Dismissing the notion that a mere center could obstruct him, he deftly maneuvered the ball to his left hand, his entire body leaning towards the left. Observing this, Adams instinctively shifted to his right, attempting to block McCollum's path. In the Penguin livestream, Yang Yi gasped at the unfolding scene. McCollum executed a Euro step, effortlessly bypassing Adams. Such agility was truly breathtaking. But wait, who else lurked behind? Kofan was left in awe, profoundly shaken by the spectacle before him. They could see a figure soaring behind McCollum. Not only in the Penguin livestream, but even fans and onlookers in the arena rose to their feet. Captivated by the scene, utterly astounded. What was he about to do? Was he really going to deliver a colossal dunk on McCollum? Upon witnessing this, Chuck Barkley stood up in disbelief. Is this truly a player from China? Is this real? That leap is extraordinary. On the court, McCollum, convinced he would score, wore a victorious smile upon his face. This was the first shot of the 4th quarter. It was imperative to execute it flawlessly. Upon noticing the figure behind him, Lillard's body trembled slightly. He intended to alert McCollum, but it was already too late. With a sharp crack, though the sound was not loud, it resonated in McCollum's ears. The basketball was forcefully pinned against the backboard. What? After hearing the sound, McCollum felt a sense of numbness envelop him. He was still unclear about what had transpired and had not witnessed the ball descending into the net. In that moment, his mind became a blank slate. After Su Bei seized the basketball, he executed a swift long pass. Meanwhile, Westbrook, positioned beyond the three-point line, sprinted back like a flash of lightning. The instant he caught the ball, he leaped from the free throw line. His body unfurled gracefully, resembling a crescent moon. With a resounding clang, the rim seemed to lament. Thunder fans rose en masse, their voices echoing in fervent cheers. MVP! MVP! Did you see that? Did you see that? This is our star. Such a dunk was nothing short of explosive. The fans of the Thunder jubilantly leaped and cheered, their eyes ablaze with passion. At this moment, Westbrook was incessantly celebrating, calling out to his enthusiastic supporters. Su Bei rushed over, colliding with Westbrook, both of their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. Their synergy was nothing short of flawless. This is our star, who, after spending considerable time on the ground, occasionally desires to ascend and gaze upon the stars. Yang Yi from the Penguin live stream couldn't help but express his admiration for Westbrook's indomitable spirit. The speed of such a counterattack is astonishingly swift, akin to the wind. The score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder stands at 79-87. Upon witnessing this scene, the Thunder's head coach couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Su Bei. This is truly an embodiment of both offense and defense. Faju Barkley and O'Neal exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a hint of helplessness, completely taken aback by the remarkable performance of the Chinese player before them. The head coach of the Trail Blazers fixated his gaze intently on the Chinese player, utterly astonished that he had managed to block McCollum so decisively. What on earth is happening? How did it come to this? They were clearly leading until now, devoid of any fighting spirit. Lillard, taken aback by the turn of events, patted McCollum on the shoulder. It's all right, we can come back. No need to rush. Let's take our time. There's still time left, and we can still win. Lillard encouraged McCollum with unwavering determination in his gaze. The hope now rested on Lillard to step up and score, for the other players seemed to have lost all momentum. McCollum, reflecting on his experience against Su Bei, could not fathom why he had been blocked so easily. Su Bei's speed surpassed his expectations, and his awareness was exceptionally sharp. If they underestimated him again, they would undoubtedly lose this match. They must not take that player from Huaxia lightly, and he needed to be marked closely. The rest of McCollum's team echoed his sentiments, as if shadows from past years loomed over them. In the ensuing game, Lillard of the Trail Blazers unleashed his personal explosive mode, resembling a true assassin. With just 2 steps from the three-point line, he launched his shot with an impressive accuracy. Meanwhile, Westbrook and Su Bei of the Thunder showcased a speed beyond their imagination, their synergy remarkably flawless. Notably, Su Bei's three-point shooting percentage was exceedingly high. Even with McCollum tightly guarding him, he showed no fear and managed to score. As the final 2 minutes of the game approached, the score stood at 98-100 between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder. We are just 2 points away from overtaking the Thunder. Brothers, let us muster all our spirit, and we will soon claim victory on our home court, Lillard exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He believed that if he could sink another three-pointer, they would close the gap. Conversely, the Thunder remained composed. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook faced Lillard's defense and decisively drove past him. The moment Lillard turned to defend, Westbrook's speed exceeded their expectations, charging into the Trail Blazers' interior like a man wielding a bundle of explosives. Yang Yi made a metaphor. However, in the next moment, Westbrook struck the ball against the backboard, failing to score. Observing this scene, Westbrook leapt into action, engaging in physical confrontation with the Trail Blazers center midair. At the moment he secured the ball, Westbrook initially intended to take the shot himself, but upon noticing the open Su Bei on the perimeter, he opted to pass. McCollum, witnessing this, turned his gaze towards Su Bei, who was already in a heightened state. Not only McCollum, but even Lillard rushed forward, the two of them effectively double-teaming Su Bei. Chapter 30. The big-hearted player, a serene expression adorned Su Bei's face. He felt no fear in the face of their approach, as he had long desired to confront both players directly. Here it comes. With swift precision, the basketball arced elegantly through the air. All eyes in the arena, particularly those of the Thunder fans, were fixated upon the ball, filled with anticipation. It's going in. I wager my entire life of being single on this shot. Some fans were imbued with hope, their hands clasped together as they yearned for the Thunder to triumph over the Blazers. After all, prior to the game, the Blazers had proclaimed their inevitable victory. In fact, the Trail Blazers head coach had remarked to reporters that the Chinese player was hardly noteworthy, asserting their superiority with the formidable backcourt duo. Could the Chinese player and Westbrook truly form a comparable backcourt? Last year, Durant and Westbrook were the Thunder's 2 core players, yet they were ultimately vanquished by the Warriors. Then, a resounding thud echoed. The ball swished through the net, and everyone erupted in exclamation. It's in. That Chinese player sunk the three-pointer. How phenomenal is that? So impressive. I have never witnessed such a captivating player, especially one from China. The score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder stood at 98-103. At this moment, The players of the Thunder, seated on the bench, leapt to their feet, their faces aglow with joy as they waved their towels exuberantly. Su Bei truly exhibited remarkable prowess, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer even amidst the double team of McCollum and Lillard. Such shooting accuracy is indeed astounding. Westbrook proved even more formidable, securing a rebound from the Trailblazers center and swiftly passing the ball back to Su Bei. The synergy between these two players is nothing short of exceptional. Coach Donovan of the Thunder, upon witnessing this, turned to glance at Westbrook and Su Bei, his gaze filled with admiration. This is the epitome of synergy. Coach Donovan has yet to realize that Westbrook and Su Bei would harmonize so beautifully, even surpassing the collaboration between Durant and Westbrook in their prime. Is this truly innate? Could it be fate? Coach Donovan's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope. If Su Bei and Westbrook could collaborate so seamlessly this time, perhaps during the upcoming regular season, their synergy would further flourish, potentially surpassing their current rapport. Entering the playoffs would then seem quite feasible. In the Penguin livestream, Yang Yi shook his head, profoundly struck by the scene before him. Su Bei had undeniably undergone a transformation. His three-point shooting was nearly as captivating as Curry's. Furthermore, the young man possessed a certain charm, demonstrating remarkable composure even when faced with the dual pressure from Lillard and McCollum. Without a hint of panic or error, the future indeed looked promising. On the court, Lillard and McCollum's gazes fixated on Su Bei, momentarily frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend why they failed to contain the Chinese player. How could this individual release his shot with such astonishing speed? They had assumed they could intercept him. Yet the reality was utterly unfathomable. Lillard remained perplexed, unable to grasp how that player from China had achieved such prowess. McCollum shook his head in resignation. I don't know. What we need to focus on now is closing this 5-point gap. Otherwise, we risk losing this game. Upon hearing McCollum's words, Lillard nodded resolutely, regardless of the cost. He was determined to win. Initially, he had envisioned a decisive victory, but now opportunities seemed scarce. Their only option was to mount a comeback. The Trailblazers coach was utterly flabbergasted, never anticipating the significant threat posed by this Chinese player. Had he not taken the court, victory would have undoubtedly been within the Trailblazers' grasp. But now, damn it, from where exactly have these Chinese players been found? How is it possible that their three-point shooting is so formidable? How infuriating. The head coach of the Trailblazers shouted at McCollum, "McCollum, you must staunchly defend that Chinese player. He must not be allowed to touch the ball." Upon hearing this, McCollum glued himself to Su Bei. In this brief moment, I will ensure you do not get the ball. Even if we Trailblazers are trailing by 5 points, we will catch up within this time frame. Oh, is that so? I have dominated you for 2 entire quarters, and until now, you have not surpassed us. Is it because your players are not the strongest? Or is it that your best player is currently seated on the bench? Su Bei began to hurl trash talk at McCollum, his eyes brimming with disdain. He was eager to see how this fellow would retort. McCollum, taken aback, had not anticipated that this Chinese player would possess such eloquence and artistry in his taunts. He was at a loss for how to counter the verbal jabs being thrown at him. The game continued. After advancing the ball across the court, Lillard, facing Westbrook's defense, signaled for a pick from the Trailblazers center. The center swiftly positioned himself at the arc's top. With the center in place, Lillard accelerated, his gaze sharp and determined. He had to make this shot, for without it, their hopes of a comeback would dwindle. As Westbrook defended him, Lillard used a screen to block Westbrook, racing toward the arc with impressive speed. In the next moment, he reached the top of the arc, utilizing the center's pick. With a resounding thud, the center collided with Westbrook, who scoffed at the feeble attempt of physical confrontation. Realizing the peril, Westbrook glanced towards Su Bei and shouted, "Su, hurry and help. Quickly. Lillard is going for a three-pointer." Upon hearing Westbrook's urgent call, Su Bei rushed over, but it was too late. Lillard executed a textbook shot. Swish. The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. After scoring, Lillard smirked slightly, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he regarded Westbrook and Su Bei, shaking his head as if to say, "What does it matter if you lead by 5 points? Sooner or later, we shall reclaim our position." The Trailblazers are most suited to compete in this high-stakes game. However, for the Thunder, this is merely a low-tier match. The most unexpected twist has been the performance of that player from Huaxia. Otherwise, they could have effortlessly concluded the game by the third quarter. Who would have anticipated that the Huaxia player would lead the Thunder to take the lead? This has left the Blazers coach in a cold sweat, pondering how to address the media should they lose. It is precisely in such critical moments that the true caliber of a superstar is revealed. In the streaming room, Yang gazed wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, filled with disbelief. With a swift motion, Lillard landed a three-pointer with remarkable precision. Had Westbrook defended a bit farther out, Lillard would have undoubtedly executed a long-range three from 2 steps beyond the arc. This is Lillard, a player with an indomitable spirit. The back-and-forth three-point shooting between Lillard and Su Bei reminded me of the past duels between Irving and Curry. I never imagined the match between these two teams would be so exhilarating. However, it is not over yet. The outcome remains uncertain. At this moment, Lillard seems to have found his rhythm from beyond the arc. If given another opportunity, he would surely sink another. Yang eagerly anticipates which team will ultimately prevail. The score between the Blazers and Thunder stands at 101 to 103. Barkley has already risen from his seat, his face alight with joy. "O'Neal, did you see that? I told you, the Blazers will ultimately triumph in this encounter. Only 2 minutes remain. If the Blazers can defend against the Thunder now, and then pass the ball to Lillard, victory will be theirs without difficulty. If they had a prolific scorer like Durant, perhaps the Thunder could still clinch the win, but that is no longer an option. They have no chances left. I cannot believe that Huaxiao player could score another 3. It's utterly absurd. By the end of the game, I am curious to see how many points he has accumulated. It is truly astonishing." O'Neal couldn't help but shake his head. "If that three-pointer were entrusted to me, perhaps I could make it, but I am already retired." O'Neal sighed softly, reminiscing about his days on the court when no one could match his prowess, particularly in the paint, where only that great Huaxiao player, Yao, posed a challenge. Is the Huaxiao player merely fortunate? This leaves me perplexed. At this moment, the Thunder have called a timeout. The score is just 2 points apart, and the Trail Blazers need only to make a three-pointer to secure victory. This is precisely why the head coach of the Thunder called a timeout. He feared that Lillard from the Trail Blazers might sink another three-pointer, which would spell considerable trouble, given that only 45 seconds remained. Even if they were to deliberately extend their 24-second shot clock, the opposing team would still have another opportunity to score, unless the Thunder could land a three-pointer themselves. Stability would elude them. So, who would take that final shot? All eyes on the Thunder players fell upon Su Bei, for he had made the most three-pointers in this game, with an exceptionally consistent shooting percentage akin to a machine. He rarely missed when left unguarded. "Su Bei, the last shot is entrusted to you. Do you have the confidence to make it?" Coach Donovan regarded Su Bei with utmost seriousness. This was a test of his mettle. If he could indeed make the shot, a new contract would undoubtedly await him the following day. Su Bei's performances in the last 2 games had been nothing short of dazzling. While Westbrook excelled in driving to the basket, he could not match Su Bei's proficiency from beyond the arc. Su Bei embodied the essence of a true 3-and-D player. His off-ball movement was remarkable, a significant reason for Coach Donovan's fondness for him. If this trend continued, it would mean that while Westbrook executed his drives and distributed the ball, Su Bei would steadfastly fulfill his role as a 3-and-D player. The other players looked to Su Bei, urging him not to fear or feel burdened. They believed in him and were certain he could make the shot. The strategy revolved around him. Coach Donovan's gaze lingered on Su Bei, filled with trust. If the ball were to be entrusted to Westbrook, the likelihood of success would be merely 50%. However, handing it to Su Bei would yield an impressive 80% chance. At that moment, Westbrook patted Su Bei on the shoulder and gave his chest a light tap, expressing his concern. "Hey, brother, I believe you can make it. Even if you miss, I'll grab the rebound for you. Don't worry at all. You can do this. Just let the ball go the moment you receive it." "Yes, the boss is right," echoed the others, encouraging Su Bei, for they had faith in his ability to score from three-point range, especially when presented with an open shot, which would yield a 90% success rate. "All right, I'll take the shot." For Su Bei, he understood that this was indeed an opportunity. Once he made his shot, this game would undoubtedly allow him to shine brightly. Other teams might even take notice of him, especially considering the formidable opposing duo of guards. If he were to score, it would be amusing to witness their expressions. Moreover, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Fear not, Su Bei, for Adams will set the screens for you." Coach Donovan has laid out the strategies, infused with absolute faith in him. Throughout these 2 games, he has discerned Su Bei's true potential. With further cultivation, Su Bei is destined to flourish completely. Even when facing the Warriors, the Thunder will remain unafraid of anyone. Such a promising talent must be nurtured with great care. However, at present, Westbrook stands as the unequivocal core, the true leader of the team. Should he sign a permanent contract, Coach Donovan may well consider cultivating Su Bei as the second in command. Meanwhile, the coach of the Trail Blazers cast a glance at the Thunder's side, focusing on Lillard and McCollum, and spoke in a low voice. You two must concentrate all your attention on that Chinese player, while the rest direct their focus towards Westbrook. The others were momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed. Why should all their attention be directed at that young player from China? Did the Thunder players genuinely intend to allow the Chinese player to take the final shot? There was no need for such astonishment. It was likely that the player from China would be the one to score the most three-pointers in this match. Focusing entirely on that player seemed rather hasty. What if the last shot were entrusted to Westbrook? Such a scenario could shatter all their plans. A look of confusion crossed McCollum's face, as he dreaded the possibility of such an occurrence. Trust my intuition. The last shot for the Thunder will undoubtedly be given to the Chinese player, the Trail Blazers coach asserted with unwavering conviction. He was prepared to wager his entire career on this judgment, for he was certain that the threat posed by that Chinese player surpassed even that of Westbrook. All right. Lillard and McCollum nodded, their eyes filled with determination. They understood the necessity of winning this match. Regardless of who would execute the final shot, they had to defend resolutely. Only by securing their defense could they seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Let us go. Lillard and McCollum bumped fists together. Chapter 31. Overtime, the game resumed. As the Trail Blazers players took to the court, each one fixated intently on the Thunder players before them. They recognized that this was their final opportunity. Failure to contain the Thunder's players could lead to their ultimate downfall in the match. We must defend with unwavering resolve. Otherwise, we will suffer utter disgrace. For they were well aware that the Trail Blazers had already held a press conference, informing the journalists of their confidence in securing victory. The majority of fans in the arena were ardent supporters of the Trail Blazers, unwilling to witness their beloved team suffer defeat. Meanwhile, the Thunder players cast their collective gaze upon Su Bei, their eyes brimming with quiet anticipation. They had placed all their hopes upon his shoulders. Play without burden. Their silent message seemed to convey, even should you miss, none shall hold it against you. A resolute determination burned within Su Bei's heart. Rest assured, Westbrook, he silently vowed, entrust this moment to me. I shall not falter. The certainty of converting any open opportunity into points was absolute in his mind. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Yang Yi chuckled lightly. I wonder who shall be entrusted with this final shot. Undoubtedly Westbrook, Ku Fan interjected, as the Thunder's cornerstone. His ability to secure 2 points is beyond question. His faith in Westbrook's clutch performance was unshakable. With the Thunder already leading by 2, another successful drive would extend their advantage to 4 points. Barring an unlikely three-point play, victory seemed assured. Uncertain, Yang Yi mused, his gaze lingering on Su Bei. The defensive attention appears focused elsewhere. They seem fixated upon Su Bei. One couldn't deny Su Bei's remarkable three-point accuracy throughout the game. Should he sink another, the victory would be sealed by his hands. Yang Yi's eyes gleamed with quiet expectation, contemplating how far this Chinese player might journey in the NBA. Many compatriots had struggled to last a single season, often denied meaningful playing time. Yet Su Bei's exceptional performances in these 2 games had earned him the coach's trust, an opportunity rarely granted. Under different circumstances, 10 games might pass without such a chance. On the court, the intensity mounted. Every spectator's attention was riveted upon the players, their gazes alight with fervent hope for their team's triumph. Believe in the Thunder, the air seemed to whisper, Westbrook shall not concede defeat. With their current lead, victory is within grasp. The fans murmured among themselves. At this moment, when Westbrook obtained the ball, he was guarded by a forward. Lillard and McCollum, however, concentrated their attention primarily on Su Bei. Lillard positioned himself at the free throw line, while McCollum remained steadfastly focused on Su Bei, determined to prevent him from receiving the ball. Su Bei incessantly maneuvered, attempting to shake off McCollum, yet found himself at an impasse. This was, in fact, a strategic ploy devised by the Trail Blazers coach. He was wagering that Westbrook would miss his three-point attempts. Throughout this match, Westbrook had launched 4 three-pointers, none of which found their mark. The coach was confident that Westbrook's shooting touch was lacking, believing that as long as they compelled Westbrook to shoot, their chances of success would greatly increase. You must tightly guard that player from Huaxia. Under no circumstances should he be allowed to touch the ball. You also need to monitor Westbrook's drives with unwavering vigilance. The Trail Blazers head coach shouted to his players, his expression growing increasingly anxious. The players of the Thunder are fervently maneuvering, seeking opportunities to find open space. However, despite their frantic movements, they fail to capture the attention of their opponents. The entire focus is centered on Westbrook and Su Bei. In truth, Westbrook is equally tense. If he attempts to pass the ball to Su Bei now, there is a significant likelihood that Lillard will intercept the pass during its trajectory. The peril was exceedingly great, to the extent that Westbrook could not pass the ball to his teammate Su Bei on the other side. Even if Su Bei wished to rush over, there was no feasible way for him to do so. Thus, the only course of action left was for Westbrook to attempt a three-point shot. In his heart, Westbrook silently contemplated, his gaze revealing a flicker of determination. "My dear brother Su Bei, I apologize," he thought, uncertain if his shot would find its mark. Confronted by the opposing center, Westbrook dribbled the ball repeatedly. It was evident that his ball handling skills were not particularly refined. Had he been capable of executing a breakthrough, he would have already penetrated the defense. It appeared that Westbrook's ambition to succeed was a true test of whether he could ascend to the ranks of a genuine superstar. He couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a surge of tension as he anticipated which team would emerge victorious. Should Westbrook fail to make the shot, there was a genuine risk of the Trail Blazers overtaking them. Westbrook took his shot. He shouted, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never envisioned Westbrook would display such decisiveness, more resolute than he had anticipated. Not only were they taken aback, but even Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal stared in disbelief. Witnessing the ball being launched into the air, they could hardly believe Westbrook dared to take the shot, silently wishing for it to miss. As Westbrook watched the ball soar after his release, it struck the front rim with a resounding clang. The arena erupted with the cheers of Trail Blazers fans. "It didn't go in, it didn't go in. Is this truly the strength of the Thunder?" they exclaimed. "What a disappointment. Now, let us see what the Trail Blazers can do." The fans of the Trail Blazers expressed their delight, their eyes brimming with joy. Until this moment, they felt a glimmer of hope that the Blazers could triumph over the Thunder. Despite the arduous nature of the game, they held an unwavering belief that Lillard would undoubtedly sink a three-pointer. After securing a rebound, the Blazers center, Steven Adams, passed the ball to Lillard. As Lillard advanced across the court, he exhibited patience, refraining from rushing into an attack with 30 seconds remaining on the clock. He was deliberately managing the time. Westbrook's gaze was filled with frustration. He could scarcely believe he had missed his three-point attempt. He knew he had to rectify his mistake. The Thunder's head coach was beside himself, leaping in exasperation, completely taken aback by the missed opportunity despite the wide-open shot. Coach Donovan was at his wit's end. Wishing fervently for Westbrook to commit a foul, Westbrook dashed forward and committed the foul. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Upon seeing the referee's signal, he prepared for 2 free throws. The score now stood at 101 to 103. It was astonishing to think that Westbrook had chosen this moment to foul. This is clearly an opportunity for the Trail Blazers to secure these 2 points. Westbrook's actions appear somewhat irrational. Yet there truly seems to be no viable solution at this moment. Coach Donovan stands with his arms crossed, seemingly at a loss for a better strategy, resorting to allowing the opposing team to take free throws before regaining possession. Otherwise, should they allow the clock to dwindle down to the final seconds before hitting a three-pointer, the situation could become exceedingly precarious. Nevertheless, he senses that Westbrook is somewhat anxious if the opposition fails to make the three-pointer. Their staunch defense should suffice in those remaining seconds. Ultimately, it is a matter of chance. Coach Donovan privately hopes that the final possession will fall into the hands of the Thunder, preferably allowing Su Bei to take the decisive shot. As the shooting consistency of others is alarmingly unreliable, particularly under pressure, Lillard, from the Trail Blazers, wears a smug smile, taunting Westbrook. "See, I told you we would triumph over your Thunder at home. Even with Durant on your roster, we would have prevailed, but now that you lack him, your entire team has undeniably diminished in stature." Lillard approaches Westbrook, exchanging a few words before stepping up for the free throws, intentionally applying psychological pressure. Westbrook's recent missed three-pointer has undoubtedly burdened him with anxiety, and perhaps this added pressure might induce a mistake. Lillard muses to himself. On the Thunder's side, the players were expressions of discontent, having fought hard to close the gap only to find themselves tied once again with the Trail Blazers. They are left questioning whether leveling the score will even lead to victory in this match. As Lillard steps to the free throw line, his gaze is unwavering, viewing the free throws as a mere formality. Swish, swish, 2 flawless shots. The score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder now stands at 103. The Blazers fans rise, their faces beaming with the joy of impending victory. They are certain the Trail Blazers will triumph over the Thunder. Now, it remains to be seen how the Thunder will attempt to reclaim the lead, as their players appear utterly dejected, seemingly devoid of any fighting spirit. Is this truly the Thunder team we know? The players on the Thunder's bench wore expressions of grave concern, a reflection mirrored on the face of their head coach, who found himself in complete accord with his thoughts. To their astonishment, the Trailblazers had indeed managed to equalize. The final offensive play was entirely in their possession. Should they fail to score, they would be compelled into overtime. Nevertheless, the Thunder's head coach remained confident that the Trailblazers would not allow them to penetrate their defenses so easily. From the moment the ball was inbound, stringent vigilance was imperative, for time was fleeting. Only 21 seconds remained. If they could succeed in scoring, it would result in a dramatic victory over the Trailblazers. This is precisely what the Thunder's coach ardently desires. However, the final offensive possession must be entrusted to Su Bei for any hope of success. Otherwise, it may revert to Westbrook, as the current situation leaves him uncertain whether Su Bei can truly penetrate the defense. Unless Westbrook can break through and deliver the ball to the point guard, Su Bei. The game continues. We must staunchly defend against all players of the Thunder, particularly ensuring Westbrook does not break through. If we can hold our ground, we may yet force overtime. The Blazers coach exudes a palpable urgency. He is determined to prevent the Thunder players from executing a last-second victory against his team. Adams passes the ball to Westbrook, who, facing Lillard's defense, accelerates towards the front court, his own anxiety mounting. He knows he must score to secure a decisive blow against the Blazers. This marks the Thunder's final opportunity, and they fervently hope for success. At this moment, Su Bei is poised to receive the ball. However, Westbrook does not pass it to Su Bei. Instead, Su Bei sets a screen for him, urging him to penetrate into the lane. Even if it results in a foul, it poses no issue. Should a foul occur, he would be granted 2 free throws. After calmly converting them, he would undoubtedly seal the fate of the Trailblazers. The defense must staunchly guard Westbrook, preventing him from executing a layup. The Trailblazers head coach, upon witnessing this, has an unmistakable shift in his demeanor, for Westbrook's ability to finish at the rim is formidable. Su Bei effectively blocks Lillard, allowing Westbrook to surge forward with unparalleled speed, his eyes ablaze with determination. As Westbrook charges ahead, all eyes are riveted upon him. Confronted by the Trailblazers center, Westbrook employs a Euro step to glide past. In the next heartbeat, just as he prepares to lay the ball in, the Trailblazers center leaps from behind him, delivering a resounding block. The basketball is forcefully pinned against the backboard. Astonishingly, the Trailblazers have executed a defensive stop. How remarkable their defensive prowess is. Yang Yi gazes at the screen, utterly astonished. The spectacle is overwhelmingly thrilling. A flicker of frustration crosses Westbrook's face, as he never anticipated such a turn of events, being emphatically rejected by the Trailblazers. With only 4 or 5 seconds remaining, Lillard, upon receiving the ball, refrains from attacking, uncertain of his ability to score, opting instead to play for overtime. The Trailblazers fans erupt in jubilant celebration, their eyes shimmering with excitement. At this moment, the match has finally reached overtime. Here is the home ground of our Trailblazers. Lillard, holding the basketball, gazes at Westbrook, a triumphant smile gracing his face. They are brimming with confidence that they can secure victory against the Thunder in this extra period. The Blazers head coach cannot help but turn to glance at the Thunder's coach, a smile appearing on his lips, convinced that victory is within reach. At this moment, Coach Donovan of the Thunder looks at Westbrook. He understands that Westbrook has given his all, yet it seems there is little more that can be done. It's all right, Westbrook. We're still in overtime. We have a chance to win this, he reassures. We will definitely triumph in this overtime. Donovan pats Westbrook on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Yet the outcome has already been decided. The focus now is to strive for victory against the Blazers in the overtime. Rest assured, we will prevail. Westbrook responds, determined to rectify his previous missteps. Barkley watches with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The Blazers are poised to dominate the Thunder in overtime, their momentum at an all-time high. It is hard to fathom just how hot Lillard's shooting hand is at this moment. O'Neal lets out a long sigh. Had Westbrook not been blocked moments ago, the Blazers would have already secured the game. What a misstep that was. Now, all attention turns to the overtime. To the readers, please be patient. I have undergone surgery and am currently experiencing some physical discomfort, which has slowed my typing speed. Thank you for your continued support. Chapter 32. The crossover. Let us have faith in Westbrook. We must believe in him now. He will undoubtedly lead our Thunder to victory. What if the Blazers are formidable? In the end, we were leading them. Regardless of the circumstances, we must support Westbrook. The Thunder fans are filled with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. yearning for Westbrook to guide the team to victory in this match. In the Penguin livestream, Yang Yi and Ku Fan are discussing the impending conclusion of the game between the Thunder and the Blazers. I maintain my belief that the Blazers have the ability to influence the Thunder, especially with their dynamic backcourt duo proving to be exceptionally strong. Uncertain is the current three-point shooting prowess of Su Bei, a potentially critical factor. Should it falter, the circumstances may deteriorate significantly. The Thunder cannot exert influence over the Trailblazers in this regard. Moreover, the backcourt duo of the Trailblazers has yet to unleash their full potential. Compounded by Lillard's scorching hot shooting from beyond the arc, given an open opportunity, he is certain to convert the three-pointer. Consequently, there would be no player on the Thunder capable of containing Lillard, rendering victory in overtime nearly impossible. Kevin nodded in agreement. I too believe the Trailblazers can secure a win, but we currently possess no means to restrain Lillard. Mina in the Penguin livestream room stamped her foot, her anxiety palpable. She had never anticipated the Thunder could be overturned. Can Su Bei truly emerge victorious? Now that we have reached overtime, even Mina feels a tinge of doubt. Su Bei, you must persevere, she silently urged, for Su Bei's striking handsomeness has undeniably garnered attention. Laughter resounded as Lillard's performance was overwhelmingly impressive. Barkley crossed his arms, a confident smile adorning his face, for he firmly believed that Lillard would undoubtedly prevail. Shaquille O'Neal, on the other hand, felt a sense of pity for Westbrook, who had indeed exerted himself, particularly during the initial 2 quarters, nearly exhausting himself. Otherwise, how could he have been blocked by the Trailblazers center in the final period? Yet, if Westbrook remains fatigued in overtime, there may be little recourse available to him. O'Neal was also analyzing the situation on the Thunder's side. In comparison, the Trailblazers lineup appeared remarkably formidable. They possessed several rotation players, while the Thunder faced considerable difficulties if they substituted other guards onto the court. After all, Coach Donovan had already attempted to play Oladipo, who, after committing several turnovers, was benched. In overtime, the players from both the Thunder and the Trailblazers took to the court. Lillard, riding the momentum from his previous shots, continued to attempt three-pointers. Sensing that his rhythm was returning, he effortlessly sank his first shot from the top of the arc, bringing the score to 106-103 in favor of the Trailblazers. The Thunder missed 2 consecutive three-point attempts, one from Su Bei and another from Westbrook, neither of which found the net. Damn, I can't believe I missed those shots. But I will trust that the next one will go in, Su Bei thought to himself. The Thunder's head coach felt a sinking feeling as he watched the missed shots, unable to fathom how they could fail to convert on such critical three-point opportunities. No, we cannot lose to the Trailblazers like this, he thought in desperation. Lillard approached, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. What do you think, Westbrook? How's my performance? Do you truly believe your Thunder can compete with us Trailblazers? Let me show you just how strong we are. While your team struggles to even make the playoffs, he boasted, his tone laced with arrogance. McCollum's defense was evidently effective. And who could have anticipated that the duo of these 2 guards would make such a significant impact in overtime? The Trailblazers coach erupted with laughter, unabashedly taunting the Thunder. With our level of talent, we are assured a spot in the playoffs. Westbrook, exhausted and feeling slightly unwell, was nonetheless filled with a fierce determination not to let this game slip away. He resolved to deliver a sharp retort to the Trailblazers. Unable to bear the taunt that without Durant, the Thunder would not even secure a playoff berth. This is utterly impossible. He must demonstrate everything through his actions. Only 2 minutes remain. At this moment, the Trailblazers hold a 7-point lead over their opponents, 110-103. The Thunder have yet to score. The fans of the Trailblazers have begun to taunt those of the Thunder. Wow, is this the strength of your Thunder? You might as well head home and train harder. Even my grandmother could defeat you. Let us not forget this is our home court. Your aspirations to triumph over us are nothing but a delusion. Children, hurry home and practice. The taunts from the Blazers fans grow more vehement as they are convinced that the Thunder have no chance of winning in the remaining 2 minutes. Meanwhile, in the Penguin Live broadcast, Yang Yi shakes his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment for the Thunder. It is evident that the Thunder's hopes of winning this match are dwindling, and one can clearly see that Westbrook is utterly exhausted. If Westbrook continues to lead the Thunder in this manner this season, they are unlikely to make it to the playoffs, and even if they do, they would not advance past the first round. This style of play is excessively taxing and could severely impact Westbrook's career. However, Westbrook is likely unfazed, for to him, merely reaching the playoffs signifies success. Yang Yi maintains a profound trust in Westbrook's character. On the court, Westbrook's eyes blaze with fury. He longs to unleash all the strength within him. Yet even so, he feels the weariness of his body, a sense of powerlessness. Though he is still young, every player on the Trailblazers is depleting his stamina. This has severely diminished his stamina. The subsequent offensive opportunity is entrusted to you, and I shall endeavor to break through. Westbrook gazed at Su Bei, his eyes brimming with unwavering trust. If even Su Bei cannot accomplish this within the Thunder, then it is unlikely that anyone else can. It's fine, Westbrook, you can leave everything to me from now on. Su Bei's eyes were filled with a fierce determination. While in his mind, he consulted the system. System, can I use all my talent points to acquire skills of a superstar? Ding. Currently, the host possesses only 2,000 talent points, but to purchase superstar skills, one can only acquire those of a megastar. System, what kind of skills can I purchase? You may acquire the bronze-level skill of Wade's Eurostep. Ding. Does the host wish to proceed with the purchase? Upon hearing the mechanical voice echo in his mind, Su Bei contemplated the Eurostep. To break through, one must embody an element of surprise, shifting not only one's gaze and body, but all parts towards one direction, while stepping in the opposite direction. This is the elusive step of Wade. Moreover, the second step must be significant, allowing one to surpass the defender by half a body length. During the breakthrough, it is essential to remain close to the defender, making it impossible for them to respond in time. Suddenly, the system flooded Su Bei's mind with all the explanations and techniques of the elusive step. A matter of mere seconds. In an instant, Su Bei experienced a profound realization. This is how it works. Although he understood that the elusive step is essentially an evolution of the authentic European step, mastering the true technique requires relentless practice. Ding. At this moment, Wade's elusive step is rated at a bronze level, enhancing the speed during breakthroughs by merely 10%. Just a 10% increase in speed? Su Bei murmured to himself, finding it more than sufficient. With only 2 minutes remaining, he hoped to make it in time. Quietly clenching his fists, Su Bei thought to himself. Westbrook pushed the ball to the front court, intending to break through when he noticed Su Bei running towards him, ready to receive the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Westbrook passed the ball to Su Bei, simultaneously positioning himself to set a screen. On the other side, Su Bei's gaze was imbued with tranquility. Faced with Lillard's defense, he executed a swift crossover to break through. Lowering his shoulder, he surged forward with remarkable speed. Given Su Bei's height far exceeded that of Lillard, each step he took was substantial. After effortlessly bypassing Lillard, he confronted the center of the Trailblazers, dribbling the ball with his right hand while shifting his entire body and center of gravity to the right. At this moment, the center of the Trailblazers was brimming with confidence, believing that Su Bei would attempt to break through to the right. The center of the Trailblazers shifted to his left. I cannot fathom how you could possibly surpass me, the center mused silently, his face radiating unwavering self-assurance. Simultaneously, Su Bei sensed a 10% enhancement in his speed. He took a significant step in the opposite direction, deftly bypassing the center. What? How did he get past me? Su Bei feigned an attack in one direction, convincing the defender of his intent. As his center of gravity shifted, he swiftly maneuvered in the opposite direction to elude him. Particularly at the moment Su Bei gathered the ball, he executed a forward motion akin to a pass. With a swish, the two-pointer was scored. 110-105. The spectators were left in utter astonishment. Note, dear readers, do not be anxious. There is still one more chapter. Chapter 33, Su Bei's personal performance. Is this not Dwayne Wade's signature Eurostep? Goodness, when did Su Bei acquire such a skill? In that fleeting moment, it felt as if I were witnessing Wade's breakthrough. Yang Yi couldn't help but express his astonishment at Su Bei's exceptionally sharp maneuver. The head coach of the Thunder was equally taken aback. What? How is it that this fellow's breakthrough occurs with such remarkable swiftness? It is not merely speed. Rather, he possesses an exquisite sense of rhythm. At the precise moment the center of the Trailblazers shifts, Su Bei makes his move. His grasp of timing is truly exceptional. Not only is Yang Yi astounded, but even the illustrious Barkley and O'Neal find themselves rubbing their eyes in disbelief. O'Neal, deliver a punch to me. I wish to ascertain whether this is indeed real. Do you genuinely wish for me to strike you? A smirk of triumph spreads across O'Neal's face, yet he remains uncertain whether such a blow would send him to the hospital. Heh, what a splendid moment this is. The ever-watchful Barkley shot a glance at him, and in the blink of an eye, O'Neal struck his thigh. Oh, Big Shaq, you dare to hit me? How bold. But mind you, if you compel me to retaliate, do not hold it against me. What on earth has happened to you? Just now, I felt as though I were witnessing Wade himself. That drive was remarkably akin. Your speed and sense of rhythm are impeccably grasped. Barkley's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, it was executed with great finesse. How has this player from China cultivated such skills? When did I ever possess such explosive drives? O'Neal's face was painted with envy. Had he possessed such swiftness back then, his fingers would have been adorned with championships. Barkley, ever the jester, quipped, "If you had that kind of speed, you wouldn't be known as a big guy." Meanwhile, Lillard attempted a three-pointer, only for it to clang off the rim. Stunned, Lillard stood frozen as Westbrook secured the rebound and passed it to Su Bei. The head coach of the Trail Blazers wore a frantic expression, fearful that this Chinese player might unleash a three-point shot. Su Bei swiftly advanced the ball into the front court, opting not to drive but instead prepared for a three-pointer. Upon noticing this, McCollum's countenance shifted to one of alarm, anxious that Su Bei might succeed. In the next heartbeat, Su Bei surged forward with a decisive drive. Damn! This individual has deceived me. Once again, I confront the center of the Trail Blazers, breaking through the past of northern Jiangsu. Employing the same tactic, I advance from the left. However, the Trail Blazers center has now become wiser, moving directly to his left. He understands that this player from Huaxia is likely to attempt a breakthrough from his right, which is indeed his left. This time, I am eager to witness how you will approach. Upon seeing this, Su Bei displayed no hesitation and decisively broke through from the left. He soared vertically towards the basket, his body ascending with grace. With both hands clutching the ball, he executed a swift turn. A resounding clang echoed as the rim quivered in the mid. Astonishingly, he followed up with a powerful dunk, showcasing an explosive strength that was truly remarkable. Flying Pig Barkley, witnessing this, widened his eyes in astonishment, his mouth agape. He was utterly unprepared for such an extraordinary maneuver from this player of Huaxia. The fluidity of his movements was exceptional, effortlessly deceiving the center of the Trail Blazers. This left Charles Barkley utterly astonished. Incredible, absolutely unbelievable. How on earth did he pull off that move? Especially that two-handed dunk with the spin. It was simply magnificent. The fans in the arena erupted in cheers, never expecting a Chinese player to be this extraordinary. Is this really the same Chinese player we once knew? Terrifying. No, utterly terrifying. If he were to enter the dunk contest, I'd undoubtedly award him a perfect score. The spectators murmured, their eyes blazing with fervor. That two-handed slam by Su Bei had instantly won over the Thunder fans. Even some of the Trail Blazers supporters couldn't help but applaud. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of the Huaxia players. Upon witnessing such a scene, the head coach of the Trail Blazers clutched his forehead, at a loss as to how to contain this Huaxia athlete. Initially believing that he could staunchly defend against the player's three-point attempts, he was taken aback when the player opted not to shoot from beyond the arc, instead executing a decisive drive. Remarkably, they have yet to successfully thwart the Huaxia player's penetrative maneuvers. This has already allowed him to glimpse the shadow of Wade. What on earth is the origin of this individual? Why have I never encountered such an exceptional player before? The head coach of the Trail Blazers must be feeling utterly despondent. How is it that they cannot contain this young man? At this moment, the score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder stands at 110 to 107, with merely 3 minutes remaining. The players of the Trail Blazers appear utterly stunned, completely unprepared for the intricate breakthroughs executed by this player from Huaxia. Up to this point, they have yet to defend against him. His speed is astonishing, and his rhythm impeccable. I simply cannot keep up with him. The Trail Blazers center wears a look of resignation, having been effortlessly bypassed on 2 occasions. As if crossing a street on a serene morning, Su Bei gazes at the center of the Trail Blazers, a gentle smile gracing his face. It is not that you cannot defend against me. Rather, it is that none of you from the Trail Blazers can contain me. This statement was not merely overheard by the center of the Trail Blazers. The other players, upon hearing it, were filled with a fiery intensity in their gazes. The audacity of this player from Huaxia is truly astounding. Is there no one capable of stopping him? Lillard and McCollum exchanged a glance, their gazes firmly fixed on the Huaxia player before them. They were determined to impart a lesson to him, although they were leading by a mere 2 points. For Lillard and McCollum, it felt as though they were in complete control. There was no cause for concern, as only 40 seconds remained on the clock. Moreover, the offensive momentum was in their favor. They planned to meticulously play out the possession, exhausting the 24 seconds of shot clock. If they could score, victory would be theirs. If that Huaxia player attempts to defend against us, I would relish the chance to deliver a thunderous dunk over him, Lillard declared through clenched teeth. As Lillard advanced the ball into the front court, it was not Westbrook defending him this time. but rather Su Bei, who had recognized that Westbrook was utterly fatigued. However, after Su Bei's recent offensive flurry, Westbrook had managed to regain some semblance of energy. Having played the entirety of the first 4 quarters, Westbrook was now faced with Lillard, whose intense focus was locked onto the ball in Lillard's hands. "Do you really think you can steal the ball from me? Today, I will demonstrate how scoring is done right in front of you," Lillard confidently asserted to Su Bei. With a series of between-the-legs dribbles, Lillard sought an opportunity to break through. He noticed the Huaxia player shifting his weight to the right. Seizing the moment, Lillard swiftly transitioned the ball from his right hand to his left, executing a sharp change of direction. As he broke free, a subtle smile graced Lillard's face. He nudged Su Bei with his hip to prevent him from trailing too closely. Faced with atoms, Lillard continued to weave and maneuver with impressive skill. Just as he was about to lay the ball in, Westbrook appeared from seemingly nowhere, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented determination. His entire body surged past Lillard, and with a powerful hand, he swatted the ball away. Lillard was momentarily caught off guard. He had initially failed to notice Westbrook, who had been defending McCollum. McCollum attempted to call out a warning, but Westbrook moved with the speed of a high-performance vehicle, unexpected and swift. The sound of the ball being struck echoed as it was forcefully sent soaring towards midcourt. At that moment, Su Bei seized the ball. Upon witnessing this, McCollum's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to hasten his pursuit. Although Su Bei initially maintained a few paces between them, his speed surpassed that of McCollum. Yang Yi from the Penguin Live broadcast, observing the unfolding events, exclaimed, "Could this lead to a reversal?" This was the Thunder's final opportunity, with merely 5 seconds remaining. The question lingered, could Su Bei execute the decisive shot? Beyond the Penguin broadcast, Barkley from Feiju was equally on edge, intently watching the scene. The head coach of the Thunder felt perspiration accumulate in his palms, a clear indication of his anxiety. Especially given the close score between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder, 110-107. Only 3 points remained. Even if they succeeded, it would merely equalize the score. As McCollum charged forward, Su Bei, positioned at the three-point line, feigned a shot. Upon noticing this, McCollum lunged towards him, overwhelmed by tension, eager to thwart the attempt. However, Su Bei remained still, and in that fleeting moment, he intentionally collided with McCollum. Following their contact, Su Bei leaned back, exerting every ounce of strength to release the shot. This is the position at the three-point line, at a 45-degree angle, which is where he excels at shooting threes. Therefore, Su Bei felt a certain degree of confidence. Secretly vowing to himself that he must make the shot, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. All eyes were fixed upon the ball. At that moment, the arena was enveloped in silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The head coach of the Thunder team was also intently watching the ball, taking a deep breath. It was already the dead of night, and I hope the readers enjoy it. Chapter 34. An overwhelming offensive force swish. The sound of the ball going through the net resonated throughout the arena. The score was tied at 110 between the Trail Blazers and the Thunder. The fans of the Thunder erupted in cheers. That player from Huaxia is truly impressive. Once again, he has come to the rescue. His three-pointer was absolutely stunning. Now, let us see how the Trail Blazers react. Look at their expressions, utterly devoid of hope. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Yang Yi gazed at Su Bei with admiration. Su Bei's three-pointer was commendable. To make that shot while being double-teamed was indeed astonishing. Is this still the same Su Bei we knew? Only 5 seconds remained on the clock. After receiving the ball, Lillard of the Trail Blazers, without the chance to advance, took a shot. All eyes were on the basketball. Lillard was being reckless. He shot from beyond half-court. Would it go in? Could it possibly lead to overtime? Yang Yi's face was filled with astonishment. He sensed that Lillard was even more audacious than he had imagined. But could Lillard actually make the shot? Yang Yi believed that given Lillard's fiery hand, he should be able to score. But in the next moment, the basketball hit the front rim and bounced out. Westbrook grabbed the ball tightly, holding it close as he waited for time to elapse. The clock paused. 110. The Trail Blazers and the Thunder were tied once again. Feiju Barkley's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected that in the critical final moments, the player from Huaxia would still be so formidable. Had Lillard's three-pointer gone in, it could have sealed the game for the Thunder. Unbelievably, they were heading into overtime. Both teams must be utterly exhausted. Beside him, O'Neal could not help but speak. The players from both teams must be exceedingly fatigued, particularly at this stage of the game, where they have truly performed exceptionally well. I can already sense that the Thunder's strength is quite formidable, especially with that player from Huaxia, whose three-point shooting is even more accurate than we had anticipated. Coupled with Westbrook's penetration, it is indeed terrifying. I can hardly fathom how far the Thunder might go. That Huaxia player has instilled a genuine sense of fear in O'Neal. Even in that era, had such a three-point shooter existed, he might have been considered a super guard. The Huaxia player's three-point shooting is swift, precise, and ruthless. Whenever he finds an opening, he has never faltered. From here on, all offensive opportunities will be focused on Su Bei. Westbrook, you must pay close attention to the rebounds. I can sense the Trailblazers are becoming increasingly desperate. We must stabilize our efforts and believe that we can secure victory in this match. So far, we have engaged in a solid contest, proving that the skill levels of both teams are quite comparable. Yet, I am confident we can ultimately surpass them. The head coach of the Thunder's eyes brimmed with a hint of trust, for he sensed that as long as Su Bei was on the court, there would be no issues. His three-point shooting is indeed formidable. Why had I never realized how powerful Su Bei's three-point shot was before? This has already instilled a sense of dread within him. However, Coach Donovan secretly rejoiced, astonished to have acquired such a formidable player. If they were to focus their efforts on Su Bei, perhaps they could indeed secure a place in the playoffs, potentially facing the Warriors. Coach Donovan contemplated this, recognizing no issues with the strategy. Aside from Su Bei's three-pointers, that fleeting moment of his breakthrough evoked memories of Wade's elusive maneuvers. At this moment, Su Bei possessed the secrets of the Euro step in his mind, his gaze radiating unwavering confidence. Particularly during that instant of his drive, he would augment his speed by 10%, undoubtedly granting him significant advantage. Su Bei believed that if given the opportunity to return to the court, no one on the Trailblazers would be able to contain him. You must staunchly defend against that player from Huaxia. He is now the cornerstone of the Thunder. This is our final chance. We must thoroughly dismantle them. I never anticipated that the Thunder's core would be a player from Huaxia. The head coach of the Trailblazers appeared perplexed, unable to fathom how the Thunder's coach could rely on a player from Huaxia as a true linchpin. Nonetheless, from this match, he could discern the undeniable prowess of this Huaxia player. If he continued to develop over the years, he might indeed ascend to the heights of the former Curry, or perhaps even surpass him. His leaping ability and speed were extraordinary. To date, no one on the Trailblazers had managed to contain this Huaxia player, especially given the recent breakthrough, which was remarkably incisive. Despite employing the same technique, who could have predicted that the Blazers center would fail to guard this individual? Lillard and McCollum. Your primary focus must be on the Huaxia player. Regardless of the cost, you must ensure his containment. Furthermore, Westbrook's drives no longer pose a significant threat. The primary concern lies with that Huaxia player. The head coach of the Trailblazers glanced at the Chinese player from the Thunder, a faint smile gracing his lips. He remained uncertain about the player's ultimate potential, thus his only recourse was to staunchly defend against him, focusing on securing victory in this match first. After all, during the pre-game press conference, they had confidently declared to all the reporters in the world that they would certainly triumph over the Thunder. Yet, who could have anticipated the suspense that would unfold in this contest? As it stands, no one is certain who will emerge victorious. To everyone's surprise, the game has gone into overtime. We shall await the outcome. Will it be the Trailblazers or the Thunder who prevail? I still believe the Trailblazers will clinch the victory. Lillard's last shot was merely a hair's breadth away from success. Barkley expressed his regret but maintained unwavering confidence in Lillard's abilities. As the second overtime commenced, Thunder players entered the court, each taking their positions, their gazes brimming with determination, aware that there was no turning back. The only option left was to seize this game. Su Bei, the spotlight is now on you. This game is yours to claim. Show the Trailblazers and the world your prowess. Westbrook, looking at Su Bei, was filled with resolve. He had willingly relinquished his offensive role, entrusting all scoring responsibilities to Su Bei, eager to witness the heights of his potential. With Su Bei's formidable skills and remarkable three-point shooting accuracy, he was ready to shine. Trust me, I will secure the win. Su Bei replied with a smile, his face betraying no burden, though a slight tension lingered within. He was curious to see how he would fare against the formidable duo in the backcourt. The system had granted him the bronze-level skills of misty step and off-ball talent, enhancing his three-point shooting accuracy by 10% and his speed by the same margin. For Su Bei, this represents a dual talent. His gaze is imbued with unwavering determination, as it holds profound significance for him. This should indeed be the final opportunity. He must perform splendidly. The dynamic duo in the backcourt consists of Lillard and McCollum, and to contend with these two, Su Bei will unleash his full potential. Westbrook advanced the ball to the front court and then exchanged passes with Su Bei. McCollum was exerting every ounce of his strength to defend against Su Bei, his gaze fixed intently upon him, for there could be no room for error. "I wonder how you intend to defeat us, the Trailblazers?" McCollum remarked to Su Bei, as though issuing a decree. "You shall soon find out." Su Bei approached Westbrook, seized the ball, and charged directly towards the Trailblazers' paint. At this moment, Westbrook proactively set a screen for Su Bei, effectively obstructing McCollum. Wade exclaimed in astonishment. Westbrook, of all people, was engaged in a pick and roll. McCollum, caught off guard, was utterly bewildered. In his eyes, Westbrook had now become the centerpiece of the Thunder. And it was astonishing to see him willingly set a screen for a player from Huaxia, a mere substitute at that. McCollum's expression was rife with incredulity. Had the sun risen in the west? Not only was McCollum in disbelief, but even Lillard, who was tasked with defending Westbrook, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Before Lillard could close the distance, Su Bei executed a swift change of direction, misleading Lillard into thinking he was driving to the right. Lillard instinctively shifted to the left. In the blink of an eye, Su Bei surged past him with remarkable speed. Yang Yi, watching the live broadcast, was left dumbfounded by Su Bei's display. Was this truly the extent of Su Bei's prowess? With merely a deceptive move, he had effortlessly bypassed Lillard. It was astonishingly swift. This moment truly illuminated the remarkable quickness of Su Bei. Kevin, too, gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. After Su Bei maneuvered past, he faced the Trailblazers' center, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. This sight caused the center's body to tremble slightly. Once again, Su Bei showcased his elusive footwork, gliding past the center with ease. Notably, at the moment he slipped by, he increased his speed by 10%. The Trailblazers' center remained utterly perplexed, still unaware of how this Huaxia player had so effortlessly eluded him. Such mistakes have occurred repeatedly. It is unexpected to witness a third occurrence. Upon witnessing this, the coach of the Trailblazers clasped his hands atop his head, his expression reflecting a profound disappointment akin to that of a mentor frustrated by a prodigy's lack of progress. What is the situation with this center? How has he reached this state? Upon witnessing his performance, the fans of the Trailblazers were filled with outrage. This center must be thoroughly investigated to determine if he has accepted any bribes. Why is it that every encounter with this Chinese player instills such fear? As if one has encountered a specter? It is truly astonishing how he has once again outmaneuvered the Trailblazers center. Surely, this center has received compensation from the Thunder. It is unfathomable that he could perform in such a manner. The fans of the Trailblazers have begun to unleash their frustration upon him. They never anticipated that this center would be incapable of containing the Chinese player. This has left the Trailblazers fans feeling utterly disheartened, even despondent. They have never witnessed such a beleaguered center for their team. With a swift motion, 2 points are scored. A radiant smile spreads across Su Bei's face. The score reads 110-112. The Thunder players are brimming with exhilaration, their faces alight with joy. Well done, Su Bei. We will do our utmost to create opportunities for you. All right, I will lead you to victory. Su Bei's gaze is filled with unwavering determination. The others nod in agreement. Especially after witnessing Su Bei's breakthrough, they realize that even if they were to defend against him, they might not succeed. In the ensuing minutes, Su Bei's penetrations and three-point shots are executed with remarkable finesse. Each time, Westbrook or another Thunder player willingly set screens for him. If one were unaware that Westbrook is the core of the Thunder, they might genuinely believe that this Huaxia player is the true centerpiece of the team. The players on the Blazers bench are left utterly bewildered, their eyes reflecting helplessness. They never anticipated that this Huaxia player could be so formidable. At this moment, Su Bei is showcasing his formidable offensive prowess to the fullest. Virtually no one can contain him. His shooting touch is simply too scorching. Ultimately, the score between the Blazers and the Thunder reaches 125-127. As the Blazers players witness this turn of events, their hearts race, their expressions filled with resignation and frustration. Chapter 35. Post-game press conference. The Trail Blazers fans have gone into a frenzy, unable to fathom how the Thunder could emerge victorious over their team. This completely surpassed their expectations. At that time, the Trail Blazers were exceedingly arrogant, having confidently declared in the pre-game conference their inevitable victory over the Thunder. Yet, who could have anticipated such an intensely contested match? Ultimately, the Trail Blazers were unexpectedly vanquished by the Thunder. The fans of the Blazers could hardly bear such a reality. What on earth transpired? How could they possibly falter against a seemingly ordinary Thunder team? I truly fail to comprehend their performance. The play of Lillard and McCollum was utterly dismal. In the end, they were even overtaken by the Thunder, bringing shame upon themselves. The tickets, painstakingly saved for, should be refunded. Damn it. Refund. Upon hearing such remarks, the expressions of the other Trailblazers players turned exceedingly grim. They could hardly fathom that they had indeed lost to the Thunder. Damn it. What on earth was wrong with the Thunder today? Their three-point shooting was lethal. Had it not been for that Chinese player, we would have secured victory long ago. Do not let me face that Chinese player again. Lillard's eyes were filled with indignation. He could never have imagined losing to a player from China. At this moment, all the players of the Thunder began to exude excitement, their eyes brimming with the joy of imminent victory. How splendid. If it weren't for you, Su Bei, we would have lost this match against the Trailblazers. Just look at their faces, contorted with displeasure. It is evident that they are deeply unsettled. I relish the sight of them glaring at me, unable to bring me down. Westbrook's face radiated with a broad smile as he playfully thumped Su Bei's chest, his gaze reflecting a hint of admiration. Deep down, Westbrook had already acknowledged Su Bei as his brother. The match further solidified the bond of brotherhood between the two. Even after the first quarter, Westbrook believed that the Thunder would likely succumb to the Trailblazers, perhaps even facing a significant defeat. It was only when Su Bei took to the court that he saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Had Su Bei not entered the game, the outcome would certainly have been different. This is not solely my achievement, it is the collective effort of us all. Without our joint determination, we would not have triumphed, Su Bei humbly remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for he had performed exceptionally well. As they exchanged handshakes with the Trailblazers players, Lillard patted Su Bei on the shoulder, his gaze resolute. So it's you, Su Bei? I will remember you this time. Next time, luck will not be on your side. Oh, is that so? Let us meet in the playoffs. I assure you, the outcome will be different. Su Bei replied, smiling faintly as he contemplated that the Trailblazers might not even make it to the playoffs. In the Penguin livestream, Yang couldn't help but reflect on the scene before him. It seemed as though Su Bei had glimpsed true hope. His performance in this match was remarkable, particularly his exceptional three-point shooting. It appeared that he could finally find stability within the Thunder, and during the overtime, his two breakthroughs were reminiscent of Wade's elusive moves, so swift that the Blazers center could not keep up. It was an unforeseen realization. If Su Bei were to grow stronger, he might progress even more rapidly. Ko Fan, observing Su Bei's presence, jested, perhaps the future of Chinese basketball rests upon Su Bei. Yang paused, taken aback by the remark. With Yuming no longer active, if Yi Jianlian could take the lead, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, to envision Su Bei at the helm of the national team seems far-fetched. I doubt we could even qualify for the Olympics. Of course, this is merely my opinion. There is an 80% chance that he cannot elevate Chinese basketball, which is indeed heading toward a low point. In Yang Yi's view, Chinese basketball appears to be increasingly out of sync with the NBA and the global stage. If this trend continues, the gap between Chinese basketball and the NBA will become painfully evident. Yet, it seems that some individuals remain oblivious, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. It is difficult to articulate. This only heightens my anticipation for Su Bei's next performance. I never expected him to display such remarkable prowess upon entering the NBA. However, I still firmly believe that the Thunder will not qualify for the playoffs this year, despite their current performance, as it is merely a singular instance. On the other hand, the astonishment on the faces of Barkley and others is palpable. They could not have foreseen such an outcome. The drama of it all is overwhelming. Are Lillard and McCollum possibly engaging in a charade? How could the game have devolved to this extent, with even the Thunder, devoid of Durant, unable to secure a victory? Their aspirations for the playoffs seem utterly fanciful. Even my grandmother and I could easily overpower the Thunder. Shaquille O'Neal, standing nearby, remarked with piercing honesty, radiating an aura of undeniable confidence. He is convinced that had he taken to the court, no one on the Thunder would have been able to contain him. You, a mere heavyweight. Spare me the delusion, Barkley retorted, his face etched with derision. After all, both of them have aged, and their physical prowess has waned. The Trailblazers head coach and players hastily retreated to the locker room, avoiding any media interviews, for this match was indeed a source of great embarrassment. The promises made have gone unfulfilled, and instead, they have been subjected to a merciless defeat at the hands of the Thunder. This instilled within them an awareness of the formidable prowess possessed by the Thunder team. How could a match unfold in such a manner? This is, for me, the first instance in my life encountering such a phenomenon. I had presumed that the two of you would emerge victorious. Take a good look, today. You must all review the footage until you recognize your mistakes. The head coach of the Trail Blazers glared at his players, his eyes filled with a grave intensity, as if he wished to devour them all. This match marked the most tragic contest of his life. Both Lillard and McCollum had draped towels over their heads, still unable to fathom the reality of their impending defeat. Yet, they were compelled to confront the truth: a loss is a loss. After all, they had boldly proclaimed at the pre-game press conference that their Trail Blazers would undoubtedly triumph over the Thunder, perhaps even with a commanding lead. McCollum closed his eyes, his mind consumed by thoughts of that exceptional player from China. To this day, he remained perplexed as to how that player could shoot three-pointers with such precision. Beyond the three-point shots, his penetration was remarkably incisive. Tonight, reviewing the game footage was imperative. Meanwhile, the locker room of the Trail Blazers had descended into an atmosphere of profound despondency, where not a single word was uttered. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. On the other side, the Thunder commenced their post-game press conference, with the only difference being that Su Bei took the stage, flanked by Westbrook and the head coach of the Thunder. The eyes of the three individuals were filled with smiles. Among them, a female journalist rose, her gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. "I would like to inquire. Having trailed by a substantial 20 points in the first quarter, how did you manage to stage a comeback?" The Thunder's head coach grasped the microphone, his face radiating joy. "You should pose that question to the player from Huaxia, Su Bei," he replied, handing the microphone to Su Bei, his eyes glimmering with a touch of fondness. Taking the microphone, Su Bei offered a modest smile. "To be honest, it wasn't solely my doing. The Trail Blazers presented us with numerous opportunities that facilitated our successful counterattacks. However, I feel I have yet to fully showcase my capabilities." Su Bei's words clearly implied that the Trail Blazers were rather weak. The other journalists exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting, astonished that this Huaxia player would openly criticize the Trail Blazers, particularly in the context of his current victorious stance. "What is your perspective on this match?" one journalist asked. "I have no particular opinion. Our objective is the championship," Su Bei stated, his eyes brimming with determination and his tone resonating with conviction. "Championship?" The journalists noted this sensitive term, as they believed that the Thunder lacked the strength to contend for a title. Who would have imagined that this Huaxia player exuded such confidence? "Mr. Su Bei, do you truly believe that your Thunder team has a chance at the championship?" "Indeed. Every member of the Thunder is united in the belief that we can secure the championship this year," Su Bei asserted, his gaze unwavering. In that moment, Westbrook, positioned nearby, also turned to regard Su Bei with similar intensity. This deepened his admiration for Su Bei, as he was acutely aware that their goal for this year was the championship. He aimed to demonstrate to Durant that even without him, the Thunder could still reach the Western Conference Finals and claim the title. However, this ambition was merely a target. They needed the drive to realize it. After the post-game press conference concluded, the Thunder players commenced their celebration in the locker room, their excitement palpable. When Westbrook and Su Bei entered, champagne was uncorked and sprayed upon them, leaving both drenched and bewildered, unsure of where to escape. Despite being soaked, Su Bei's face radiated joy, for they had triumphed over the Trail Blazers that day. "All right, let us take a moment to rest. I am exceedingly pleased with today's performance. I can sense that our Thunder team has been revitalized. Our goal this year is the championship," declared the Thunder's head coach, standing resolutely before everyone. His determination surged, especially during the press conference when Su Bei uttered the word championship, igniting a fire within him. Their objective was clear: the championship. The other players trembled slightly, their gazes fixed on the head coach, filled with incredulity, for they understood the true strength of their Thunder team. To seize the championship, they must first break through the formidable competition in the West, particularly against the likes of the Warriors and the Rockets. These are indeed the true titans of the West. If we can vanquish these two teams, then no opponent would stand a chance. To seize the championship, we must confront the Warriors and the Rockets. The Warriors still possess Durant. We must overcome him to demonstrate that even without Durant, the Thunder remain a formidable force. Whenever Westbrook mentions Durant, his emotions are undeniably stirred. After all, it is well known that Westbrook and Durant once shared a brotherly bond. Su Bei patted Westbrook on the shoulder. "During the regular season, we are bound to encounter the Warriors, and I was dismissed by them before arriving here. Should we face the Warriors, I must claim victory at any cost." Su Bei's voice was filled with unwavering determination. He needed every Warrior player to recognize the extent of his prowess. "United in our efforts, I believe we can undoubtedly secure the championship," Westbrook declared solemnly as he gazed at all the players. In his eyes, Su Bei's arrival had significantly aided him. And as long as he maintained this level of performance, they were confident they could match the Warriors evenly. Meanwhile, Green was taken aback upon seeing that the Thunder had triumphed over the Trail Blazers. The fact that such a struggling team could defeat the Blazers was truly astonishing. Not to mention, their goal is the championship, Thompson remarked dismissively, a smirk adorning his face. And that player from Huaxia, Su Bei. I never expected him to perform so well. I genuinely want to match up against him and see what he is capable of. Green's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes reflecting disdain. Thompson chuckled lightly. After all, Su Bei had spent time with the Warriors, and they knew his true capabilities. However, after watching this game, they sensed a change in dynamics. Yet, Green and Thompson believed it was merely a stroke of luck. If he faced the Warriors, he would be unrecognizable to his friends. Green, when the time comes, you must take on this guy and teach him a lesson. This time, we must secure the championship, regardless of LeBron's presence on the Cavaliers. That previous game was simply too dark. This time, we are destined to exact revenge, and the Warriors will undoubtedly overpower the Cavaliers. Certainly. It is indeed surprising that after establishing such a significant lead, they could be overturned by James. Such blunders are utterly inconceivable. As Green reminisces, his eyes brim with unrelenting fury. They never anticipated that James would ultimately outplay them in the final moments. Yet, they must reluctantly accept reality. Helplessly witnessing James claim the championship, their hearts are laden with bitterness, realizing that the title they coveted has slipped through their fingers. Anyone would feel enraged. However, there is no recourse now. They can only fixate on securing the championship for the 2016 to 2017 season. They must reaffirm their worth. Should they confront James once more, Green vows not to show any mercy. His words are laced with a fierce determination, as he cannot shake off the haunting memories of that moment. He reflects on his previous immaturity, pondering that had he performed better, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Sitting beside him, Curry quietly acknowledges the futility of dwelling on past mistakes. They can only look ahead. If they were to face the Cavaliers again this season, Curry is resolute that he would not repeat such errors. Yet, for now, it is merely the regular season, and with Durant now on their roster, why would they fear the Cavaliers? A faint smile graces Curry's lips, and as it stands, the Warriors continue to lead the Western Conference. This reflects the strength of their Warriors team. The system's voice echoed in Su Bei's ear, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for completing the task on the court. You are awarded 500 talent points." Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Su Bei's face. Currently, his only self-taught skill was the off-ball talent, complemented by Wade's elusive maneuvers. However, both were merely at the bronze level, each enhancing his performance by a mere 10%. For Su Bei, this was sufficient for the time being. But as the playoffs approached, uncertainty loomed. After all, the intensity of the playoffs far surpasses that of the regular season. Everyone understands that once eliminated in the playoffs, there are no further opportunities for that season. System, when can I upgrade these two talents? He inquired. The system replied, to elevate one level. A minimum of 5,000 talent points is required. 5,000? Upon hearing this, Su Bei was left utterly astonished. It turns out that enhancing a single skill would cost a staggering 5,000 talent points. At this moment, he was left with only 500 talent points. At long last, he finds himself in genuine poverty. It appears that he must participate in more competitions to acquire additional talent points. In this match, Su Bei achieved an impressive tally of 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists, showcasing a comprehensive performance. Is there any room for training within the system? He inquired. Currently, there isn't, came the reply. The host must enhance the system through upgrades. Huh, your system requires upgrading? He asked in disbelief. Indeed, it necessitates 2,000 talent points. What a greedy system, Su Bei lamented, feeling utterly speechless. Everything seemed to hinge upon those elusive talent points, rendering him almost incapacitated without them. With a hint of resignation, Su Bei's expression reflected his predicament. Westbrook approached Sub-North, observing the latter's helpless expression, a hint of confusion gracing his features. What is the matter, Sub? Is there something else troubling you? No. Sub-North hastily waved his hand. I heard you're still renting a place. Would you consider coming to stay at my home? Perhaps not just yet. I have managed to save enough money to sustain myself for a while, Sub-North responded softly. Feeling immense gratitude for Westbrook's invitation. No one from the Warriors had ever expressed such kindness towards him, leaving him genuinely touched. Westbrook's character is eternally commendable. Oh, I see. If you truly find yourself without a place to stay, My home is always open to you, Westbrook replied with a smile, feeling elated after their victory against the Trail Blazers. It was particularly satisfying as the Trail Blazers had boldly declared in the pre-game press conference their intention to triumph over the Thunder. By the end of the first quarter, they had already established a significant lead. This led all the spectators and fellow journalists to mistakenly believe that the Trail Blazers would effortlessly secure victory in this match. Yet, who could have anticipated their eventual defeat? This determination further solidified Westbrook's resolve to retain Su Bei. The synergy he experienced with Su Bei felt remarkably harmonious, even surpassing the rapport he once shared with Durant. However, let us not dwell on that for now. Coach Donovan has requested that I bring you along. Is there something amiss, Westbrook? Westbrook scratched his head, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. I am uncertain as to the reason. Coach Donovan merely instructed me to escort you. Perhaps it is something positive. Shall we proceed together to find out? Subsequently, the two arrived at Coach Donovan's office, where they settled onto the sofa. Upon their arrival, Coach Donovan's face radiated a warm smile as he regarded the two players. Su Bei, your performances in the past two matches have been exceptionally remarkable. Each game has showcased your increasing prowess, truly exquisite, and you played a pivotal role in both contests, which pleasantly surprised me. Had it not been for your contributions, we might not have influenced the outcomes of those games. Coach, this is a testament to our collective effort. Not solely my achievement, Su Bei humbly responded. After all, the Thunder's core is Westbrook, not Su Bei. Presently, Su Bei merely serves to support Westbrook, as he aspires to hone his skills in the NBA. Indeed, well said. Your humility is commendable, Coach Donovan remarked, his admiration evident. He appreciated such modest players. Moreover, Su Bei's three-point shooting accuracy and ability to penetrate defenses left him utterly astonished. This is truly an elite 3D player. If he can endure the rigors of this season, he believes that even if they do not advance to the Western Conference Finals or the second round of the playoffs next season, he is confident that the Thunder will undoubtedly secure the championship. With both Westbrook and Su Bei on the team, it is akin to having two formidable warriors, comparable to the likes of the Warriors and the Cavaliers. Here is your contract. Take a look. The previous temporary contract has been rendered null and void. How does a $5 million per year deal sound? Should you excel this season, I would be inclined to offer you an even more lucrative contract next season. Coach Donovan wore a gentle smile, while also painting an enticing picture for Su Bei. What if I perform exceptionally well this season? What if we win the championship? Su Bei replied, seated on the sofa, with an air of poise and an unwavering confidence in his voice and gaze, as if they were destined to claim the championship this season. Upon hearing this, Coach Donovan's body momentarily stiffened. Championship? Can we secure the championship this season? This may seem rather overly confident. After all, when they acquired Durant, they still failed to secure the championship. Moreover, with the addition of Su Bei, and considering Durant has since departed to join the Warriors, overcoming the formidable challenge posed by the Warriors is no easy feat. It can be described as exceedingly arduous. If they aspire to claim the championship, they must first conquer the Warriors and the Rockets of the Western Conference. There remains a glimmer of hope. Su Bei, are you perhaps overly confident? Securing the championship this season is no trivial endeavor. It is indeed a formidable challenge. Even our Thunder failed to clinch the title last season. Yet, what if we were to achieve victory this season, Coach? A faint smile graced Su Bei's lips, one that radiated assurance. Should we triumph? I would expect at least an additional $5 million. What do you think? Coach Donovan replied with magnanimity, noting that no newcomer has ever attained such a salary, especially not someone of Su Bei's caliber. The only scenario in which such a sum could be granted is if you and Westbrook lead the Thunder to championship glory. Only then might you be deserving of such remuneration. Should you fail to play a pivotal role, that $5 million would remain elusive. Coach Donovan's gaze lingered on Su Bei, his words subtly laden with skepticism. After all, he still harbored doubts about Su Bei's ability to guide the Thunder to the championship. He was profoundly skeptical about this notion. Furthermore, Westbrook's physical prowess and various attributes far surpassed those of Su Bei. He could not guarantee that he could lead the Thunder to a championship title, especially with the current strength of teams like the Warriors and Cavaliers, coupled with the formidable Rockets. Defeating these powerhouse teams was no simple task. What if I were to lead the Thunder to a championship? Would the $5 million then be mine? Certainly. However, securing the championship is no trivial endeavor. Beside him, Westbrook shook his head, feeling that Su Bei's claims were somewhat far-fetched. Nevertheless, their objective remained the championship title, regardless of whether they could achieve it. They must strive towards that goal. If they did not even dare to dream, how could they possibly secure the championship? Su Bei quietly asserted, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Coach Donovan's eyes brightened slightly, realizing that Su Bei's words held merit. All right, first, let's finalize this $5 million contract. We shall discuss the championship once you achieve it. Coach Donovan refrained from further elaboration, as their true aim remained the championship. Ultimately, Su Bei signed the contract, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he shared this joy with his parents. This time, devoid of any reservations, he set forth towards his objective. This season's championship was a necessity for him. Su Bei silently contemplated that he yearned to face the Warriors. After all, they had been the ones to cast him aside. He wanted their players to witness the caliber of player he truly was. On the Hoopu rating platform, Su Bei had already garnered a score of 9.5 from numerous netizens, considering the remarkable difficulty of turning the game around amidst adversity. Many online users have become devoted fans of Su Bei. This is the Su Bei I have always known. Just by himself, he dismantled the backcourt duo of the Trailblazers. I must award him a perfect score. There is nothing more to say. Beizi deserves nothing less than a full mark. Among them, there are some naysayers. Is winning just 2 games truly worthy of such ostentation? The Trailblazers and Clippers are merely mid-tier teams. Let him face formidable opponents. Teams like the Warriors and Rockets could easily dismantle them. Having made a few three-pointers, he seems to have lost sight of his identity. When the Warriors come to play, it will be an opportunity to teach him a lesson, to enlighten Su Bei on what it means to be a genuine NBA player. Upon reading the online comments, Su Bei couldn't help but shake his head. To dispel such skepticism, he must confront those strong teams. Meanwhile, Coach Donovan is meticulously analyzing the changes within the Thunder's roster. Chapter 37, The Bulls. For Su Bei, the Warriors truly represent a formidable mountain to climb, especially since he was once cut by them. The mere thought of Green's smug face makes Su Bei yearn to deliver a few punches. He is determined to eventually bring the Warriors to their knees. The Warriors are undeniably powerful, especially now with Durant on their roster, making them almost terrifyingly strong. From the previous season, Su Bei had already recognized that the championship belonged to the Warriors. They are not easily defeated. Nonetheless, Su Bei is far from giving up. Furthermore, he has now joined the Thunder. However, the Thunder's true strength is merely that of a first-round team. Advancing to the second round or the Western Conference Finals is no simple feat. Fortunately, he now possesses a system. A subtle smile graces Su Bei's lips at this moment. He has acquired 2 skills. Yet, these skills have not yet reached their full potential. What might be the effect if they were to attain at least a gold level? He imagines it would elevate him to the status of a peak superstar. As Su Bei officially signed with the Thunder, other teams began to take notice of his performance, focusing their attention on him. After all, his display in the last 2 games was exceptional. It is impossible to escape scrutiny. The Trailblazers and Clippers have both fallen to the Thunder, and now they have shifted their focus entirely onto Westbrook and Su Bei, particularly the Trailblazers, who never anticipated losing to a player from Huaxia, are left astonished. This filled them with profound shame. A mere player from Huaxia had managed to triumph over them. Upon receiving the news, there was considerable discourse, particularly in the United States, where many fans believed that Su Bei would not last a year, possibly facing dismissal within 6 months. After all, the true pinnacle of Huaxia basketball was undoubtedly Yao Ming, who entered the NBA as the first overall pick and served as a cornerstone center for the Rockets for many years. Su Bei merely smiled at those comments. Feeling there was nothing to say, it was only through his performance on the court that he could dispel their doubts. Should Su Bei be promoted to the starting lineup? Coach Donovan pondered this, as Su Bei had indeed showcased exceptional talent in the past 2 games. Meanwhile, Oladipo had lost his edge, and no one had anticipated that a player from Huaxia could deliver such explosive results. This is also the reason why Coach Donovan holds a profound admiration for Su Bei. This individual consistently rises to the occasion whenever the team finds itself in dire straits, valiantly turning the tide to secure victory. Having already promised Su Bei, it is only fitting to grant him a starting position, substituting him for Oladipo. The synergy between Westbrook and Su Bei is indeed commendable, and with Adams in the mix, should the 3 of them engage in a triangular offense, it would be nothing short of perfection. Coach Donovan stroked his chin contemplatively, a faint smile gracing his lips. The triangular strategy involves 2 players stationed at the corners, with another positioned at the apex, forming a triangle. Through the coordinated movement, screens, and passing among the 3 players, opportunities for open shots are created, culminating in successful scoring. This exemplifies the quintessential triangle offense strategy, with the Chicago Bulls and the Los Angeles Lakers serving as prime representatives. It was precisely due to their implementation of the triangle offense that these teams forged two illustrious dynasties. Coach Donovan believes that if he can cultivate the three individuals in question, the results might prove to be quite satisfactory. He resolves to meticulously study the triangle offense later that evening and to have Westbrook and the others experiment with it to assess its efficacy. A spark of inspiration ignites within Coach Donovan. He considers this to be the team's true secret weapon. The following day, Su Bei arrives early at the gym to commence training. Beyond adhering to a structured regimen, he recognizes the necessity of enhancing his physical conditioning and basketball skills. His dribbling, in particular, leaves much to be desired, and his ball handling during offensive plays is not particularly impressive. Su Bei's true strength lies in the instant he receives the ball, where his decisive actions lead to success. This is a quintessential 3D player. Throughout these two matches, Su Bei has displayed an extraordinary touch, consistently sinking three-point shots. Initially, he engaged in some warm-up exercises, followed by stamina training aimed at enhancing his endurance and agility, ultimately culminating in strength training. He also completed several sets of shuttle runs, underscoring the necessity of speed. After 2 hours of rigorous training, his jersey was thoroughly soaked. Yet, this was merely the beginning, especially upon entering the NBA. Establishing a solid foothold necessitates relentless training. Next, it was time for shooting practice. Su Bei aimed to shoot three-pointers from various positions, ensuring he made at least 50 shots from each location. In addition to shooting, ball handling drills were essential to maintain his feel for the game. Other players began to arrive at the gym, and upon witnessing this scene, they were momentarily taken aback. Adams nudged his teammate Oladipo. "Oladipo, you better start training quickly, otherwise you may miss your chance to secure a starting position." "Huh, surely, Su Bei will have a day of mistakes. I will have my opportunity," Oladipo retorted. "I doubt this guy will come in so early every day. Perhaps he is simply overjoyed after signing the contract, prompting him to train here at such an hour. Just wait a few days and see. I guarantee he won't maintain this early training regimen." Oladipo's face was filled with skepticism, for he had once been in a similar position. During his rookie season, he was selected for the all-rookie first team, performing commendably, which is why the Thunder were willing to trade for him. However, who could have anticipated encountering this Chinese player upon his arrival? Su Bei surpassed Oladipo's expectations, particularly with his outstanding performance in these two matches, leaving no room for criticism. This also elucidates Coach Donovan's rationale for promoting Su Bei to the starting lineup. Despite Oladipo's deep-seated frustrations, the court remains a realm governed by one's own prowess. Lacking skill on the court renders any argument invalid. Consequently, Oladipo must enhance his capabilities. Should an opportunity arise, he could reclaim his starting position. In the subsequent day's training, Coach Donovan led them through rigorous drills focusing on stamina, shooting, and passing coordination. In the afternoon, they were divided into two teams for an internal scrimmage. After all, it is through frequent competition that one can discern their own deficiencies as well as those of the entire team. Notably, Oladipo and Su Bei were consistently placed on opposing teams. Each encounter saw Su Bei dominate Oladipo with ease. "You're not performing at your best. Keep pushing yourself," Su Bei jested, his tone laced with a playful cruelty. Within just 2 games, Su Bei had emerged as a pivotal player for the team. As a starter, he commanded a certain level of respect from the bench players, who recognized his formidable skills. It is only natural that respect is afforded to those who excel. Eventually, all the players of the Thunder sat on the floor of their arena, gazing at the Western Conference standings, their expressions tinged with resignation. The Warriors still held the top position, and the thought of facing them was daunting. "Face them? Do you truly believe we can compete?" they lamented, especially with Durant still in the mix. Aside from Green, there was no position where they felt they could outmatch their opponents. Thompson is an elite 3 and D player, and with Curry's exceptional ball handling and his nearly indefensible three-point shooting, what advantages do we possess? The bench players of the Thunder spoke with a tone heavy with resignation. Even the starters felt a sense of helplessness. They were acutely aware that they lacked the means to best the Warriors, whether in teamwork or in individual matchups. Opportunities to break through were nearly non-existent. This truly makes them feel as though the current Warriors team looms over them like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating them with its presence. Meanwhile, sitting beside them, Su Bei fixates intently on the name Warriors. In contrast, Westbrook directs his gaze towards the name Durant. After Durant's departure, Westbrook harbors a significant amount of resentment. It is hard to believe that just a year prior, they had united as allies against the Warriors, only for Durant to join their ranks the very next year. This left Westbrook in a state of perplexity, yet there seemed little to articulate. Su Bei, do you truly believe we can prevail against the Warriors? Westbrook cast a sidelong glance at Su Bei and inquired softly. Even Westbrook himself perceived the slim chances of overcoming the Warriors. I'm not entirely certain, but we'll discover the truth through our performance. What is there to fear? In our last two encounters, we trailed significantly, yet ultimately emerged victorious. Su Bei's gaze was fixed intently on the Warriors, his words flowing forth. He bore no trepidation toward the Warriors. Should they indeed face them, Su Bei would be exhilarated, unable to sleep, yearning for the opportunity to clash with them. Upon hearing this, Westbrook felt a slight tremor within himself. Su Bei articulated a valid point. Only by competing on the court could they ascertain their capabilities. Enough discussion. The regular season has only just commenced. Do you truly possess no confidence? Coach Donovan gradually approached, his expression markedly serious as he addressed each player earnestly. I hold high expectations for you. The Warriors are formidable, but does that render us inferior? We need only to focus on performing well in each game, without overthinking matters. Do you understand? The players nodded in unison. 3 days later, their adversaries would be the Bulls, and it would be on their home court. Coach Donovan held the Bulls dossier, and it was evident that the Bulls' strength far surpassed that of the Trailblazers and the previous Clippers. They had formed a genuine triad of stars, Wade, Rondo, and Butler. However, their shooting proficiency was rather average, and their defense was similarly unremarkable. Yet, their offensive prowess remained formidable. The Bulls? Su Bei was momentarily taken aback, aware that Rondo and Wade were part of the roster. He was currently honing his skills in Wade's signature Eurostep, eagerly anticipating a chance to measure his abilities against Wade's. Which Eurostep would prove superior? Su Bei mused inwardly, contemplating how he might glean insights from Wade and Rondo. This time, you must channel every ounce of your spirit. Their interior defensive anchor, Robin Lopez, possesses exceptional defensive awareness and rebounding instincts. Particularly concerning are the numerous second-chance opportunities they create. I have recently reviewed their game footage, and they exhibit remarkable cohesion. In terms of second chances and rebounding, we are not on par with the Bulls. Thus, we need to exercise caution. Coach Donovan addressed them, his eyes brimming with concern. After all, this encounter was a formidable challenge, a true test of the Thunder's mettle. If they could not prevail against a team like the Bulls, the prospect of overcoming the Warriors would be utterly bleak. The players' eyes sparkled with determination, regardless of the adversary. They were resolved to give their all. Meanwhile, the Bulls were equally engrossed in analyzing the Thunder. The Bulls' head coach scratched his head in exasperation. A hint of helplessness etched on his face. After observing the last two games, he realized that the Thunder's three-point shooting prowess far surpassed their own. The Bulls had placed their entire focus on both offensive and defensive strategies within the paint, while their outside shooting percentage had plummeted to alarming lows. Should the Thunder's players find their rhythm from beyond the arc, victory would be an elusive dream. The player from Huaxia, Su Bei, was a focal point of their strategy. They had to contain his three-point shooting, or winning the match would be an uphill battle. The Bulls coach silently contemplated this, his expression resolute. After all, they were on a 2-game winning streak. No one wished to see that end. Chapter 38. Strict defense on Su Bei. Upon hearing this, Jimmy Butler chuckled and lightly nudged Wade beside him, whispering, "Have you watched that Huaxia player's game?" "No. Is that Huaxia player really that formidable?" Wade turned, curious, questioning how a single player could wield such influence. "I did watch him play, and indeed he was impressive, especially during overtime when he even employed your signature Eurostep." Butler replied, "If we face the Thunder this time, whose Eurostep will reign supreme, yours or his?" "Without a doubt, my Eurostep is superior. I possess the authentic version," Wade asserted confidently. "When the time comes to match up against him, I will show him just how extraordinary my Eurostep truly is. Besides, does he even know how to execute it? I'll ensure he understands who the true master of the Eurostep is." A smile graced Wade's face, particularly regarding the Eurostep. He was unreservedly confident in his mastery of the technique. No one understood the nuances of the Eurostep better than he did. This time, the Chicago Bulls have assembled their triumvirate with the ambition of contending for the championship. The gaze of the Bulls head coach is filled with unwavering determination as he observes his players. Having watched the Thunder's recent matches, I can confidently assert that they pale in comparison to us. All we need to do is play earnestly. We must make them aware of our prowess. Though they have triumphed over the Clippers and the Trailblazers, they will soon realize what it truly means to face a formidable team when they encounter us. Wade, Jimmy Butler, and Rondo, I urge you to closely examine the playstyle of that Chinese player and Westbrook. I am convinced that these two have become the core players for the Thunder. The Thunder's coach will undoubtedly strategize to enhance their offensive synergy. Our primary objective is to neutralize their impact. However, this is no simple task. It is imperative that you closely observe Westbrook and that Chinese player. Only through a profound understanding of their methods can we effectively defend against them. The Bulls coach fixates on Wade and his companions. Indeed, after returning today, I shall review the footage to discern how that Chinese player achieves such scoring prowess. He undoubtedly possesses considerable skill. Yet, when faced with our Bulls, the Thunder will not enjoy such fortuitous circumstances. Jimmy Butler's eyes glimmer with determination and absolute confidence. He believes that the Bulls have the capacity to decisively overpower the Thunder. Coach Hoiberg encourages them to continue their training, fully aware that only through diligent effort can they secure victory. In the forthcoming challenge against the Bulls, we must harbor no illusions. They have transformed into a truly formidable team. Securing a victory against them will not be an easy endeavor, particularly now that they have solidified their trio of stars, a feat not easily overcome. Coach Donovan addresses all the players with utmost seriousness. This is also my first encounter with such a formidable challenge. The true offensive prowess of the Bulls resides in their interior, featuring the likes of Jimmy Butler and the formidable defensive presence of Lopez. Scoring against them is no easy feat. Additionally, they possess the brilliant orchestrator, Rondo, and the ever-reliable Wade on the perimeter. To be candid, few members of the Thunder can match the caliber of these players. Westbrook is currently enjoying what can be deemed a peak period, barely managing to outpace Wade, who, it must be noted, is no longer in his prime. Nevertheless, Westbrook's ability to penetrate defenses exceeds common expectations. Besides Westbrook, there remains the sharpshooting talents of Su Bei. However, from the previous game, it was evident that Su Bei's driving skills are commendable, particularly highlighted by his elusive footwork that caught Donovan's attention. Never had he imagined Su Bei could display such dazzling performance. Beyond these two aspects, the focus turns to Adams. Recently, Coach Donovan has been imparting lessons on the principles of the triangle offense, for if they truly grasp its nuances, it could lead to significant growth for the trio. Yet, thus far, their synergy remains a work in progress. Within the Thunder's training facility, the rhythmic sounds of basketball reverberate. Come on, get past me. Westbrook challenges Su Bei, his eyes ablaze with competitive spirit. He is eager to gauge the swiftness of Su Bei's movements. I know you're anxious, but take your time. I will surpass you. In the demeanor of Su Bei, there was an air of ease. As if surpassing Westbrook were as simple as crossing a street in the morning, Su Bei first executed a deceptive maneuver, driving to the right. Upon noticing this, Westbrook instinctively shifted backward. After all, Westbrook was known for his exceptional speed, and he only took a single step back. Su Bei then skillfully pulled the ball back. Witnessing the scene before him, Westbrook's expression changed drastically, prompting him to lunge forward once more. Observing this, Su Bei performed a low, drastic change of direction, his speed astonishing. Westbrook appeared as if he were chasing an illusion of the basketball. Before he could react, Su Bei had already slipped past him, even glancing back with a sly smile. By the time Westbrook turned to pursue, it was already too late. Su Bei, now beneath the basket, was filled with a fierce intensity. He leapt into the air, extending his arms, and delivered a resounding dunk. The sound echoed, as if the rim itself were lamenting, struggling to bear the force of Su Bei's prowess. The other bench players in Oladipo, upon witnessing this, were momentarily dazzled. The improvement in Su Bei's abilities was striking. He had effortlessly outmaneuvered Westbrook. How formidable he had become. One could only wonder what heights he would reach after spending a year with us. The other Thunder players exchanged incredulous remarks, unable to fathom the extent of Su Bei's development as a player from China. One day, I will reclaim my starting position, Oladipo thought to himself. Casting a glance at the scene before quietly stepping away, he could sense Su Bei's remarkable speed, particularly in his sudden changes of direction. Executed with a low center of gravity, even he could hardly defend against such agility. Acknowledging the gap between their skills, he chose to retreat in silence, dedicating himself to further training. Only by surpassing Su Bei could he hope to reclaim his starting role. As the other players heard this, they too began to practice fervently, driven by the fear that if their skills fell short, they might face the threat of being cut from the team. This exemplifies the brutal nature of sports. Being devoid of skill is the true original sin. Westbrook clapped his hands, his face reflecting helplessness as he gazed at Su Bei. I once believed my speed was sufficient. Yet who could have anticipated that your velocity surpasses my expectations? Not only is your initial burst of speed remarkable, but even your pace while dribbling is astonishing. Su Bei, how have you achieved this? Could you possibly impart your knowledge to me? Westbrook earnestly inquired, eager to enhance his abilities. Of course, I can teach you. Each day, push your body to its limits, then persist in dribbling and shooting. The more fatigued you become, the stronger your resolve must be. For it is willpower that will lead you through adversity. Su Bei turned to Westbrook, speaking earnestly. At that moment, a notification resonated within the confines of his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Westbrook has come to believe in your capabilities. Ding. The host has conquered Westbrook with his prowess, acquiring 500 talent points from him. Ding. Following the team-ish training, the host now possesses a total of 1,000 talent points. Upon hearing this, Su Bei couldn't help but display a glimmer of excitement on his face. In such a short span of time, I have amassed 1,000 talent points. Such speed feels rather overwhelming, leaving Su Bei somewhat unaccustomed. Is it possible to purchase some skills with these 1,000 talent points? Unfortunately, not yet. At the very least, 2,000 talent points are required. However, to acquire superior skills, one must possess over 3,000. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Bei's face was marked by helplessness. There was no alternative. After all, his current financial state was quite destitute. Back in reality, Su Bei's gaze fell once more upon Westbrook. He needed to swiftly capitalize on the opportunity and extract some benefits from him. Once his talent points accumulated sufficiently, he would then be able to purchase the skills of other superstars. Come on, Westbrook, if you aspire to grow stronger, you must continue training. All right, this time, I want to allow you to overwhelm me. Westbrook replied with a smile, though internally he still harbored some defiance. The two resumed their one-on-one training, while the other players engaged in their respective drills. As night fell, Coach Donovan observed Su Bei still immersed in training, his face reflecting admiration. Other players had already departed from the Thunder's training facility, yet who would have imagined that Su Bei remained dedicated? Su Bei, your diligence is truly commendable. Coach. Upon hearing this, Su Bei paused, turning to face the coach, surprised to find Coach Donovan still present. Why haven't you returned yet? I was reviewing footage of the Bulls. I didn't realize it was already evening. Your progress is genuinely impressive, Su Bei. I consider myself fortunate to have signed such an exceptional player like you. However, once you excel and secure a substantial contract, you will find yourself possessing everything you desire: beauty, wealth, property, and more. Yet, all of this hinges upon your prowess. Coach Donovan patted Su Bei's shoulder, aware that many players, upon receiving a lucrative contract, often succumb to indulgence and excess, losing their drive, and ultimately witnessing a decline in their financial status, reaching a point where they can no longer secure a place in the game. The root cause lies within themselves. Coach Donovan cautioned Su Bei, not wishing to see a promising talent fall from grace. Su Bei understood the coach's intentions and sincerely replied, Coach, I will certainly give my all in this sport. After all, you have granted me this opportunity. Without it, I might have already departed from my homeland, Huaxia. Having received this chance, I must cherish it wholeheartedly. Currently, Su Bei has articulated his aspirations. In addition, he yearns to accumulate wealth to bring his parents over. After all, the familial conditions in Su Bei's home are not particularly favorable, especially as his family has had to economize to support his basketball pursuits. At times, his parents even hesitate to indulge in a modest portion of meat, striving to save for their son's dreams. Now, having secured a contract, if he performs well next year, he anticipates obtaining an even more lucrative agreement, allowing him to reunite with his parents. This season is pivotal for his performance. Should he falter, he risks being cut from the team. He is determined to prepare for the Bulls, as he has been elevated to the starting lineup. He hopes to seize this opportunity and deliver the statistics that his coach desires. Certainly, coach, I will not disappoint your expectations, Su Bei asserted, patting his chest, fully dedicating himself to basketball. After a brief conversation, the two departed the arena. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Bulls was reviewing footage of the Thunder's recent games. His expression transitioned from calm to increasingly astonished. He instinctively rubbed his forehead, pondering, is this truly a player from China? How can his three-point shooting and drives be so exceptional? It is quite astonishing. Coach Hoiberg mused inwardly, especially as he observed the player's movements. Had he been told this was a Chinese athlete, he would never have believed it. If the first game was a stroke of luck, how could the second be equally fortuitous? Nevertheless, the Bulls coach had researched the player's past. He recalled the struggles during his time with the Warriors, contrasting that with the remarkable transformation he displayed since joining the Thunder, an utterly transformative change. This left him in a state of disbelief. At that moment, it was imperative for Wade and Rondo to staunchly defend this Chinese player, ensuring that he would not find his rhythm from beyond the arc. Chapter 39. This guy is the old six. This is merely the strategy of the Bulls coach. It remains uncertain whether it will prove effective during the match. Particularly, the player from Huaxia deserves their focused attention. After all, had it not been for the Huaxia player in those 2 games, the Thunder might have already succumbed to defeat. Aside from the Thunder's consecutive victories, both the Warriors and the Rockets have also secured 2 wins in a row, with one ranking first and the other second in the Western Conference. Upon observing the standings, the Thunder's head coach wore a grave expression, contemplating the implications of potentially facing the Warriors in the playoffs. The prospect of victory appeared exceedingly slim. Moreover, the Thunder's coach has been following the Warriors' recent performances, noting their exceptionally fluid offense. It is not solely reliant on Curry and Thompson. They also boast Durant, a formidable scorer. The Warriors have evolved into a super team. Beyond Curry as a scoring option, Durant is the true weapon of mass destruction. Currently, the Warriors' synergy is not yet fully realized. However, once Durant and Curry establish a harmonious collaboration, they will become truly invincible. Coach Donovan rubbed his head, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. To this day, he remains perplexed regarding what strategies the Thunder might employ against the Warriors. He has yet to devise a plan, indeed. Even other teams in the West seem devoid of the capability to contend against the Warriors. For now, the primary concern is to overcome the Bulls. A resolute determination shone in Donovan's eyes, acknowledging the considerable strength of the Bulls trio. The outcome will reveal itself on the court. In recent days, both Su Bei and Westbrook have diligently continued their training, arriving at the gym early each morning. Witnessing their dedication, other players found themselves compelled to come in early as well, commencing their own workouts. It seems they are under pressure, as they are reluctant to fall behind this exceptional Chinese player. Particularly, Oladipo is eager to reclaim his starting position. He contemplates that after a period of rigorous training, he desires to challenge Su Bei in a one-on-one match, convinced that Su Bei cannot truly be superior to him. After all, he was a highly sought-after draft pick in his own right, and he firmly believes in his latent potential. With time and effort, he is confident of reaching his true pinnacle. Oladipo muses that if Coach Donovan grants him additional playing time, he is certain he will deliver an impressive performance. The starting lineup for the Bulls includes Rondo, Wade, Butler, Nikola Mirotic, and Robin Lopez, under the guidance of Coach Fred Hoiberg. The Thunder's starting 5 consists of Westbrook, Su Bei, Adams, Ilyasova, and Roberson, coached by Donovan. At that moment, Yang Yi, in the Penguin Live broadcast room, gasped upon witnessing this scene. It was astonishing that the Thunder's coach had chosen to start Su Bei. Wang Ming, also in the live room, nodded in agreement. I have watched Su Bei play. His performance has been exceptionally outstanding. These past 2 games have undoubtedly won over the Thunder's head coach. Otherwise, how could he be named a starter? However, if he falters in the upcoming games, it is likely that the coach will relegate him to the bench. We shall see how he performs in the next few matches. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses and chuckled as he reviewed Su Bei's statistics. I must admit, Su Bei has exceeded my expectations. In the first 2 games, his abilities were beyond my imagination, and now he has signed a $5 million contract with the Thunder. This secures his foothold in the NBA. At this moment, Yang Yi developed a favorable impression of Su Bei, recognizing him as the only Chinese player to establish himself in the NBA. This is sufficient to inspire many to gaze upon Su Bei. It appears that the Bulls are approaching this match with fervor, determined to secure a victory on the Thunder's home court. How will the Thunder respond this time? In the previous 2 games, they overlooked the prowess of the Huaxia player, Su Bei, but I cannot fathom that the Bulls head coach would miss his potential. Surely, they will be keenly aware of this Huaxia player, Su Bei. At this moment, the players from both teams are warming up. Rondo and Wade instinctively direct their attention towards Su Bei. This young man possesses quite a handsome appearance. Yet, I remain curious about the physical resilience of the Huaxia players. When Wade encounters him, he shall discover the truth. Moreover, I have observed his previous matches. In the last game, he even employed your signature move, the Euro step. It will not be an easy task for you to outmaneuver him with that technique this time. He is merely a rookie in the NBA. He has yet to master my Eurostep. I shall ensure he understands the true essence of the move by the end of the first quarter. Wade, hands on his hips, believes it is his duty as a seasoned player to impart the rules of the game to the newcomers. After patting Wade on the shoulder, Rondo speaks earnestly. I think you should exercise caution. I have an intuition that this Huaxiao lad is exceptional. Let us not forget that the previous 2 games shifted in our favor only after he took the court. He is likely to start now. We must not afford him any opportunities for three-pointers. We must suppress him relentlessly. I understand. Wade's three-point shooting may not be the most accurate, but if he is assigned to guard this Huaxiao player, he should be able to contain him. However, Wade's primary responsibility lies in defending Westbrook. While the task of guarding the Huaxiao player will fall upon me, Rondo reflects inwardly. Simultaneously, Su Bei turns to glance at Wade and Rondo, offering a slight smile. He is eager to face them in competition, as it may provide him with valuable insights. Westbrook approaches Su Bei, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Have you spotted Wade and Rondo across the court? Indeed. I'll take on Wade, and you should guard Rondo. Why is that? Because Wade possesses an incredibly swift first step. I can handle him without issue. As for Rondo, his cunning intellect may prove challenging for me, but I believe you can outsmart him. Let us give it our all. Su Bei. Absolutely. Here's to our quest for a 3rd consecutive victory. The excitement radiating from Su Bei was palpable. He was about to face Rajon Rondo, a point guard of championship caliber, particularly noted for his performance during the Celtics' victorious run in 2008. Rondo's prowess in assists is exceptional. Without his contributions, the Celtics might not have secured their title. Furthermore, he was the leader in assists for both the 2011-2012 and 2012-2013 seasons, and he continued to hold that title last season. This underscores the remarkable skill and vision Rondo possesses in facilitating plays. While his long-range shooting and scoring are not particularly strong, as a point guard, his passing and court awareness are unparalleled, making him a truly unique player. Su Bei understood that to effectively defend against Rondo, he must be compelled to either shoot from distance or drive to the basket. As the game commenced, Adams and the Bulls center Lopez prepared for the tip-off. The referee, after observing them briefly, lofted the ball into the air. Lopez of the Bulls seized the possession. Initiating their offensive play, Rondo swiftly advanced the ball down the court, utilizing Lopez's screen to drive towards the paint. He merely glanced at Su Bei, effortlessly bypassing him in a single step. Su Bei's eyes reflected a mix of disbelief and astonishment as Rondo executed a single-handed, deceptive dribble with remarkable speed and an array of fakes, akin to a lightning bolt. Rondo's drive was decisive. After all, this was his first encounter with the Chinese player, Su Bei, and he was determined to show him his prowess. Once past Su Bei, Rondo faced Adams' defense, slightly raising his head to survey the hoop. In that fleeting moment before his shot, Adams reacted, his expression shifting as he lunged forward. In the next instant, the ball had vanished from Rondo's grasp. The other players on the Thunder paused, confusion etched on their faces. "Behind you," shouted Westbrook from the perimeter, urgency in his voice. At that moment, a figure streaked toward the basket, receiving Rondo's pass, and executed a seamless layup, fluid and effortless, not even expending unnecessary energy. Wade pointed at Rondo, a beaming smile illuminating his face. Their connection was astoundingly intricate. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. The score between the Bulls and the Thunder stood at 2-0, a promising start for the Bulls. The coach's eyes sparkled with admiration, recognizing the true synergy of star players. Wade, Rondo, continue to dazzle. Show these Chinese players what you're capable of. They believed that victories against the Trailblazers and Clippers could somehow intimidate the Bulls. The strength of our Bulls team is formidable, and our goal this year is nothing short of the championship. The head coach of the Bulls cast a glance at Coach Donovan of the Thunder, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of regal confidence. The renowned journalist Smith from the United States couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing this. Such is the prowess of a top-tier point guard. With merely a deceptive dribble, he effortlessly bypassed the Chinese player. In my view, the performance of this Chinese player in the previous 2 games was merely a showcase. Against a formidable team like the Bulls, the Thunder would stand little chance of securing victory. Even Yang Yi from the Penguin livestream could not suppress his admiration for such coordination. It seems the Bulls have undergone a remarkable transformation. The formation of their new trio is undoubtedly aimed at clinching this season's championship. The Thunder will find it far from easy to emerge victorious in this contest. Just moments ago, Rondo dashed past Su Bei with astonishing speed and agility. After that singular move, I scarcely noticed how he passed the ball. Is this the genius Rondo? A born orchestrator. Wang Ming beside him couldn't help but extol such passing finesse. You are that Chinese player. I hope you can guard against me. Westbrook exclaimed as he advanced the ball up court. Facing Rondo, Su Bei, having overheard Rondo's trash talk, retorted, even a grandmother picking up trash could defend you. Don't attempt to provoke me. I will dominate you throughout this game. Upon hearing the words of the Chinese player before him, Rondo felt an intense surge of anger. How could he be taunted by a player from China? The newcomers, still unaware of the rules here, must learn who the true leader is. I shall see how you intend to defeat me in this game, Rondo proclaimed fiercely. Just as he spoke, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch, my back." Noticing the referee was oblivious, Su Bei discreetly pressed his hand against his back and swiftly turned to charge toward the basket. Westbrook on the perimeter, seeing this, quickly passed the ball to Su Bei. As the ball reached him, Lopez immediately raised his arms, attempting to obstruct the Chinese player's shot. Yet, in the next instant, Su Bei soared into the air, his gaze filled with fierce determination, locking onto the hoop. Just as he leaped to dunk, he deftly passed the ball behind him. The imposing figure of Adams, positioned behind Lopez, received the ball and executed a powerful two-handed slam. The arena echoed with a resounding thud, a testament to the force of the play. This dunk exuded an overwhelming sense of power. The Chicago Bulls center, Lopez, fixated intently on the Huaxiao player before him, completely unprepared for the unexpected pass that the Huaxiao player executed. This allowed the opposing center to deliver a thunderous dunk over him. This is utterly disgraceful. Lopez cast a glance at Su Bei and uttered a harsh remark. You wait. Sooner or later you will feel the full force of my wrath. If I had jumped even a little higher just now, I would have already dunked over you. Just look at your frightened expression, resembling that of a mere child. Su Bei retorted without hesitation. You want me to feel your wrath? I would need to perch upon your head to do so. Adams and Su Bei exchanged a high five, their synergy delivering a resounding blow to the Bulls. Meanwhile, Rondo of the Bulls glanced at Wade beside him and cautioned, Wade, be wary of that guy. He quite the sly one. As Rondo spoke, he instinctively touched his waist. They had only matched up once. Yet Rondo had not anticipated suffering such a significant setback. Chapter 40. Rondo's influence. The score between the Bulls and the Thunder stood at 2-2. The opening was unexpectedly explosive. At this moment, Rondo had already alerted Wade, who instinctively reached to touch his lower back, drawing in a sharp breath as his gaze settled upon the player from Huaxia. He had truly underestimated this Huaxia athlete. It was during a moment when the referee was oblivious to their actions that he had made his move. In this moment, Rondo advanced the ball into the front court, utilizing Lopez's screen to break through. As he confronted Thunder's center Adams, he executed a feint, swiftly scoring with a clean two-pointer. The scoreboard displayed a narrow 4-2 in favor of the Bulls. Rondo's effortless scoring drew his gaze towards the opposing players, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of triumph. Did they truly believe they could best the Bulls? Today, they would witness the prowess of a genuine elite guard. On the other hand, the Thunder, propelled by Westbrook's relentless drives, managed to score consecutively. By the 7th minute of the first quarter, the Bulls held a slim 3-point lead over the Thunder, 18-15. The margin was not substantial, as both teams had expended tremendous effort. After all, significant disparities were unlikely in the early stages of the game. The most impressive aspect for the Bulls was the synergy between Rondo and his teammates. Undoubtedly a championship-caliber guard, his passing was remarkably intricate, providing his teammates with comfortable opportunities. Now, Rondo had become a singular force, leaving 9 others in disarray. The astute sports journalist Smith could not help but commend him, a smile of admiration illuminating his face. He relished such traditional guards. Rondo's true strength lay not in scoring, but in orchestrating the team's play. His penetrating passes had already yielded 5 assists in the first quarter, a feat bordering on the miraculous, alongside his own 6 points, with nearly every basket stemming from his distribution. In contrast, the synergy between Thunder's Su Bei and Westbrook appeared lackluster. While Westbrook's drives were undeniably sharp, Wade's defensive presence made his penetrations arduous, resulting in a lower shooting percentage. Furthermore, Rondo had already deciphered the interplay between Westbrook and Su Bei. Whenever Westbrook drove, Su Bei would drift to the perimeter, seeking open opportunities. Smith continued to share his insights, noting Rondo's tight marking of Su Bei. With your current form, do you truly believe you can triumph over the Bulls? Receiving the ball has become an arduous task for you. Frankly, even my grandmother, who scavenges for scraps, could outrun you. Rondo's face displayed a triumphant smile. The Bulls had now seized true control of the game. As long as they could maintain their strategy, victory against the Thunder was all but assured. Meanwhile, Westbrook appeared exceedingly anxious, faced with Wade's staunch defense. The Thunder had possession of the ball. Upon reaching the frontcourt, Westbrook passed the ball to Su Bei. He then utilized a pick from the center to maneuver to the corner, seemingly preparing to launch a three-pointer. Rondo had already anticipated this move and instructed Wade to keep a close watch on the corner position. Indeed, Rondo was the genuine commander on the court, with all the other players adhering to his directives. Upon receiving the ball, Su Bei executed a deceptive dribble, attempting to penetrate the paint from the right side. Rondo, quick to react, took a step back. In the next moment, Su Bei pulled the ball back and stepped away. Rondo's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that Su Bei was not attempting to drive inside but was instead poised to shoot. He had underestimated him. It was imperative to prevent Su Bei from attempting a shot. The Bulls head coach had already emphasized the necessity of not allowing any Chinese player to shoot from beyond the arc. Should his rhythm become established, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. The basketball glided from Su Bei's fingertips, tracing a high arc. Thunder fans clenched their fists in anticipation, their hearts racing with tension. A crisp swish echoed as the ball found the net, and for an instant, the arena fell silent, even if only for a heartbeat. Su Bei savored the exquisite melody of that moment. Suddenly, cheers erupted throughout the venue. Fans rejoiced, exclaiming, "It went in." This was Su Bei's three-pointer, showcasing extraordinary flair. The shot was executed flawlessly, right in front of Rondo, an act akin to striking at the very heart. All eyes gravitated towards Su Bei, filled with hope and expectation. They initially believed Su Bei aimed to penetrate the interior, drawing the attention of the Bulls defenders before passing to Westbrook in the corner. The sequence of actions unfolded seamlessly. Yet, who would have anticipated that Su Bei opted not to follow suit, instead choosing to attempt a three-point shot himself? Upon witnessing this, the head coach of the Thunder displayed a sudden relaxation of his previously tense demeanor. This young man remains as obstinate as ever, unwavering in his belief in himself. Truly deserving of the esteem I hold for him. At this moment, the score between the Bulls and the Thunder had reached a tie at 18-18. With 2.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, this three-pointer arrived just in time. Had the Bulls managed to score again, the gap would have gradually widened, potentially dampening the Thunder's momentum, and they could have faced a crushing defeat even in the first quarter. Now that the score is level, it must be disheartening for the Bulls as well, having exerted so much effort only to find themselves tied. This suggests to me that the Thunder's strength is increasingly formidable, far surpassing my expectations. Yang Yi, observing the data in his hands while in the Penguin Live broadcast room, remarked with a hint of awe. One cannot help but be astonished by the spectacle before him. In 3 consecutive games, the Thunder has unleashed such an overwhelming momentum. A significant portion of the transformation can be attributed to the Chinese player, Su Bei. Who would have imagined that the Oklahoma City Thunder would undergo such a profound change upon the arrival of a player from China? Wang Ming remarked, in truth, the Chicago Bulls cannot be considered a truly formidable team. If they were to face a genuinely strong team, the disparity between the two would be quite substantial. He then posed the question, which teams can truly be deemed strong? For instance, on the Western Front, we have the Warriors and the Rockets, while the Eastern Conference boasts the Cavaliers and the Celtics. Among these 4 teams, if matched against the Thunder, Yang Yi, what do you perceive to be the odds of the Thunder emerging victorious? Wang Ming adjusted his glasses and looked towards Yang Yi in inquiry. Yang Yi smiled faintly, finding solace in the moment. Indeed, these 4 teams are exceptionally powerful, each housing superstars, and their offensive strategies are multifaceted. In contrast, the Thunder rely heavily on Westbrook, with few capable of alleviating his burden. Nevertheless, the question of which team will ultimately claim the championship remains uncertain. For now, we must observe whether the Thunder can secure victory in this match. On the court, Rondo continually leveraged the center's screens to facilitate passes to Wade and Jimmy Butler. The synergy among the trio was remarkably deft, eschewing the isolation play typical of superstars. However, those true superstars possess undeniable prowess, their objective being to score, score, and score, thereby executing astonishing plays. After all, if a shot is not executed with flair, it does not qualify as the work of a genuine superstar. Only through such captivating play can they incite anticipation among the audience. However, when one individual faces an entire team, the toll on one's stamina can be considerable. As the first quarter concluded, the score between the Bulls and the Thunder stood at 24-20. In this initial quarter, Westbrook had already amassed 8 points and 3 rebounds, while Su Bei managed only 6 points, primarily due to Rondo's staunch defense, which rendered shooting or penetrating exceedingly challenging. The defense of a championship-caliber point guard certainly imposed pressure. Nonetheless, despite these challenges, he still recorded 6 points and 3 assists. Seated on the bench, Su Bei and Westbrook exchanged glances, sharing a faint smile of resignation. The Chicago Bulls are not an easy team to contend with. Akin to Bulls themselves, they are remarkably resilient. The Thunder's coach wore a grave expression as he spoke first. You must strive for individual plays or allow Adams to assist you. Adams can set screens for you. However, if it's a one-on-one situation, your shooting percentage is not particularly high. To break through this scenario, Su Bei, you must exploit Rondo's weaknesses. His true vulnerabilities lie in his mid-range and three-point shooting. For his shooting consistency leaves much to be desired. You must fully utilize Adams' screens and your off-ball movement to evade him. The Thunder's coach fixed his gaze upon Su Bei, earnestly advising him, for he had discerned the Bulls' strategy, merely to concentrate all attention on Westbrook and Su Bei. Westbrook's ability to drive is indeed more formidable than they had anticipated. Yet the likelihood of success diminishes with 2 or 3 defenders surrounding him. Su Bei was feeling the intense pressure as Rondo clung to him tightly. Nodding in understanding, Su Bei recognized Coach Donovan's thoughts. If he failed to unsettle Rondo's mentality, the Bulls could very well prevail relying solely on Rondo's playmaking. One cannot help but admire Rondo's intellect. He may well become a coach post-retirement. Thus, Su Bei resolved to leverage Adams' screens and his own off-ball movement to break free from Rondo's grip. This was the only viable strategy. Coach, I know what I need to do. Good. As the second quarter commenced, the Thunder replaced a forward, primarily due to that player committing 2 turnovers. Coach Donovan could no longer endure it. Meanwhile, the Bulls retained their starting lineup, seemingly intent on completely overwhelming the Thunder in the first half. This, indeed, seems merely to be the idealistic vision of the Chicago Bulls head coach. He aspires to ascertain whether it can be realized. After all, by the conclusion of the first quarter, the score between the Bulls and the Thunder stood at 24-20, with a 4-point lead. As the second quarter commenced, Rondo passed the ball to Lopez in the paint. Lopez's ability to execute screen and roll plays is quite commendable. After setting a screen for Rondo, he caught Rondo's pass and, facing Adams, executed a mid-range jump shot. Swish. 2 points scored. The score now reads 26-20 in favor of the Bulls. The Chicago center certainly displayed an impressive touch right from the start, hitting the jump shot, leaving Adams momentarily bewildered. Smith, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle and tease. In terms of overall prowess, Adams is significantly stronger than Lopez. The Bulls' performance is genuinely surprising, primarily due to Rondo's exceptional playmaking, providing them with outstanding assists. This instilled in them a profound confidence regarding the entirety of the match. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were certain to secure victory. Rondo rarely sought to score independently. Rather, he capitalized on his teammates' screens and their collaborative movements to successfully guide the ball into the basket. This exemplifies his basketball intelligence. His organizational skills are exceptionally strong, and his basketball acumen is astonishingly high. Westbrook effectively passed the ball to Su Bei, who, after signaling to Adams, indicated that he required a screen. Adams, having developed an excellent rapport with Su Bei during prior training sessions, immediately complied without hesitation, sprinting towards him. Rondo's gaze brimmed with challenge. He was eager to witness the prowess of this Chinese player before him. Reflecting on his own entry into the league, filled with arrogance and bravado, he felt a sense of duty to impart some lessons to the newcomer. Come on, kid from China, I'm curious to see what you can do. When you end up crying, do not expect my comfort. Su Bei's face radiated a smile, though his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. He decided to exploit Rondo's position. Chapter 41. The rise confronted by Rondo's defense, Su Bei adopted a triple threat stance, failing to shake Rondo off. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Rondo's mouth. You think you can outmaneuver me with that? You're overestimating yourself. No one has properly schooled you in the previous games. Today, I shall make you aware of just how formidable NBA players truly are. Let us see how you intend to defend against me. Su Bei's gaze was fixed intensely on Rondo, a glimmer of ferocity illuminating his eyes, akin to a fierce beast. Adams stood beside Rondo, as still as a statue, yet incredibly swift. Upon seeing Adams in position, Su Bei reacted with remarkable speed, dribbling the ball to the left. Rondo's expression shifted slightly. He had underestimated this player, realizing he was not merely seeking a one-on-one confrontation but rather bringing his center up for a screen. Curse it. This guy is crafty. Rondo swiftly maneuvered around Adams and lunged as Su Bei prepared to shoot. He aimed to disrupt Su Bei's attempt. Although Su Bei executed a feigned shot, when he noticed Rondo closing in, a sly smile crept across his face, revealing his cunning nature. What the? This kid isn't shooting? Rondo was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that this young Chinese player was misleading him. As their bodies collided, Rondo interfered, making contact with Su Bei's arm. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Rondo was left bewildered upon hearing the call. What now? Do you still wish to defend against me? Expect to rack up a few fouls. This is just the first, and there will be more to come. As Su Bei passed by, he uttered a phrase imbued with unwavering determination. To vanquish the Bulls, one must penetrate through the point of Rondo. There is no need to rush, even so. Our Bulls will undoubtedly triumph over your Thunder. Although Su Bei had just missed a shot, he managed to draw a foul. The Thunder's head coach, upon noticing this, was momentarily taken aback before realizing Su Bei's strategy to exploit Rondo's vulnerabilities. If Rondo accumulates enough fouls, it is evident that the Bulls coach will have no choice but to substitute him. Coach Donovan had to concede internally that Su Bei was indeed an astute player. Should Rondo be replaced, a significant opportunity for breakthrough would arise. Without Rondo, the Bulls would lack a cohesive organizational structure. Everyone understands that the Bulls' offense revolves around Rondo. It is likely that their entire training regimen centers on him. If Rondo were to sit out, Coach Donovan was confident they could defeat the Bulls. On the court, Su Bei exchanged a high five with a Thunder player before taking his 2 free throws. Swish, swish. The 2 free throws found nothing but net. The score stood at 26-22, favoring the Bulls against the Thunder. Westbrook beamed with delight, praising Su Bei. You've got away, Su Bei, otherwise I wouldn't know how to conquer the Bulls. Just watch. I'll gradually torment Rondo. He must understand the consequences of crossing me. A smile graced Su Bei's face. He recognized that Rondo's greatest asset was his playmaking. Should Rondo accumulate enough fouls, he would be hesitant to take the court. Even when facing Su Bei, Rondo might harbor some trepidation, making it challenging to defend against him. Su Bei pondered this quietly, his calm eyes filled with resolve. Wade, standing beside Rondo, gently patted him on the shoulder in reassurance, saying, "It's nothing. Just a mere rookie. Don't take it to heart. Focus solely on your playmaking. Leave the rest to me and Jimmy Butler. With our seamless offense, do you think the Thunder can withstand it? By halftime, we must establish a significant lead, making it clear just how formidable our Bulls' offense is. Winning against us will be an insurmountable challenge." Yes, I know exactly what to do. Rondo's gaze was fixed intently on Su Bei. Since Su Bei dared to engage him in such a manner, he would soon learn the consequences of crossing him. It was imperative to instill a psychological shadow upon him. Rondo advanced the ball down the court, while Su Bei diligently defended against him, utilizing the center screen. Rondo executed a feint shot. However, Su Bei remained unfazed, choosing instead to await his actual attempt. With the center providing a screen, why was he hesitating to shoot? Was there a lapse in judgment? Furthermore, I am aware that your three-point shooting leaves much to be desired. Should you attempt it, it would likely result in a clang off the rim. Perhaps it would be wiser to pass to Wade, whose ability to penetrate the defense is undeniably superior to yours. Su Bei relentlessly hurled verbal jabs at Rondo, who, upon hearing them, wore a displeased expression. This young man from Huaxia had the audacity to taunt him. Even many other newcomers would not dare to engage with him in such a manner. The player from Huaxia exhibits an overwhelming arrogance. I refuse to believe that I cannot make a shot. Ultimately, Rondo took a direct shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, striking the front edge of the rim. Witnessing this moment, Rondo felt as if his heart were shattering. Why did it not go in? Su Bei glanced over, a smile creeping onto his lips, and he could not help but shake his head. With your level of skill, you dare to shoot? I cannot fathom what you were thinking. Meanwhile, Wade wore an incredulous expression as he approached Rondo, softly inquiring, Rondo, why did you not pass the ball to me? I intended to, but I was provoked by that kid from Huaxia. Who would have imagined I would miss? A hint of helplessness crossed Rondo's face, his demeanor reflecting a reluctant acceptance of the passive situation he found himself in. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Yang Yi observed Su Bei and Rondo, both seemingly lost in thought. It appeared these two had just experienced a verbal exchange. Rondo's missed shot highlighted his true prowess in organizational skills rather than in scoring. Particularly after witnessing Su Bei's smile, it became evident that he must have been taunting Rondo. I never anticipated that this kid would employ such tactics. Su Bei truly possesses a creative flair on the court, having already gotten the better of Rondo. How amusing it is to encounter such an intriguing player for the first time. Wang Ming watched Su Bei with fascination, marveling at this unique talent from Huaxia. Nevertheless, Su Bei's individual abilities are noteworthy. Unless Rondo is benched, the Thunder stand little chance of overcoming the Bulls. Currently, the Bulls find themselves in a favorable position, yet they remain without viable options. It is unclear how the Thunder will respond, as none of their players seem capable of bearing the mantle of leadership. Not even with Westbrook in their ranks. Should this continue, they will inevitably be dominated by the Bulls. Smith observed the game, shaking his head. He firmly believed that the Bulls would triumph, asserting that the Thunder could not secure a victory. After all, the Bulls' trio of stars is indeed performing as expected, with Rondo serving as the pivotal core of the team. On the court, in this moment, Westbrook, utilizing Adam's screen, penetrates directly into the paint and executes a layup with finesse. The swiftness of Westbrook's drive is truly remarkable. After all, Wade has aged, and keeping pace with Westbrook is no simple task. There lingers a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Had he been in his prime, there is no doubt that he would have thwarted Westbrook's advance into his defense. The score between the Bulls and the Thunder now stands at 26-24, with the gap narrowing. Thunder fans erupt in cheers, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Is this their true prowess? The Bulls will inevitably be caught by our Thunder players. By the second half, the Thunder shall triumph over the Bulls. How will they contend? The Bulls are surely no match for Westbrook, who will undoubtedly lead the Thunder to victory. Westbrook. The entire arena resounds with the chant of his name. At this moment, Westbrook gazes towards the fervent crowd, his eyes filled with passion. This is what a true fan looks like. Whenever he steps onto the court, Westbrook plays with relentless dedication, pouring his heart out because he refuses to disappoint the loyal supporters in the stands. The Chicago Bulls players wear expressions of deep frustration, utterly bewildered by how the Thunder have nearly erased the deficit by the second quarter alone. Though the exact mechanics of their resurgence remain unclear, the scoreboard now reflects an undeniable gap between the teams. This placed them under a certain psychological strain. The turnover of possession. The Bulls now possess the ball. Rondo advanced the ball into the front court, his gaze filled with a hint of amusement. In truth, he yearned for a one-on-one duel with the Huaxia player, Su Bei. After all, the earlier incident was etched deeply in his memory, having been outplayed by a Huaxia player, leaving him utterly humiliated. Perhaps tomorrow, it might even make the headlines. This is the last thing Rondo wishes to witness. He must retaliate. Come on. Rondo cast a sardonic glance at Su Bei. How dare a player from Huaxia behave so arrogantly before him? It was imperative to teach him a lesson, to instill a psychological shadow that would evoke fear within him. So come at me. Su Bei fixed his gaze on Rondo, eager to observe how Rondo would maneuver past him. The center from the Bulls attempted to set a screen for Rondo, yet Rondo gestured for him to refrain and opted for a one-on-one confrontation. A faint smile curled at the corner of Rondo's mouth. In an instant, he executed a cross-dribble, making a significant change in direction while facing Su Bei's defense. He aimed to penetrate from Su Bei's left side, but Su Bei had already anticipated this move. He stepped back, poised to await Rondo's advance. Ward off. Rondo intended to drive, but who could have imagined Su Bei's reaction time would be so astonishing? It was hard to fathom the capabilities of this Huaxia player. It was swifter than he had ever envisioned. Rondo once again pulled the ball back, attempting to make a breakthrough. Su Bei's speed was equally impressive, closing in on Rondo and denying him any opportunity to dribble. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Rondo realized that the ball had vanished from his grasp, leaving him utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that the player from Huaxia had managed to intercept it. How is this possible? The other players of the Bulls were also taken aback by the scene before them, standing frozen in disbelief at the fact that the player from Huaxia could intercept Rondo's pass. What kind of player is this? The entire arena was astounded. The Bulls coach, upon witnessing the moment, stood with his mouth agape, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how that player from Huaxia achieved such a feat. Is this a newcomer? A resounding thud echoed through the arena. Su Bei executed a thunderous dunk, igniting the crowd. Wow, is this the same player from Huaxia? After stealing the ball from Rondo, he unleashed a powerful dunk. Such offensive and defensive prowess is simply magnificent. I am utterly enamored. The fans leaped in unison, their eyes brimming with joy. Gradually, the fans rose to their feet, applauding wholeheartedly for the player from Huaxia, having embraced him with sincere admiration. What an extraordinary performance. Su, I truly relish such a spectacular dunk. It possesses an explosive quality. Just look at Rondo, his expression has darkened. Ha ha ha. Westbrook glanced at Su Bei, a smile gracing his face. At this moment, the The score between the Bulls and the Thunder stood at an even 26-26. The Thunder team is caught up this time. At this moment, the head coach of the Bulls called for a timeout. How amusing. The Bulls have requested a pause in play, while the Thunder are performing exceptionally well. The Bulls have yet to score. Do they truly believe themselves to be formidable? Just wait. In the second half, the Thunder players are certain to secure victory over them. The Thunder fans expressed their sentiments, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This time, the players of the Thunder became increasingly exhilarated, with those on the bench expressing their enthusiasm through animated gestures. Meanwhile, the Bulls appeared to sense the rising momentum of the Thunder, gradually gaining their own traction. This is not a favorable omen. Chapter 42. Exploiting Opportunities. How on earth are you defending? Are you unable to contain that player from Huaxia? If both of you, Wade and Rondo, cannot restrain the Huaxia player, we shall surely lose this match. I do not care what methods you employ, you must secure victory in this game. The eyes of the Bulls head coach were filled with a fierce determination, as they were now tied with the Thunder. The players of the Thunder radiated an indomitable spirit, driven by a newfound frenzy at the unexpected equality in the score. Having won the last two games, they were confident of triumphing in the third. Westbrook surveyed his teammates, who nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. The Bulls undoubtedly aimed to thwart their efforts, yet they remained unperturbed, having already leveled the score. In the upcoming third quarter, they intended to seize the lead decisively. Coach Donovan of the Thunder exuded an unwavering resolve in his gaze. In the Penguin Live broadcast, Yang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. It must be said that the Thunder's performance this time was truly remarkable. Su Bei's display was commendable, as it was unexpected that Rondo could not contain him. However, it was certain that the Bulls would adjust their strategy, possibly targeting Su Bei specifically. Ku Fan concurred with this sentiment. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Wade cautioned against the Huaxia player. All they could do now was to limit his scoring, as he was already carrying one foul. It was surprising that the Huaxia player remained so adept, catching him off guard. Wade patted Rondo beside him and nodded. It's all right, I will take on him, while you focus on defending Westbrook. After all, my speed cannot match Westbrook's. His drive is superior, and should he break through, we will need to provide support, as it is truly challenging to thwart Westbrook's advances. Rondo was well aware of Westbrook's explosive drives, and his physical prowess was simply formidable. Had the Thunder still possessed Durant on their roster, they would have posed a far greater challenge. But Durant had long departed, and Rondo harbored unwavering confidence that his Bulls would emerge victorious against this Thunder squad. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Rondo's lips as he advanced the ball up the court, facing Su Bei's defense. He unexpectedly signaled for Wade to set a screen. Westbrook, vigilant on the perimeter, barked out a warning. As Wade positioned himself to obstruct Su Bei, Rondo seized the opening, deftly maneuvering around the pick without immediately driving toward the rim. His sharp eyes had already detected Westbrook's aggressive closeout. In the next heartbeat, Rondo launched a rapid-fire three-pointer, his release swift and decisive. This marked the third attempt at a three-pointer for him in this match. The previous two shots had been provoked by trash talk from Su Bei, yet neither found the net. For Rondo, regaining his confidence is of utmost importance. Otherwise, the Bulls may well succumb to the Thunder, a prospect he is loath to entertain. After all, the true ambition of the Bulls is the championship title. And they have assembled a formidable trio. The basketball soared through the air, tracing an elegant arc, only to meet a resounding thud as it was deflected away by the rim once more. Rondo's expression turned grave upon witnessing this. Could it be that his three-point shooting was truly so inadequate? During practice matches, he had not anticipated such a dismal performance. Who could have foreseen that he would now stand at 0 for 3? Suddenly, a figure seized the basketball and executed a powerful slam dunk, producing a resounding clang. It was Jimmy Butler, who swung on the rim and, upon landing, directed his gaze towards Rondo. He patted his chest and pointed at Rondo, a subtle smile gracing his lips, seemingly conveying that he was there for him. Rondo exchanged a knowing smile with him. Indeed, they constituted a genuine trio. Even if Rondo struggled with his shooting, it mattered little with Butler commanding the paint. The score stood at 28-26, and the Bulls reclaimed the lead once again. In the Penguin live stream room, Yang Yi observed this turn of events with a hint of resignation, offering a wry smile. He recognized the formidable offensive capabilities of the Bulls' true trio, which far surpassed that of the Thunder. For the Thunder to effect a genuine comeback would not be an easy feat. The Thunder were faltering if Butler showcased his true offensive prowess alongside Wade. The odds were decidedly stacked against Su Bei and Westbrook. This match appeared devoid of suspense. Let us anticipate the next game. Young, do you possess such unwavering confidence? The score difference between the Thunder and the Bulls is not insurmountable. I still sense a glimmer of hope. Kufan regarded Zhang Yi and Wang Ming, harboring a modicum of faith in the Thunder's players. Kufan, just wait and see. Do you wish to make a wager? What shall we bet on? If the Bulls triumph, you must do me a favor. Conversely, if the Thunder win, I shall assist you with something. Let it be within reason for both sides. Shall we? Upon hearing this, Kufan couldn't help but smile, expressing his intrigue. Let the games begin. I firmly believe that the Thunder will emerge victorious. You shall see. Teacher Yang. On the court, Westbrook initially passed the ball to Su Bei, who found himself confronted by Wade's staunch defense. Do you still wish to employ your elusive steps before me? Regardless of your techniques, you shall not surpass me. Oh, is that so? We shall see about that. With unwavering determination, Su Bei faced Wade's defense and swiftly maneuvered past him from the left side, driving towards the corner. He executed a series of rapid cross-steps before pivoting to elude Wade, seemingly aiming for a bank shot from the corner. At that moment, Lopez in the paint approached. His face contorted in a menacing glare directed at Su Bei, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. No matter what, there was no way he would let him pass. Behind him, Wade was hot on his heels, his gaze radiating unwavering confidence. Yet, in the next instant, they were utterly astonished. What? Su Bei was attempting a shot from behind the backboard. Could this possibly go in? Why wasn't he passing the ball? The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. Overwhelmed by the sheer audacity of this player from Huaxia, they could hardly contain their desire to see him substituted out of the game. The shot was utterly outrageous. The basketball soared to an astonishing height. Not only did the fans struggle to comprehend it, but even the head coach of the Thunder found himself engulfed in confusion at that moment. What on earth was Su Bei attempting? Why did he not pass to Adams in the paint? Why insist on a one-on-one? Wade and Lopez were closing in on Su Bei, who then leaned back and released the ball. Wade and his teammates wore expressions of sheer disbelief, quickly followed by laughter. They perceived this player from Huaxia as absurdly outlandish, convinced that there was no way he could score. Yet, in the next instant, a swish echoed as the basketball found its mark in the net. The arena fell into a hushed silence, lasting only a few seconds before the Thunder fans erupted in cheers. Could this truly be a player from Huaxia? Was this the power of the East? This was beyond comprehension. How could he have made such a shot? In the face of Wade's defense, this individual actually succeeded. Indeed succeeded. He was nothing short of a deity from the East, surely bestowed with the strength of the Orient. Could it be Kuan? Could it truly be Kuan? The Thunder fans cheered, their eyes alight with excitement. They could hardly fathom that a player from Huaxia could actually score. The scoreboard read 28-28. The two teams once again locked in a tie. The Bulls fans were expressions of bewilderment. Players on the Bulls bench rose, fixated on the Huaxia player, sensing that he must have taken something. How could this Huaxia player be so formidable? It had to be mere luck. Under such defensive pressure, he managed to score. It was nothing short of a miraculous shot. They could not comprehend why his touch was so flawless. The Bulls head coach stared at the scene before him, eyes wide as saucers, seemingly convinced that the Huaxia player was indeed under the influence. The Thunder's head coach leaped up, delivering a powerful fist in the air. Such a shot truly ignited the entire arena. None of them could comprehend how the players from Huaxia accomplished this feat. Wade, do you believe you can defend against me? You two couldn't even handle my offense. My grandmother could defend better than you. I suggest you learn a thing or two about defense from her. For if this continues, your prospects in the NBA may be quite bleak. The interior player from Su Bei exchanged glances with Wade, a subtle smile gracing his lips as they spoke. Wade was left utterly dumbfounded. Such a shot surprisingly found its mark. The skill of this Huaxia player is truly remarkable. If this continues, the attacking team is bound to lose the match. In these remaining minutes, the engineering team has entirely altered their strategy. Initially, the primary defense focused on Westbrook and the Huaxia player. However, they now regard the Huaxia player as even more crucial than Westbrook. Failing to contain his shots could very well lead to their defeat. In the ensuing moments, Rondo and Wade diligently guarded the Huaxia player. Whenever Su Bei broke through, he faced a trio of defenders, making his advances exceedingly difficult, ultimately passing the ball to Westbrook. The Bulls' offense, relying on the prowess of their three stars, consistently scored in the paint. Adams was already panting heavily, feeling powerless against Wade's drives or the looming presence of Jimmy Butler. Rondo's ability to orchestrate the offense is indeed commendable. Meanwhile, Su Bei persistently went one-on-one against Rondo, striving to create counterattack opportunities. As the second quarter drew to a close, Rondo had accumulated 3 fouls. Despite this, the Bulls still held a slight lead over the Thunder, 54-50, merely 4 points ahead. The Bulls coach lifted his gaze to Rondo, expressing concern. You now have 3 fouls, all of which were committed against that Huaxiao player. You must exercise caution in the second half. I can't shake the feeling that he intends to push you towards 6 fouls. Understood, coach. Rondo nodded. Then redirected his attention to the Huaxiao player of the Thunder. This individual is undeniably a cunning strategist. Each time he lunges forward, the players from Huaxiao are engaged in deceptive maneuvers. As soon as the referee observes this, a foul is called. Continue to penetrate deeper. Adams of the Thunder stands little chance of thwarting your offensive efforts. If we focus our attacks on the paint, victory will be well within our grasp. The head coach of the Bulls consistently urges his players to target the interior, where they stand a chance of drawing fouls. Offensively, the perimeter proves to be quite challenging, particularly with Westbrook and the Huaxiao player's staunch defense, which undeniably presents significant difficulties. The head coach of the Bulls sensed a distinct transformation in the Thunder players. Although they lacked a prolific scorer like Durant, the acquisition of this talented player from Huaxiao had nonetheless compensated for some of that loss. Underestimating the Thunder could easily lead to dire consequences. A mechanical voice echoed in Su Bei's mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 300 talent points from Rondo. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Bei was suddenly filled with anticipation, his eyes brimming with incredulity. He had incurred 3 fouls yet unexpectedly gained 300 talent points. What an unexpected delight. In the second half, he was determined to extract another 300 talent points from Rondo. N.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Chapter 43. Rondo's trash talk. A subtle smile graced Su Bei's lips, taken aback by such a delightful surprise. It seemed Rondo had much to offer him this time. He resolved to treat Rondo with the utmost respect in the second half. The team's primary reliance rested on the offensive prowess of Westbrook and Su Bei. The Bulls had struggled to contain their offensive onslaught. If they performed well in the second half, they could still maintain a close score and potentially turn the tide in their favor. The Thunder's coach was eager to see how the Bulls would manage to secure a victory against them. The Thunder's head coach harbored a flicker of resentment. Did the Bulls truly believe they could defeat his team, especially on their home court? His gaze fell on Su Bei, filled with unwavering trust. He had immense confidence in Su Bei, who had demonstrated exceptional performance throughout the match. Without Su Bei, the score might not have been so tightly contested. Su Bei, exploit your advantages to the fullest. Remember, by utilizing the center screens or those of your teammates, you can shoot from beyond the arc. Westbrook's strength lies in his ability to drive. If a better opportunity arises, he will pass the ball to you. Do you understand, Westbrook? Understood, coach. I will do my utmost to pass the ball to Su Bei. However, I am quite curious about the strategies the Bulls will deploy against us. Surely, they won't continue with the same tactics as in the first half. A gentle smile graced Westbrook's face. Had they performed in the first half as they did now, they would have possessed absolute confidence in securing victory in this match. Conversely, the Bulls employed a specific strategy, centering their efforts on the player Su Bei. This was driven by a profound concern that Su Bei might bridge the score gap solely through his three-point shooting. This has caused considerable concern for the Bulls coach, as he has never encountered a player from Huaxiao with such exceptional prowess. Indeed, this player's impact may even surpass that of the legendary Yao Ming from yesteryears. Wasn't this fellow with the Warriors last season? His performance at that time was rather dismal. Yet now, he appears rejuvenated, as if transformed. His recent gameplay resembled that of an athlete under the influence of some potent substance. What kind of nourishment has that player from Huaxia consumed to develop such exceptional skills? And how is it that his hands possess such a blazing touch? The head coach of the Bulls seems utterly numb. In his coaching career, he has never encountered a player from Huaxia of this caliber. If that Huaxia player possesses a three-point shot, you must staunchly defend against him, suppressing his shooting rhythm. Surely you know how to execute this? Rondo and Wade, you two are on the perimeter. I expect no further mistakes. Coach, this time we are determined to tightly guard that Huaxiao player. Had we understood him from the outset, we would not have diverted all our attention to Westbrook. A hint of helplessness adorned Wade's face. The second half of the game commences. The Thunder now hold possession. Westbrook advances the ball up court, utilizing Adams' screen to penetrate the paint with remarkable speed. The Thunder's head coach nods in approval, a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. He relishes Westbrook's audacious drives. Few can withstand Westbrook's incursions. Confronted by Lopez's defense, Westbrook executes a floater, effortlessly sending the ball through the hoop. The score between the Bulls and the Thunder reads 54-52. Westbrook, brimming with confidence, sways back and forth as if cradling an infant, then approaches Su Bei, exchanging a high five. His face aglow with joy. What do you think, Su Bei? My skills are quite commendable, aren't they? Did they truly underestimate my abilities? With Wade's attention on you, how could a mere Rondo hope to thwart my advances? A confident smile graced Westbrook's face as he flexed his explosive muscles. I will do my utmost to pass the ball to you. I believe we can secure this victory. Su Bei, harboring numerous thoughts, remained skeptical that the Bulls could truly defeat them. Rondo and the interior player Lopez stood in disbelief. Who could have predicted that Westbrook would initiate the offense this time? In the past, whenever Westbrook penetrated and faced a double team, he would invariably pass to that Huaxiao player. Yet this time, Westbrook chose a different approach. No worries. Let us play our game. We will undoubtedly find a way to bounce back. It is merely the Thunder. Do we genuinely believe that we cannot conquer them? Wade gently patted Rondo on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. In the Pingue live broadcast room, Young E couldn't help but praise Westbrook, noting that his penetration has now become a singular force. Indeed, in such a high-intensity game, to achieve such remarkable efficiency reflects Westbrook's substantial growth. Had Durant not departed, perhaps they could have contended for the championship. However, with Durant's exit, it is improbable for Westbrook to carry the entire Thunder team to the Western Conference Finals alone. He is undeniably at his peak, yet circumstances hinder him. Yang Yi's words trailed off, tinged with a sense of regret. He could perceive Westbrook's significant development this year, possibly entering his prime. Yet, the Thunder's current roster is far from robust, making even the playoffs an exceedingly challenging endeavor. The game on the court continued. Rondo's gaze was filled with determination. He was resolute in reclaiming the dignity he had lost, especially from this player from Huaxia. Rondo took the initiative to switch with Wade, positioning himself beside the Huaxia player, Su Bei, a triumphant smile gracing his face. In the second half, we will play seriously against you. Oh, in the first half, you were so earnest, yet the gap between us is not vast. In the second half, you will have no opportunities left. I advise you to prepare for the next game and conserve some energy. Su Bei shook his head in response, his eyes sparkling with mockery. Hearing this, Rondo felt an overwhelming urge to confront the audacious Huaxiao player before him. Who does this guy think he is? Just because he came from China, he believes he's invincible in the NBA? Rondo was practically itching to teach him a lesson, but in the end, could only suppress his frustration with a sigh. Just wait. There's plenty of time in the second half for me to match up against you. Let's see what this so-called Chinese player is really made of. Humph. Su Bei merely glanced at him, his eyes brimming with disdain. Wade drove the ball toward the paint, only to be met with the defensive wall of Westbrook and Adams. Breaking through alone was no easy feat. Especially when colliding with Westbrook, Wade could feel the sheer physical dominance radiating from him. If this kept up, his body would be battered to pieces. In the end, Wade had no choice but to pass the ball out. Rondo took control, orchestrating the play. He directed the center to set a screen, then signaled Wade to cut toward the basket. The center set a pick for Rondo, who drifted to the wing as if preparing for a three-pointer. Su Bei lunged forward to contest, only for Rondo to snap a bounce pass to Wade, who had already sliced into the paint. Catching the ball, Wade locked onto the rim, his eyes blazing with unyielding determination. He wanted the world to know Dwayne Wade wasn't done yet. He could still play. Boom. A thunderous two-handed dunk. Wade briefly hung on the rim before landing, his face alight with triumphant confidence as he surveyed the roaring crowd. The score now stood at 56-52. The synergy between Wade, Rondo, and their center was only growing sharper. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the head coach of the Bulls could not help but exclaim, "This is how it should be done. Let those fellows know our prowess." He urged his team to relentlessly penetrate the paint, emphasizing that their only formidable presence was Adams. And there was nothing to fear. Keep attacking the interior, and even if we cannot score, we must draw fouls. We cannot allow the Thunder's interior to feel at ease. The Bulls communicated this with a sense of urgency reflected in their eyes, as the score remained precariously close. If this trend continued, they risked being overtaken in the final quarter, a scenario they had witnessed before with the Trailblazers and Clippers falling victim to the Thunder's resurgence. If they were to succumb to such an embarrassment, it would be a profound disgrace for the coach, who felt a simmering anger within. To lose to a team like the Thunder would strip him of his dignity as a coach. Russell Westbrook's face also bore signs of fury. This was the Thunder's home court, and they could not allow the Bulls to run rampant. "Let me handle this," he insisted. Given Westbrook's stature as the team's leader, it was imperative for Su Bei to comply, nodding in agreement. In the ensuing minutes, Su Bei assumed the role of facilitator, striving to feed the ball to Westbrook. Westbrook, embodying the ferocity of a beast, relentlessly attacked the Bulls' interior, leaving Lopez in a state of distress, for the role of a center is undeniably arduous. Westbrook's explosive physique rendered him genuinely formidable. His drives were nearly impossible to thwart unless double-teamed. In such instances, he would decisively pass to Su Bei or, brimming with confidence, take the shot himself. Meanwhile, the Bulls operated around their trio of stars, with Rondo exhibiting a commanding presence far superior to Su Bei's. Moreover, the chemistry among Wade and the other two was remarkably harmonious, allowing them to maintain their lead. As the game progressed, their performance grew increasingly fluid, with occasional three-pointers from Su Bei or minor disruptions caused by Westbrook. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 88-85 in favor of the Thunder. What kind of game is this? One might wonder. After all this time, how is it that the Thunder led by merely 3 points? The players on the bench wore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated the formidable tenacity of the Thunder players, who clung fiercely to the score. Westbrook, that relentless force, proved exceptionally challenging. Even when attempting to defend against him, one could feel the intensity of his blazing form each time he charged toward the basket. His gaze resembled that of a true predator, reminiscent of my own demeanor in years gone by. Wade smiled faintly, recognizing the palpable fighting spirit emanating from Westbrook, a presence that commanded awe. Had it not been for Westbrook leading the Thunder, this match might have reached its conclusion long ago. I had not even considered that the Thunder were trailing the Bulls by a mere 3 points. Perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope for the Thunder. Yet, one could see that Westbrook was already fatigued. If he were to continue, he might not endure much longer in the fourth quarter. After all, this was the era of the Bulls triumvirate, who consistently delivered critical points, effectively suppressing the Thunder's advances. This is precisely why there is always a shortfall of just 1 or 2 points. This breadth must be maintained, otherwise, the score will fall too far behind. Yang Yi's expression was gravely serious. The Thunder team still has a chance to triumph. It all depends on whether they can seize the moment in the end. In the second half, we must focus on the Thunder's interior defense, and Rondo, you must exercise caution, as you are already burdened with 4 fouls. Should you commit 2 more, you understand the inevitable consequences, the Bulls head coach reminded Rondo. In truth, he most dreaded the prospect of Rondo being sidelined, for he is the brain of the entire team. If he were to leave the court, who would orchestrate the offense? Rondo nodded with a smile, wiping the sweat from his brow, unfazed. Now, the coach had only the final quarter remaining, with nothing left to be done. That Huaxiao player cannot contend with me. Chapter 45. A 10-point deficit. The score between the Bulls and the Thunder stood at 88-85. The Thunder's head coach seemed to glimpse hope as he patted Su Bei's shoulder, his eyes filled with anticipation. If Su Bei and Westbrook could perform admirably in the final quarter, a remarkable comeback was within reach. No opponent would stand a chance against them, even with the Bulls boasting their trio of stars. On the Bulls' side, Jimmy Butler and Dwayne Wade could not help but fix their gaze upon that Huaxiao player, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had never anticipated that the Huaxiao player would demonstrate such prowess. If this continued, they feared that should the Huaxiao player sink a few more 3-pointers, they might indeed surpass them, which would be the most terrifying prospect of all. Their apprehension was palpable, and even their head coach was drenched in cold sweat. He had never imagined that they would find themselves so thoroughly outmatched by the Huaxiao player. Could this be the enigmatic power of the East? At this moment, Su Bei involuntarily turned his head to glance at the 2 players from the Bulls, a subtle smile playing on his lips, seemingly provoking them. Jimmy Butler and Rajon Rondo's eyes brimmed with a flicker of anger. They had never anticipated being challenged by a player from Huaxia. What qualifications did he possess? The Huaxiao player proved to be far more formidable than they had imagined. If they did not take decisive action soon, they risked losing the game in the final quarter. I understood this predicament. Yet I could not fathom why I was unable to contain that Huaxiao player. He was even more elusive than I had anticipated. Moreover, his off-ball movement was remarkably superior, surpassing even that of the Warriors' Klay Thompson, a truly tenacious competitor. Why had I not encountered such a challenge from him last season? Rondo shook his head in resignation. Despite employing various strategies, he was unable to limit the Huaxiao player, which led him to believe that this individual had indeed matured significantly. The head coach of the Bulls stood with arms crossed, observing his players. We currently hold a slender lead, merely 3 points. Yet I am confident that you can suppress them in the fourth quarter. They must understand that our Bulls cannot be bested by such a seemingly weak team. Are you already intimidated by a single Thunder player? Remember, Huaxia has only one truly formidable player, Yao Ming. I do not care what methods you employ. You must extinguish his fiery momentum. On the other hand, we perceive no threat from Westbrook. Focus on our interior game. It remains our safest strategy. This is our final opportunity. Let us strive collectively to secure this victory. Do you hear me? You must play with tenacity, not like a bunch of softies. The coach's expression grew increasingly stern. He despised witnessing his players falter once more. Furthermore, Rondo had already accrued 4 fouls. Should he commit 2 more in the final quarter, he would be disqualified. The coach contemplated whether to bench Rondo, for he was the core of the Bulls, possessing exceptional organizational skills. His presence on the court could mitigate many errors, yet the burden of 4 fouls posed a significant dilemma for the coach. Unbeknownst to him, those 4 fouls had almost entirely been the result of the Huaxia player's actions against Rondo. What is the true origin of this player from Huaxia? Had I known earlier, I would have ensured the signing of this Huaxia player, thus avoiding all these troubles. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Thunder took possession of the ball. Westbrook advanced it to the front court, his eyes reflecting an unquenchable fighting spirit. Within the entire league, Westbrook's tenacity is unparalleled. Despite his technical shortcomings, he has an unwavering passion for basketball. Adams, set a screen for me, Westbrook commanded, and Adams promptly positioned himself beside Wade. Seizing this opportunity, Westbrook surged towards the basket. Simultaneously, Su Bei, utilizing the screen from the Thunder's forward, also darted towards the hoop, both players converging on the rim. This left the Chicago Bulls center feeling utterly perplexed, unsure of how to defend against the impending onslaught. How could 2 opponents suddenly charge at him simultaneously? Panic flickered in his eyes, betraying a moment of hesitation. Upon noticing this, Westbrook's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Swiftly approaching, Westbrook reached the free throw line and launched himself into the air, showcasing his explosive athleticism. It appeared he intended to execute a thunderous dunk over the Bulls center. In that instant, the center's expression morphed into one of fierce determination. He was resolute in preventing Westbrook from posterizing him once more. Even if it meant committing a foul, he was prepared to bring him down. He was eager to ascertain the extent of Westbrook's physical prowess in this collision. The next moment, the basketball hovered directly above his head. As he attempted to swat it away, he realized the ball's elevation surpassed his wildest expectations, forcing him to tilt his head back in astonishment. What is the intention behind this? What on earth is the intention behind this? Not only are the Chicago Bulls center and players left bewildered, but even the spectators off the court are utterly astonished, completely at a loss as to what Westbrook aims to achieve. This is an absurd operation, akin to a blunder. Is this fellow intending to dunk over that center? Upon witnessing this, Young E from the Penguin Live broadcast studio displayed a hint of bewilderment, unsure of what Westbrook was attempting to accomplish. Could this be shaping up to be one of the season's top 5 absurd moments? Ha ha ha. He finally burst into laughter. Yet, in the next instant, their amusement faded. They beheld a towering figure emerging behind the Bulls center, exhibiting a leaping ability that surpassed their wildest imaginations, leaving the audience agape and momentarily speechless. With a resounding thud, Su Bei received Westbrook's pass and executed a powerful dunk, unnoticed by anyone present. This is the advantage of the northern region of Jiangsu. His off-ball movement is remarkably exceptional. He possesses the ability to discern the optimal position. Furthermore, with the forwards from the Thunder providing screens for him, it becomes quite challenging for defenders to closely guard him. Goodness! The head coach of the Bulls appeared utterly bewildered upon witnessing this. When did this fellow emerge from behind? Countless question marks. I had thought this ball could be defended, but this utterly astonished the players of the Bulls. Remarkable! Su Bei, I knew you would dash over, so I passed the ball to you. I never expected you to leap so high. After this match concludes, that play will indeed be a memorable highlight. Westbrook patted Su Bei on the shoulder, chuckling. What constitutes a memorable highlight? It was merely a dunk over an unknown junior. As Su Bei spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the Bulls center. Unknown junior. The Bulls Lopez fixated his gaze on this Chinese player with an intense stare. How audacious. He clearly holds himself in high regard. At this moment, the score between the Bulls and the Thunder stood at 88-87, with the Thunder trailing by a single point. Other Thunder players had already leaped into the air, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Who could have anticipated that Su Bei would audaciously dunk over the Bulls center? The spectacle was undeniably electrifying. Even Coach Donovan of the Thunder couldn't refrain from praising the moment. Luck was certainly on their side. The synergy between Westbrook and Su Bei could genuinely topple their opponents. Coach Donovan grew increasingly fond of this young lad. Should opportunities arise in the future, He envisioned Su Bei as the offensive linchpin of the entire team, especially when Westbrook sat out. Thus, Su Bei would unleash unrelenting offensive prowess. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, is this Su Bei? This fellow frequently dunks over the Bulls center. Is he on something? The Bulls center seems utterly inadequate. Meanwhile, Su Bei is undeniably poor, having been thoroughly defeated by the Cavaliers last season. The naysayers, upon witnessing this, began furiously typing away at their keyboards. On the court, the Bulls regained possession. Rondo, utilizing Wade's screen, swiftly approached the basket. Just as he was about to attempt a layup, he ultimately passed the ball to the three-point line. What is Rondo trying to do? The Bulls head coach was left dumbfounded, but in the next instant, Wade appeared at the three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, he immediately raised his hand and shot. The speed of his release was astonishing. Westbrook, attempting to provide help defense, was already too late. Swish. The basketball traced a graceful arc, settling securely into the hoop. The players on the Bulls bench erupted in jubilation, cheering for Wade's three-pointer. This is Wade's three-pointer. Never before had I witnessed Wade attempt a three-pointer. Yet who could have anticipated that this time he would deliver an immense shock to us all? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. In the future, efforts should be made to pass the ball to Wade. Rondo and Wade are celebrating, as the score between the Bulls and the Thunder has reached 91-87. Yang Yi from the Penguin live stream was taken aback when he witnessed Wade making a three-pointer. Throughout this game, Wade predominantly relied on breakthroughs, having made 2 mid-range shots before failing to score further. This three-pointer was indeed a lifesaver, effectively suppressing the Thunder. If the Thunder cannot regain their momentum, it will be nearly impossible for them to catch up. Conversely, if the Bulls manage to deflate their spirit, victory for the Thunder will be unattainable. The game is intensely competitive. Apart from the Bulls, the Cavaliers and Celtics remain formidable in the East. I sense that this year's finals may once again feature the Cavaliers and the Warriors. These two teams are simply unfathomable, with the strongest player, LeBron James, on one side and unparalleled talent on the other. Yang Yi glanced at Wang Ming and Ko Fan. This season has indeed witnessed significant changes. Who could have anticipated Durant joining the Warriors? Thus, the scales of victory should tip in favor of the Warriors, given they have acquired a true scoring machine. Wang Ming harbors immense confidence in the Warriors, believing they can certainly secure the championship, even if it is merely the regular season at this point. The Warriors continue to hold the top position in the Western standings, which attests to their formidable strength, consistently overshadowing the Rockets and other teams. Yang Yi shook his head, disagreeing with Wang Ming's assertion. What does it matter that the Warriors have Durant? The distribution of offensive firepower among Curry, Thompson, and Durant remains a challenging conundrum. Only by resolving this issue can they truly be deemed a formidable team. Ko Fan and Wang Ming remained silent. Meanwhile, Westbrook and Su Bei of the Thunder collaborated to score 2 points. In the ensuing minutes, the Bulls trio proved exceptionally potent, directing all their offensive efforts towards the paint. Even if they could not penetrate, they managed to draw fouls, leaving the Thunder in a precarious position. After all, the Thunder could only rely on Adams for defense, making victory nearly impossible. Rondo's smile was laced with disdain, as he seemed to foresee victory belonging to the Bulls. He gazed at the opposing player and remarked, "With your style of play, even my grandmother could best you. You and Westbrook stand no chance against our Bulls. I advise you to concede. Only 3 minutes remain. Yet your team lags behind by a full 10 points. It is utterly impossible for you to triumph over our Bulls," Rondo scoffed at Su Bei. Meanwhile, the score between the Bulls and the Thunder stands at 120-110, a 10-point deficit. The fans reclining in their seats lowered their heads in despondence upon witnessing this. Chapter 46. 6 fouls. The Thunder supporters were filled with a tinge of disappointment, never anticipating such a significant deficit. With a 10-point gap, it seemed implausible for the Thunder to stage a comeback. The prowess of the Bulls trio surpassed all expectations, rendering any comparison futile. One could hardly fathom the performance of the Bulls' 3 stars should they enter the playoffs. Rondo's organizational skills were exceptional, far beyond the capabilities of any player from Huaxia. While Su Bei possessed commendable individual skills, his playmaking abilities fell short. The Thunder fans cast their gaze upon the players on the court. Despite their disappointment, they continued to cheer for the Thunder. On the sidelines, the Thunder's coach wore a grave expression. He had not anticipated the game would unfold in such a manner. Trailing by 10 points, he feared that substituting other players might exacerbate the deficit. Consequently, Coach Donovan hesitated to send anyone onto the court, wrestling with the notion of conceding the match entirely. Yet, Su Bei instilled in him a glimmer of hope, suggesting that victory might still be within reach. At this moment, Coach Donovan called the final timeout. This should be the Thunder's last chance to strategize, with only a few minutes remaining. Closing the 10-point gap is no simple task. Furthermore, it seems we have no real opportunity to secure a victory, Yang Yi stated to Wang Ming and others in the broadcast room, expressing their continued optimism regarding the Bulls players. Indeed, the prospects seem grim. It appears Su Bei has been effectively contained by Rondo and Wade. Achieving a win under these circumstances is exceedingly difficult, especially given Su Bei's scoring capabilities. Leading the Thunder to overcome this 10-point deficit seems nearly impossible, compounded by the fact that Westbrook is being specifically targeted by the Bulls. Every time Westbrook gains possession, the Bulls send two players to double-team him. In my view, Westbrook's ball-handling skills are somewhat lacking, particularly in one-on-one situations, which often leads to turnovers that the Bulls can exploit. Wang Ming adjusted his gaze, slowly articulating the data in his hands. He had been observing Westbrook closely throughout this match. Since the beginning of last season, he had held Westbrook in high regard, sensing that he would undoubtedly become a star. Especially with this season's performance, it seems Westbrook has reached his peak. Even after witnessing just 2 of his games, Wang Ming remains convinced of Westbrook's prowess. However, this instance has also unveiled his shortcomings. Winning this game appears utterly unattainable, with no glimmer of hope. Even if they were to lose, it wouldn't be catastrophic, after all. It's the regular season, providing an opportunity to identify and rectify the team's deficiencies. I believe Wang Ming's assessment is accurate. Although they trail by only 10 points, the Bulls have gained momentum. Their center and interior presence are significantly superior to that of the Thunder. Ku Fan adjusted his gaze, observing Su Bei and Westbrook attentively listening to Coach Donovan's instructions. He too hoped for a Thunder victory, yet the opportunity seems elusive. Some games are simply destined to be lost. To bridge this 10-point gap, the only viable strategy now is to focus on three-point attempts, as only three-pointers can potentially turn the tide of the game. Coach Donovan meticulously outlined the strategy, his gaze settling on Russell Westbrook and Su Bei. The entirety of the Thunder's aspirations rested upon these two individuals. Should they elevate their performance even slightly, it might indeed bridge the 10-point gap. The other players on the Thunder's bench were equally fixated on them, acutely aware that the impact of this Chinese player overshadowed their own contributions. Su Bei's three-point shooting was the most reliable. They needed to provide him with screens, for once he sunk a three-pointer, hope would rekindle. There must be no fear. They were cornered, and regardless of how fiercely they played, defeat loomed large. This match was a gamble, a chance to unleash their full potential. Hesitation was not an option. Once the ball was in Su Bei's hands, he was to shoot with utmost urgency. Rebounding responsibilities would fall to Adams and Westbrook. Coach Donovan regarded Su Bei with a glimmer of admiration. Throughout the match, it was Su Bei and Westbrook who showcased the most formidable skills, their performances exemplary. Su Bei nodded, fully aware that all hopes rested on his shoulders, a feeling he had never experienced before. Though excitement coursed through him, he sensed the weight of responsibility intensifying. Failing to bridge that 10-point deficit would spell defeat for the entire Thunder team. Westbrook, too, patted Su Bei's shoulder, offering a familiar, gentle smile. "We all believe in you, Su Bei. Once you shoot, disregard everything else. Be bold in your attempts. The Bulls may boast their trio of stars, but you alone can overcome them." "I will strive with all my might," Su Bei replied calmly, turning his gaze towards the Bulls. He understood this was their final opportunity to challenge the offensive prowess of the Bulls' triumvirate, all of whom operated primarily in the paint. If he succeeded in his shot, it would alleviate the need for Westbrook and Adams to pursue rebounds. Conversely, should he miss, they would need to regroup for a second offensive attempt, depending on their ability to secure the rebound. This encapsulates the essence of Coach Donovan's ultimate strategy. The Thunder continue their defensive efforts on the court. At this moment, Rondo has accumulated 5 fouls, leaving him with just 1 remaining. However, the Bulls head coach, noticing his team holds a commanding 10-point lead, decides to allow Rondo back into the game for the final minutes. Rondo's leadership skills surpass those of his teammates. Without him, their offensive flow would be compromised. His influence is undeniably significant. "Young man from the East, you cannot withstand us. We currently lead by a full 10 points, and with only a few minutes left, we will further extend our advantage. Your Thunder can only contend with weaker teams. When faced with formidable opponents like us, your defensive capabilities are utterly inadequate." Rondo's gaze reflects a hint of disdain, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He possesses unshakable confidence in his team's prowess, particularly as they maintained steady control over the Thunder in the fourth quarter, rendering the latter's offensive players aware of their current limitations. As fatigue set in during the final moments, the Bulls seized the opportunity to surpass their opponents, with Westbrook's south solo drive resulting in a turnover that allowed the Bulls to counterattack and score, widening the gap to a 10-point lead. It is not solely Rondo who shines. Even Wade is quick to score. Rondo utilizes a screen from Wade to penetrate the paint, reaching the free throw line where he faces Thunder center Adams. Rondo exhibits no fear. He feints a pass to the opposite side. Adams, upon noticing, diverts his gaze in anticipation of the pass, yet he sees nothing. Adams is momentarily bewildered. Where's the ball? He wonders. But in the next instant, he hears the swish of the net. Rondo had not passed. Instead, he executed a jump shot from the free throw line, sinking it effortlessly. Rondo's mid-range shot is commendable, primarily due to the absence of pressure, coupled with the comfort of leading. Not only has Rondo found his rhythm, but Wade has also made his mark with a three-pointer. This situation instilled a genuine sense of dread within the Thunder team. The score between the Bulls and the Thunder stood at 122-110, with the deficit widening to 12 points. Upon witnessing this, the Thunder's head coach instinctively placed a hand upon his forehead. To his astonishment, he discovered his brow was slick with cold sweat. He remained uncertain whether he could secure a victory against the Bulls on their home turf. He had pinned all his hopes on Su Bei and Westbrook, with Su Bei being the primary focus. The Chinese player instilled in him an inexplicable sense of trust. Thus, he decided to give Su Bei the opportunity to showcase his abilities, eager to ascertain the limits of his prowess. After all, Su Bei's one-on-one skills ranked above average within the team, particularly owing to his steady three-point shooting. This is precisely what Coach Donovan appreciates most about him. Rondo approached Su Bei, a subtle smile once again gracing his lips. At last, he could hold his head high before the Chinese players. This is indeed one's own teaching. The faux pass was unexpected. Adams surprisingly managed to align his gaze towards the other side, granting Rondo additional time to adjust his shot. Ultimately, he secured those 2 points with confidence. I am eager to see what you, as a player from Huaxia, will employ to catch up with us. Just so you know, the game is not over yet. So do not be overly arrogant. Su Bei retorted without hesitation, asserting that it was essential to make such individuals aware of their genuine prowess. Upon receiving the pass from Westbrook, Su Bei found himself face-to-face with Rondo. Aware that Rondo was left with only one foul to spare, he recognized that provoking a foul would lead to Rondo's departure from the game. A subtle smile graced Su Bei's lips. Rondo, upon catching sight of this, felt an unsettling premonition. Despite trailing behind, why was this player smiling at him? He could not fathom why every encounter with this Chinese athlete stirred a sense of unease within him. Although he sensed that Su Bei was not particularly formidable, each of his attempts carried an air of novelty and intention. The previous attempts had been strategically crafted to entice Rondo into fouling, culminating in Rondo now carrying the weight of 5 fouls. Only one foul remained before he would be forced to exit the match. This compelled Rondo to exercise caution. Recalling the words of the Bulls head coach, who had warned him to be wary of that player from Huaxia, for his target was none other than Rondo himself. He fixated intently on the Huaxia player before him. Su Bei, undeterred by Rondo's defense, initiated an early hesitation move but failed to shake off Rondo's grip. Following this, he executed a swift pivot, attempting to penetrate from his right side. Upon noticing Rondo's impending defense, he cleverly withdrew the ball a step back, seemingly preparing for a step-back three-pointer. Observing this, Rondo rushed forward, yet in that moment, Su Bei couldn't help but smile subtly, his scheme unfolding as intended. His steadfast objective was to provoke a foul from Rondo, who was already burdened with 5 fouls. One more would see him ejected from the game. Su Bei boldly engaged in a shot, challenging Rondo directly. At that precise moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Foul. The referee pointed at Rondo, signaling the infraction. The players of the Bulls stood in stunned silence, and Rondo remained rooted in place, seething with indignation. He was utterly bewildered as to how he had committed a foul, having merely brushed against the Huaxia player. Yet, this was precisely Su Bei's cunning. The instant he initiated physical contact with Rondo, their arms had already made contact. This situation presented to the referee was akin to Rondo pressing against Su Bei. Upon witnessing this scene, the head coach of the Bulls turned ashen, utterly unprepared for the considerable challenge posed by this player from Huaxia. He had previously cautioned Rondo to remain vigilant against the Huaxia athlete, especially since Rondo was burdened with 5 fouls. Another infraction would undoubtedly result in his ejection from the game. However, the unexpected occurrence transpired with alarming swiftness. The Bulls coach found solace in the fact that they still led by 12 points. Otherwise, the prospect of losing the match would have loomed large. Yet, in the next moment, the referee awarded Su Bei 3 free throws. The score stood at 112, 110 between the Bulls and the Thunder. All the fans in attendance fixated on this score and then turned their attention to Su Bei, their faces alight with anticipation as all their hopes rested upon him. With 3 free throws remaining, should he succeed, the deficit would narrow to 9 points. This is the outcome that all spectators have eagerly anticipated. If these 3 free throws are successfully made, they still have a glimmer of hope to triumph in this match. Otherwise, it would merely allow the Bulls to secure victory on their home turf. No one wishes to witness their home team suffer defeat. Su Bei, all hope rests upon your shoulders. May you rise to the occasion. I would trade 2 decades of my single life for you to make those 3 free throws. So would I. The fans cannot help but gaze upward, seemingly beseeching the heavens for Su Bei's success at the free throw line. In the live broadcast, Yang Yi observes this scene, uncertain of what to say, as he senses the immense pressure weighing upon Su Bei. If he can withstand this burden, then we shall encounter no difficulties. Such is the nature of the NBA. Until the final whistle, the outcome remains uncertain. In these closing minutes, should those 3 free throws find their mark, the Bulls may find themselves in a precarious position, despite their formidable trio. Yang Yi, I believe you are misjudging the situation. The Bulls trio is significantly stronger than that of the Thunder. If they choose to attack, they can penetrate the Thunder's interior defense with ease, especially considering the Thunder's youthful players lack substantial game experience. In such high-stakes moments, they are particularly unaccustomed to the pressure. This experience is invaluable to them. Even if they were to lose this match, there are still lessons to be learned. Relying solely on Westbrook cannot secure victory, as I have repeatedly stated. Wang Ming glances at Yang Yi, shaking his head, his eyes radiating unwavering confidence. Drawing from his years of watching games, he believes the offensive team will undoubtedly claim victory. The Bulls have undergone a remarkable transformation, though their sole drawback at this moment is Rondo's absence. Westbrook wears a confident smile. Rondo is the cornerstone of the Bulls. Without him, their offense will lack fluidity. The Bulls head coach, observing Rondo's exit, darkens his expression. Rondo, I warned you to be cautious of that Huaxia player, as you were burdened with 5 fouls. Did I not forewarn you? What has transpired now? That last play fell directly into the Huaxia player's trap, resulting in your departure from the game. It's nothing, coach. Even if I'm out, they still cannot win this match, Rondo retorts, his eyes filled with disdain. Does he truly believe that his absence will pave the way for victory? The player from Huaxia exhibits an audacious boldness. He seems to doubt that the Huaxia players can triumph over Wade and Jimmy Butler. Even with Westbrook on the Thunder's side, what difference does it make? Ultimately, the Thunder will surely succumb to the Bulls. There is no cause for concern, coach. Simply watch the match and observe how our offensive team secures victory. With such a lackluster establishment, their chances of entering the playoffs are virtually non-existent, so there is nothing for us to fear. At this moment, the head coach of the Bulls opted to substitute in another backup guard. Uncertain of the outcome, he could only harbor hopes for a victory for his team. Let us wish for the best, he remarked with a hint of resignation, acknowledging that there was little he could do to alter the course of the game. He placed his faith in Jimmy Butler and Dwayne Wade for the remaining moments. On the court, swoosh. 3 free throws, Su Bei executed them flawlessly. The fans erupted in applause for Su Bei. That represents 2 decades of my singlehood. I knew the players from Huaxia would deliver. How exhilarating. The determination of this Huaxia player was remarkable. The Thunder surely had the upper hand in this match. MVP, MVP, MVP. The chants reverberated throughout the arena. All eyes fixated on Su Bei. At that moment, the score stood at 122, 113 in favor of the Bulls, a 9-point gap with just 2 minutes remaining, still leaving a glimmer of hope. The Bulls' faces had turned ashen since witnessing the unfolding scene. Had Rondo not committed that foul, things might have been different. Turning his gaze towards Rondo, it was evident he felt a sense of helplessness, never anticipating the precision of the Huaxia player's shots. What manner of creature is this individual? Even if he refrains from committing a foul, the likelihood remains that he will still sink a 3-pointer. Now, having been fouled, he finds himself benched. Within Rondo's heart simmers a flicker of anger, for he never anticipated such an outcome. On the court, Wade and Jimmy Butler, upon witnessing this turn of events, can only accept it in silence, their expressions betraying a profound sense of helplessness. Thus, they endeavor to extend their lead within these remaining 2 minutes. determined not to allow the Thunder to close the gap. Without Rondo, we must assert our dominance over the Thunder. Do they truly believe their strength is formidable? They seek a comeback, yet we shall not grant them such an opportunity. I will take on Westbrook, while you handle that player from Huaxia. Jimmy Butler, gazing at the formidable Westbrook before him, is filled with unwavering resolve. He is eager to ascertain the true caliber of the Thunder's star player, especially for someone like Butler, whose talents are far from extraordinary. His singular gift lies in relentless effort. The Bulls now possess the ball. Wade advances it to the front court and passes it to Butler in the paint. Jimmy Butler, having been struck by a forward from the Thunder, relentlessly attacked the paint. After all, the closer one is to the basket, the higher the likelihood of a successful shot. Dwayne Wade sought opportunities for three-pointers beyond the arc, aiming to deliver yet another lethal blow to the Thunder. Despite a 9-point gap between the two teams, it was no easy feat for the Thunder to catch up. Thus, their only recourse was to continuously widen the score. This also served as a message to the Thunder, regardless of their tactics, they could never surpass the Bulls, whose prowess was evident. The Bulls' absolute strength overshadowed the Thunder. Suddenly, Jimmy Butler pivoted and, with a backward lean, released the basketball. A resounding thud echoed as the ball struck the front of the rim. In an instant, a figure surged forward like a ferocious beast, snatching the rebound. It was Russell Westbrook, who promptly hurled the ball towards the backcourt. Wade, caught off guard, failed to notice as a figure had already surpassed him by 3 or 4 strides. Yang Yi, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "That's Su Bei. How can he possess such incredible speed? It's astonishing, like lightning." As Yang Yi marveled, Su Bei crossed the free throw line and executed a thunderous dunk. The rim seemed to groan under the weight of Su Bei's might. The entire arena erupted in jubilation, igniting a fervor among the fans who cheered for Su Bei, setting the atmosphere ablaze. This is the epitome of violent aesthetics. Su Bei will vividly demonstrate this with his dunk. Celebrating, he continuously showcases his prowess on the court, while the other players from the Thunder come over one by one to high-five him. "Incredible! Su Bei, your ferocious dunk is truly magnificent. Wade could never catch up to you. If such an opportunity arises again, I will certainly pass the ball to you, Su Bei. Trust me, we can undoubtedly secure victory in this match." The Bulls seemed to be overwhelmed, their repeated mistakes indicating their mounting frustration. "Now, let us capitalize on this momentum. It is indeed possible for us to win this game." Westbrook grows increasingly animated, feeling the adrenaline coursing through him. The other Thunder players are equally infused with fighting spirit, believing that they can truly turn the tide this time. Not only the players on the court, but even those on the bench are waving towels in celebration of Su Bei's dunk. Absolutely spectacular. This is the true strength of our Thunder team. At this moment, the Bulls coach stands frozen, mouth slightly agape, at a loss for words. Rondo, seated on the bench, stares in disbelief at the scene before him. How could such a mistake occur while he was off the court? Could that last play have been meant for him? That player from Huaxia is truly cunning. Had he been on the court, such an error would have been unimaginable. The score between the Bulls and the Thunder stands at 122-115. The gap is narrowing. Only 7 points remain, with just 2 three-pointers and a layup. Victory could be theirs. With only 1 minute and 30 seconds left, the Bulls coach prays for a misstep from the Thunder. Otherwise, they must slowly run down the clock. This is merely an ideal scenario envisioned by the head coach, and it remains uncertain what strategies the Thunder will employ to close the scoring gap. "Wait. You must exercise utmost caution. That player from Huaxia must be closely guarded. Otherwise, it is highly likely that we will face dire consequences in this match." The head coach gazed intently at Wade, conveying his urgency through his tone. He earnestly wished to avoid a repeat of such an error. If Wade could deliver a decisive block, it would undoubtedly diminish the Thunder's morale significantly. It is inconceivable that the current momentum could continue to build as it has. This is precisely the concern that weighs heavily on the mind of the Bulls head coach. Should the Thunder maintain such momentum, it could prove detrimental to the Bulls, easily leading to errors in their subsequent offensive plays. Wade, representing the Bulls, gradually advances the ball across the court, while Su Bei approaches him, applying intense defensive pressure, desperately hoping for a mistake. "Do you think you can intercept my ball? In my NBA career, few have managed to take it from me, and certainly not you." Wade's face reflects disdain, as he harbors no belief that this player from Huaxia possesses formidable strength. Su Bei merely responds with a slight smile. Upon reaching the halfway line, Wade begins to maneuver the ball to the right. However, in the next moment, a figure suddenly materializes. Wade hears a sharp crack, and his body shudders slightly, a chill creeping down his spine. What on earth is happening? The ball in Wade's hand has vanished, leaving him in a state of panic. It turns out that the ball was intended for Westbrook's antics. In truth, the primary objective of Su Bei was merely to capture Wade's attention. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bei dashed toward the backcourt, and by the time the other Bulls players attempted to catch up, it was already too late. This was the strategy devised by Su Bei and Westbrook. Su Bei never intended to directly intercept Wade's ball, but rather methodically forced him toward the right side. Seizing the opportune moment, Westbrook would undoubtedly spring into action with lightning speed. Confident in his own superior physical prowess and astonishing quickness, especially that split-second steal, he darted forth like a cheetah in full sprint. Before Wade could even react, the ball was already snatched from his grasp. Mirroring Su Bei's previous move, Westbrook soared for a thunderous dunk, his execution even more ferocious than Su Bei's. It was as if he channeled all his pent-up fury into that explosive play, roaring defiantly at the Bulls bench with eyes ablaze with unyielding determination. He believed, no, he knew, they would emerge victorious in this game. The score now stood at 122-117, a mere 5-point gap remaining. The Thunder were eager to witness what countermeasures the Bulls could possibly muster to halt their relentless momentum. At this very moment, the Thunder's head coach was electrified. His excitement palpable as he wildly pumped his fist in the air. This is precisely the outcome that one longs to witness. The synergy between Westbrook and Su Bei is remarkably harmonious. If this continues, they are certain to triumph in this match. Furthermore, there is still ample time remaining. Note: thank you for the support, dear readers. Chapter 48. Outmaneuvering Wade 122-117. This has instilled hope in all the fans. With such an offense, there exists an 80% chance that the Thunder can triumph over the Bulls lineup. I firmly believe in Westbrook and Su Bei. They are destined to secure victory in this match. Let us not forget, I have devoted 20 years of solitary prayers for the chance to conquer the Bulls. In our Thunder's home court, such audacity is unwarranted. Do they presume that we, the Thunder, are insignificant? The gazes of the fans are fixated on Su Bei and Westbrook, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. They embody the redemption of the Thunder. Without the two of them, the Thunder would have already faced defeat. The head coach of the Thunder exudes a glimmer of determination. This is the synergy he has long sought. The collaboration between Su Bei and Westbrook surpasses even that of Westbrook and Durant. Although both are backcourt guards, they seem to share an unspoken connection. Even as the Bulls relentlessly attack the paint, they remain confident in their ability to claim victory. The Thunder's coach has bestowed upon Su Bei boundless offensive freedom. Wade regards Su Bei with a flicker of anger in his eyes. Nearly all the errors have manifested through this individual. He senses that this player from Huaxia is distinctly different. I never anticipated encountering a Huaxia player in this match. I hear you previously employed my elusive step? I am eager to see how well this young lad replicates my elusive step. Wade unreservedly mocks Su Bei. A mere newcomer from Huaxia. What strength can he possibly possess, relying solely on such petty skills to force Rondo into 6 fouls? Especially at the moment Rondo departed. His gaze fixated on Su Bei, wishing nothing short of his demise. He could hardly fathom that a player from Huaxia would cause him to exit in such a manner. Rondo is now his brother, and Wade is determined to defend his brother's honor. Wade incessantly dribbles, striving to shake off Su Bei's defense. Regardless, Su Bei clings to him like a second skin, unwavering in his pursuit. The young player from Huaxia displayed commendable defensive skills. Utilizing Lopez's screen, he surged forward. At the moment he faced Adams, a subtle smile graced Wade's lips, and his speed intensified. With deft movements to the left and right, Wade's signature Eurostep emerged once more, effortlessly evading Adams for a layup. The ball swished through the net. The score stretched to 124-117, widening the gap between the two teams. Those fans watching from the sidelines felt their expressions shift to disappointment. Wade, that formidable player, was simply terrifying. At such a critical juncture, he continued to score. It seemed he was intent on firmly suppressing the Thunder. Who would have anticipated his transformation into such a daunting force? The current Bulls team felt rejuvenated, reminiscent of a championship contending squad. But let us not be hasty, the Cavaliers still stand strong. Is there truly anyone capable of defeating the Cavaliers? After all, every fan knows they possess a giant within their ranks. Not only is he a titan for the Cavaliers, but he also reigns as a colossus throughout the Eastern Conference. With him in play, no other team can hope to reach the playoffs. He is none other than LeBron James, the true king, who peaked upon his arrival in the league. After scoring, Wade's face radiated joy, his gaze settling on the Huaxia player. What do you think? Do you still wish to challenge me with your Eurostep? Let us see how yours compares. A slight smile played on Wade's lips, his eyes filled with unwavering confidence. He possessed a profound understanding of his celebrated signature move. And no one knew the nuances of the Euro step better than he. Had it been Wade in his prime, the Thunder players would have found it impossible to contain him. Wade is, after all, a true champion guard. His gaze fixed firmly on the young Huaxia player, brimming with disdain, as if he sought to overshadow him with his own imposing presence. Upon witnessing this exchange, the other Bulls players puffed out their chests and declared, "Indeed, it is Wade. This Huaxia player stands no chance against him. They believe they can defeat us Bulls? Such delusions. We currently lead by 7 points. Time is not on their side. They are destined to lose. Let us not forget the might of our Bulls. Our goal this year is the championship." The momentum of the Bulls gradually began to rise. If any other player attempted Wade's signature Euro step, it certainly would not have appeared as mesmerizing as it did moments ago. After all, this is Wade's renowned specialty, a feat not easily replicated by just any player. At this moment, Wade surveyed the audience, his gaze ablaze with fervor. He was resolute in his belief that he could secure victory in this match. Su Bei, there is no need for concern. We will gradually reclaim our ground without haste. As long as we can orchestrate our offense effectively, we will undoubtedly triumph over the Bulls before us. Westbrook patted him on the shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his face as he offered words of comfort to Su Bei, who had not been particularly composed during these recent games. This also influenced his future development. Fortunately, he was now offered a $5 million contract, which was sufficient to secure his livelihood. Coach Donovan also placed immense trust in Su Bei. The Thunder launched their offensive. Westbrook dribbled to the top of the key, first surveying the positions of his teammates. He gestured for Su Bei to engage in a hand-to-hand pass. Westbrook even took the initiative to set a screen for Su Bei. This truly reflects the character of Westbrook. Moreover, deep down, he believes that Su Bei can make a comeback. Wade slightly spread his legs and extended his large hands, observing Su Bei dribbling before him. He considered pressuring Su Bei directly, but feared that this fellow might easily surpass him. After all, time was of the essence. And gradually consuming it was indeed a prudent strategy, especially since the Bulls held a 7-point lead. Consequently, Wade was not overly concerned. In fact, he hoped the Thunder would exhaust the entire 24 seconds on the shot clock. "Come on, kid, let me see how you plan to get past my defense. Are you afraid? Don't be timid, come on." Upon hearing this, Su Bei furrowed his brow, feeling an intense surge of anger. Did he seem like a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Did this old fellow truly believe he was still suited for the NBA? Getting past him would be as effortless as strolling down a quiet morning street, exceedingly simple. Haha, young man from Huaxia, I knew you would say that. If you have the ability, then surpass me instead of boasting. Wade's face was filled with skepticism. This was the typical attitude of the young players who had just entered the NBA. Especially during his prime, Wade often felt compelled to educate these youngsters, ensuring they understood that they were not rookies here in the NBA, and that they ought to respect the veterans of this league. At that moment, Wade gestured for everyone to create space. He was incensed by the audacity of this Huaxia player and felt compelled to demonstrate that formidable talent still resided within the NBA, even if it meant he had to thoroughly outplay this Huaxia player himself. The other Bulls players were all taken aback. They had not anticipated that Wade would signal for everyone to clear the space, indicating his intent to engage in a one-on-one defense. Nonetheless, they believed in Wade's ability to handle this Huaxia player. As Su Bei surveyed the scene, his eyes brimmed with determination. Yang Yi from the Penguin Live room was astonished. He never expected Wade to challenge Su Bei to a genuine showdown. If Su Bei could triumph, he would undoubtedly capture the attention of all the media in the beautiful country. But could Su Bei truly withstand Wade's defense? Wang Ming's tone was laced with skepticism. After all, this was the true Dwayne Wade. Furthermore, Wade was equally adept at employing the elusive Euro step, fully aware of the techniques Su Bei would utilize to make his breakthrough. Nonetheless, I have a strong feeling that it may be a formidable challenge, lest he inadvertently becomes Wade's best assist. That should not be the case. Su Bei's prowess is commendable, yet when compared to Wade, he seems to fall just short. Yang Yi bore a subtle smile, for within his heart, he believed Wade to be significantly more formidable than Su Bei. After all, he was a champion's guard. The Wade of yesteryear surpassed even Yang Yi's expectations. The spectators in the stands were extraordinarily exhilarated, having never witnessed such a spectacle before, particularly as players from Huaxia faced off against Wade. This scene is utterly breathtaking. Strike. Do not hesitate. Unleash your full force upon him and ensure Wade is vanquished. Su Bei, I have faith in you. You can certainly achieve this. Meanwhile, Coach Donovan is visibly agitated. When has his player ever been subjected to such humiliation? He must convey to Su Bei the necessity of demonstrating his true prowess on the court with unwavering intensity. In this manner, it is inconceivable for other NBA players not to hold him in high regard. Within the realm of the NBA, they are acutely aware that a lack of prowess would render them objects of scorn among their peers, and they would inevitably become targets of intimidation. Upon hearing this, the other Thunder players rallied in support of Su Bei, asserting that to bully a member of the Thunder is tantamount to bullying them all. Su Bei, showcase your strength. Effortlessly surpass him. At this moment, Su Bei felt a slight pang in his heart, his gaze hardening with newfound determination. As he propelled the ball forward, it danced under his command, akin to a phantom. His speed was astonishing. An ardent fervor surged within him as he yearned to demonstrate his abilities to Wade. Su Bei silently vowed not to disappoint Coach Donovan or his teammates. Wade even tapped the floor, seemingly beckoning the player from Huaxia to come forth. Holding the ball against Wade, Su Bei's lips curled into a subtle smile as he initiated a probing step and a three-point feint, seeking to discern where Wade's defensive focus lay. However, he could not elicit a reaction from Wade. In quick succession, Su Bei executed a double hesitation move, penetrating to his left. Given Wade's advancing age, he faltered momentarily during his lateral movement. Su Bei surged past him with remarkable speed, so swift that Wade scarcely had time to react. Despite Wade's rapid lateral shift in an attempt to obstruct Su Bei's advance, the latter's agility proved overwhelming. The speed of this player from Huaxia is truly astonishing, even surpassing his own explosive start from years past. Wade's heart is filled with profound shock. No wonder Rondo could not contain him. If he were to continuously defend against the player before him, Su Bei, Wade realizes he would soon be utterly exhausted, his stamina unable to keep pace. Just as Wade prepared to intercept Su Bei in that fleeting moment, suddenly, with a resounding thud, Su Bei pulled the basketball back. Creak. Wade's expression shifted slightly. In that instant, as he attempted to steady himself, he found the lateral movement had been far too swift. It was certainly too late to regain his balance. All the spectators were captivated by this spectacle, instinctively covering their mouths, their eyes wide with disbelief. Are these still the familiar Huaxia players they once knew? Su Bei, astonishingly, managed to evade Wade with remarkable ease. It was not only the spectators on the sidelines who were taken aback. The other players of the Bulls stood frozen in place, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events, as Wade found himself bewildered on the floor. In that moment, Su Bei clasped the ball with both hands, casting a fleeting glance at Wade, who lay prostrate before him. This casual glance conveyed a sense of indifference, as if he were merely bypassing yet another player with nonchalance. With a swift motion, he launched a shot from beyond the arc, which sailed through the air and found its mark with unwavering precision. What a magnificent shot! This display left Wade utterly stunned. It was certain that Su Bei would claim the title of the week's best play. Wade had not anticipated becoming a part of such a momentous scene. Yang Yi, observing the live broadcast, exhibited palpable excitement. This play was indeed executed with finesse, reminiscent of Iverson's iconic maneuver against Tyronn Lue, radiating a commanding aura. It bore a slight resemblance to the legendary plays of Harden as well. The score between the Bulls and the Thunder now stood at 124-120. Chapter 49. The weight of pressure. There's something amiss. Thank you, uncle. After graduating from university, with 30 to 40,000 yuan, one could easily purchase a car. You say? That seems about right. Where are you? I too am a man of means. Just 4 points short. A broad smile adorned Westbrook's face as he and his teammates had not anticipated their imminent chance to overtake the Bulls. This, indeed, represented the true strength of their Thunder team. Although no one had faith in them, they believed in themselves, confident they could seize victory in this match. In the live broadcast, Yang Yi remarked, "This game has taken a suspenseful turn. I did not foresee the Thunder narrowing the score to such a close margin. If they continue to pursue, there is a genuine possibility that they could win this match. It is entirely feasible. I must admit, I misjudged this game. The momentum for the Thunder has undoubtedly surged. Who would have anticipated such an incredible reversal? It is simply astonishing. This is truly beyond belief. It is solely due to Westbrook and Su Bei that the game has turned in their favor. Had it only been Westbrook, such a transformation would have been impossible. Yet, he did not foresee that Su Bei would lead the Thunder to this remarkable position. Such leadership abilities are truly formidable. If they were to learn that Su Bei is a bench player, their astonishment would be even greater." In Yang Yi's discourse, he extolled the virtues of Su Bei. his countenance adorned with a gentle smile. He harbored a deep admiration for Su Bei, particularly for his remarkable scoring ability and exceptional off-ball movement, which truly set him apart as a unique talent within the league. However, even with such high regard, he was still astounded that they managed to stage a comeback against the Bulls. The Bulls boasted a triumvirate of superstars, a formidable force that no ordinary team could hope to conquer. This is truly their genuine strength. Should they fail to conquer even the Bulls, it would be impossible for the Thunder to secure a place in the playoffs. They are acutely aware that the teams they face will only grow stronger, as the regular season may offer a glimpse of their capabilities, yet it is in the playoffs where their prowess is fully unveiled. Once eliminated in the playoffs, they will have no further opportunity to contend for the championship. This is their singular opportunity. Should they succeed in overcoming the Bulls here, it would signify their qualification for the NBA playoffs. Consequently, other teams would no longer dare to underestimate the Thunder, especially as they have already triumphed over the Bulls. This would undoubtedly command respect from their rivals. The fans, filled with palpable anxiety, fix their gaze upon the court. Only 4 points remain. Should they score, the Thunder would surely establish dominance over the Bulls. Wasn't the Bulls' arrogance once overwhelming? Why are they silent now? Do they truly believe the Thunder fear them? I am eager to witness whether this offensive squad can secure victory. Unlike the Thunder, the fervor among the fans is electric, each person fervently cheering for the Thunder. Meanwhile, the Bulls' momentum begins to wane, their players' expressions darkening as they fix their eyes intently on the Thunder athletes. They long to engage in a contest with the Thunder. Who could have anticipated the formidable strength of the Thunder players, particularly Westbrook and that exceptional player from Huaxia? Their prowess surpasses expectations. Without these two, the Thunder would have been overwhelmed long before halftime. Had we foreseen this, we should have staunchly defended against the Huaxia player. Who could have imagined his impact would eclipse even that of Westbrook? This is truly beyond our expectations. I previously cautioned you all to be vigilant against the Huaxia player. Yet now we face the consequences. With Rondo unable to take the court, our offensive capabilities are severely limited. All we can do now is run down the clock. The Thunder, however, will not permit us to waste time easily. Wade's expression darkens as he grapples with the unexpected difficulty of facing the Thunder. If this continues, they are certain to succumb to the Thunder's might. I will focus on staunchly defending against that Huaxia player, Su Bei, while the rest of you manage the situation, particularly Westbrook's drives. You must defend with all your might, even if he penetrates our paint, even if it leads to fouls. We must hold our ground. We cannot allow them to build momentum. This is the essence of the matter. With only a minute left, we must seize this opportunity. If we play our game well, no one can stand against us. Have you all heard? Wade gazed at his fellow players, realizing that their options were limited. He yearned to secure a victory in a match, especially since they had transcended into the era of the true Big Three, all in pursuit of clinching the championship this season. Should they fail to attain the title, it would inevitably lead to the dissolution of their triumvirate. This is precisely what he feared the most. Jimmy Butler's eyes brimmed with determination. Their primary strategy hinged upon the ferocious inside offense aimed at dismantling the Thunder. The Bulls now possessed the ball. Wade, with the ball in hand, executed an offensive maneuver, utilizing the center's pick to drive directly towards the basket. While his speed may have diminished somewhat, he still retained his former rhythm, particularly with that elusive step beneath the rim, leaving the Thunder's center utterly disoriented. With a resounding clang, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Upon witnessing this, Wade was left utterly bewildered, questioning why his luck had been so dismal. They had seemingly made the shot. Yet, who could have anticipated that the ball would bounce back out? Goodness gracious! Was this fate predetermined to secure victory for the Thunder? Westbrook knew he had to seize the rebound. Fans in the stands fervently prayed, their gazes fixed upon Westbrook's silhouette. In midair, Westbrook snatched the rebound, while simultaneously, Su Bei had surged towards the backcourt with unparalleled speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Not a single player from the Bulls seemed to notice him. Westbrook launched a long pass, the ball tracing a perfect arc through the air. Upon receiving the pass, Su Bei, filled with fervor, took a single step from the free throw line and soared, executing a thunderous dunk that even caused the rim to sway. The score stood at 124-122 between the Bulls and the Thunder, with merely 2 minutes remaining. The Thunder only needed to secure this final stretch to clinch the game. All the players of the Thunder turned their gazes toward Westbrook and Su Bei, who appeared as the team's saviors. Had it not been for these two individuals, the Thunder might have succumbed to defeat in this match. However, the situation is markedly different now. Westbrook and Su Bei have truly become the pivotal figures for the Thunder. Their offensive prowess is remarkably potent, and the synergy between them is extraordinarily harmonious, much to the delight of the Thunder's head coach. This revelation allowed the head coach of the Thunder to discern the true reason behind their triumph. The Bulls, devoid of any fighting spirit, found themselves at a disadvantage, especially with Rondo sidelined, leaving them without a strategist to orchestrate their offense. Westbrook seized the opportunity to exploit their weaknesses and penetrate their defense as effectively as possible. Should he encounter double coverage, he would effortlessly pass the ball to Su Bei on the opposite side, where the latter's three-point shooting prowess could be trusted. The Thunder's coach conveyed this sentiment to Westbrook beside him. Whether they could ultimately secure victory in this match hinged on the efficacy of their cooperation. If their synergy flourished, triumph was assured. The coach held a profound belief in these two players, as their physical attributes were remarkably similar, complemented by their amicable dispositions. Furthermore, many of the Thunder's players held Su Bei in high regard, recognizing his exceptional abilities. How could they not? Westbrook, in a pivotal moment, grasped a crucial rebound and, after passing the ball to Su Bei, confidently secured those 2 points. It was evident that the Bulls' momentum had waned. Should the Thunder deliver a decisive three-pointer, the game would be concluded. Yet, with only 30 seconds remaining, regardless of whether the Bulls opted to stall for time, the final opportunity would belong to the Thunder. Yang Yi observed the screen before him, analyzing the unfolding game. The performances of Su Bei and Westbrook tonight were nothing short of astonishing, even shocking the entire nation. They seemed to portray the quintessential backcourt duo, surpassing their counterparts from the Trailblazers by at least tenfold. It was truly remarkable. They had never anticipated that a player from Huaxia could synergize so seamlessly with Westbrook. Should they emerge victorious in this match, it would mark their third consecutive win. This is merely the commencement of the regular season. It is beyond imagination to consider how their synergy will improve in the future and what remarkable performances they will exhibit upon entering the playoffs. In all of this, Yang Yi had never anticipated such developments, particularly the possibility of the Thunder reaching the playoffs. Initially, he deemed it impossible for the Thunder to qualify, especially in the absence of a genuine scorer like Durant. However, the situation has dramatically changed. It seems as though Su Bei has seamlessly filled the void left by Durant, even surpassing the synergy previously exhibited between Durant and Westbrook. As Yang Yi gazed at Su Bei on the screen, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes. This was the kind of Chinese player he cherished. He could sense that Su Bei's shooting was exceptionally solid. Whenever afforded an open opportunity, he was nearly guaranteed to convert. If every Chinese player exhibited the prowess of Su Bei, the upcoming World Cup and Olympics would undoubtedly feature their presence. Yang Yi in the live broadcast was filled with anticipation for such a scenario, one that might even eclipse the achievements of the illustrious 2008 team. After all, that year marked the pinnacle of Chinese basketball, yet it remained a bittersweet memory. Should they surpass that zenith, China would usher in a golden age of basketball, heralding a true era belonging to them. Nonetheless, the question remains, will they secure a place in the World Cup or the Olympics? It is still a matter of waiting another 2 years. The players of the Bulls appear rather listless, and they are profoundly dissatisfied with their current performance. They had never anticipated that the Thunder would prove to be such a formidable opponent, rivaling even the strongest teams. Internally, they realized they initially underestimated the Thunder's prowess, never imagining the challenge they would present. They are now beset by doubts about their own capabilities. Had the Thunder been led solely by Westbrook from the outset, it is likely they would have been overwhelmed by now. The mere presence of a player from Huaxia has had an astonishing impact on them. Why must it be like this now? That Huaxia player is simply outrageous. Could he possibly be under the influence of something? He is astonishingly formidable. Never have they encountered such a powerful player from Huaxia. Even the legendary Yao Ming did not exhibit such prowess. Wade's eyes are filled with astonishment as he witnesses what it truly means to be a Huaxia guard. If this player were to compete in the World Championships or the Olympics, he would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge to the entire nation. At this point, words are futile. They must secure this game. Wade silently contemplates the necessity of teaching this Huaxia player a lesson. The previous play was merely a mistake, perhaps due to poor shooting form. And it was Westbrook who seized the rebound, granting Su Bei an opportunity for a counterattack. Nevertheless, they currently lead by 2 points. While the players on the court remain somewhat composed, the Bulls head coach is drenched in sweat, utterly frantic, with a chill running down his spine due to the immense pressure the Huaxia player has placed upon him. Reader, do not fret. The exciting developments are yet to come. Chapter 50. The final 2 points. The score between the Bulls and the Thunder stands at 124. 122, with just 2 points remaining. The possession now lies with the Bulls, and there are 30 seconds left on the clock. If they fail to score, we must seize any opportunity and pass the ball to Su Bei. Su Bei, you must believe in yourself. You are certainly capable of making that three-pointer, and no one on our Thunder team can shoot with greater accuracy than you. If you do not have confidence in your own abilities, we are destined to lose this game. Westbrook pats Su Bei on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope, as if he has become the beacon of aspiration for their team. If an open opportunity arises, pass the ball to me. I have faith in myself and will not betray the trust of any player who believes in me. This is indeed our final opportunity, and we must also observe whether the Bulls can penetrate our defenses. Should they fail to do so, I implore you to entrust this chance to me. I am confident that I can subdue their players, and we shall emerge victorious. Presently, we find ourselves devoid of any chances, the sole imperative being to triumph over them. Su Bei's gaze radiated unwavering determination. Only 2 points remain. If Su Bei can sink a three-pointer, it will seal the fate of the Bulls. Brothers, let us strive. We shall win this match. Westbrook encouraged, exchanging fist bumps with his teammates. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Bulls players turned cold and calculating. Uncertainty loomed over whether they could overcome their opponents, as this was their last offensive play. Should they score another 2 points, victory would be assured. Leave the final shot to me, Wade declared earnestly, casting a glance at Su Bei before addressing his teammates. They nodded in agreement, believing wholeheartedly in Wade's capability to clinch the game. They were acutely aware that only Wade and Butler possessed the genuine offensive prowess at this moment. The Bulls regained possession. Wade methodically advanced the ball across the court, while his teammates spread out to create space. They aimed to facilitate a one-on-one for Wade, a scoring method in which he excels. Yet, Su Bei's eyes were intensely focused on Wade, determined to defend against him. Do you truly believe you can guard me? He thought. Let us not forget how you were defended last time. Those 2 points were seized from you. I wouldn't mind snatching another pair. Su Bei's resolve was steadfast. He was certain that if Wade attempted to advance, he would resort to his signature hesitation dribble. It was essential for Wade to understand the true essence of the hesitation dribble. Very well, let us put this to the test. Wade's demeanor gradually calmed as he fixed his gaze on Su Bei, taken aback by the Thunder's choice to assign him as his defender. I am eager to see how you intend to guard me. Our Bulls are invincible. Wade faced the defense of Subnorth, skillfully dribbling the ball beneath his legs, searching for an opportunity to break through. The Bulls fans in the stands gazed at him, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. They sensed that Wade had the capability to make the final shot, to clinch the victory against the Thunder. With a mere 2-point lead, a single basket would seal their triumph, rendering any chance of the Thunder catching up impossible. The fans were unwavering in their belief that Wade would deliver. After all, he was the one destined to take the last shot, a player renowned for his clutch performances. Wade, a champion guard, if not for the injuries to his knee, could have potentially extended his career for several more years. Yet, his prime was long behind him. A sentiment tinged with regret among the fans who still held faith in his ability to win the game. Undeterred by Subnorth's defense, Wade boldly used a screen to evade him and surge forward. His speed was reminiscent of lightning as he penetrated the Thunder's interior defense. Adams, with unwavering resolve, believed he could thwart Wade's advance. A slight smile crept across Wade's face as he prepared to break through, only to find himself confronted by 2 defenders. Just a step before the free-throw line, he launched a high-arcing shot. All eyes in the arena were fixed on the ball, brimming with hope. Who would have imagined Wade could be this formidable? Surely, this shot would find its mark, sealing their victory. The crowd's expectations soared, their faith in the Bulls' ability to overcome the Thunder unwavering. This sentiment was echoed even by the media, who unanimously believed the Bulls outmatched the Thunder. However, in the next moment, the ball ricocheted twice off the rim before falling to the ground, failing to enter the basket. Wade stood in shock, utterly blindsided by his miss. After securing the rebound, Adams swiftly passed the ball to Subnorth. The Bulls players were engulfed in a mix of fury and disbelief, realizing that the final shot had been entrusted to the opposing Chinese player. Hurry, you must stop him, or this guy will deliver a fatal blow to us. The head coach of the Bulls appeared increasingly anxious, entirely unprepared for the rapid advance of the Huaxia players into the front court. The other players rose to their feet, witnessing the unfolding scene in disbelief. At this moment, Su Bei positioned himself at the 3-point line, while Wade frantically attempted to catch up, his expression reflecting profound tension as he grappled with uncertainty. His only recourse was to disrupt the Huaxia player's shot. Yet, Su Bei exhibited no trepidation. His gaze was unwaveringly fixed on the hoop, filled with resolute determination. He firmly believed in his ability to secure victory in this match. The fans erupted in excitement, standing in anticipation, unable to fathom that the final offensive play was entrusted to the Huaxia player. Su Bei's individual prowess had been remarkably outstanding throughout the game. This is indeed our final opportunity. Should Su Bei manage to score this last-second shot, it would be nothing short of remarkable. I am left wondering whether the players of Huaxia can seize this moment. If they do, I firmly believe victory is within their grasp, relying solely on his prowess. I hope he can lead the Thunder to triumph in this match, decisively overpowering their adversaries. The players of the Bulls have looked down upon us. But I have faith in that Huaxia player. He is certainly capable of rising to the occasion, regardless of the presence of the Bulls' formidable trio. We possess every chance to emerge victorious. I am eager to witness how the Bulls can influence our Thunder, with only a mere 2 points remaining. Su Bei will undoubtedly succeed. He will make that shot. All eyes of the fans are intently focused on Su Bei. The other players of the Bulls are swiftly converging upon him, seemingly intent on preventing him from attempting a three-pointer. No matter the circumstances, you must staunchly defend against that individual. He must not be allowed to pass. The Bulls coach is filled with a palpable sense of urgency, as the Huaxia player before him instills genuine fear. This is still the same player from the Huaxia team. Is this still the China they are familiar with? Is this the mysterious power of the East? Meanwhile, the bench players of the Thunder have risen, gazing at Su Bei with eyes brimming with respect. Su Bei will undoubtedly succeed. Let us not forget this is an open opportunity. During our training sessions, I have never witnessed Su Bei miss a shot. He is even more formidable than we had imagined. At this moment, Wade's figure lunges forward. There is no time left. It is truly too late. Su Bei cannot be blocked by him. Westbrook's eyes reflect an urgent concern. He remains apprehensive about Su Bei's condition. As Su Bei sees Wade approaching, a faint smile graces his lips. He releases the ball. Even as Wade leaps, his fingers fail to graze the basketball. All he can do is watch as the ball arcs gracefully through the air. There is a quiet defiance in his calm gaze. Swish. The three-pointer is successful. The score between the Bulls and the Thunder stands at 124-125. Wade's eyes are filled with dissatisfaction as he fixates on the hoop, then shifts his gaze to Su Bei. If only I had been a moment quicker, things would not have come to this. He never expected that the final offensive player would be one from China. Historically, players from China have often found themselves at the bottom of the NBA hierarchy, rarely even making it as primary substitutes, primarily due to the overwhelming majority of Chinese players. Some even fail to be selected in the draft. This is also the reason why the NBA holds a certain disdain for them. They can never truly believe that players from Huaxia could establish themselves in the NBA. Yet now, Wade has been decisively defeated by the Huaxia player, Su Bei. This is something he could never have anticipated. How could this fellow possess such remarkable shooting ability? It is truly beyond my expectations. I never envisioned this outcome. If only I had acted a tad quicker, perhaps the result would have been different. But alas, there seems to be no recourse now. Wade pondered silently, his gaze fixed on Su Bei as he approached him slowly. He gently patted Su Bei's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Congratulations on this game-winning shot against us. However, such opportunities will be elusive for you in the future. This is your first game winner, and it shall also be your last. Fortunately, this is merely the regular season. Otherwise, we would face elimination." Wade found solace in the thought, for they still had a long journey ahead. Their ultimate aspiration was the championship, the pinnacle of the season. In an instant, everyone present rose to their feet. The Thunder fans stood, their eyes ablaze with fervor, all their attention directed towards Su Bei. They too were astonished that the Thunder had managed to sink that three-pointer. Incredible! Is this truly a player from Huaxia? They exclaimed, especially in awe of the moment he made that final three-pointer, which surpassed all imagination. I have never witnessed such formidable talent, and even Wade could not block his shot, allowing him to secure that three-pointer and decisively vanquish the Bulls. The fans remarked, smiles gracing their lips. Meanwhile, the Bulls trio had already made their intentions clear at the pre-game press conference, informing all reporters in the world that, facing a Thunder team without Durant, they bore no burdens, and defeating these Thunder players was merely a matter of time. Initially, the fans and reporters were convinced of the Bulls' superiority, given their dominant performance against the Thunder in the first quarter. However, the reality was that we triumphed. Su Bei was simply extraordinary. Westbrook and the other players on the court rushed towards Su Bei, surrounding him with smiles illuminating their faces. They could hardly believe that Su Bei had indeed made that three-pointer. Currently, Su Bei must hold the highest three-point shooting percentage on the Thunder. No other player could surpass him. Su Bei, did you see that? You made that final three-pointer, clinching the victory over the Bulls. Just look at Rondo's expression. It's utterly ghastly. They exclaimed. What did it matter that the Bulls had their trio? We were still able to conquer them. We won. We truly emerged victorious. Brothers, take a day off today. Tomorrow we shall catch up on all the delayed storylines. Chapter 51. Rondo's Regret. Westbrook and the other players leaped and cheered. Their gazes entirely fixed upon Su Bei. This time, all the players of the Thunder team held a profound respect for Su Bei. No player dared to underestimate him any longer. Su Bei's prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations, and at this moment, he exchanged a high five with Westbrook. I never anticipated that I would actually make that three-pointer. If given another chance, I might not be able to replicate it, but with Wade defending me, I am confident I can make it, especially in front of him. Did you see his expression? It turned extremely grim. Not only them, but even the other players from the Bulls wore faces filled with resentment. They could have won this game, yet who could have foreseen that after encountering me, the outcome would shift in our favor? I cannot fathom the anger boiling within those Bulls players. They were on the verge of victory, only to have me turn the tide single-handedly. Su Bei wore a gentle smile, convinced that he had garnered numerous talent points this time, not only from Wade and Rondo, but other players on the Bulls could also acquire some talent points themselves. Su Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. If they were to face the Bulls again, he believed he could undoubtedly overpower their trio of stars. Haha, I knew you would say that. Wade's defense was pushed to its limits. Who would have thought you actually made it? I was particularly anxious at the time, fearing that if you missed, we would lose this match. However, the moment I saw you release the shot, I sensed an air of confidence in your eyes, and at that instant, I knew you would score. I never imagined it would actually go in, and you decisively clinched the victory over the Bulls. Tomorrow, you will surely grace the headlines of major news outlets. We must let other teams witness the strength of our Thunder squad. Even without the formidable Durant, so what? I now have my best brother, and that is you. Su Bei, if we continue to play like this, I am confident that we will make it to the playoffs, perhaps even face the Warriors again. I still remember my experiences with the Warriors. No matter what, I must defeat them. If Durant had stuck with me back then, alongside you, we might have clinched the championship this season. But now, it's just the two of us fighting side by side. Westbrook patted Su Bei on the shoulder, his gaze sincere yet weary. He believed that with Su Bei's abilities combined with his own breakthroughs, their partnership could undoubtedly create a stir throughout the league. Moreover, Westbrook felt that his skills had become increasingly refined. Regardless of the circumstances, they firmly believed that the Thunder would once again secure a place in the playoffs. After all, the team he most desired to face was the Warriors, who had long been their conquerors, making this their final opportunity. Westbrook also had Su Bei by his side, which provided him with a sense of assurance. I am confident that entering the playoffs poses no challenge whatsoever. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us hasten to shake hands with the Bulls. Westbrook nodded and led his fellow Thunder players over. It was a splendid match against you. You were truly formidable. Next time, we will not hold back. Upon hearing this, Westbrook felt a slight chill but subsequently smiled with ease. Let us indeed see what unfolds when we meet again. I am eager to witness the true strength of your Bulls. Thus far, our Thunder have yet to showcase even half of our potential. Once all your players have recovered, we must engage in another contest. Westbrook patted Rondo on the shoulder, offering a knowing smile. In truth, had Rondo remained on the court, victory would not have been guaranteed. Yet, who could have anticipated that Rondo would be fouled out by Su Bei? Not only Rondo, but also the other players were taken aback by this turn of events. Very well, so this is how you wish to play it. One day, you shall learn just how formidable our Bulls truly are. You, a player from Huaxia. As your culture would say, you are quite the trickster. Next time, I shall not be deceived. We shall engage in a proper match. And I am eager to see if you can indeed surpass us. There is no doubt. We await your next visit to our court. Or perhaps we shall venture to yours for another encounter. I am keen to ascertain the true capabilities of your Bulls trio. Perhaps this time, we might genuinely reach the Western Conference Finals. We shall be waiting for you there. Su Bei wore a gentle smile, genuinely looking forward to Rondo leading his team in another match against him. By that time, he would already be a starting player, a pivotal figure for the Thunder. He could hardly believe that they would be unable to contend with the Bulls trio. The primary concern for the Bulls lies within their interior game. Should they resolve these issues, they firmly believe that their triumvirate would struggle to penetrate the Thunder's front court. The Thunder excel in their perimeter shooting, often relying on Westbrook to drive into the paint. If he fails to score, he typically draws a foul. Keep striving, Bulls brothers. I hope you can defeat us next time, remarked Su Bei, observing the other players of the Bulls. Although he currently possesses considerable prowess, he remains uncertain about his growth for future encounters, as their ultimate goal is to secure a playoff berth. Once they reach the postseason, they will have the opportunity to contend with the Warriors, which offers a certain probability of success, though it remains uncertain if they can actually challenge them. Both Westbrook and Su Bei are eager to face off against the Warriors, their common adversary. Su Bei has grown increasingly intolerant of Green's antics and yearns for an opportunity to confront him, to demonstrate what it truly means to be a player from Huaxia. You seem quite confident, especially you. The impact you've had on us this time is merely a stroke of luck. Next time, we will not face such issues again, and Rondo certainly won't accumulate 6 fouls. I look forward to seeing how you can influence us, Wade said as he patted Su Bei on the shoulder, affirming their shared ambition for the championship. If circumstances allow, Wade is convinced that their trio can decisively overcome the Thunder, given that their roster significantly outmatches that of the Thunder. If they were to attack the interior with Jimmy Butler at the helm, they might have resolved the situation by halftime. However, the Bulls have been somewhat complacent. Meanwhile, during an interview with the Thunder, Westbrook, Coach Donovan, and Su Bei arrived. A female reporter stood and addressed them, softly inquiring, historically, players from Huaxia have seldom become true starters, yet this time you have afforded this Huaxia player ample playing time. What is the reason behind this? The main factor is Su Bei's undeniable talent. He has impressed every member of our team with his extraordinary abilities, far surpassing our expectations. Coach Donovan softly spoke into the microphone, acknowledging that this was indeed a splendid opportunity for him. For the players of Huaxia, proving themselves necessitated ample time to meet their own expectations. It was evident that Su Bei had already won over Coach Donovan. This is even more formidable than Coach Donovan had imagined. Is he truly that exceptional? Yet, this time you nearly succumbed to the Bulls. However, we did not falter, ultimately. It was Su Bei who delivered that pivotal three-pointer, sealing the fate of the Bulls. Perhaps you could inquire with the Bulls about how they faced defeat. Coach Donovan glanced at the female reporter, his expression turning grave. They certainly did not lose this match. Meanwhile, in the post-game press conference for the Bulls, the atmosphere was one of utter resignation. The team's morale was significantly diminished. In truth, none of the players anticipated that they would be bested by a struggling Thunder team. Had it been last season, a loss might have been expected. However, this season they have assembled a genuine Big Three. Yet, to this point, they have still faced defeat. Were it to befall another individual, they would undoubtedly wish to shatter the Thunder's goal. The sentiment is indeed profoundly disheartening. To this day, they remain oblivious to the true prowess of that Chinese player. Had Rondo not exited the game, they might have had a chance to secure victory. Regrettably, the unexpected brilliance of that Chinese player delivered a fatal blow, catching them entirely off guard. However, dwelling on such matters now serves no purpose, as they have already succumbed to defeat in this match. The head coach of the Bulls remains silent, fixated on his players with a steely gaze. Ultimately, they retreated to the locker room. What on earth were you thinking? I instructed you to staunchly defend against that Chinese player. I had warned you that he would inevitably attempt a final three-pointer, given his exceptional shooting ability. Did I not convey this message? The coach's countenance has turned a deep shade of anger, as he never anticipated this defeat would be so exasperating. After all, the true capabilities of the Bulls far exceed those of the Thunder, yet they found themselves on the losing end of this encounter. The recent match has left not only their coach dissatisfied but also their upper management exceedingly displeased with the outcome. They have exerted considerable effort to assemble this formidable trio, with aspirations of clinching the championship this year. Currently, the Thunder seem to be a formidable opponent, and the prospect of securing the title this season appears bleak. A thorough analysis must be conducted. Do not underestimate the prowess of that Huaxia player, particularly Rondo. Had you not looked down upon that Huaxia player, perhaps the fouls that led to your departure could have been avoided. Regardless of the methods employed, it is imperative to study the situation diligently. Should we encounter the Thunder once more, I refuse to believe that we would face a similar outcome. We must resolutely reclaim our standing. I assure you, the Thunder will not repeat such mistakes, and that Huaxia player is even more formidable than we anticipated. You should have perceived the significant impact that the skiing player had throughout the match. Even I am at a loss as to how to contain him. Rondo felt a cold sweat on his brow as he remained perplexed about how the Huaxia player had caused him to accumulate 6 fouls. Had it not been for this incident, they might have secured victory rather than enduring this current atmosphere. Upon returning home, I must meticulously review the match footage. If we face the Thunder again, I will not make such errors, not only against them but against all teams. Rondo is acutely aware of his pivotal role within the team. Losing this match has deeply unsettled him, to the point of disbelief that he could be outperformed by a Huaxia player. He is the orchestrator of their offense. Without him, the entire team is akin to a brainless entity, unable to strategize against their opponents. Wade, being the primary scorer, is not the playmaker. Chapter 52. Let them drink some chicken soup despite our defeat. I firmly believe that if we analyze our mistakes and strive to avoid repeating them in the future, we may still triumph over other teams. Failure is not an insurmountable fear. The true disgrace lies in continuing to make such errors against other teams. Upon returning, each of you must take the time to reflect on this experience. The player from Huaxia is indeed far more formidable than we had anticipated. It will be intriguing to observe how other teams confront this talented individual, as I remain at a loss regarding how to restrain him. I spent the entire night pondering this, yet no solution emerged. Otherwise, we would have curtailed his scoring spree throughout the match. However, your performance this time was commendable. Aside from Rondo, the head coach of the Bulls directed a stern glare at Rondo, expressing his profound dissatisfaction with his performance. Should this continue, a trade to another team may be inevitable. Rest well, for tomorrow we shall resume our training, as several matches still lie ahead. The coach addressed the team, acknowledging his current powerlessness. Upon returning, he intends to review the game footage, for soon the world will be privy to this information. The coach of the Bulls finds it difficult to accept the reality of losing to the Thunder. Who would have imagined that they would ultimately succumb in this contest? He had recognized the exceptional talent of the Huaxia player. Otherwise, the Clippers and the Trail Blazers would not have faltered against the Thunder. Nonetheless, the Bulls coach perceives the loss as somewhat beneficial. Otherwise, the three stars would retain their arrogance, approaching future matches with a dismissive attitude, which would hinder their chances of victory. It is inconceivable to aspire to a championship without the resilience that characterizes a true champion team. It seems that the shadows of the Thunder team are gradually becoming apparent. Reflecting on this, the head coach of the Bulls shuddered slightly, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that this change will alter the entire landscape of the NBA? Impossible. It is absolutely inconceivable. After the post-game interview, all the players of the Thunder directed their gazes towards Su Bei, exchanging high-fives with him. You played exceptionally well in this game, Su Bei. I never anticipated you would be so formidable. You truly surpassed my expectations, Oladipo exclaimed, his face aglow with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, the essence of this match lay in the true victory it represented. Fortunately, once Su Bei took to the court, he managed to turn the tide, steering the team towards a triumphant conclusion. This victory was hard-won. Westbrook approached Oladipo and Sabonis, gently patting their shoulders. We are brothers, he declared. As long as we diligently train together and unite as one, I firmly believe we can secure a place in the playoffs this time. Indeed, Westbrook's words resonated with truth. All of us players must be united. After all, basketball is fundamentally a team sport, and we must embody this unity. Coach Donovan observed the other players, contemplating the importance of inspiring them with a bit of motivational encouragement. This is what is referred to in Huaxia as a psychological strategy. The other players nodded in agreement upon hearing this. In this match, they glimpsed genuine hope. If they continued to maintain this rhythm, it was indeed possible they might reach the playoffs. Previously led by Westbrook and Durant, the situation has undeniably changed. We are indeed different now, and one can almost sense that we have a strong chance of entering the playoffs. I have faith in all of you. I believe that each one of you possesses the potential to reach the postseason. When we face the Warriors again, we must engage them fiercely. Are we truly inferior to them? With Westbrook and Su Bei on our side, I am confident that we have the strength to contend with the Warriors. Let us not forget that we have also triumphed over the Bulls' formidable trio. Coach Donovan gazed at the players before him, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration, particularly for Su Bei, whose presence reminded him of the legendary Kobe Bryant. His prowess is undoubtedly unquestionable. Rest assured, Coach, whenever we encounter the Warriors, we shall put forth our utmost effort, showcasing the strength of our team. And let us not overlook Durant on their side, but we have Su Bei here. Once he demonstrates his capability against them, they will truly comprehend his immense value. Westbrook stated earnestly, his heart brimming with excitement, as he yearned to witness the true strength of the Warriors. The other players nodded in unison, their faces radiating unwavering determination. For them, it was imperative to engage in a worthy contest against the Warriors, especially since they had succumbed to them in the playoffs last year. Otherwise, they might have already reached the finals. Regardless of the current situation, they believed that as long as they trained diligently, they could match the Warriors blow for blow, with no individual on their side being an inferior opponent. What of Durant on the Warriors roster? Westbrook's gaze was filled with resolute determination. He was intent on proving to Durant that even after his departure, the Thunder could still reach the finals. Su Bei nodded. Believe, brothers, we will surely make it. The playoffs await us. Once we enter the postseason, we will have the hope of contending for the championship. This is our final hope. Let us strive, brothers. Su Bei addressed them, then rose to his feet. Gazing at the players with a hint of admiration, he truly held affection for these Thunder team members. Presently, each player on the Thunder displayed a profound respect for Su Bei, for his true prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. No one among them could rival Su Bei. Not even Westbrook, whose three-point shooting percentage fell short of Su Bei's. The core players of the Thunder represented the pinnacle of Su Bei's strength. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. All the players gathered together, exchanging glances, their faces illuminated by gentle smiles. Observing this scene, Coach Donovan felt the corners of his mouth lift slightly. He could sense that this embodied the true strength of the Thunder. No one could stand against them. He believed that the synergy between Westbrook and Su Bei was exceptionally harmonious. Furthermore, if they could recruit a few more proficient shooters, this team would be complete. Most importantly, he could assure the higher-ups that the Thunder were fully prepared to contend for the playoffs. I never anticipated that Su Bei would play such a pivotal role in critical moments. Even Wade likely did not foresee that Su Bei would execute a game-winning shot, rendering Wade merely a backdrop. Is this still the Su Bei of before? He is even more formidable than I had imagined. I cannot fathom how extraordinary Su Bei might become with further development. It is truly beyond comprehension. If we in China had a player of such caliber, we would have every reason to anticipate our nation's resurgence. Yet, with only Su Bei, such a rise remains improbable. If only all 5 positions could be filled by Su Bei, with his determination and skill, reaching the quarterfinals of the World Cup or the Olympics would present no challenge. The crux of the matter lies in our center position, which is not particularly strong. Should we rely on Yi Jianlian or Zhou Qi as center? Their effectiveness would likely be limited, especially against the physically superior players from the United States. To genuinely close the scoring gap, the focus must be on the perimeter. Thus, Su Bei's role becomes paramount. If he can perform to his fullest potential, they truly have a chance to succeed. I eagerly await that moment, though several years remain. For young Yi, time is not on his side. It will pass swiftly. He longs to witness how much Su Bei can grow before the Olympics. This is precisely the outcome he yearns to witness. I believe that Su Bei's true potential is rather limited. It would be implausible for him to compete in the Olympics. After all, let us not forget that he is merely a 3D player at present. In this recent competition, his defensive skills appeared commendable. Yet they were only against average players. If he could defend against the likes of exceptional athletes, then he might indeed take to the court. However, it is evident that he still has a considerable journey ahead for growth. I firmly believe he will develop into a formidable player. Keep pushing forward, Wang Ming remarked lightly, his gaze resting upon Yang Yi. Our focus this time extends beyond the Thunder. More crucially, it lies with the Warriors and the Cavaliers. As I sense that this season's champion will emerge from these two teams, I have a strong inclination that it will be the Cavaliers, for LeBron's prowess surpasses ours, and his physical capabilities are more formidable than we could ever imagine. Let us not forget that it was LeBron who led the Cavaliers to a remarkable comeback against the Warriors last year. I initially believed it was impossible for the Warriors to lose that game, given the considerable margin at that time. Yet, who could have anticipated LeBron's brilliance? He single-handedly steered the Cavaliers to victory. That match remains the most exhilarating finals I have witnessed over the years. Yang Yi reminisced about that fateful game, his eyes shimmering with vivid recollections. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, as he too faintly recalled that fiercely contested match. It was indeed a tumultuous affair. Not only did he feel a sense of despair, but it seemed that even the other Cavaliers players had resigned themselves to defeat, convinced that a turnaround was impossible. Having been thoroughly overwhelmed by the Warriors, who were even more formidable than anticipated that year. This is precisely why individuals are reluctant to confront the Warriors at present. They sense that the true adversary of the Warriors is none other than the Cavaliers. If the Cavaliers cannot contain the Warriors, then it stands to reason that no other team could possibly triumph over them. After all, the Warriors have acquired a prodigious scorer like Durant, a talent not possessed by every team. Moreover, while the Thunder boast a superstar in Westbrook, a singular star cannot hope to match the might of the Warriors. In the Western Conference, the only team that might be comparable to the Warriors is the Rockets. Whether the Rockets can indeed secure a victory against the Warriors remains uncertain. And only the playoffs of this season will reveal the truth. This season, the Rockets are undoubtedly the strongest adversary. As for the Eastern Conference, it remains to be seen whether LeBron and his compatriots can emerge from the Eastern Finals, especially with the formidable presence of the Celtics and their trio of stars posing significant challenges. I firmly believe that this year, the Warriors stand a great chance of clinching the championship, particularly with a talent like Durant on their roster. Even LeBron may find himself outmatched by the Warriors, as they are simply on a different plane. Should LeBron and his team manage to break through the East, I would be eager to witness the matchup between him and Durant. After all, the prevailing narrative positions LeBron as the premier scorer, with Durant following closely. As Kobe once remarked, being the second scorer often carries the stigma of failure. Durant, undoubtedly feeling the weight of this sentiment, sought to join the Warriors to secure a championship, aware that remaining with the Thunder would render such aspirations futile. After all, the Warriors loom over the Western Conference like an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 53, Green's confidence nonetheless. I perceive that Durant's decision to join the Warriors has been interpreted by others as a genuine act of betrayal. After all, he once vanquished them, only to later ally himself with the Warriors. Should the Thunder players witness this, they would likely regard him as a deeply disloyal comrade. I sense that Westbrook may never forgive Durant for this transgression. Even if Durant were to win a championship, the value of such an achievement would be diminished unless he single-handedly led his team to victory. Otherwise, Durant may find it difficult to earn the respect of his peers. A player who prioritizes scoring above all else cannot truly embody the essence of a leader. Teacher Yang articulates the true essence of the matter, and one cannot help but feel a sense of regret for Durant. Had he remained with the Thunder, especially with the addition of Su Bei, they would have undoubtedly possessed the capability to contend with the Warriors, potentially even reaching the finals. Alas, Durant departed too swiftly. Yang shakes his head, a glimmer of resignation evident in his gaze. This is the inherent nature of a player. The Thunder require further cohesion, otherwise, when faced with the defensive pressures of the playoffs, they may struggle to execute their three-point shots effectively. In the preceding matches, no coach had placed significant emphasis on the Chinese player Su Bei. However, the situation has changed. They now recognize that Su Bei's impact surpasses that of Westbrook. Consequently, in the upcoming games, they will prioritize defending Su Bei. Once they focus their defensive efforts on him, they will truly comprehend the caliber of his three-point shooting ability. Much like Curry, who, upon receiving the ball, often draws the attention of at least two defenders, thereby complicating his shooting attempts. This is precisely why, following Durant's acquisition, the Warriors' offense has become remarkably fluid. With the pressure on Curry significantly alleviated, Durant has contributed to a seamless offensive flow, rendering the current Warriors nearly unbeatable. Teacher Yang expresses his dissatisfaction with the Thunder players. Their collective strength does not yet qualify them as true contenders for the championship. The following day, Su Bei stunned the NBA by accumulating an impressive 36 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists in the game, leaving the league in astonishment. They had never anticipated that a player from China would achieve such formidable statistics. This is utterly beyond their imagination. Are these statistics truly from a player of Huaxia? It is inconceivable. This cannot possibly be the data from that player from the northern regions of Jiangsu. How could it have transformed into such an astonishing figure? The fact that he managed to score 36 points. Was he merely performing for show during his time with our Warriors? Upon seeing the news online, Green of the Warriors was left in a state of shock, completely unprepared for the explosive performance of a Huaxia player. Moreover, this player emerged from their very own Warriors team. Green shook his head in disbelief, pondering silently about the Huaxia player. Could it be that he merely spent some time with them? This is inconceivable. At that time, they could indeed perceive that the player's abilities from Huaxia were rather mediocre. I sensed some skill, yet the Huaxia player undeniably scored 36 points in the Bulls match, and his three-pointers were remarkably accurate. Thompson, standing nearby, spoke slowly, his tone tinged with astonishment. Who could have anticipated that a player emerging from their Thunder would achieve such impressive statistics? However, it is too late to say anything now. After all, that individual from Su Bei has already joined the Thunder, while the Warriors boast the extraordinary scorer Durant. Durant approached with a smile, and upon seeing the news online, he couldn't help but react slightly before settling into a subtle grin. The next time we encounter the Thunder, we shall observe closely what kind of prowess this Huaxia player possesses. I recall that when I first arrived, I had already seen that Huaxia player preparing to depart, and little did I expect him to join the Thunder. This evokes memories for Durant, yet now he has departed from the Thunder and joined the Warriors, where it is imperative that he plays with utmost dedication. They aspire to ascertain whether they can seize the championship this year, especially since the Warriors have assembled a truly formidable roster. In the Eastern Conference, there appear to be no viable adversaries. In the West, only the Rockets remain. Yet Durant and his team exude considerable confidence, believing that overcoming the Rockets should pose no challenge. Next time, I must impart a lesson to that young lad from Su Bei during our training sessions with the Warriors. I could sense a flicker of trepidation in his gaze each time we faced off. Green stood up, looking at Durant and Thompson with palpable excitement, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. He harbors no fear of those competitors, particularly a player from Huaxia. Do they truly merit their attention? There is no need for Curry. A single effort from him could effortlessly vanquish a Huaxia player, demonstrating what it truly means to be part of the Warriors. Furthermore, their objective this season is the championship. After being overturned by James and his cohort last year, they carry a burning resolve to defeat James once more and claim that coveted title. Indeed, there should be no fear. Can a mere Huaxia player truly surpass us? Let us not forget that we are on a remarkable 14-game winning streak. Should we encounter the Thunder, we shall measure our strengths against them, as they are currently on a 3-game winning streak. Defeating them should pose no issue. Naturally, if we face the Thunder, I am convinced I could easily subdue that Huaxia player, showcasing the strength of the Warriors. Our ambition is the championship. Any team that dares to obstruct us will be swept aside. No one stands as our equal, unless injury intervenes. Green's gaze was filled with absolute confidence, for within the Warriors, they have truly become the starting players and all-stars. With Durant's presence, there exists no opponent in the Eastern Conference. Even if James were to bring the Cavaliers against them, they believe they could maintain a firm grip over the Cavaliers. Curry glanced at Green and Thompson, their eyes alight with smiles, before turning his attention to Durant. Durant, your exceptional scoring ability is indeed remarkable, stronger than we had anticipated. Welcome to the Warriors. In these recent games, I sense our synergy is remarkably harmonious. However, from the current perspective, our Warriors team stands as an indomitable force. I am eager to witness how the Cavaliers can possibly overcome us. Ever since they claimed the championship last year, my heart has been filled with a sense of unfulfilled ambition. I have longed for another confrontation with James and his crew to ascertain who shall emerge victorious this time. Listening to Curry's words, Durant smiled slightly, his eyes brimming with an unwavering fighting spirit. He yearns to face James, who reigns supreme in the NBA hierarchy, while Durant occupies the second position in scoring. This seems profoundly unjust to Durant, as he wishes to understand why James holds the top rank. In Durant's view, he perceives his scoring prowess to far exceed the wildest imaginations of others. Yet, as it stands, they perpetually dismiss Durant's scoring abilities. Nevertheless, on the Warriors' side, Curry wholeheartedly acknowledges Durant's talent. Since Durant's arrival, the pressure on Curry has significantly diminished. After all, Durant's exceptional scoring capability is even more formidable than they had anticipated. Particularly when facing other teams, it is not uncommon for two defenders to converge on Durant, thereby creating opportunities for Curry to take his shots. This is precisely why Curry's performance continues to elevate. He can fully envision that, when facing formidable opponents like LeBron James, Durant could effectively engage in a one-on-one matchup with him, while the remaining players could rely on Curry and others. Presently, it is evident that Durant possesses such capability, a fact that even Coach Kerr wholeheartedly acknowledges. Within the Warriors roster, aside from Durant, Curry stands out as the most formidable scorer. Although Thompson is still in his prime, he merely serves as a secondary scoring option, lacking the scoring prowess that Durant embodies. Moreover, Durant's ball-handling skills are even more formidable than anticipated. This is precisely why many teams harbor a deep-seated trepidation towards the current Golden State Warriors. No one is eager to face this formidable squad, as they can sense that this year, the Warriors are relentlessly pursuing the championship once more. We fervently hope to seize that elusive title this year, enacting a true act of vengeance. What of LeBron? We are more than capable of overcoming them. However, their roster does appear to be rather lacking. It remains uncertain whether they can even reach the finals this season. Curry spoke slowly, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Should they make it, it would set the stage for his showdown against LeBron. After all, last year, they were indeed outmaneuvered by him. A profound sense of guilt gnawed at him. After striving so hard for that coveted championship, who could have anticipated that it would slip away in the final moments, only to be snatched by LeBron and his team? This left him in a state of deep inner turmoil, creating a certain emotional knot within him. This year, the members of the Warriors team are fully prepared. This time is dedicated to preparing for revenge. They intend to make James realize that their defeat last year was merely a stroke of luck. This year, their ambition is to completely sweep away James and his team. Hopefully, everything will unfold smoothly. I am eager to witness what it truly means to face off against James. Durant clasped his hands atop his head, a faint smile gracing his face. After all, in terms of scoring ability, he believes he surpasses James. In addition to that, Su Bei accumulated a remarkable 500 talent points during this match. Quite impressive indeed. He never anticipated harvesting 500 talent points from the Bulls. If he could save up a bit more, he might unlock additional talents. However, it remains uncertain when he might encounter the Bulls trio again, which would allow him to amass even more talent points. A smile adorned Su Bei's face, though he felt the talent points he garnered were still insufficient. If he could acquire a few more talent points, he would undoubtedly lead Westbrook and the entire Thunder team into the playoffs. When they faced the Warriors, he would fight fiercely, convinced that he could best them. When the likes of Green, Curry, and Thompson appear, he would show them what it means to be Lubu battling the three heroes, firmly grasping their fate. Su Bei's expression was imbued with anticipation as he truly yearned to confront the Warriors in the future, eager to gauge their strength. Regardless of the circumstances, what we must focus on now is enhancing our own capabilities. Su Bei, do not burden yourself with excessive worries. You have already established yourself as a starting player for our Thunder team. No one can shake your position. Keep pushing forward, my brother. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly lead the Thunder into the playoffs, especially alongside Westbrook. I have faith that both of you can achieve this. If only Durant were still with us, then we could genuinely contend for the championship. Yet, if we were to face the Warriors, I am uncertain how we would proceed. Coach Donovan's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. He was acutely aware of Durant's immense prowess. It's all right, Coach. I am confident that we can indeed make it to the playoffs. Su Bei patted his chest, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. He believed that once his talent reached a certain level, he could significantly enhance his strength. Chapter 54. The Warriors, that's good. I trust that your synergy with Westbrook is exceptional. Our next match is still 2 days away, so you both should take the time to rest well. After all, this last game was incredibly challenging. I never anticipated the Bulls would demonstrate such formidable prowess. If it weren't for your three-pointers, we might have lost. The next time we face them, they will certainly focus their defense on you and Westbrook. At that point, I must devise alternative strategies, though I am unsure of what to do at present. Coach Donovan pondered the trio of stars on the Bulls with some concern. Had Rondo not been sidelined, they might not have secured this victory. Fortunately, they managed to clinch a win in the regular season. However, if they encounter a team as strong as the Bulls in the playoffs, victory is not guaranteed. Moreover, if they are forced into a prolonged battle, it could deplete their overall strength. This is indeed the most challenging issue. Upon returning, Coach Dongdong Wang will certainly need to thoroughly analyze the situation. He must contemplate how to resolve this predicament. If only it could be during the playoffs, and if Su Bei were to take the court at the end, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon, potentially delivering a devastating blow to the other teams. This is merely a notion from Coach Donovan, and it has long since become outdated. The only course of action is to focus on the present. After all, the players of Huaxia, particularly Su Bei, have been thoroughly exposed. It is impossible for them to remain unnoticed. Moreover, other teams may have already set their sights on Su Bei. And once he steps onto the court, at least two players will likely attempt to double-team him. Consequently, his three-point shooting percentage is unlikely to rise again, which is precisely what concerns Donovan the most. Should his three-point shooting falter, his effectiveness on the court would be significantly diminished. Coach, my skills extend beyond just three-point shooting. When the time comes, I will unveil my true arsenal, Su Bei declared. Let us not forget that my ability to drive to the basket is formidable, and I have mastered Wade's elusive footwork. Our subsequent focus must be on diligent training, fostering synergy within our team. After all, apart from the two of us, the others must also devise strategies to perform well. In due course, Center Adams may join us, as his skills have indeed developed. With the three of us forming a triangle offense, there should be no issues. A smile graced Su Bei's face, for he recognized that his current task was to refine his individual offensive skills. If one possesses a kaleidoscope of offensive techniques, others will struggle to contain them. Much like last year's Irving, regardless of who is assigned to defend him, he consistently finds a way to score. No one can effectively limit Irving. His offensive repertoire is vast and unpredictable, making him a formidable challenge. This is why others aspire to emulate such prowess, as it would undoubtedly enhance the team's scoring capabilities. Train diligently, Coach Donovan remarked, patting Su Bei on the shoulder, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Impossible. How can this be? Why is Su Bei's three-point shooting even stronger than I anticipated? If he can showcase such skill, it is undeniably impressive, embodying what true three-point shooting is all about. If our teammates genuinely intend to compete against the Thunder, our only advantage lies with Durant. Coach Kerr observed the match between the Thunder and the Bulls, his expression grave. He had never envisioned Su Bei's individual prowess would escalate so rapidly, nor the significant impact he would have within the team. He could sense that Westbrook and the other players held Su Bei in high regard. This is truly beyond Coach Kerr's imagination. After all, he was the one who made the decision to part ways with him, given the numerous errors and inconsistencies in his performance. Therefore, it is imperative that we dedicate ourselves to rigorous practice, especially if we are to face the Thunder. That would indeed pose significant challenges, as our next match is against them. Coach Kerr murmured, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He was genuinely curious to see how much their current mindset had evolved. If it were to resemble the footage from their previous encounters, it would indeed be a pity. With Su Bei's three-pointer, complemented by Westbrook's drive, the impact on the Warriors is undeniably substantial. Coach Kerr softly expressed his greatest concern, the true condition of Curry and Thompson. Nevertheless, Curry is remarkably formidable. The forthcoming matters will need to be entrusted to Durant, as he is well acquainted with the Thunder, particularly in facing Westbrook. Coach Kerr firmly believes that Durant can effectively contain Westbrook, given his unparalleled scoring prowess, which surpasses that of anyone, even LeBron, in one-on-one situations. Currently, there seems to be no viable solution. Despite the Warriors consistently holding the top position in the regular season, they are still strategizing to confront every team. No one anticipates that if they were to encounter these teams again, they would unleash their full offensive capabilities. This is what renders the Warriors particularly fearsome, their desire to sweep through opponents effortlessly, granting them ample time to prepare for the true finals. This is merely Coach Kerr's perspective. There should be no issues in firmly suppressing the Thunder. The primary concern lies in the plethora of uncertainties surrounding the Thunder's roster. Particularly, the presence of that Huaxia player has instilled genuine pressure upon Coach Kerr. After all, he is well acquainted with this Huaxia athlete. And who could have anticipated that the current Su Bei would exceed his expectations if he maintains such precision with his three-point shooting? The outcome of the game against the Thunder is far from guaranteed. One could only say that victory would be exceedingly arduous. The strength of the Bulls is indeed formidable. Even in a face-off against the Warriors, they might not necessarily emerge as losers. Unfortunately, it is rather disheartening to consider that during a workday, they ultimately fell victim to a last-minute strike from the Thunder, which was quite unexpected. Regardless of the methods employed, it is imperative to suppress Su Bei steadfastly. His three-point shooting must not be allowed to flourish. Otherwise, it would undeniably impact the entire Warriors team, which is the most troublesome aspect. Furthermore, as long as Curry can find his rhythm from beyond the arc, he should not fear Su Bei's shooting, especially with Durant by his side. With Durant, there exists a sense of security, rendering any issues negligible. The real question lies in how the game will unfold. Playing on home turf should alleviate much of the anxiety. Coach Kerr mused to himself, holding many aces up his sleeve, feeling quite confident. If necessary, he could simply instruct Green to take matters into his own hands. Once they return, he intends to thoroughly analyze these opponents. What of Westbrook's formidable drives? As long as Green is stationed as a defensive bastion, Kerr cannot believe that Westbrook could breach through him. A glimmer of suggestion flickered in Coach Kerr's gaze. After all, Green serves as the quintessential example of what not to do within the Warriors. Moreover, Green willingly embraces such roles, aware that there are certain actions Curry and the others cannot undertake, leaving it to him to tread the darker path. Simultaneously, Green is acutely aware of Su Bei's current performance with the Thunder and harbors a desire to engage him in a direct confrontation, eager to ascertain the nature of his prowess. What fuels such audacity in his demeanor? Following the conclusion of the match between the Thunder and the attack team, all discourse centered around the players from Huaxia. Who would have anticipated that Huaxia's athletes could exhibit such an efficient performance, ultimately turning the tide of the game and prompting a re-evaluation of their capabilities? Meanwhile, Westbrook has commenced daily training at the arena, as the absence of practice leaves him feeling quite discomfited. Moreover, they must prepare to face formidable opponents, namely the Warriors. This time, the adversary is even more formidable than they had anticipated. It is truly astonishing that the opponent we face is none other than the Warriors. I yearn for the opportunity to engage with the Warriors, especially since Durant is now on their side. I am eager to witness the extent of his prowess. Merely facing him ignites an inexhaustible spirit of determination within me. Westbrook and Su Bei stride ahead, their eyes brimming with unwavering resolve, and their tone conveys profound seriousness. For he is acutely aware that it was Durant who abandoned Westbrook, leaving the Thunder to join the Warriors. This left Westbrook in a state of disbelief. Who could have imagined that his closest brother would abandon him, joining the ranks of the Warriors instead? I perceive no cause for concern or trepidation regarding our encounter with the Warriors. Our prowess undoubtedly allows us to engage the Thunder in a formidable contest. Are they truly that formidable? I find it hard to believe. At worst, I can match up against that fellow Curry. My three-point shooting should rival his. As Su Bei gradually turned around, Westbrook's gaze was imbued with unwavering confidence. After all, he had emerged from the Warriors, who had cast him aside. Who could have foreseen that he would find himself with the Thunder, thriving as a starting player? Su Bei's emergence was likely already known to Coach Kerr, who might be scheming to create difficulties for him. After all, his three-point accuracy could pose a significant threat, and if it were to have a profound impact, Coach Kerr would undoubtedly instruct Green to undermine him. Su Bei was acutely aware of Kerr's character. No team could evade his scrutiny. Coupled with that madman Green, Su Bei's expression darkened. If not for them, he might never have departed from the Warriors. However, dwelling on it now serves no purpose. He had long since left the Warriors. I never anticipated that our next adversary would be the Warriors. When facing them, the pivotal figures are undoubtedly Curry and Durant. If we can effectively neutralize both, victory will be within our grasp. Trust in us, brothers, there is no doubt. Furthermore, do you still doubt our synergy? No one can surpass our collaboration. I firmly believe we can bring the Warriors to their knees. After all, their strength lies primarily with Curry and Durant. If I staunchly defend Durant while you contain Curry, we shall encounter no difficulties. Su Bei spoke softly to Westbrook, his tone imbued with resolute certainty. He believed they could indeed excel together. With a touch more rapport, they would face no obstacles. Moving forward, we must focus on rigorous training. Beyond this, the most crucial aspect is mindset. Having secured a starting position has caused a ripple of surprise among the Thunder players, who never anticipated that Su Bei could win their hearts in just 3 games. This is still the first player from Huaxiao that they have come to know, featured in the starting lineup. This is truly beyond their imagination. Nevertheless, it has earned the respect of the Thunder players, for they recognize that Su Bei's individual prowess far exceeds their own. Su Bei is indeed formidable, and his temperament is exceptionally gentle, serving as a unifying force within the entire team. His bond with Westbrook resembles that of brothers, compelling one to acknowledge the escalating strength and synergy between them, which brings a modicum of solace to Coach Donovan. Chapter 55, the super scorer. Although they are about to face their most formidable adversary, the Warriors, not a single player on the Thunder feels trepidation. However, they are indeed taken aback, as they did not anticipate another encounter with the Warriors. After all, aside from last year's match, they have yet to face the current iteration of the Warriors in the regular season. Meanwhile, Coach Donovan scrutinizes the footage of the Warriors, and with each viewing, his expression grows increasingly grave. He never expected the Warriors' offense to be so fluid and sharp. Not every team can withstand their onslaught, especially with Curry and Durant, who are akin to enhanced versions of Westbrook and Su Bei. Durant's offensive acumen is exceptionally incisive, arguably surpassing Westbrook's drive, and his ball-handling skills are equally impressive. In one-on-one situations, Durant invariably finds a way to penetrate. This is also why many teams employ 2 players to double-team Durant. This is truly a remarkable scorer. No one anticipated this, and Durant's authentic scoring prowess is even more formidable than they could have ever imagined. Aside from Curry's 3-pointers, Durant has emerged as the second leading scorer for the Warriors. Whenever he possesses the ball, all players instinctively create space for him, and in one-on-one situations, no opponent stands a chance against him. Even if LeBron were to arrive, Durant would still find a way to score. This is the epitome of scoring efficiency for the Warriors. Furthermore, when 2 or 3 defenders converge on Durant, he effortlessly distributes the ball to the open Curry, whose 3-point shooting is nothing short of terrifyingly accurate. It is indeed unexpected how challenging it can be. Winning is not guaranteed if the competition intensifies. The Thunder's head coach furrows his brow in contemplation, unsure of how to dismantle the Warriors' strategy. Their offense flows with an exquisite fluidity, making it no simple task to contain. Even on their own front line, no player possesses the ability to effectively guard Durant, which is a source of significant concern. Durant is undeniably an exceptional talent. No player taller than him matches his speed, and no one faster possesses his height. Furthermore, there exists no player who is both taller and faster while maintaining his level of precision. This is indeed the most bothersome aspect. However, only Su Bei and Westbrook remain on their side. Although their cooperation is remarkably harmonious, facing off against Curry and Durant may not guarantee victory, and it could ultimately affect the entire momentum of the Thunder team. So what should be done now? Should Westbrook and Su Bei be kept off the court? If they do not play, the Thunder simply cannot secure a win in this game. The Thunder's head coach, after reviewing all the game footage, can sense the overwhelming pressure of the Warriors' offense, which is far more daunting than he had anticipated. Not only is winning a challenge, but even merely staying close and score against the Warriors is exceedingly difficult. Thus, in the upcoming matches, we must approach the game with utmost seriousness and intensity. Otherwise, the Warriors will effortlessly dominate, or they will tightly mark Curry, especially his three-point shooting, which becomes terrifying once unleashed. If Su Bei can quickly find his rhythm from beyond the arc, it may well suppress the Warriors significantly. The key lies in who, between Su Bei and Curry, can swiftly attain their peak performance. Moreover, Westbrook is indeed capable of defending against Durant. The Thunder's coach believes that as long as Su Bei can ignite his three-point shooting, there will be no issues. Now, as you are aware, our next match is against the Thunder. Apart from our ongoing winning streak, the only team that has begun to gain momentum is the Thunder. It is rather amusing that we encounter them. Since we are up against the Thunder, we must play with relentless fervor, making them aware of the terrifying strength of our Warriors team, for no other team in the West can truly compete with us. Coach Kerr observes his players, while Green, seated nearby, crosses his arms and smirks dismissively, especially upon hearing that the opponent is the Thunder. His eyes gleam with unwavering confidence, for he believes that the Warriors possess the prowess to completely overpower them. I think that even our substitutes could outplay them. Although that player's three-point shooting is indeed pivotal in this match, we must staunchly defend against him. Can he truly score? He is not Curry, after all. Green gazed at Coach Kerr and softly remarked that, in his eyes, Curry was the true master of the three-point shot, unmatched by any other player. Nearby, Durant's eyes flickered when he learned that their next opponent would be the Thunder, but he quickly regained his composure. Having once been part of the Thunder, he understood the weight of his betrayal and felt a reluctance to face Westbrook. However, there was no alternative. This was the nature of the game. If they failed to secure victory, it would mean a triumph for the Thunder. In truth, Coach Kerr harbored no excessive worries. He merely communicated the challenge ahead. His singular demand was for the team to decisively conquer the Thunder, without room for error. They must not allow a repeat of the Bulls' performance, where a critical three-pointer from Su Bei had turned the tide of the game. Such mistakes were intolerable on their side. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. This season, they had assembled a team with one purpose: to vie for the championship, asserting that no team could rival their prowess, and seeking revenge against the James fellow. Curry and Durant subtly raised their heads, their expressions revealing a hint of respect. They were confident that their abilities could easily dominate the Thunder. No team posed a threat to them. They assured their coach that they could firmly suppress their opponents. While the Thunder and Bulls may have had their moments, they were no match for elite players like themselves. Given the current state of the Thunder, achieving parity with them seemed nearly impossible. When the game commenced, the Warriors would demonstrate their formidable nature, showcasing an offense that no team could defend against. They had played numerous matches, developing an impressive synergy. While Su Bei and Westbrook had only played 3 games together, could their coordination truly be exceptional? As for Su Bei, Green declared, "Brothers, have no concerns. Allow me to match up against him. I intend to see what progress he has made over this time. He must understand that I, Green, am the true strongest player. Should he attempt to surpass me, he will learn the meaning of true defensive intensity." Standing up slightly, Green patted his chest and looked at all the players, his eyes brimming with absolute confidence. In their past one-on-one encounters, he had already bested Su Bei. Now, one might wonder, what value does Su Bei truly hold? Was it merely a few three-pointers? And under the circumstances of being a point guard, Green believes that if given the opportunity for an open shot, he too could successfully make those three-pointers. However, he has not been afforded such opportunities. Thus, he wishes to ascertain the true capabilities of that fellow from Su Bei. On the Warriors' side, Su Bei has yet to demonstrate such prowess. This aroused his curiosity even further. Upon hearing this, Coach Cole couldn't help but nod, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his eyes. This is precisely the player I desire most. Green possesses the ability to accomplish anything, particularly for Curry and Thompson. However, the discord among them is substantial, especially the tension between Durant and Green. If this matter is not resolved amicably, it will not be long before someone contemplates departure. And that individual is likely to be Durant. Let us refrain from excessive discussion and focus diligently on our training. There are no issues in that regard. After all, he is merely a player from the Thunder. Our objective is to secure this year's championship, not merely to triumph over the Thunder. Curry rose and addressed all the players earnestly. Their mission this year is one of vengeance, rather than merely maintaining a winning streak during the regular season. Curry's strategy is to exert dominance over the Thunder. Ultimately, it is only in the true playoffs that they can showcase their genuine prowess, demonstrating to others just how formidable the Warriors truly are. Especially against the Rockets, Curry feels no trepidation, for Durant is now on their side. He firmly believes that their collaboration will undeniably lead them to the championship, ensuring that last year's mistakes will not be repeated. Consequently, the forthcoming period must be dedicated to rigorous training, and all players nodded in agreement. Ding. I now possess 500 talent points. Can I purchase some skills? Ding. With 500 talent points, it is insufficient to acquire additional skills. It is advisable to save for 2,000 before considering skill purchases. Upon hearing this, Su Bei was left speechless. Alternatively, he contemplated converting all 500 talent points into experience points to enhance his elusive step. At the very least, this would allow him to upgrade this skill, strengthening his ability to penetrate defenses. It cannot solely rely on three-point shots, should defenders tightly guard him. He could drive past them, drawing fouls and scoring valuable points, simultaneously undermining the morale of their entire team. A smile graced Su Bei's face as he entertained this thought. He recognized that he had limited options, as only these two skills remained. He must elevate his penetration ability to its utmost, especially since his three-point shooting is already fairly developed. There is little else he can do for now, but perhaps accumulating more talent points with the Warriors will allow him to enhance additional skills. Su Bei contemplated, particularly regarding Durant, who is not an easy opponent to confront. His three-point shooting, mid-range shots, and drives are all exceptional. This is the essence of true greatness. Currently, I have yet to attain such extraordinary prowess. Su Bei mused that if he could learn even a fraction of Durant's innate talent, it would be advantageous. Yet he realized that his height and advantages paled in comparison to Durant's exceptional skills. Observing Su Bei lost in contemplation, Westbrook instinctively covered his forehead, pondering what thoughts occupied Su Bei's mind. Was it the encounter with the Warriors that weighed heavily on him? Su Bei, Su Bei, Su Bei. I have called your name multiple times, yet you remain oblivious. Are you still preoccupied with thoughts of facing the Warriors? Indeed, the Warriors present a formidable challenge. If we cannot secure a victory, can we truly consider ourselves a strong team? I sincerely wish to triumph in this regular season match. Although the Warriors are powerful, we are not without merit. The real challenge lies with Durant. We find it nearly impossible to contain him in the paint, after all. His mid-range and three-point shooting are exceptional, making him difficult to defend against. Even Adams alone cannot hope to guard Durant effectively. His scoring ability is impressively formidable. I am well aware of his prowess. Having competed against him for years, I can confidently assert that Durant's true scoring capability surpasses my own. However, if we can engage him robustly, I believe we can prevail against him. After all, I possess a genuine strategy to counter Durant when the time comes. Westbrook spoke softly, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of mystery. Upon hearing this, Su Bei's body trembled slightly, his face displaying a hint of confusion. How could Westbrook possibly intend to defend against Durant? Chapter 56. The Dilemma. What are you truly thinking, Durant? When we face the Thunder, whom will you choose to guard? I wish to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Westbrook. I wonder if I can succeed. After a moment of contemplation, Durant replied, his eyes reflecting determination. Despite having parted ways with the Thunder, he still yearned to witness Westbrook's true capabilities. Curry, overhearing their exchange, offered a slight smile and a reassuring pat on Durant's shoulder. In this match, I shall do my utmost to support you, granting you more opportunities to shoot. Let the Thunder witness just how extraordinary you truly are, Durant. I believe you remain the finest scorer in the entire league. This season, I am confident we will seize that elusive championship. No team can impede our progress. Curry's gaze grew increasingly resolute, his tone hardening as well. Upon hearing this, Durant paused momentarily, entirely taken aback by Curry's unwavering faith in him and his willingness to grant him even greater freedom to shoot. Truly, Curry embodied the essence of a leader for the Warriors, as Durant was perhaps the only one capable of genuinely supporting him. Trust me, once we overcome the Thunder, particularly by besting Westbrook, no one shall stand in our way, Curry asserted with utmost certainty. Durant clapped a hand on Curry's shoulder, his expression earnest as he replied, I can feel more strongly than ever that we are destined to seize the championship, and facing the Thunder will pose no challenge. He looked forward to their encounter with Oklahoma City. Curry and Durant exchanged a fist bump, a gentle smile gracing Curry's lips. With Durant's true assistance, his scoring had steadily improved throughout the game, feeling liberated from any pressure. During the past few days of training, Su Bei had gradually grasped the true essence of the elusive steps. He was eager to test this newfound skill in an upcoming match, particularly against the Warriors, employing the elusive steps along with spot-up three-pointers to see if they could withstand his assault. Confidence radiated from Su Bei's face. However, among the Thunder, aside from Westbrook and Su Bei, the other players did not share their optimistic outlook. After all, facing the top-ranked Warriors in the West, other teams had already faltered against them. The formidable strength of the Warriors was palpable, not only to the players but also to the Thunder's head coach and assistants, who felt a significant burden confronting the Warriors. Especially with the formidable Durant, a player they had developed, was daunting, as there seemed to be no one who could adequately match up against him. The Warriors boasted three core offensive threats, complemented by the likes of Iguodala in their rotation, making it exceedingly challenging for the Thunder. The head coach of the Thunder bore a look of resignation in his eyes. Indeed, Durant possesses a profound awareness of the transgressions he has committed against Westbrook. For they were once the finest of teammates. Particularly when confronted with the Warriors, Durant did not experience genuine trepidation. Rather, he recognized that remaining with the Thunder would perpetually hinder their pursuit of a championship. This was the very concern that plagued him, leading to his eventual move to the Warriors. Upon joining the Warriors, he became acutely aware of the sheer opulence of their championship roster. He believed that with his addition, even LeBron himself would find it challenging to surpass their formidable team. The lineup was impressively complete, provided they remained healthy. Dominating the entire Western Conference would pose no difficulty whatsoever. The Thunder, or even the combined might of the Western All-Stars, would likely struggle against the Warriors. Durant mused quietly to himself. This season could potentially mark his first championship, albeit one of lesser prestige, yet still a championship in its own right. This was Durant's hopeful aspiration. However, as of now, Durant realized that aside from Curry, no other player on the Warriors truly regarded him with respect. The team atmosphere revolved predominantly around Curry, the genuine linchpin of the Warriors. The team was fundamentally built around him, and particularly with Green, who consistently wore a condescending smile whenever he encountered Durant. To Green, Durant's arrival felt like an attempt to ride on the coattails of their success, as they had already claimed the title before Durant joined. This perception fostered a deep-seated disdain in Green, who often found himself compelled to ridicule Durant at every opportunity. At this moment, Curry approached Durant, his gaze tinged with a hint of perplexity. Deep down, he comprehended the turmoil within Durant's heart. After all, upon joining the Warriors, Durant bore a heavy burden. Should he return to the Thunder, he would undoubtedly face the scorn of the home crowd. After all, he had betrayed the Thunder. Fortunately, the Thunder had come to their arena this time. Are you troubled, Durant? Curry inquired. Indeed. I still find myself at a loss regarding how to confront the players of the Thunder. They are all my brothers. Although this is a business of basketball, there are genuine emotions involved. Moreover, my closest ally, Westbrook, has now become estranged. Do not worry, since you have chosen this path. Giving your all on the court is the greatest respect you can show your brothers. Wouldn't you agree, Durant? Curry reassured him, patting his shoulder. After all, this was the path Durant had chosen, and Curry welcomed him wholeheartedly to the Warriors. Curry was acutely aware that without Durant, the Warriors might struggle to compete against the formidable Rockets. The Rockets' momentum was fierce, and it was fortunate to have Durant's support. Durant slowly stood up, grasped a basketball, and took a shot. With a resonant clang, he sank a three-pointer. His shooting accuracy from beyond the arc was impressive. Noticing this, Curry also seized a three-pointer, executing a one-handed shot that found its mark. Shall we engage in a little one-on-one, Durant? Curry proposed. Sure, after all, it's just the two of us in the gym now, Durant responded, a hint of a smile gracing his features as he realized he knew how to proceed. However, Durant, playing as a small forward, had a clear physical advantage over Curry. He was curious to see how Curry would maneuver to evade his defense and penetrate the paint. Who goes first? Durant asked. You go ahead. Curry replied with a nod, placing the ball at his waist and locking eyes with Durant, a slight smile curling his lips. At that moment, Durant was fully focused on Curry, aware that Curry's movements could be deceptive, potentially leading him to be misled. This is indeed the most perilous situation. Curry initiated a dazzling behind-the-back dribble, attempting to elude Durant's defensive stance. Little did he expect that Durant would remain steadfast, his lengthy arms perfectly positioned to intercept Curry's dribble. Nevertheless, Curry's dribbling was remarkably swift as he maneuvered to the left. At that moment, Durant closely pursued him, eager to gauge the extent of Curry's speed. As Curry made his move, he deftly pulled the ball back and stepped back to take a shot. The fluidity of his actions was breathtaking, executed in one seamless motion. There was no trace of fear on Curry's face. Instead, his gaze towards the challenging Durant was imbued with a fierce determination, relishing the thrill of the contest. Aware of his shorter stature, he understood that should he falter, taller defenders would readily impede his progress. Thus, he needed to manipulate their center of gravity to create an opportunity for his breakthrough. With a swift flick, Curry released the ball with astonishing speed. Upon hearing the sound, Durant instinctively turned his gaze towards Curry, caught off guard by the rapidity of his shot. In the face of Curry's prowess, Durant was acutely aware that Curry's dribbling capabilities surpassed those of most players, and his speed was indeed formidable. A moment's inattention could easily result in being outmaneuvered by Curry, which is why Durant remained intensely focused on their matchup. Yet, it became apparent that Durant allowed Curry to score a three-pointer first, 1-0. What do you think, Durant? Curry smiled lightly, seemingly unburdened by any pressure. This is the essence of a true champion. Even when confronted by such formidable defense, Curry exhibited no trace of trepidation. Such a mindset is not one that every player can possess. Furthermore, before Curry arrived in the NBA, he was consistently underestimated by others due to his notably shorter stature. Without his exceptional three-point shooting, it is unlikely that he would have been selected by the Warriors. However, this became an opportunity for Curry. His accuracy from beyond the arc is indeed remarkable. Even under Durant's intense defense, his three-pointers found their mark with unwavering precision, leaving Durant thoroughly impressed. It is no wonder that last year, the Thunder fell to Curry. Their defeat was hardly unjust. Now it's my turn to attack, isn't it? Durant remarked with a hint of defiance, eager to showcase his own prowess to Curry. Without hesitation, Curry passed the ball to him. All right, I will defend you, Curry declared, slightly spreading his legs and leaning forward, his gaze fixed on Durant. Defending against Durant, Curry found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Observing this, Durant wore a sly smile. Rising to take a forceful shot, Curry barely managed to leap in an attempt to block it. The basketball soared through the air in a graceful arc. Durant's three-point shot was equally precise, resulting in a satisfying swish as the ball swished through the net. Such offensive efficiency is not something just anyone can replicate. 1-1. My skills aren't lacking, are they? Durant quipped, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Curry. Aware of Curry's shorter stature, he prepared to shoot the moment he received the ball, denying Curry any opportunity to defend against him. Curry could only offer a resigned smile. He truly found it impossible to guard Durant, whose height was simply too advantageous. Even when he leaped, Curry knew Durant could easily break through for a powerful dunk. However, given the presence of such a skilled teammate, Curry felt a surge of happiness. Ultimately, Durant triumphed in their one-on-one encounter. Durant's abilities are undeniable. When it comes to isolation plays, Curry recognized that he fell short of Durant's prowess. There is no one taller than Durant who can dribble as well. Nor is there anyone faster who possesses his height. Those who are both fast and tall cannot match his shooting accuracy. This is the enigmatic Durant, a superlative scorer often referred to as the Grim Reaper. With Durant on our side, I must confess I harbor no fear towards James and Irving. However, during our last encounter with Irving, we suffered a significant setback. His capabilities exceeded our expectations. His indiscriminate one-on-one prowess left us feeling utterly helpless, to the point that even our coach was at a loss. Upon hearing this, Durant nodded in agreement, fully aware of Irving's exceptional dribbling skills. It matters not if he faces larger opponents. Irving remains formidable. Last year's defeat was indeed precipitated by Irving's critical three-pointer, which delivered a fatal blow to the Warriors. Durant approached Curry, gently patting him on the shoulder, and earnestly remarked, "Do not harbor any worries. Let us not forget that the Warriors now possess a scorer of my caliber. Shall we still fear them? Absolutely not. We are more than capable of overcoming the Cavaliers. I wonder if James can rise to the occasion this season. I look forward to facing them in the finals." Chapter 57. Impact. Curry reciprocated the gesture, a glimmer of gratitude evident in his gaze. This season, they are indeed striving for the championship title. Whether they can achieve it remains uncertain. Nonetheless, with Durant as a formidable ally, he is confident that they will encounter no issues. The only team that could potentially impede their progress in the West is the Rockets. What we can do now is to excel in the regular season, refining our synergy. This is our sole focus. Once we reach the playoffs, we shall unveil our true potential, regardless of the opponents we face. We will sweep them clean, allowing us to conserve energy for the finals. Curry has meticulously devised a strategy. They must secure the top seed in the regular season and then confront the 8th-seeded team, which should be a straightforward task, as the 8th seed is generally lacking in strength. Sweeping the 8th-seeded team should pose no challenge, especially with Durant and other all-star players on their roster, alongside Green and Curry himself, who can seamlessly contribute. Together, they form an invincible force. James and Irving are undoubtedly formidable, rendering the Eastern Conference a realm where no team can triumph over them. This is also the aspect that Curry fears the most. However, the situation on his side has indeed changed, for with Durant now present, he genuinely desires to engage with him. LeBron James stands as the foremost player in the entire league. This existence is beyond doubt. However, Curry believes that his team is exceptionally formidable, with each player exhibiting remarkable strength. Regardless of the circumstances, Durant must perform admirably during the postseason, and one crucial aspect is to avoid injury throughout the regular season, for that would be perilous. I sincerely hope he can complete this season in good health and enjoy playing in our midst. Naturally, I would never wish to sustain an injury. My earnest desire is to exert myself diligently. For me, playing for the Warriors is solely aimed at reaching this year's playoffs and ultimately securing the championship. This is the culmination of my aspirations. After all these years, my pursuit has always been a championship title. Since joining the Warriors, I have felt that Curry is indeed an exceptional player, and his dedication to training is truly commendable. The intensity of his training regimen is such that even I might struggle to endure it. It is undeniably rigorous, which explains the precision of his three-point shooting. Durant chuckled, a hint of admiration gracing his expression, acknowledging Curry's formidable skills. Upon hearing this, Curry also smiled slightly. He holds a deep appreciation for Durant. Unlike others, Durant is singularly focused on the game. His height, combined with his shooting prowess, renders him exceptionally powerful, especially in last year's match against the Thunder, where they narrowly avoided defeat. Fortunately, they did not lose. Yet, last year remains a regret, as they were ultimately overturned by LeBron and his team, a painful thorn in Curry's heart. Curry's gaze is resolutely determined. He yearns to win this game and seize that elusive championship. He is indifferent to the Thunder's matches. After all, the Warriors roster is exceptionally well-rounded. When facing the Thunder, even if Durant is accompanied by other players, they can confidently secure victory. It is surprising to see a player from Huaxia joining the Thunder. This was unexpected. However, I am eager to observe what capabilities this Huaxia player possesses. Durant is currently filled with curiosity. He is eager to witness the progress of the Thunder team, particularly now that it has evolved without him. The only remaining core player appears to be Westbrook, his former closest ally. Should he face Westbrook, Durant possesses a profound confidence in his ability to secure victory against him, especially given Westbrook's penchant for driving to the basket. However, this season, Westbrook's three-point shooting has notably improved. An exhilarating anticipation courses through Durant as he yearns for the opportunity to engage in a spirited contest with Westbrook. After all, they were once brothers in arms, and he intends to approach this match with utmost seriousness. He is keen to observe the capabilities Westbrook has developed over the years. It is worth noting that last season, aside from Westbrook, the performance of the other Thunder players was significantly lacking, leaving Durant to carry the burden, which proved to be exceedingly exhausting. This is also the reason for his departure from the Thunder. Due to Durant's unparalleled skill, there exists no individual capable of surpassing him in one-on-one situations. Durant exudes an unparalleled confidence, as no one truly measures up to him. Even after LeBron's arrival, Durant felt no genuine pressure. He could easily handle opponents like them. Even in Curry's absence, Durant was more than capable of leading the entire Warriors team without any issues. When the time comes, we shall impart a valuable lesson to the Thunder, particularly to that player from Huaxia. Upon arriving at your Thunder, he should anticipate a thorough lesson. However, his performance with our Warriors has been decidedly underwhelming. Had we known this would be the case, we should have cut him long ago. Curry remarked softly, his eyes reflecting a hint of anger, for it was during the last game that his on-court presence resulted in a critical error, ultimately leading to their defeat. This is something that other Warriors players find difficult to accept. However, There are currently no issues. Curry has completely put last year's events behind him. The singular objective is to secure the championship this season, especially now with Durant on the team. Should they fail to clinch the title, it would be an immense disgrace for them, as they have truly formed a formidable quartet. If we consider adding Iguodala, it would indeed create a quintet that few can rival. Beyond this, many teams harbor dissatisfaction towards the Warriors, feeling that the ecological balance of competition has been entirely disrupted. Other teams are keen on making exchanges, particularly for Durant, whose value is simply monumental. If another team were to acquire him, they would also possess the capability to contend for the championship. However, for us, this presents a significant obstacle. Since you have joined us, we extend a warm welcome. Green. That fellow does have a rather volatile temperament, yet I believe it is essential to understand him. After all, he can be quite amiable once he settles down. Curry gazed at Durant and spoke softly, his eyes conveying a sense of reassurance. Upon hearing this, Durant felt a genuine warmth within. He had never imagined that Curry would voice such sentiments on his behalf. In recent games, Curry has indeed been generous, allowing himself a share of the ball and the opportunity to take on one-on-one situations. Every player can sense that with Durant's presence, their offensive flow has become remarkably seamless. O'Neal, do you think the Warriors will triumph this time, or will the Thunder emerge victorious? It goes without saying, the Thunder are destined to lose. After all, the Warriors face no real opponents in the West. Let us not forget that the last time the Rockets faced the Warriors, they were defeated. Do you genuinely believe the Thunder can prevail, Barkley? O'Neal's expression radiated absolute confidence. He firmly believed that the Warriors could decisively overcome the Thunder. The Thunder lack a true core player. Westbrook may be considered a key player, yet his drives rely solely on speed and athleticism, and if he is effectively contained, he may struggle to finish at the rim. Their interior defense is also somewhat lacking. I, too, am convinced that the Warriors will thoroughly dismantle the Thunder, and I anticipate that Durant will deliver a formidable performance against them. Although the Thunder managed to win the last encounter, I feel that was merely an anomaly. As for the skiers, did they genuinely believe they could lead the Thunder to ultimate victory? Such a notion is utterly implausible. The Warriors are undoubtedly poised to overpower the Thunder decisively. Beyond Durant, the true core of the Warriors lies in Curry and Thompson, whose prowess is formidable. Once they find their rhythm from beyond the arc, no defense can withstand their onslaught. This is the most terrifying aspect. Recall the last encounter between the Rockets and the Warriors. Had it not been for Durant drawing the defensive focus, the Warriors would have easily succumbed to defeat. Yet, when Thompson's shooting touch returned, the score surged, illustrating his extraordinary three-point prowess. It is astonishing how rapidly the small ball era has evolved, far surpassing our earlier times. Shaquille explained this with a confident gleam in his eyes. Others nodded in agreement, still holding the belief that the Thunder could not possibly triumph over the Warriors. Since we both concur that the Warriors will prevail, let us watch closely tomorrow to see if they can deliver. In truth, we need only observe the first half. I am well aware of their capabilities. Westbrook has yet to reach his zenith, and even at his peak, he cannot compare to Durant in his prime. Presently, Durant's scoring ability exceeds our expectations, perhaps even outstripping James, though his leadership skills leave much to be desired. This deficiency compelled him to join the Warriors, a decision I find perplexing. A true championship requires a leader who can guide a team to glory. However, it appears that the Thunder are not adequately prepared. The morale of the other players is notably low, as they feel intimidated by the prospect of facing the Warriors, particularly after their defeat last year. They yearn for redemption. Yet who could have anticipated Durant's defection to the Warriors, casting a shadow over their aspirations? Shaquille wore a derisive smile, reflecting his disbelief that the Thunder could vanquish the Bulls trio. I have always felt that the Bulls triumvirate could contend with the Warriors and Cavaliers, even without direct confrontation. Yet to witness them fall to a player from the Thunder was indeed astonishing. Now, as the Thunder brace themselves to confront the Warriors, they face a daunting challenge. With super scorers like Curry and Durant, they could easily leave the Thunder in disarray, potentially establishing a double-digit lead by halftime. O'Neal's countenance radiated absolute confidence, for he had observed the Warriors' matches and acknowledged their formidable prowess. Had they played in his era, they would have certainly left an indelible mark. Nevertheless, he had truly dominated a previous age, an era characterized by the supremacy of centers, which starkly contrasts with the present. In this contemporary age, centers must adeptly master the art of the three-point shot. Failure to do so renders them less desirable to most teams. Barkley chuckled lightly. as he and O'Neal shared a consensus, firmly believing that the Thunder would undoubtedly clinch victory in this contest. The unfolding events would reveal how the Thunder and the Warriors would fare against one another. After all, who could have predicted that the Bulls, once confidently expected to triumph over the Thunder, would ultimately succumb? This realization hints at the latent potential within the Thunder. Yet facing the top contenders in the West remains a formidable challenge. Barkley harbored newfound confidence in the player from Huaxia, a sentiment he had never anticipated. However, after witnessing his gameplay, he found himself quite fond of the player. Chapter 58, Warriors vs. Thunder. Barkley, do you truly believe our players are inferior to those from Huaxia? Especially considering the Warriors, with super scorers like Curry and Durant, can they really be outperformed by an ordinary player from Huaxia? A flicker of discontent crossed O'Neal's face, as he had not expected such remarks from Barkley, who previously held the belief that the Warriors would decisively dominate the Thunder. Beyond this, the Warriors boasted an abundance of elite scorers. In addition to Curry and Durant, Thompson stood as a premier three-point shooter in his prime. Having showcased his exceptional shooting prowess last year, his accuracy from beyond the arc remained strikingly precise. Nevertheless, they aimed for either Durant or Curry to lead the team to victory in this match. Barkley, smiling, shook his head in silence. For while he recognized some potential in the player from Huaxia, contending with the true powerhouse that is the Warriors would not be a simple task. As for what lies ahead, we shall observe with keen interest. The only thing we can do now is to savor the unfolding spectacle. This year's matches are undeniably becoming more intriguing, particularly for the Thunder, who have not only triumphed over the Bulls but have also bested the Clippers. It is astounding to contemplate the magnitude of their potential. I am confident they will secure a place in the playoffs. If the Warriors are unable to triumph even over the Thunder this time, it would indeed be a tremendous embarrassment. Barkley, perhaps you should refrain from making such reckless statements. Your words leave me questioning your understanding of the game. Shaquille's expression has turned a deep shade of displeasure, as he is utterly astonished that Barkley would speak in such a manner. They should be united in their belief that the Warriors can prevail against the Thunder. The Chinese player does possess a certain proficiency in three-point shooting, yet the disparity in height might hinder them against Durant. However, this is merely a possibility. They have yet to face each other in earnest, so I hesitate to form a definitive opinion. I am merely voicing a fragment of my thoughts. Nonetheless, Shaquille, your previous remarks were excessively definitive. If the Thunder were to emerge victorious, what then for the Warriors? Upon hearing this, Shaquille momentarily stiffened, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. For him, the notion of such an event occurring seems inconceivable. Their current endeavor is merely to assess the strengths of various teams and to provide evaluations. This is the work of O'Neal and Barkley. If the Warriors cannot triumph over the Thunder, I shall kiss a pig's behind? That would indeed be your own. O'Neal chuckled, his gaze somewhat peculiar as it fell upon Barkley. The other journalists present erupted in laughter, fully aware that O'Neal was jesting. At that moment, however, Barkley's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated O'Neal would make him the subject of such a joke, given his moniker of Flying Pig Barkley. If he were to kiss a pig's rear, would that not equate to kissing his own? Should they truly lose this match, then you shall indeed kiss a pig's behind, and I shall witness whether you will follow through. Barkley regarded O'Neal with utmost seriousness, uncertain of the truth behind O'Neal's words. Upon noticing Barkley's earnest demeanor, O'Neal too adopted a grave expression. Let us wager. If even the top team in the West does not believe, O'Neal still harbored great confidence in the Warriors. Deep down, he supported the Warriors in their quest for this year's championship. Very well, let us make this bet. Should the Warriors lose this match, I shall kiss a pig's behind. The journalists, captivated by the unfolding drama, busily snapped photographs as the topic gained traction. O'Neal is to kiss a pig's behind? And that is contingent upon our Thunder defeating the Warriors? A faint smile appeared on Su Bei's face. He had not expected such a turn of events. Clearly, O'Neal was doubting their team's capabilities. While it was true that the Thunder lacked the strength of the Warriors, they had yet to face them directly, leaving the outcome uncertain. Nevertheless, the buzz surrounding this match had undeniably intensified, igniting fury among the other players, who were taken aback by the audacity of O'Neal and Barkley to leverage this topic to heighten the match's excitement. This is truly an affront. We absolutely must not lose to the Warriors. Should we indeed prevail over them, I shall personally witness how O'Neal intends to kiss that pig's behind. I am eager to see whether he will follow through. A gentle smile graced Su Bei's face. His only recourse now was to train diligently, amassing more talent points to unlock additional skills, thereby fortifying their chances against the Warriors. Yes, we must fight with all our might. I am eager to discover what strengths the Warriors possess. Do they truly believe that being the top team in the West means they have vanquished every other team? Brothers, this time we must train with utmost dedication. No matter what effort it requires, we must secure victory in this match. Once we triumph, we shall hold our heads high with pride, regardless of how many have doubted us before. This time we will make those naysayers understand that our Thunder team is far from weak. Indeed, we possess the caliber to contend for the championship. The other players spoke resolutely, their voices brimming with determination. Never had they imagined so many would look down upon them, the players of the Thunder, especially after their previous defeat. With Durant gone and no formidable star recruited in his stead, their reputation had suffered. But now, facing the Warriors, they were ready to fight with every ounce of strength, to crush them mercilessly. Especially Durant, Westbrook declared, his gaze piercing with intensity. Save him for me. I'll guard him myself. Let us see just how much he has improved since joining the Warriors. That was his brother, after all. And Westbrook knew Durant's play style inside out, the signature double crossover, followed by that lethal jump shot. For Westbrook, as long as he can effectively guard against his dribbling, there are no significant issues. In the past, Westbrook has engaged in one-on-one matchups with Durant and possesses a profound understanding of Durant's tendencies. He is indeed the most willing to defend against Durant's shots. Among the Thunder players, aside from Su Bei, it is fair to say that others may not significantly assist Westbrook in this regard. However, for Westbrook, as long as he can secure rebounds and pass the ball to either himself or Su Bei, it is not a major concern. Currently, during team practices, Su Bei has a considerable amount of ball possession. Whenever he finds an open shot, he almost invariably passes to Su Bei. His three-point shooting has proven to be remarkably consistent, establishing him as a genuine weapon for the Thunder. Additionally, Su Bei's ability to drive to the basket is exceptionally strong. A glint of determination shone in Su Bei's eyes as he addressed his teammates, proclaiming, "We must defeat the Warriors. It is imperative to secure a victory against the Warriors to showcase the true strength of our Thunder team." After all, the Warriors primarily rely on Curry and Thompson. Had it not been for Durant, they may not have achieved the top position in the Western Conference. At this moment, Coach Donovan gradually approached them, his expression now calm. It seemed he had discovered a strategy to contend with the Warriors. All the players focused intently on their coach, their eyes filled with anticipation. They were eager to uncover the tactics that could potentially vanquish the Warriors. Their hearts burned with indignation, especially since the Warriors had confidently asserted their superiority over the Thunder. Until now, even Shaquille O'Neal and other journalists unanimously believed that the Warriors were destined to triumph in this match, which only fueled their resentment. It was astonishing that the fervor surrounding this single game had reached unprecedented heights, likely due to the Warriors' influence. Furthermore, the Thunder had recently achieved a remarkable three-game winning streak, which suggested that the departure of Durant had not diminished their prowess. "Coach, what tactics can we employ to defeat the Warriors?" one player inquired. "To be frank, the real strategy lies in your own execution," Donovan replied. "There aren't many tactics at our disposal, considering their roster is exceptionally robust, devoid of weaknesses. And their bench is significantly stronger than ours. This is why I have been meticulously studying the Warriors' game footage. The more I observe, the more I realize the Warriors are indeed formidable, yet not invincible. The Warriors' starting lineup includes Curry, Thompson, Durant, Iguodala, and Green, under the guidance of Coach Kerr. The Thunder's starting lineup features Westbrook, Adams, Ilyasova, Roberson, and Su, coached by Donovan. Moreover, this match is held on the Warriors' home turf. We are certainly capable of securing a victory, for the Warriors are the top team in the West. This is not a squad that can be easily defeated by mere aspirations. Let us not forget that we have already subdued the second-best team in the West, leading them by a full 20 points, an achievement not easily replicated by others. I am eager to witness the true strength they possess. Have you noticed that player from Huaxia? He clinched a game-winning shot in the last match. If Durant faces this Huaxia player, I am confident that he will not secure a three-pointer in Durant's presence. There is no doubt about our ability to handle the Thunder. We merely need to suppress them thoroughly in the first half, creating a genuine garbage time, allowing the Warriors' other substitutes to enter the game. The fans of the Warriors brimmed with unwavering confidence, as if it were an impossible feat for any team to triumph over the Warriors on their home turf. After all, the Warriors boasted formidable strength, and only a select few could contend with their prowess. Each player on the Warriors roster was a star in their own right. Not to worry, Westbrook. If we play our game, victory shall be ours. Although they appear formidable, we possess our own strengths, Su Bei reassured Westbrook, a hint of a smile illuminating his eyes. At this moment, there was little else he could do. This matchup was indeed Su Bei against Durant. The reasons behind the matchup eluded him, yet there was no alternative. Westbrook initially intended to guard Durant, given his profound understanding of Durant's playing style. However, fate had placed him against Curry instead. The latter's defense seemed utterly ineffective to Westbrook, allowing him to dominate effortlessly. Coach Donovan pondered intently, contemplating which lineup could possibly overcome the Warriors. Defeating such a strong team was no easy task. The Warriors were indeed powerful, yet the Thunder were not to be underestimated. They were prepared to confront the challenge head-on. Coach Donovan's gaze reflected determination. His focus was to maximize the potential of Su Bei and Westbrook, aiming to inflict damage on the Warriors. Given Curry's formidable presence on the perimeter, he instructed Westbrook to defend against him first. After all, Durant was well acquainted with Westbrook's capabilities. Chapter 59. The ferocious beginning. Few could rival their strength. The ensuing events rested solely in their hands. They truly had no other recourse. Here, Westbrook's gaze fell upon Durant, their eyes brimming with an undercurrent of lethal intensity. It seems reminiscent of the grievances that can arise between brothers. Su Bei stood alongside Westbrook, observing Curry, Thompson, and the others, his gaze imbued with a sense of unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Green, upon witnessing this, allowed a smirk of disdain to creep onto his lips before addressing Curry. Do you see that? The player we dismissed from our ranks has now ascended to a starting position with the Thunder. It is truly unexpected. I am curious to see what capabilities he possesses. He must understand just how formidable the Warriors are. We are an indomitable force. Does he truly believe that merely being a starter with the Thunder guarantees victory over us? This time, we must ensure they comprehend that from the very first half. They are utterly incapable of mounting any offense against us. We must dominate them in every conceivable aspect. This reveals Green's true intentions. He is eager to see how the Thunder can possibly triumph over the Warriors. He is also aware of the wager between O'Neal and Barkley, and he finds O'Neal's judgment rather astute. It is utterly inconceivable that Barkley believes the Warriors might lose the game. Such a notion is preposterous. Unless the sun were to rise from the west. Putting aside these musings, the game is about to commence, and it is imperative to warm up. Once the time comes, he plans to unleash his three-point shots, confident that the opponents will not withstand the onslaught for long. Curry's gaze radiates unwavering self-assurance as he picks up the basketball, diligently practicing his three-point shooting to hone his skills. The referee's whistle pierces the air. Adams and Green prepare for the tip-off. Predictably, Adams secures the ball. Upon gaining possession, Westbrook moves swiftly forward. A faint smile graces his lips upon noticing Curry attempting to defend against him. Curry, you dare to guard me? You must realize my penetrating prowess is formidable. There's no way you can contain me. But how can you know without trying? Even if you manage to hinder me, my presence in the paint is not easily dismissed. Curry, steadfast in his resolve, understands that regardless of whether he can completely thwart Westbrook, he must exert some influence over him. Following Westbrook's declaration, his eyes brim with fierce determination. He swiftly breaks to the right, using a screen to shield himself from Curry before charging toward the Warriors' paint. Green, observing this, smirks disdainfully and steps forward to intercept Westbrook's advance. Yet, Westbrook exhibits no trepidation. He accelerates, resembling a tank barreling forward. In the Penguin Live broadcast, Yang Yi recognizes Westbrook's aggressive charge as a manifestation of the lingering rivalry with Durant. He wonders who will emerge victorious in this contest. It is surprising that even after Durant's departure, Westbrook remains fixated on this matter. He seeks to prove to Durant that, despite leaving the Thunder, they can still propel the team into the playoffs. As Westbrook channels his pin-up fury, he is on the verge of colliding with Green. This encounter could potentially result in an offensive foul, which would not bode well. Yang Yi's tone is laced with apprehension. In the next moment, Westbrook crashes into Green with force. Instantly, Green is propelled backward, toppling into the stands, feeling as though his entire body is on the brink of being shattered. Is this the essence of Westbrook's prowess? His explosive talent is truly formidable, sending shivers down the spine of all who witness it. He initially aimed to draw an offensive foul, yet who could have anticipated that he would nearly sacrifice himself in the process? If this continues, it will become quite troublesome. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling a foul against Westbrook. Yet, Westbrook showed no fear. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Durant, declaring, "Traitor, no matter that you have joined the Warriors, I can still defeat you with my own hands." Durant, undeterred, retorted, "First, you must defeat me. With the strength of you lot, We could easily dismantle your team in the first half. Westbrook's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination, regardless of the cost. He had to win this match. As Green slowly rose, he had never anticipated that this moment would prove so arduous. Even the simple act of walking brought him pain. He needed a respite and considered stepping off the court. The spectators, witnessing this, widened their eyes in disbelief, never expecting such violence. What was Westbrook attempting? Did he intend to instigate a brawl with the Warriors? His previous actions certainly seemed provocative. Was this even about the game anymore? The Warriors needed to decisively overpower the Thunder, making it clear that they were not to be trifled with. The audience erupted in vitriol, astonished by the Thunder's ferocity. If this brutal exchange continued, injuries among players were inevitable. Su Bei approached Westbrook, speaking softly, "You must exercise caution. Do not act so recklessly. Our goal is to win the game, not to incapacitate them." Su Bei's eyes radiated resolute determination. He had waited so long for this opportunity to face the Warriors. And now that day had finally arrived. His spirit was ablaze with fighting zeal. "Warriors, Warriors, I have finally awaited your arrival." He mused, his gaze fixed upon the Warriors lineup. He was eager to see how they would approach this match. After all, the Warriors were indeed the foremost team in the Western Conference. And defeating them was no simple task. However, with diligent defense and earnest play, perhaps a glimmer of hope remained. Yet, the Warriors boasted superstars like Curry and Durant, making victory an arduous endeavor. Regardless of the sacrifice required, they must ensure the Warriors falter here. This was their final chance. "Su Bei, once you take the court, play with all your might. We will do our utmost to pass the ball to you," Westbrook urged. "If there is no opportunity to pass the ball to Su Bei, you must either pass it to another player or drive towards the basket." Donovan began to devise strategies, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety within. This was his first encounter with the Warriors in such a manner, and the season had only just commenced. Numerous matches awaited him on the horizon. Whether victory could be attained depended largely on the player's determination to strive. After all, he was acutely aware that the collective prowess of his players fell short in comparison to that of the Warriors. The Warriors boasted true titans: Green, Thompson, Curry, and Durant, individuals capable of triumphing over the Thunder even without tactical guidance from their coach. Moreover, other journalists, including Shaquille O'Neal, unanimously concurred that the Warriors were entirely capable of defeating the Thunder. This has ignited a sense of defiance among the other Thunder players, who are eager to witness how the Warriors intend to overcome them. Westbrook's eyes brim with unwavering determination as he fixates on Durant, resolutely vowing to guard him. He remains uncertain about the tactics Durant will employ in their matchup. In terms of height advantage, it is indeed quite effortless for Durant to prevail, given his considerable superiority over Westbrook. "Durant, do you possess confidence? I observe that Westbrook has been keenly watching you. There is absolutely no issue, shortly. You shall pass the ball to me." Durant is eager to engage. Upon hearing this, Curry nods in agreement. At this moment, the Golden State Warriors had possession of the ball, and Curry, along with his teammates, instinctively advanced towards the front court, dribbling the ball rhythmically. He cast a fleeting glance at Su Bei, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, Westbrook had inflicted damage upon the Warriors. And now Curry was eager to gauge the prowess of this Chinese player who had earned a starting position with the Thunder. Was he truly formidable? Curry pondered silently, then shook his head, allowing tranquility to wash over his gaze. After all, he recalled a time when he too was shorter, merely a three-point shooter. "Su Bei, we have matched up before. Do you genuinely believe you can surpass me? Let us not forget, we were once teammates, and I am well aware of your dribbling habits." Su Bei raised his head slightly, studying Curry. Deep down, he understood Curry well. His dribbling speed was indeed remarkable, yet he often employed behind-the-back maneuvers, particularly when faced with double teams favoring his right side, as his dominant hand was the right. "Do you think you are strong?" Su Bei taunted. "Curry, do not forget. When I first joined the Warriors, I played alongside you, and you were already defeated." A slight smile played on Su Bei's lips, as his intention was to provoke Curry. However, Curry seemed to have seen through Su Bei's antics, refraining from any rebuttal, and instead, he swiftly continued to dribble the ball. As anticipated, Curry maneuvered to the left, approaching Su Bei's defense. The young man's speed remains astonishingly swift. Truly, he is a formidable defensive stalwart. Following the departure of Su Bei, the Warriors have experienced a noticeable decline in their defensive prowess. In the previous match, Durant's presence provided them with substantial support. However, it is essential to acknowledge that Durant cannot consistently deliver such stellar performances, as every athlete experiences fluctuations in form. Should their performance falter, their only recourse to secure victory in this match would be to rely on their defense. This represents a shortcoming of the Warriors, yet many fail to perceive it, including other players. They tend to focus solely on the formidable offensive prowess of the Warriors, entirely neglecting their defensive capabilities. In fact, the Warriors of yesteryear boasted an exceptionally robust defense, with Su Bei being an integral part of that team. However, Su Bei has since departed from the Warriors. At the moment when Curry transfers the ball from his left hand to his right, he executes 2 successive behind-the-back dribbles. Could you possibly withstand me this time? Curry pondered to himself, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. As he matched up against the others, Curry exhibited no signs of tension whatsoever. With the ball in his right hand, he was already intent on making a breakthrough. At that moment, Su Bei suddenly appeared, a gentle smile gracing his face. Is this all the strength you possess? It seems you remain as unfortunate as ever, just as in the past. I have studied you for quite some time now. Yet you still cling to such habits. With players like you, how could the Warriors possibly win a match? As Su Bei spoke, his figure shifted, moving with an astonishing speed. The spectators in the arena, upon witnessing this, rose to their feet, eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really the Su Bei we knew before? How incredibly swift! They gasped as he executed a steal. That was Curry. He actually managed to intercept him. It's simply unbelievable. But wait, how did he accomplish that? It seemed as though he had anticipated Curry's dribbling in advance. Truly terrifying. The audience's eyes were agog, filled with astonishment. This player from Huaxia was indeed formidable. Previously, they had only glimpsed his highlights online, but now, witnessing his prowess in person, they could feel that his speed exceeded their wildest imaginations. Absolutely astounding. This is even more astonishing than Westbrook's previous performance. Upon witnessing it, Westbrook was left utterly stunned. Chapter 60. The Warriors players are dumbfounded. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. What kind of speed does this individual possess? His swiftness surpasses my wildest expectations. It is so astonishingly fast that I noticed even Curry failed to react in time. The crowd expressed their disbelief, their hearts filled with profound shock. Who could have anticipated that a player from China, who had spent some time with the Warriors, could transform into such a formidable figure? It is truly a terrifying sight. Such a player is truly a cunning strategist. At the onset, the score between the Warriors and the Thunder stands at 0-2. This left everyone in astonishment. They could hardly fathom how the Warriors were still trailing. Coach Kerr stood in a daze, his expression one of utter confusion. What on earth is happening? At that moment, they were utterly astounded. Coach Donovan had leapt up in exhilaration. It was about time they played this way. The Warriors' strength was not vastly different from their own. What lay ahead was a singular objective, to vanquish them decisively, to play with relentless fervor, for he was eager to see how the Warriors would counter their onslaught. Coach Donovan proclaimed loudly. The bench players, upon hearing this, were taken aback, unable to fathom that their coach could exhibit such enthusiasm in this moment. What exactly is going on? We are merely at the inception of this journey, and the conclusion of the competition is yet to unfold. Therefore, all we can do is fervently hope that Su Bei and his team can prevail, as we too are players belonging to the Thunder squad. I have an inkling that this iteration of the Warriors is rather unimpressive. Those individuals seem solely inclined to extol the prowess of the Warriors players without merit. Observing the current state of affairs, I find it rather mediocre, indeed exceedingly so. Meanwhile, the substitute players spoke, their gazes fixed upon Su Bei, imbued with a sense of reverence. At this moment, they truly comprehend the essence of genuine strength. Had they been in that situation, it is uncertain whether they could have intercepted Curry's ball and swiftly made a layup. Witnessing this unfold, Curry's expression suddenly transformed into one of tranquility. Yet an unsettling premonition lingered within him, the specifics of which remained elusive. Why would the Thunder entertain such thoughts at this juncture? Are they truly formidable opponents? Or is it perhaps because that player from Huaxia had once been his teammate? To this day, Curry still struggles to recall the specific skills and dribbling habits of the player before him, Su Bei. Despite his efforts to recollect, nothing comes to mind. We are at a loss as to what to do. If all else fails, Curry, just pass the ball to me, and I will take them on one-on-one. Durant softly suggested as he approached Curry, fully aware that if Curry were to face Su Bei, his height advantage would prove insufficient. Logically speaking, Curry's dribbling skills should far surpass those of Su Bei. How could he possibly discern Curry's dribbling so swiftly? This left Durant in a state of disbelief. However, at this moment, it bore no significance. It was merely the beginning. What did it matter to be trailing by 2 points? Even if they were down by 20. Durant felt no fear, for he understood he was up against an ordinary Thunder team, whose true capabilities were lacking. All right, Curry nodded. He then proceeded to dribble continuously towards the front court, first asking Green to set a screen. Green, possessing remarkable speed from years of playing alongside Curry, executed the play with seamless synergy. Upon witnessing this, Thompson sprinted to the arc to receive the ball, while Curry made his move downward. At that moment, Durant was being guarded by Westbrook. Hey, kid, how does it feel to be on the Warriors? Your skills remain as lackluster as ever. This season is all about defeating your Warriors, making you realize just how painful and regretful it is to have left us, Westbrook shouted fervently. Yet Durant seemed unfazed, his demeanor emanating a calmness amidst the turmoil. Is this truly your prowess, Westbrook? You will never comprehend the correctness of my choice to join the Warriors. In our time with the Thunder, we could have won this game, but who could have predicted the multitude of errors you made that cost us the match? Do you know how deeply that haunts me? Durant retorted, his eyes reflecting a flicker of anger. Suddenly, leveraging Curry's screen, he surged towards the arc, receiving Thompson's pass, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. At that instant, Westbrook, having been momentarily hindered by Curry's screen, found himself too late to catch up to Durant. From the top of the arc, Durant unleashed a three-point shot. Due to his height, Su Bei was unable to contest effectively. The basketball glided from Durant's fingertips, tracing a graceful arc through the air. The audience below, captivated by the sight, turned their eyes towards the ball, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Throughout these recent games, they had come to recognize Durant's significant role within the Warriors, dispelling the notion that he merely sought to ride on the coattails of others. Durant truly embodied the essence of a star player. With a swish, the three-pointer found its mark, solidifying his impact on the game. This is Durant. Even if Curry fails to score, what does it matter? For here stands Durant, whose prowess surpasses their wildest imaginations. Upon witnessing Durant's triumph after a successful shot, he cast a glance at Westbrook. Is this truly your defensive capability? If this is the case, I must assert that I shall amass a full 60 points here, allowing you to comprehend the magnitude of my greatness. This is my true ability, Westbrook, something you shall never learn in your lifetime. I suggest you return to practicing your basketball skills. Playing with those children may suffice for you. The score between the Warriors and the Thunder stands at 3-2. Their eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. Curry patted Durant on the shoulder and softly remarked once more. He never anticipated Durant could perform so admirably, especially against his former team, ultimately showing no mercy. Not only Curry, but even Coach Kerr displayed a flicker of admiration upon witnessing this. Indeed, Durant is his favorite player. His scoring is remarkably consistent, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. If only a few more players possessed Durant's caliber, he could lead the Warriors to establish a true dynasty. Coach Kerr pondered internally, his eyes filled with a glimmer of anticipation. Establishing such a dynasty is no simple feat, yet with the likes of Curry and Thompson, it poses no challenge at all. Even if LeBron and Irving were to join forces, they might still falter against the combination of Curry and Durant. Durant! 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 The crowd roared, their eyes brimming with fervor. They seemed to regard Durant as the team's primary scorer, though the true core remains in Curry, for he is the foundation upon which the Warriors were built. Upon hearing the crowd's chant, Durant beamed with delight, celebrating as he surveyed the audience. Westbrook, meanwhile, advanced the ball into the offensive zone, with Durant closely pursuing him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Is this your strength? Since my departure from the Thunder, I observe that your speed has not improved, and your dribbling skills remain merely average, unchanged from the past, never advancing at all. If this persists in the playoffs, you shall face defeat once more. Durant observed Westbrook's ball handling with an air of confidence, as if he had discerned the intricacies of Westbrook's offensive strategy. He recognized that aside from Westbrook's efforts, the only remaining threat came from that player of Huaxia. As long as the Warriors could effectively neutralize the offensive prowess of these two individuals, victory would be firmly within their grasp. Are you still uncertain about my dribbling skills? He inquired. In contrast, I must say, your three-point shooting leaves much to be desired. Oh, yet we currently lead you by a point. How do you account for that? Westbrook retorted. Your ball handling is inferior to that of my grandmother. Perhaps it would be best for you to forego the playoffs altogether, as you are truly embarrassing yourselves. Moreover, should the audience witness your abilities, they might very well regret purchasing tickets to watch you play. A broad smile adorned Durant's face. He relished not only in his superior scoring capabilities over Westbrook, but also in maintaining an upper hand in their verbal exchange. This is the obsession of Durant. After departing from the Thunder, the brotherly bond between the two had irrevocably fractured, leaving them as mere strangers upon their encounters. In truth, Westbrook harbored deep resentment towards Durant, having once regarded him as a brother. Who could have anticipated such treachery from one's own kin? In hindsight, such talent seems utterly futile. After expressing his thoughts, Westbrook, utilizing Adams' screen, charged into the paint, confronting Green's defense with unwavering fearlessness, seemingly intent on colliding with that man. He had long held disdain for Green, who epitomized the villain within the league. It was not merely Westbrook who looked down on him. Every player on the Thunder shared this sentiment. For Green was prone to reckless and injurious maneuvers. No one could predict when he would resort to such actions, instilling fear among them. Upon witnessing Westbrook's advance, Green revealed a menacing grin, his eyes brimming with malice. He felt compelled to confront Westbrook head-on. Initially unprepared, Green nearly toppled under Westbrook's charge. After taking a brief respite, he returned to the court, acutely aware that this moment was witnessed by all. It could be said that whenever this game is recalled, Green would undoubtedly be the first mentioned, having narrowly avoided being knocked over by Westbrook. Others felt trepidation, as this was their first encounter with the Thunder's intensity. Yet in the next moment, as Westbrook soared high, he refrained from attacking the rim, instead passing the ball to the corner where Su Bei awaited. Lo and behold, Westbrook actually passed to Su Bei, leaving the fans in a state of disbelief, their faces reflecting astonishment. They could hardly fathom such an occurrence, especially since Westbrook was the linchpin of the Thunder's offense. As a core player, he wielded the authority of boundless offensive prowess. Even a mistake would bear no consequence. Yet now, there seemed to be no recourse. They understood that Westbrook frequently distributed the ball, rendering others incapable of halting his plays. It was not just the spectators. Even Curry and Durant were equally taken aback. How could Westbrook alter his playing style? It was unexpected. If this continued, victory seemed unattainable for them. Observing the unfolding events, Su Bei decisively took a shot, his gaze resolute. With a swift motion, the three-pointer sailed through the air and found its mark. Su Bei's shooting speed was impressive. Just moments ago, when Iguodala attempted to intercept, it was already too late. Su Bei looked at him and shook his head, his face radiating sheer delight. In just the first minute of the game, Su Bei had already scored 5 points. The other players of the Warriors were utterly incapable of containing this remarkable player. Furthermore, Su Bei had nearly intercepted Curry's dribble just moments prior, leaving Curry to realize that this Chinese player had undergone a remarkable transformation. This is truly unbelievable. The score between the Warriors and the Thunder stands at 3-5. The Warriors are once again being suppressed, leaving them astonished at the difficulty of their start. How are you playing like this? To find themselves in such a predicament now. It seems inevitable that the Warriors will succumb to the Thunder unless they can summon every ounce of their energy. Look at you all. Coach Kerr never anticipated that they would struggle against an ordinary Thunder team to this extent, and this is merely the beginning. Chapter 61. The true strength of the Warriors. He could hardly believe that they are still trailing by 2 points at this juncture. It is simply astonishing, as the Warriors have never encountered a game like this before. While the other players of the Warriors have performed admirably against the Thunder, all engaging in vigorous defense. Who could have foreseen that player from Huashi scoring 5 points single-handedly? Curry attempted to defend, but could not keep pace with his rhythm, and his speed was no match for the opponents. Moreover, the Huashi player possesses a height advantage over him, which complicates matters for Coach Kerr, who is well aware that this player's true weakness lies in his ability to break through. However, it appears that his strength undeniably lies in his three-point shooting, a skill he has demonstrated against the Thunder. This left Coach Kerr in disbelief if the situation continued in this manner. It was highly probable that they would find themselves trailing by the end of the first quarter, which would pose a significant challenge. However, dwelling on such matters proved futile. The only course of action available to them was to excel in this game, whether they fell behind in the first or second quarter. Their objective remained clear: to emerge victorious. After the Warriors called a timeout, each player was imbued with a fierce determination. They had not anticipated the current outcome and could only focus on performing well in this match. It was imperative that they take the lead over the Thunder in the first quarter to demonstrate their true strength. Durant approached Curry and gently patted him on the shoulder, advising, "Do not let anxiety overwhelm you. What we seek is the result of this game, not to be consumed by impatience. Let us not forget that our Warriors have yet to face defeat. Can a mere Thunder truly overcome us? Do you believe that is likely?" Durant's gaze fixed on Curry, who was oblivious to the fact that the Thunder's capabilities had evolved. Even his former close ally, Westbrook, had modified his approach. Judging by Westbrook's recent drive, it was evident that he would have previously charged towards Green for a layup, driven by an unquenchable competitive spirit. Now, however, Westbrook's true strength appeared to be in supporting his teammate, the Chinese player Su Bei, which surprised Durant somewhat. Is this the Chinese player? How can he possess such extraordinary strength? Moreover, I never anticipated such a dramatic transformation in him over the past year. Durant pondered silently, utterly astonished. He was contemplating the means by which he could possibly overcome this Chinese player, realizing that it was imperative to restrict his scoring. Otherwise, if this continued, the player would undoubtedly become exceedingly hot-handed, leading to complications down the line. We shall take our time. I firmly believe that our Warriors can triumph in this match. Although the Bulls lost, I sensed that they underestimated this Chinese player. Had they focused entirely on him, perhaps they would not have succumbed to defeat. The final buzzer beater, which allowed the Chinese player to shoot, was indeed astonishing. The Thunder's head coach is truly remarkable. My admiration for them continues to grow. As Durant observed the Chinese player, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. He was eager to see what skills this player would employ to break through their defenses. After all, the Warriors were merely trailing by 2 points. Coach Kerr felt a hint of anxiety, yet there was no real concern among the players. None felt genuine panic, and they remained patient in their approach. Upon returning to the court, Curry first discussed strategic plays with Green, primarily focusing on setting screens for him. Your speed must be swift. The Thunder's defensive pace exceeded our expectations. When Green is tasked with defending Westbrook, he should know what to do, right? Moreover, the coach is at our home ground. Curry smiled faintly at Green. Upon hearing this, Green momentarily paused. Well aware of Curry's intentions after having played alongside him for so long, he understood he needed to guard Westbrook, and the earlier encounter had left a significant impression on him. All right, no problem at all. This is where my true strengths lie. I can easily defend against this Chinese player as well. Let us not forget that in the past, the Chinese player from Su Bei was quite wary of me. I truly wish to take on the challenge. Curry shook his head. I'll handle this guy. You focus on defending Westbrook. Understood. The Warriors now possess the ball. After Curry advances it into the front court, before he can even strategize, Green has already dashed forward to set a screen for him. Within the entire Warriors roster, there is not a single player who dares to disregard Curry's commands. After obstructing Su Bei, a slight smirk appears at the corner of Green's mouth. With a lineup like yours, do you truly believe you can compete with us? That is nothing short of a fantasy. Perhaps you should return home and practice diligently. What a disgrace. Without hesitation, Green taunts him, his eyes brimming with disdain. Such a player was once deemed expendable within the Warriors. Even if he were to join the Thunder, what transformation could possibly occur? Ultimately, it would merely amount to a few three-point shots. For the team that truly clinched the championship, this held no significance whatsoever. Moreover, they boasted 2 exceptional sharpshooters, one being Curry and the other Thompson, whose three-point shooting prowess far surpassed that of the Huaxiao player. Upon hearing this, Su Bei did not engage in rebuttal. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered around Green to pursue Curry. At this moment, Curry dribbled the ball with remarkable speed, intent on penetrating the Thunder's interior to gauge whether Adams could indeed thwart him. Should Adams falter in his defense, it would allow Curry's teammates to relentlessly assault the Thunder's paint. After all, Curry sensed the formidable strength of the Thunder's perimeter defense, yet their interior appeared vulnerable. His eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for victory. Concurrently, Durant surged towards the lane, eager to discover if Adams could withstand their advance. The two exchanged a brief glance. Upon realizing their approach, Adams felt a twinge of anxiety, as he was uncertain how to defend against the simultaneous charge of Durant and Curry towards the basket. His immediate instinct was to disrupt Curry's dribble, preventing him from easily reaching the hoop. Adams swiftly lunged forward, attempting to interfere with Curry's ball control. Just then, a subtle smile crept across Curry's lips as he passed the ball to Durant. The spectators gasped in astonishment. It was evident that the Warriors still relied heavily on Curry, the true linchpin of the team. This year, they were destined to claim the championship. Naturally, one mustn't forget that this is our home team. No other squad could possibly surpass the Warriors. Thus far, no team has triumphed over them, although they have yet to face LeBron and his crew. Otherwise, one would need to closely observe the dynamic between these two teams. Could the Cavaliers, led by LeBron and Irving, emerge victorious against the Warriors? The audience could sense the seismic shift that occurred after Durant joined the Warriors. In recent regular season games, the Warriors have dominated their opponents with an overwhelming force, showing no signs of fear even against the second-ranked Rockets in the West. They firmly believed that this year's championship would rightfully belong to them, the indomitable Warriors. Adams, too, exhibited remarkable speed, rapidly closing in on Curry. Yet, who could have anticipated that Curry's possession would vanish? His expression shifted abruptly to one of confusion and shock. What on earth is happening? Where did the ball in his hand go? Adams' gaze fell on the perimeter, yet he did not observe any other players from the Warriors attempting to retrieve the ball. This left him in a state of profound confusion, uncertain about where their ball had been passed or if it had vanished altogether. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Adams. The presence was immensely powerful, and his gaze was imbued with a hint of murderous intent. With a resounding clang, the hoop lamented. At that moment, Adams sensed something amiss. He had never anticipated that Durant had already seized the ball behind him. Before Adams could even turn around, Durant had already executed a thunderous dunk into the basket. This left him feeling bewildered. How on earth did this guy accomplish that? Adams was utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Durant's speed would surpass his expectations. After merely receiving Curry's pass, he made a direct leap towards their side. Durant chuckled softly, gazing at Adams as he uttered a few words. "It is not so easy to guard me, my friend. Keep pushing, young man, and defend well." A smile adorned Durant's face as his gaze shifted towards Curry. This is the true essence of speed. The score between the Warriors and the Thunder stands at 6-5. At this moment, the Warriors have gained the upper hand. Upon witnessing this, the other players rose in unison, their eyes filled with a hint of reverence. Whenever the situation proved challenging, Durant consistently managed to break through and score. This is the Durant of the Warriors, even more formidable than his previous incarnation with the Thunder, growing stronger with each passing year. However, the Thunder boasts a wealth of promising talent, and had they managed to retain Durant, alongside the likes of Su Bei and Westbrook, they could have truly been a powerhouse this year. Alas, it is indeed a pity no one anticipated Durant's decision to join the Warriors. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence now. I am eager to see which team, Thunder or Warriors, will ultimately triumph in this match. In the live broadcast, Yang Yi observed the unfolding scene with a smile. He was curious about the Thunder's strategy to counter the Warriors, noting that during the initial 5 minutes, all points were scored by Su Bei, a player from Huaxia. Yet, no other player managed to contribute, underscoring the Warriors' exceptional defensive prowess. Although Su Bei possesses remarkable scoring ability, if he finds himself surrounded by the Warriors, his effectiveness may diminish. Much like Curry in his prime, whose shooting accuracy faltered when closely guarded by 1 or 2 defenders. Under defensive pressure, coupled with physical fatigue, his three-point shooting percentage would inevitably decline. Durant, your performance is truly outstanding. We should strive to maintain this level of play. If I find myself without any open opportunities, I will refrain from attempting a three-pointer. However, remain vigilant. The Thunder are well aware of your playing habits. If we continue like this, they will surely catch on, Curry remarked, casting a glance at Durant. Their primary objective is to secure victory in this match. As time progressed, the Thunder struggled to find anyone capable of stepping up. Even Su Bei's three-pointer was facilitated by a screen, but ultimately it was Westbrook who fiercely drove to the basket, completing a three-point play. Westbrook's ability to penetrate defenses is undeniably strong. Even with Durant defending him, he still managed to score. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Warriors firmly established dominance over the Thunder, bolstered by the combined efforts of their three core players, leading to a significant increase in scoring. Ultimately, at the end of the first quarter, the scoreboard reflected a decisive 37-15 in favor of the Warriors, a full 22 points ahead of the Thunder. This has left the other players of the Thunder feeling that defeat is inevitable. Chapter 62, Counterattack. Indeed, the Thunder did not anticipate that they would ultimately find themselves trailing by a full 22 points. What kind of defense are you playing? You allow the Warriors players to penetrate at will? Interior players, can you not be a bit tougher? Do you even know how many rebounds you have squandered? Regardless of the circumstances, you must staunchly defend against them. They must not be allowed to break through with ease. If this continues, we will be utterly overwhelmed by halftime. Coach Donovan's gaze was filled with a hint of menace, as if he longed to reprimand the interior players severely. Adams and several of the forwards lowered their heads, their faces reflecting a sense of helplessness. They truly did not expect the Warriors to launch such a frenzied assault on their interior defense. Most crucially, their speed exceeded anything they had anticipated. Before Adams could even regain his footing, the Warriors had already initiated their counterattack. Such velocity was draining his stamina. He was utterly perplexed by how those players managed to execute their counterattacks with such rapidity and efficacy. Su Bei, we now need your three-point shots. Do not rush. Even if we are trailing by 22 points, we have faced similar deficits in previous games and still emerged victorious. The Warriors' most formidable players are undoubtedly Durant and Curry. Currently, Curry's three-point shooting has yet to fully ignite. They primarily rely on Durant's drives, which either result in fouls or successful penetrations into our interior defense. Our only recourse now is to unlock your three-point shooting, once you find your rhythm from beyond the arc. I am confident the Warriors will not be able to dominate us utterly. Coach Donovan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he had placed all his hopes on Su Bei. I am well aware of this, but I am being closely guarded by Curry, making it quite challenging. You would do well to set some screens for me, otherwise it will be difficult for me to find space for a shot or to control the game effectively. Su Bei gently spoke, his gaze settling on Westbrook, considering the latter's propensity for ball control. However, he was also acutely aware of Westbrook's formidable off-ball prowess. If he were to take on the role of ball handler, there might still be an opportunity for meaningful engagement. Westbrook's ferocity in penetrating the paint was substantial, and the Warriors might find it challenging to thwart his advances. I will entrust the ball to you, Westbrook. Now, take charge for a quarter. I shall endeavor to play off the ball and observe the results. We must assess our strategy, for we have but 3 quarters remaining. If we manage to secure a victory, that would be commendable. Otherwise, it serves as an opportunity to refine our lineup. Westbrook displayed no signs of panic, placing all his hopes in Su Bei, believing that Su Bei's three-point shooting was far more reliable than his own. His primary concern lay in Durant's defensive prowess, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Durant's height and innate talent far surpassed Westbrook's capabilities. This was their final chance. In the Penguin Live broadcast, Yang watched the unfolding match and shook his head. Perceiving the Warriors' offensive capabilities as vastly superior to those of the Thunder, rendering them almost incomparable. If this trend continued, the Warriors would decisively dominate the Thunder by halftime. The subsequent events hinged on whether the Thunder could mount a comeback. Yet Westbrook found himself effectively contained by Durant, whose skills exceeded expectations. Had Durant not been on the Warriors, it might have been a different story against the Thunder. Yang noted that Durant had already amassed 13 points in the first quarter, underscoring his significant impact on the Warriors. Wang Ming, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. This is the essence of Durant's influence. Had he reached the Western Conference Finals last year, he might have engaged in a thrilling contest with LeBron and Irving. If not for Thompson's scorching three-point shooting at that time, the Thunder might have bested the Warriors. What a pity. However, with Durant now on the Warriors, I sense that this season's championship team may very well be them. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was eager for the Warriors to seize this year's title, especially after their previous near miss and the shadow cast by the Cavaliers. The caliber of last year's championship was exceptionally high, with LeBron and Irving clearly outmatching them. One could only hope that the Warriors could triumph over this year's LeBron. Upon hearing this, Yang couldn't help but smile faintly. In truth, he was well aware that since Durant joined the Warriors, defeating them had become an insurmountable challenge for James. Durant alone could effectively defend against James, while others would likely struggle against his overwhelming individual prowess. As the second quarter commenced, Su Bei of the Thunder team slowly dribbled the ball to the front court. Coach Kerr, observing this, wore a triumphant smirk at the corner of his lips. His team was already leading by a staggering 22 points. Did the Thunder truly believe they could stage a comeback? Even if given the opportunity, victory remained an illusion. Did they think the Warriors were mere spectators? The Warriors' players were far more formidable than imagined. Curry and Durant relentlessly assaulted the Thunder's interior, leaving their defense in disarray. No one could withstand the onslaught of these two superstars. See that? These are the true cornerstones of our Warriors. Curry and Durant are simply unstoppable. This is the MVP caliber dominance I envisioned. This year, our Warriors will undoubtedly overpower James and his team. Let's see who dares stand in our way now. The fans erupted in deafening chants, their voices reverberating throughout the arena. MVP. 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 Especially when Curry took the spotlight. None had anticipated such overwhelming home court advantage. The crowd had descended into pure frenzy. No longer questioning whether the Warriors would win, they now fixated on the margin of victory over the Thunder. The only uncertainty was how merciless the Warriors' triumph would be. This reflects an absolute confidence on the part of the Warriors. Upon witnessing this, the head coach of the Thunder gradually wore a somber expression. After all, this is their home court, and the advantage is undeniably significant. This similarly affects the performances of players such as Su Bei and Westbrook. Upon bringing the ball into the front court, Westbrook surprisingly took the initiative to set a screen for Su Bei, who then made a direct drive towards the free throw line of the Warriors. At this moment, Curry instinctively retreated backward, sensing Su Bei's intention to drive past him for a breakthrough. Yet in the very next instant, Su Bei pulled back abruptly. Damn, this individual is truly a cunning one. Curry's gaze has already shifted. He never anticipated that the Chinese player before him would exhibit such skillful play. Thus, Curry had no choice but to hastily leap forward. Yet, in that very moment, Su Bei executed a feint, a deceptive shooting motion. It was executed with astonishing speed. The audacity of this fellow to attempt a shot. Today, I shall secure a genuine block. A faint smile graced Curry's lips. He could scarcely believe this individual would succeed in scoring before him. With a leap, he lunged towards Su Bei. In that moment, Su Bei hastily retracted the ball, a subtle and enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. As he soared into the air, he collided directly with Curry, and with the last vestiges of his strength, he hurled the ball. Swish! The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a 2+1 as he pointed. Upon witnessing this, Curry was left utterly befuddled. He rushed to the referee, exclaiming in desperation, "This was intentional. I didn't even touch him. Why is it another foul?" The referee paid him no heed, merely directing his gaze towards the head referee. Foul. Curry was left dumbstruck, devoid of recourse. Had others witnessed it, they too would have deemed it a foul. Although Su Bei had deliberately orchestrated the infraction, Curry had fallen for the ruse, resulting in a 2+1 situation. The other players felt a profound sense of helplessness, particularly those from the Warriors, who began to question how their referees could have become so biased. Why were they not receiving support? Even Green felt an urge to confront the referee, eager to discern the origins of such blatant unfairness. How egregious! Meanwhile, Su Bei remained unfazed, stepping up to the free throw line. Thump, thump, thump. After dribbling the ball twice, swish, he sank the free throw. The score stood at 37-28, with 19 points remaining. Yet, this was merely the second quarter, and they were gradually making headway. The other Thunder players, witnessing this, became increasingly exhilarated. They believed that as long as they played steadily and minimized errors, they could certainly close the 22-point gap. Su Bei, you are playing splendidly. This is how we should confront them, to let them grasp the strength we possess. We must make it unequivocally clear that our Thunder team is formidable. Additionally, we should strive to penetrate the paint. Having secured a three-pointer from the perimeter, I shall seize any opportunity to shoot when unguarded. Without a doubt. Westbrook, the interior is yours to dominate. Even if Durant defends you, do your utmost to collide with him and draw a foul. In such a scenario, he would not exert himself fully in defense, as he fears committing another foul, especially considering it is only the second quarter. If he continues to foul, he might find himself ejected before reaching the fourth quarter. Su Bei gazed at Westbrook earnestly, expressing confidence that the players leading the Thunder could indeed triumph over the Warriors. Meanwhile, Coach Kerr cautioned Curry, urging him to be wary of that young man. That fellow was the one who had previously caused Rondo to be ejected. You must not behave foolishly like Rondo did. Our ultimate aim is to secure victory in this match. And the crucial point is that we have discovered a strategy to overcome the Thunder. I understand, Coach. Having made a mistake once, I shall not err again. Curry replied softly, then inadvertently shifted his gaze to Su Bei, his eyes reflecting a sense of determination. He had never anticipated that this player from Huaxia could provoke a foul against him. In other matches, he had rarely committed fouls at all. This aspect is indeed distinct, for he can perceive that the young man from Huaxia before him possesses a profound understanding of his character. The match is becoming increasingly captivating. In truth, if the Warriors were to continuously secure victories, it would not bode well for Curry, as it is imperative for them to identify the team's shortcomings in order to rectify their weaknesses. However, thus far, other teams exhibit even greater flaws, leaving Curry in a state of disbelief. At present, there appears to be no solution. They must first seize this game and then reflect upon it later. Gradually, Curry advances the ball to the front court, utilizing Durant's screen to launch a three-pointer with remarkable swiftness. Even if Su Bei attempts to intercept, it is evident that the ball has already left Curry's hands. It is utterly astonishing. The crowd is in a state of shock, with fans rising to their feet, their eyes ablaze with fervor. This is their true core player, their idol, Curry. He embodies the MVP in my heart. His prowess is simply unparalleled. Merely having crossed half-court and employing a screen to execute a three-pointer, such a player is a rarity in the league. Chapter 63. Unable to defend against Curry. His three-point shooting surpasses our expectations. This year, Curry leads the Warriors, and they might very well clinch the championship title. It is unfathomable to consider the scene if they were to triumph this season. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Yang Yi remarked softly, his eyes reflecting admiration, acknowledging that the current era of small ball was indeed pioneered by Curry. No one possesses a three-point shot as formidable as his. Beside him, Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is remarkably strong. That recent play is something few NBA players can replicate. It demands immense confidence. Furthermore, did you observe that someone actively set a screen for Curry? His personal charisma has sparked a wave of astonishment throughout the arena, leaving one in disbelief. If this continues, the Thunder will gradually find themselves distanced in the score, and by halftime, a sense of despair is already palpable. How will they respond? Yang Yi's tone carried a hint of concern, as he genuinely wished to witness how the Thunder might stem the Warriors' momentum. If this persists, they will find it nearly impossible to narrow the score gap. There seems to be no viable solution. It is not just the Thunder. Even other teams might struggle against the Warriors, let alone the Thunder themselves. The second-ranked Rockets also succumbed to the Warriors. But what options do they have? The other players of the Thunder were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Curry would attempt a shot, especially from over a step beyond the three-point line. The swiftness of his release was remarkable, and yet he succeeded in making the basket. It is truly astonishing. What manner of creature is this? The other players have turned their gazes towards Curry, their eyes filled with profound shock. Westbrook's expression reveals a hint of reluctance. If this continues, the momentum of the Thunder will be utterly extinguished. Curse it. How can that fellow Curry be so formidable? In addition to Curry, there is also Durant, that exceptional scorer. Together, they loom over them like titans, firmly suppressing their efforts. It is unimaginable. One can only ponder how powerful they would be in the playoffs. Meanwhile, Su Bei's gaze remains remarkably calm. He understands that his sole focus must be on performing well in this quarter, dismissing all other thoughts, lest they lead to distraction. Westbrook, fret not. We shall take our time, gradually narrowing the score. Let us not forget, our Thunder team has often thrived despite being at a disadvantage in previous matches. Regardless, we must not lose our confidence. We must continue to fight valiantly. If others believe we cannot win, it is imperative that we prove them wrong, demonstrating that the Thunder is far from a weak team. After hearing Su Bei's words, Westbrook instinctively patted his shoulder, his eyes ignited with renewed determination. Su Bei is correct. We cannot allow others to look down upon our Thunder. What if Durant has departed? We remain capable of leading the team to the playoffs. Those onlookers can scarcely imagine the scorching touch Curry possesses at present. The Warriors are destined to triumph in this match, while the Thunder have yet to display their absolute superiority. Victory seems improbable, especially on our home court. We must let them understand the vast chasm that exists between the Warriors and themselves, for the Warriors stand as a unique entity among all teams. The fans proudly declare, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction, grateful for the advantage their home court provides. The Thunder's head coach, witnessing this scene, has become utterly flustered. He never anticipated the resurgence of the duo, Curry and Durant. Indeed, it is quite a formidable challenge. Even with the presence of a player like Curry, the situation was relatively simpler in the past. However, now that Durant has forsaken them, the Thunder have found their way to the Warriors. The Warriors have surged to the pinnacle of the league, leaving no room for error. Even the Eastern Conference teams might struggle to contend with the Warriors. Yet, the Thunder find themselves at a loss, their other players buoyed by Su Bei's encouragement. For their only recourse is to focus on the game at hand rather than on extraneous matters. Their singular objective is to secure victory, a duty that befits any player. As the Thunder gained possession, Westbrook passed the ball to Su Bei and sprinted to the corner, creating space for a one-on-one confrontation between Su Bei and Curry. Durant closely shadowed Westbrook, fixated on him, fearful of the prospect of Westbrook cutting to the basket unimpeded. Pursuing him under such circumstances would not be an easy feat thus. He was compelled to disrupt Westbrook's rhythm. You might as well abandon all hope of winning this game. With Curry and me on the court, we could dismantle you in the first half alone. The subsequent stages will not be any easier for you. As you can see, we are staunchly defending your two core players, and even the player from Huaxiao may struggle to sink a three-pointer. I advise you to concede after the first half. It would be less humiliating, and it would also showcase the formidable strength of our Warriors bench. A slight smirk graced Durant's lips as he regarded Westbrook, exuding confidence. No team could surpass the might of the Warriors. Although the Bulls had previously succumbed to the Thunder, they recognized that it was merely a narrow defeat at the buzzer. Given another opportunity, the Thunder might find themselves unable to overcome the Bulls' trio of stars. Initially, the prowess of the Chinese player was overlooked. However, the situation has markedly changed. Coach Kerr of the Warriors has recognized this player's formidable scoring ability, particularly his three-point shooting. Should the defense succeed in curbing his perimeter shots, it is uncertain whether this Chinese player can exert the same influence as he did in prior games. Consequently, the primary player, Curry, has been assigned to staunchly guard this Chinese talent. Coach K is eager to observe how many points this player can accumulate when faced with Curry's defense. At this moment, Su Bei possesses the ball, gazing at Curry with a slight smile. What does it matter that Curry is defending him? After all, Curry's height is less than his own. In the next instant, Su Bei adopts a triple threat stance, attempting to shift Curry's center of gravity. Yet, Curry merely retreats a half step. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bei leaps to his maximum height before releasing the shot. They find themselves utterly helpless, even if Curry attempts to block the shot. He realizes that his height and jumping ability are insufficient to contest the ball. Anger flashes across his face. What sort of monster is this? He has never witnessed a Chinese player with such remarkable leaping ability, especially one shooting from the apex of his jump. Damn it! How on earth did this fellow manage it? Not only was Curry astounded, but even Durant, observing from a distance, was suddenly reminded of his own shooting. He could hardly fathom that this player, skiing with such audacity, dared to execute such a move, merely because he noticed that Curry was shorter than him. Westbrook, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile faintly, his gaze filled with a hint of admiration. Do you truly believe you can prevail? I must remind you, Su Bei is our Thunder team's finest three-point shooter, boasting a shooting percentage that rivals Curry's. I am eager to see whether this game will witness more three-pointers from Curry or from my good brother Su Bei. Just as the two were conversing, the basketball swished through the net. They never anticipated that Su Bei would boldly face Curry and take a shot, catching Curry off guard as he watched Su Bei sink the three-pointer. In this moment, Su Bei emerged as the savior of the Thunder team, providing them with much-needed relief. Upon witnessing this, the other players rushed towards Su Bei, applauding and exchanging high-fives. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Su Bei had become the core player of the Thunder. It was truly astonishing. When did Su Bei's prowess become so formidable? Faced with Curry's defense, he audaciously took a jump shot, a choice that would typically lead other players to opt for a drive. Fully aware of Curry's relatively diminutive and slender frame, who could have anticipated that Su Bei would carve out an alternative path, launching a three-pointer with such unshakable confidence? A trait not possessed by every athlete? This exemplifies the confidence of a sharpshooter, undeniably powerful. Yang Yi in the Penguin Live broadcast room lauded this development, remarking that such a scenario rendered the match increasingly captivating. Otherwise, it would have dwindled into monotony, particularly as they observed the Thunder gradually narrowing the score gap. They could empathize with the situation. Although the Thunder had merely two reliable scoring options, they paled in comparison to the Warriors' trio of stars. In truth, the Warriors boasted a quartet of formidable talents. Overcoming them was no easy feat. Among the teams capable of trading blows with the Warriors, the Rockets stood out. Yet their true form remained elusive. At times, they displayed remarkable prowess, while at others, they faltered unexpectedly, embodying a blend of brilliance and mediocrity. If they did not promptly recalibrate their performance, they risked being trampled by the Warriors in the impending playoffs. Nevertheless, this season, the Rockets had performed commendably, firmly holding the second position in the Western Conference. Now, the focus shifted to the Thunder's performance. Their strength could be deemed limited, but one wondered if they could unleash their potential when faced with such formidable opponents. Yang Yi, observing the game broadcast, expressed a glimmer of concern in his gaze. Currently, Su Bei stood as the sole representative of Chinese players. If he could deliver an outstanding performance, it would be ideal. His individual skills were commendable, and his contributions to the team were significant, yet he was now up against the Warriors. Scoring against a superstar like Durant was no simple task. That swift response to the previous point was truly remarkable. This took them by surprise. The Warriors struggled in one-on-one situations, unable to contend with Su Bei unless they prevented him from defending. The Thunder's head coach addressed Westbrook, and the other players nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su Bei's undeniable individual prowess. The last time they faced him, he outmatched each of them in isolation, leaving no one victorious. It was utterly terrifying. At this moment, all they could do was watch Su Bei engage in one-on-one plays, which, while exhausting his stamina, also allowed him to score. Westbrook, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully and shifted his gaze to Su Bei, sensing his fierce determination. Particularly during his encounters with Curry, Su Bei exceeded all expectations. Faced with Curry, he executed pull-up three-pointers effortlessly, something no other player dared to attempt due to their fear of Curry. However, Su Bei felt exhilaration each time he faced him, a genuine thrill. "Curry, you must remain cautious," warned the coach. "That player from Huaxia possesses commendable individual skills. If we allow him space, he will continue to exploit one-on-one opportunities. That would be quite troublesome." Curry's face betrayed frustration. He never anticipated that a player from Huaxia could score over him, especially in isolation. Was it truly impossible to defend against a player from Huaxia? Chapter 64. Scoring over you. Coach Kerr, witnessing the scene before him, displayed a mix of helplessness and disbelief. He had not expected this Huaxia player to be so formidable, particularly against someone of Curry's caliber, boldly taking shots over him. Was this Huaxia player truly disregarding Curry's presence? This should exemplify the prowess of these individuals. However, the photographer for the Chinese player had previously been known for frequent blunders during his time with the Warriors. Yet, upon joining the Thunder, Coach Kerr was utterly taken aback by the remarkable performance of this player. Particularly in one-on-one matchups, the Chinese player, Su Bei, proved to be on par with Curry. Impossible. This is absolutely unfathomable. How could that Chinese player be so formidable? I refuse to believe it. I am confident that Curry from the Warriors will prevail in this contest. Beyond Curry, Durant was also effectively subduing Westbrook. The two, having played against each other before, were well acquainted with each other's playing styles. Nevertheless, thus far, Westbrook struggled to contain Durant, whose shooting ability far surpassed that of Westbrook. The spectators, filled with anticipation, expressed their hopes for the Warriors to secure victory in this match. "Curry, do not harbor any concerns. We will undoubtedly win this game. That Chinese player merely made a three-pointer in front of you. Perhaps it was simply a stroke of luck." Durant reassured Curry. If the ball were not handled adeptly, it would be entrusted to Durant, as they believed he could undoubtedly defeat Westbrook. After all, within the Thunder, they did not think anyone could effectively limit Durant. Curry nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes radiating determination. He was astonished by the prowess of that Chinese player. Intriguing, quite fascinating. However, since he had made a three-pointer in my presence, I shall respond in kind. I am eager to see if this Chinese player can indeed outperform me. Curry murmured to himself, filled with a sense of indignation, vowing to reclaim his honor through his own efforts rather than relying on the contributions of others. He possessed the capability to vanquish that Chinese player. Thus far, the Warriors had clearly surpassed their opponents. There was little concern within the ranks of the Warriors. In the ensuing match, Curry erupted with vigor. Each time he utilized green screens, he confidently launched three-pointers, reveling in the thrill of the game. The other fans, witnessing this spectacle, rose to their feet, their eyes brimming with fervor. This is the true essence of the Warriors. No wonder Curry was able to reach the finals last year. Even a three-pointer like this is beyond the Thunder's defense. After exchanging glances, Westbrook and Su both turned their attention to Curry, completely unprepared for his explosive performance in this match. In the first quarter, Curry's shooting percentage was not as impressive as expected, with Durant single-handedly sustaining the team. This is a true athlete. Curry's three-point shooting is even more formidable than you can imagine. By the second half, you will truly grasp the caliber of player Curry is. Coach Kerr murmured, his eyes reflecting admiration. His favorite player is undoubtedly Curry, for no other athlete can match his intensity during practice. One can only imagine the tremendous effort Curry has invested to hone such extraordinary shooting skills. How is this possible? How has this individual, Curry, achieved such feats? Su Bei perceives that the adversary they are currently confronting is exceedingly formidable, arguably far more powerful than the Clippers and Bulls of yore. This is my former teammate Curry. I never anticipated that he would unleash such an explosive performance, and with such formidable intensity. This is truly beyond the imagination of Su Bei. However, at this moment, words escape me. Their only recourse is to secure victory in this match. Currently, the score between the Warriors and the Thunder stands at 57-40. Although the Thunder has managed to narrow the gap somewhat, thanks to the relentless efforts of Westbrook and Su Bei, they still trail by a double-digit margin. Achieving a win is far from a simple endeavor, especially with Curry's three-pointers erupting, which is increasingly daunting. The most significant factor is Durant's formidable presence. Whenever Curry misses a shot or faces double coverage, he instinctively passes the ball to Durant. Even when Westbrook is defending Durant, he remains remarkably confident in one-on-one situations, capable of putting the basketball through the hoop. At this moment, the head coach of the Thunder called a timeout. If this continued, the gap would only widen. It was imperative to disrupt Curry's rhythm. Otherwise, if he kept shooting three-pointers, the Thunder would inevitably lose the game. During the timeout, Coach Kerr observed his players and spoke earnestly. "It is alarming. This Thunder team is more formidable than we anticipated. However, I believe you can still triumph over them. They are only leading us by 17 points now, and once we have a 30-point advantage, I will allow the substitutes to take the court. You ought to know what to do. Moreover, our Warriors are indeed exceptionally strong, primarily because of our starters rather than our bench. Therefore, our focus should be on continuously rotating our lineup to identify which substitutes can effectively step up as primary players. After all, should any of you sustain an injury, we will need to rely on our backups." Coach Kerr pondered, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Facing the reality of the playoffs, they needed two robust lineups. Their greatest fear was player injuries. Once an injury occurred, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish significantly, or even prevent them from taking the court entirely. This is indeed the most troublesome matter. We will undoubtedly exert our utmost effort in the remaining moments to outshine them. The Thunder's combat prowess pales in comparison to ours. Yet we must remain vigilant. Curry turned to his teammates and spoke softly, acknowledging that this was essentially their final opportunity. They have imparted a valuable lesson to the Thunder players, demonstrating what true offense entails. Meanwhile, the Thunder's head coach wore a grim expression, observing the failure of his players. Filled with frustration, yearning to take the court himself, their performance has been utterly abysmal. If this continues, the Thunder will surely be overwhelmed. The crux of the matter lies in their inability to find a solution, especially with Durant, a scoring powerhouse, on the Warriors roster. However, we are merely trailing by 17 points. A slight improvement from the first quarter. With only 5 minutes remaining, we must maintain our current momentum. The Warriors are indeed formidable opponents. But the sole point of breakthrough lies with Curry. Despite his current strength, his shooting touch will inevitably wane. It is then that you must retaliate. Curry's physique is somewhat slender, and his ability to withstand contact is limited. The Thunder's coach focused his gaze on Su Bei, approaching him and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating solemnly, "The forthcoming moments depend on you. I need you to engage in isolation plays. I believe Curry's one-on-one skills cannot match yours, Su Bei. Seize any opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation with him. There is no reason to hesitate." Su Bei responded, "I will certainly attempt to do so, but my three-point shooting is not currently at its best, so I will aim to pass the ball inside. Moreover, their interior defense is lacking. As long as we persistently attack their paint, even if we fail to score, we can still draw fouls and create opportunities for an and one." Su Bei glanced at Westbrook, knowing that Westbrook's explosive ability is formidable. Westbrook nodded earnestly, understanding that to truly overcome the Warriors, he must target their interior defense, which primarily consists of Green, with Iguodala as a secondary option. Westbrook possesses unwavering confidence in breaching their defense. "If opportunities are scarce, pass the ball to me. However, I am closely guarded by Durant, which complicates matters." Westbrook exuded a hint of helplessness, as Durant's defense against him undeniably had a significant impact. Su Bei gently placed a hand on his shoulder, offering words of solace. "Do not worry. Take your time. As long as we can withstand the Warriors' onslaught, I believe we can mount a counterattack. Leave the next steps to me." A glimmer of fierce determination flickered in Su Bei's eyes. He understood precisely what needed to be done. As the timeout concluded, Westbrook advanced the ball, only to find Durant defending him, a subtle smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. They had established a commanding lead of 17 points. "Do you believe you still have a chance?" "Westbrook, it is evident that you are outmatched. Observe your Thunder teammates. Their expressions have grown grave, as they sense our intimidating prowess on offense. If this continues, we shall have utterly dismantled you by halftime. How can you hope to impact us now?" Durant's tone brimmed with unwavering confidence. Their coach had instructed them that in the first half, they must dominate their opponents decisively. At that moment, Westbrook chose not to counter Durant, instead directing his attention to Su Bei. Utilizing the center's screen, he made his way over, exchanging the ball seamlessly with Su Bei. Upon receiving the ball, Su Bei turned to assess Curry's defense, a faint smile gracing his lips as he executed a jump shot. The spectators were left in awe, utterly astonished that Su Bei dared to play in such a manner. Had he truly lost his mind? Did he genuinely believe that Curry could not defend against him? He intended to take that shot right in front of Curry. At that instant, it seemed as though Curry was frozen in place. By the time he rushed forward to leap, it was too late. The basketball sailed through the air from Su Bei's hands, his gaze radiating unwavering confidence. He was utterly convinced that the shot would find its mark. As it turned out, there was no doubt. With a crisp swish, the ball nestled into the net. The other Thunder players erupted in ecstatic cheers, completely taken aback that the final offensive play had fallen to Su Bei. Indeed, he was exhibiting extraordinary prowess, unmatched by anyone else on the court. What a remarkable display it was. Su Bei's method of play was formidable, cutting straight to the heart of Curry's defense. This was the second time he had successfully taken a jump shot in front of Curry. Who could have ever imagined such a feat? Su Bei was, without a doubt, the core player of our Thunder team, leaving the Warriors to lament their choices. Perhaps, this time, we could truly defeat the Warriors. With both Westbrook and Su Bei on our side, what could we possibly fear? Let us confront them head-on. I am eager to see if they can truly match our Thunder team. Regardless of the outcome, we must prevail, demonstrating the strength of the Thunder. The Thunder's bench players leaped up, waving their towels in a fervent show of support for Su Bei. From a distance, the Warriors players grew visibly dismayed. Was it necessary to celebrate so exuberantly for merely sinking one three-pointer? Or had they not tasted victory in recent games? On the other hand, the Warriors bench players wore expressions of disdain, proud in their own right. At that moment, the score stood at 57-43. Su Bei approached Curry, speaking softly. So, what do you think? I just scored right in front of you. I told you that you couldn't guard me, yet you still doubted. I'm determined to score over you, leaving you powerless. Chapter 65. The matchup between Durant and Su Bei in the Penguin livestream room. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses upon witnessing the scene before him. Could it be that Su Bei had truly lost his mind? The intensity of the game is astonishing. While others might withstand the pressure, even Yang Yi did not foresee that Su Bei would adopt such an unconventional strategy. The spectators, utterly flabbergasted, could hardly believe their eyes. This individual is truly insane, a complete wild card, deviating from traditional tactics. At this juncture, their best course of action appears to be isolating Curry. However, one must acknowledge that scoring against Curry is no trifling matter. It merely reflects a couple of fortunate attempts. If one could consistently score against Curry, it would be an extraordinary feat. Yet, I find it hard to fathom how this young player from Huaxiao possesses such talent. Faced with Curry's defense, he audaciously executed a jump shot. Earlier, he had hesitated against other defenders, but when it came to Curry, he seized the moment without hesitation. It is truly beyond imagination. Who is this player? Could it be that he harbors some grudge against Curry? Wang Ming's expression bore a look of incredulity tinged with curiosity. Yet he could sense that the Huaxiao player was undeniably formidable. The other players stood in awe, their eyes filled with disbelief, rendered speechless by the unfolding drama. Even as the Warriors maintained their lead at 57-43, the Thunder players turned their gazes towards Su Bei, their eyes brimming with respect. None of the other Thunder players could elude Curry's defense, yet Su Bei seemed to require no such assistance, effortlessly executing a jump shot. This is truly astonishing. Su Bei accomplished what they had not dared to attempt, and furthermore, they succeeded in making a three-point shot. This presents a significant blow to Curry. How can one even compete? Curry was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that the individual before him would not attempt to drive, but instead execute a direct jump shot over him. As he sought to contest the shot, he could distinctly feel that the leaping ability of this Chinese player far exceeded his own. It was utterly futile to attempt to block. Curry felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He was at a loss as to how to respond. When did this Chinese player become so formidable? A multitude of questions swirled within Curry's mind. Truly overwhelming. This is simply unimaginable. Coach Kerr's eyes were filled with bewilderment. He could never have anticipated that a player from the Chinese heritage, one whom he had once dismissed, could now exhibit such remarkable strength. Is this individual truly under the influence of substances? Currently, Coach Kerr and even the official league are investigating whether this person has indeed resorted to drug use. They are likely to face accusations of being overtaken in the process. This is the scenario that Coach Kerr least wishes to witness. Durant's gaze is filled with an intense ferocity. He is acutely aware that Westbrook and this Huaxiao player are pivotal figures, yet he can only guard one of them. However, what he did not foresee was that Curry would struggle to contain this Huaxiao player. How could this be possible? If this is the case, one would think that the Chinese player should take it upon himself to defend, for whenever a player from the Chinese team attempts a jump shot, that fellow Curry is utterly incapable of contesting it, leaving Durant feeling quite helpless. If this continues, the momentum for the Warriors will diminish significantly. Once the Thunder's confidence surges, their three-point shooting and defensive strategies will flow effortlessly. I'll take on the challenge of guarding this player, Curry said. You focus on defending Westbrook. Do not fret too much. Indeed, Curry nodded reluctantly, aware of his somewhat slender physique. Yet, he never anticipated that this young player from China would dare to take advantage of him. How infuriating. This time, regardless of the circumstances, they must strike with unwavering ferocity, ensuring that their adversaries comprehend the depths of their prowess. Curry pondered silently, determined to reclaim the dignity lost moments ago. Otherwise, they would find themselves bereft of any recourse. The other players of the Warriors radiated an indomitable spirit in their gazes. They were resolute in their intent to deliver a formidable lesson to the Thunder, for it was indeed an unprecedented occurrence for any team to witness such an affair. This is indeed their leader, and it is only natural that they would seek to vent their frustrations through him. There's truly no recourse, for they remain uncertain how to contend with that player from Huaxia, as they cannot match his prowess. Henceforth, the task of defending against that Huaxia player, Su Bei, ought to be entrusted to Durant. It is a rare sight to witness such a formidable entity. As Su Bei approached Curry, a triumphant smile graced his lips. Do you have the audacity to challenge me one-on-one? I am eager to witness the extent of your abilities. This time, our Warriors are destined to triumph. Just you wait. Su Bei, I shall not allow you to prevail. A flicker of defiance flickered in Curry's eyes, though he remained perplexed as to how Su Bei had transformed into such a force. Determined, he vowed to lead the Warriors to victory in this match, for the disgrace of defeat would rest upon them. Upon advancing the ball into the front court, Curry found Durant in the paint, his gaze ablaze with resolve, while Westbrook loomed behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Curry passed the ball to Durant, aware of Su Bei's defense casting a shadow of doubt over his own shot. Hence, he deemed it prudent to initiate the play with Durant. Receiving the ball, Durant's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes brimming with determination and conviction. Westbrook's gaze was equally resolute. He would not permit Durant to score. Let me see how formidable you truly are, Westbrook declared, closely shadowing Durant, his eyes aflame with defiance. Prepare yourself, Durant replied with a slight smirk, dribbling the ball behind his back. Before Westbrook could react, Durant spun around to receive the ball. With a graceful backward jump shot, he executed a move that was nothing short of artistic. Although Durant's towering height rendered his motion somewhat rigid, it bore little significance. In the next moment, the basketball swished through the net, securing a solid 2 points. The score stood at 59-43, favoring the Warriors over the Thunder. Once again, Durant has struck back, truly embodying the prowess of the Warriors' elite scorer. The Thunder's head coach, upon witnessing this, must have felt a deep-seated resentment towards Durant. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Durant's current isolation scoring ability, which is indiscriminate against any defender. How about you, Westbrook? Do you believe you can still thwart me? On your Thunder squad, there exists not a single player capable of genuinely containing me, not even you. You will never comprehend the profound difficulty of our previous encounter, particularly when I was shouldering the burden of the game alone, engulfed in despair. We were meant to triumph in that match. Who could have anticipated that your team's blunders would ultimately lead to our downfall? Otherwise, I might have had a chance to reach the finals. Yet, every time I reflect on it, I am consumed by regret. Had I known it would unfold this way, I would have preferred to part ways with you. A hint of unwillingness flickers in Durant's gaze, for he is undeniably a true scoring virtuoso. Yet, who could have predicted that he would become merely the second-in-command for the Warriors? No, he isn't even that. He can only be regarded as the third or fourth option. Nevertheless, due to his exceptional scoring prowess, Curry and the others hold him in high esteem, recognizing his formidable strength that alleviates the pressure on Curry. Upon witnessing Durant's successful shot, Curry swiftly approached him for a high five. You played magnificently, Durant. Without you, it would have been exceedingly difficult for us to secure this victory. However, as of now, we should be able to comfortably take control of the game. I wonder if we can fulfill the coach's expectations. A warm glimmer resides in Curry's eyes, yet the outcome now hinges on their performance. Rest assured, we will undoubtedly accomplish this. Do you really think there is anyone on the Thunder capable of stopping me? Durant's lips curled into a subtle smile. No one seemed capable of thwarting his prowess. Upon encountering him, Westbrook's eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness as he realized he could not contain Durant. A veritable force of nature, he appeared almost monstrous, endowed with a considerable height advantage, rendering Westbrook unable to challenge him effectively. This realization weighed heavily on Westbrook. For if things continued on this trajectory, defeat would be inevitable. Yet, a pressing question arose. Who could possibly restrain Durant? If left unchecked, he would accumulate points with alarming ease. Upon witnessing this, Su Bei's gaze hardened with determination. Regardless of Durant's scoring, his team must secure three-pointers. For only those could bridge the widening gap between them. As Westbrook advanced the ball into the front court, he was taken aback to find that his defender was not Durant, but rather Curry. He had never anticipated that Curry would take on the challenge of guarding him. This ignited a fierce determination within him. Durant, that fellow, clearly looked down upon him. He must be made aware of the ferocity of Westbrook's breakthroughs. Durant's full attention was directed at Su Bei, especially since Su Bei had successfully executed 2 consecutive one-on-one plays that even Curry could not defend against. At this point, there was indeed no viable solution. All they could do was to perform excellently in this match, as securing victory was of paramount importance. When Su Bei noticed Durant approaching to defend against him, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. What of Durant's defense? He could still score regardless. At that moment, Westbrook aimed to break through Curry's defense. While on the opposite side, Su Bei positioned himself at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, signaling his intent to isolate Durant. Without a trace of hesitation, Westbrook donned a confident smile and swiftly passed the ball to Su Bei, who sprinted towards the baseline, even contemplating setting a screen for him. As Su Bei initiated his one-on-one, every player on the Thunder team spread out to create space. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left utterly astonished. This fellow is about to go solo again. It's utterly insane. This individual exhibits an audacious arrogance, far surpassing what one might expect. Is he out of his mind? After besting Curry, he dares to challenge Durant in a one-on-one. How amusing. Does this mere player from the East truly believe there is no one in the league capable of containing him? He even contemplates taking on Durant. If he possesses such confidence, why not face James instead? It leaves one bewildered. His self-assurance seems excessive. Can he truly prevail? What on earth is the Thunder's coach thinking? Selecting a player from the East who wishes to take on Durant? Just wait until Durant serves him a resounding rejection. At that moment, the Thunder will find themselves in a more lamentable position. Meanwhile, the fans are laughing heartily, oblivious to the true prowess of the Thunder, still perceiving them as somewhat inept. After all, the Warriors undeniably occupy the pinnacle of the league, a status not easily provoked by other teams. Upon witnessing these events, Coach Kerr crossed his arms, exuding absolute confidence. This Chinese player exhibits an extraordinary level of confidence, daring to challenge Durant. Can he truly compete? Meanwhile, the Warriors engaged in an internal scrimmage. When Coach Kerr expressed interest, the players were eager to face Durant in one-on-one duels, eager to witness the prowess of a genuine superstar scorer. Durant, in turn, effortlessly dispatched one opponent after another, typically scoring with just 2 shots. Throughout the Warriors roster, not a single player could best Durant. His three-point shooting, combined with his ability to drive to the basket, showcases a comprehensive skill set, exhibiting an impeccable mastery of every facet of scoring and athleticism. He is undeniably formidable. This is the confidence of a true scoring maestro. It is no wonder that last year they nearly fell to the Thunder, for no one can contain that remarkable Durant. The eyes of the others were fixed on both Su Bei and Durant, eagerly anticipating a display where Durant would decisively demonstrate his prowess. Teaching the overambitious Su Bei a lesson about the pinnacle of the league, Durant will undoubtedly prevail. He could dismantle Su Bei with a single hand, murmured the fans. Yet, in the next moment, they were left utterly astonished. Chapter 66. A precious find. The spectators on the sidelines rose to their feet, their expressions filled with disbelief. Durant was here. How could Su Bei possibly outplay him? The notion that Su Bei could triumph was utterly inconceivable. They were completely unaware of the immense scoring ability possessed by Durant. Not even within the Warriors could anyone rival his prowess. The only recourse was to earnestly focus on defense. To guard against Durant, one must stay relentlessly close. Those fans remarked, their eyes glinting with astonishment. As Durant executed a series of dribbles between his legs, maneuvering the ball to his left, he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of a steal. His ball was intercepted? How could this be? Staring at his empty hands in disbelief, Durant could hardly fathom that his possession had been taken. Turning to pursue, he noticed Su Bei's speed was escalating to an astonishing degree. The other fans stood in shock. Moments ago, they had confidently asserted that Durant would easily dominate Su Bei. Who could have anticipated that before a single confrontation, Durant's ball had already been snatched away by Su Bei. They had scarcely seen how Su Bei executed the steal. It was simply terrifying. Who was this individual? Could he truly be a player from Huaxia? The mysterious power of the East was nothing short of remarkable. It was unfathomable that Durant's ball had been intercepted by Su Bei. Initially, it seemed that even Curry's ball had fallen victim to him. The fans were engulfed in astonishment, never imagining such an outcome. Meanwhile, Durant wore a hint of embarrassment on his face, and as he attempted to close the gap, he realized that the distance between him and Su Bei was only widening, surpassing him by several strides. He was unable to catch up. How is this even possible? This individual possesses an astonishing ability to sprint. How is he able to achieve such feats? To this day, Durant has yet to catch up with that fellow from Su Bei, who stands there, witnessing Su Bei's thunderous dunk with wide eyes. The scene before him has left him profoundly astonished. It is no wonder that during the first quarter, Su Bei was able to intercept Curry's ball. His speed is so remarkable that it eludes the gaze of onlookers. Upon reflection, is there truly no one capable of surpassing Su Bei? The rim that Su Bei has just struck seems to moan and lament. The Thunder fans, upon witnessing this spectacle, rose to their feet, collectively shouting the name MVP. This is the true essence of a core player, one who consistently rises to the occasion in times of adversity. They never anticipated that Su Bei could intercept the balls from both Curry and Durant. They found themselves utterly powerless to contain the formidable Su Bei before them. In the final 5 minutes of the second quarter, Su Bei erupted in a spectacular display, not only stealing the ball from Durant, but also sinking a three-pointer. Particularly striking was his audacity to shoot a three-pointer right in front of Durant, and he succeeded. Durant was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that a player from Huaxia could score a three-pointer in his presence. Despite his defensive efforts, the unexpected outcome still left him at a loss. At this moment, Durant can finally comprehend the expression and mindset that Curry must have experienced back then, when he himself was reassuring Curry not to take it too much to heart. Yet, how can one truly remain indifferent? Being overwhelmed by an obscure Chinese player, do they still consider themselves superstars? He never anticipated that this Chinese player would be so resilient, and when Durant attempted to back down and single-handedly confront Su Bei, it proved futile. It was as if, before him, no skill would suffice. This is Su Bei. Su Bei's gaze fell upon Durant as he softly spoke. Durant. Yes? What do you want? Are you truly known as the Grim Reaper, Durant? I thought you were simply a super scorer. Yet you have not managed to score a single point in my presence. How embarrassing is that? To speak of being the Grim Reaper, Durant. It seems more like a boast inflated by fans. With a slight smirk, Su Bei's words pierced deeply into Durant's heart. Durant had never anticipated that this unknown Chinese player would possess such biting wit. You'll understand in the end why I am called the Grim Reaper, Durant. Do you really think you are strong? It's merely luck on your side. If my three-point shooting rhythm returns, I am confident I could hit a dozen consecutive threes. Do not let your recent arrival in the NBA blind you with arrogance. Let us see how the game unfolds before you boast. Durant retorted, but within him, a sense of indignation brewed. He never imagined being confronted in such a manner by an obscure Chinese player. Do you understand the essence of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Durant's gaze was filled with a murderous intensity as he looked at Su Bei, wishing to deliver a fierce blow at that very moment. This individual is utterly arrogant, yet his abilities are undeniable. Even Durant could sense that Westbrook was easier to defend against than him. When did the player from Huaxia acquire this individual? It is truly terrifying, far beyond what one might expect. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Coach Kerr's countenance turned ashen. He had never anticipated such an outcome. His gaze fell once more upon the Huaxia player, the very individual he had personally dismissed, who now stood as the one who had vanquished his warriors. It is utterly unimaginable. The cycle of fate is indeed profound. It seems the warriors are confronting genuine adversity, regardless of how they attempt to widen the gap. Su Bei from the Thunder consistently manages to score at pivotal moments, bridging the disparity between the teams. Perhaps this is the essence of true strength. Meanwhile, the voice of the system echoed incessantly in Su Bei's mind, as he remained oblivious to the fact that the system was continuously reaping benefits from Durant and Curry. Talent points 11111. Talent points 11111. Such a sensation is truly exhilarating. Su Bei's eyes gleamed with excitement. If this continues, will I be able to exchange for intention coins before the competition even concludes? I wonder what kind of skills they might entail. This filled Su Bei with anticipation, for the only skills he currently possessed were the pull-up jump shot and drives to the basket. He wondered if there might be an opportunity to showcase some passing, to weave together the entire team's offense. which would undoubtedly be far superior to solitary play. After all, basketball is a team sport. The second quarter concluded with a score of 75-70. At this moment, the spectators were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that the Warriors were merely leading the Thunder by a mere 5 points. Just 5 points. It was evident that the Thunder were poised to catch up. This indicated that during the second quarter, the Warriors had not performed exceptionally well against the Thunder, even allowing them to close the gap significantly. In the first quarter, the Warriors had enjoyed a substantial lead of 22 points over the Thunder. Yet now they found themselves ahead by only 5. Their performance was far from optimal, particularly for Curry and Durant, whose inexplicable struggles raised questions about their mindset. What on earth was happening? The Warriors appeared to be on the verge of a mental collapse. If this continued, with the Thunder relentlessly pursuing victory, the Warriors stood little chance of winning. They seemed utterly helpless, unable to contain even a single player from Hwaxia. Had the league's players grown stronger? Or had the players from Hwaxia simply improved? A singular Hwaxia player, with both Durant and Curry alternating in defense, could not be contained. How could this be explained? Had the sun risen in the west? Fans had expected Durant to dominate that individual from Su Bei. Yet who could have foreseen that Durant would struggle to gain any advantage? It was utterly bewildering. Not only Durant, but even Curry found himself at a loss. Despair washed over the fans, particularly those who possessed a keen understanding of the game. Without some adjustments, the Warriors would not emerge victorious. Warriors, what on earth is happening to your game? How have you allowed it to devolve to this state? With the second quarter concluded, you lead by a mere 5 points. How can you possibly proceed like this? Coach Kerr gazed at his team, his eyes brimming with frustration, for they were undeniably exceptional players, each capable of offensive prowess. Yet now, every attempt to defend against Su Bei resulted in a catastrophic decline in their performance, which was utterly terrifying. This was unsustainable. The Thunder were formidable, unreasonably so. If this continued, they would truly comprehend the terrifying potential of the Thunder, who could mount a comeback solely based on the efforts of a single player like Su Bei. And what about the other players? Coach Kerr looked at his team with a palpable sense of disappointment, wishing they could rise to the occasion. Curry and Durant appeared devoid of any rhythm, seemingly on the brink of a psychological breakdown. Curry, Durant, wake up. This is a match, a competition. You must regain your focus and adjust your performance immediately. Amidst the turmoil of the game, Coach Kerr thundered at Curry and Durant, his frustration palpable. He could scarcely fathom that the performance of his star players was so profoundly influenced by a player from Hwaxia. Could it be that this player from the north was their nemesis? The situation left him utterly bewildered. Should things continue on this trajectory, defeat was all but assured. The only viable strategy now was to double-team the Hwaxia player. One-on-one defense against him would prove exceedingly challenging, as his offensive prowess exceeded their expectations. Durant, remain in the paint. Do not venture outside, Kerr instructed. I acknowledge his pull-up jump shot is formidable, yet we must find a way to contain him. Once we successfully limit his impact, our concerns will dissipate. This is our final opportunity. We must strive to conquer them in the third quarter. Curry glanced at Durant, whispering his hopes into the air. All faith rested upon Durant, the sole player capable of holding the fort within the paint. It was common knowledge that Durant's wingspan was remarkable, leaving them vulnerable to both the Hwaxia player S-drives and their three-point attempts. Thus, Curry would take on the responsibility of defending him closely, ensuring he had no chance to receive the ball, for otherwise, complications would arise. Coach Kerr nodded in agreement, recognizing there was no alternative. To stifle the Hwaxia player, he even contemplated deploying Green, resorting to any means necessary, including a hack-a-shack approach, to subdue him. They must not forget that the Warriors were still the foremost team in the league. It was imperative to seize this moment, to dismantle their opponents in the third quarter. For their arrogance demanded a lesson. Kerr's gaze shifted towards the Thunder, his eyes brimming with determination. They were at a loss on how to contain the opposing player. Had they found a solution, victory would have been theirs already. Meanwhile, the Thunder's momentum surged. This time, give it your all. Let Su Bei take the three-pointers. The rest must create screens for him, providing ample space for his shots. If you find an open opportunity, do take the shot. Additionally, Westbrook should lead the charge towards the basket. Strive to provoke fouls from the Warriors, for their arrogance suggests they believe our Thunder are an easy target. This time, it is our turn to assert dominance over the Warriors. The head coach of the Thunder cast a glance toward the Warriors, locking eyes with Coach Kerr. Both filled with an indomitable spirit, neither willing to yield. Rest assured, any open opportunity shall be seized, for I have unwavering confidence in my ability to score. Furthermore, Westbrook, you must remain vigilant against Durant. He is likely to defend you once more. Very well. I shall endeavor to draw him in, and if that proves unfeasible, I will pass the ball to you. Westbrook's gaze fell upon Su Bei, a slight smile gracing his lips, a testament to the bond he cherishes with his brother. Now, with Su Bei joining the Thunder, it is as if they have unearthed a treasure. Chapter 67, An Inevitable Defeat. Westbrook's defense is formidable, and whenever Su Bei secures the ball, either he or another Thunder player readily sets screens for him. They have adopted a 4-on-1 strategy, allowing Su Bei to engage in isolation plays. Su Bei's individual offensive prowess is indeed remarkable. With a screen, he faces no issues. Additionally, his three-point shooting is exceptionally precise. Given an open opportunity, he rarely misses. The score stands at 75-70, the Warriors leading the Thunder. Play well, Su Bei, without any psychological burden. I have additional strategies at my disposal. Should we overturn the score in the third quarter, we shall decisively eliminate them. Terrifying. This is indeed daunting. All hopes now rest upon your shoulders, Su Bei. We rely on you. The Thunder's head coach revealed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Su Bei could not help but focus on Westbrook. Beyond my own contributions, you must lead the other Thunder players to penetrate their interior defense. We cannot rely on my outside shooting, for they will undoubtedly assign someone to tightly mark me. This is the most troublesome predicament indeed. Su Bei articulated his foremost concern, remarking that the formidable Durant would undoubtedly focus intently on him. Beyond Durant, there was the possibility of Curry joining in this defensive effort. With both of them working in tandem, Su Bei was uncertain whether he could penetrate their defenses. Furthermore, attempting to shoot a three-pointer seemed nearly unattainable, unless by some miraculous occurrence. However, such considerations had become inconsequential. Aside from Su Bei, it was imperative that Westbrook played with utmost seriousness. Only if every player on the team exerted their full effort could they hope to secure a victory in this match. They were acutely aware of the Warriors' formidable capabilities. You should also be aware of the necessary actions to take. Rest assured, Su Bei, I face no issues here. Even if I charge straight into their paint with the ball, I will certainly draw a foul, ensuring they cannot defend against me with ease. Moreover, we must surpass them. Can we not win against the Warriors in these final 5 minutes? Other teams may falter, but they are merely that, other teams. Not a true reflection of our Thunder's potential. What we must do now is to triumph over them and demonstrate to the Warriors our genuine strength. With both Su Bei and myself on our side, we face no insurmountable obstacles. Additionally, Adams must commit to his defensive duties with utmost seriousness. Regardless of the Warriors' players breaching the paint, he must ensure they face consequences, even if it means committing a foul. We need to showcase the potency of our defense, instilling a sense of intimidation. Upon hearing this, Adams nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination evident in his eyes. He understood what was required of him. As the third quarter commenced, Curry brought the ball up the court, initially utilizing Green's screen to drive into the paint. At that moment, Adams seemed poised to make a defensive move. Yet in the next instant, the ball was no longer in Curry's possession. Adams hesitated slightly, only to witness Durant receiving the ball and executing a swift layup. With a satisfying swish, he scored 2 points. The scoreboard reflected a 77-70 lead for the Warriors. A full 7-point gap. Is this all the strength your teams possess? How do you expect to defend against us? If this continues, I shall demonstrate the sheer ferocity of the Warriors' resurgence in the second half. Few teams can withstand our might, and certainly, the Thunder cannot. Furthermore, you, a team that cannot even reach the playoffs, think we would take you seriously? Durant cast a glance at Adams and the nearby Westbrook, unhesitatingly mocking them. Seizing the opportunity to deride these individuals, he aimed to make them aware of the monumental correctness of his decision to depart from the Thunder and join the Warriors. After all, at that time, Durant's extraordinary scoring prowess was undeniably formidable. However, he felt hindered by certain individuals within the Thunder, which left him with a sense of discontent. His fervent desire was to attain that elusive championship, a driving force behind Durant's determination to ally himself with the Warriors. He yearned for a genuine championship. For winning the NBA title was the aspiration of his lifetime. Upon witnessing the scene unfold, the Warriors bench players rose in unison, fervently cheering for Durant, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. This time, it is imperative to confront the Thunder with vigor, allowing them to truly comprehend what it means to be the foremost in the Western Conference, not only in the West, but even in the East. The Warriors find themselves devoid of any rivals. What difference does it make if LeBron James is present? With the formidable duo of Durant and Curry, These two superstars are nearly invincible. The Thunder's head coach appears visibly distressed, grappling with the challenge of containing Durant, whose speed is simply astonishing. Most critically, the impact Durant has in the paint is immensely formidable. This impact surpasses even that inflicted by Curry, were Curry to lead the Warriors single-handedly. The Thunder's head coach would possess immense confidence in his ability to vanquish the Warriors. However, the situation has undeniably changed for the presence of Durant. With his extraordinary scoring prowess is formidable indeed. Alas, there is little that can be done. Curse it. After Durant's departure, the Thunder's momentum has waned. Westbrook fixates intently on Durant, almost wishing to land a couple of punches on him. This individual is not merely a traitor, he has betrayed himself as well. Westbrook pondered, his heart brimming with resentment, for it is Durant who truly stands in their way. Aside from him, there exists no one else. Just wait, no matter the cost. I shall ensure your downfall this time. As Westbrook gazed at his retreating figure, a flicker of determination graced his face. Su Bei patted Westbrook on the shoulder, then shifted his gaze to the other teammates, softly assuring, "It's all right. Everyone, do not fret. Let us not forget that I am still here with the Thunder. Are we truly willing to concede this match? We are merely trailing by 7 points. Will you abandon the fight?" The eyes of the others sparkled with a glimmer of resolve, for they understood well that their only task now was to support Su Bei. After all, the capability of one alone is insufficient. Basketball is a team sport. They must endeavor to set screens for Su Bei while fiercely defending against each player of the Warriors. Defense is the true essence of victory. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene in the Penguin Live broadcast, Yang could not help but shake his head. He sensed that the Warriors had begun to exert their strength in the second half. The Thunder's prospects of triumph seemed utterly bleak, as every matchup across the court foretold their inevitable defeat. How could they possibly emerge victorious? It was exceedingly challenging. Not that hope was entirely extinguished, but rather, it appeared painfully elusive. This time, the Thunder could scarcely rely on fortuitous circumstances. The Warriors undoubtedly deserved their status as the premier team in the league, with their offense flowing seamlessly. Beyond the perimeter, Curry and Thompson complemented the interior prowess of Green and Durant. How could they lose this match? It was inconceivable. The Warriors were poised to claim this season's championship. No adversary stood a chance against them. Even if LeBron were to join, defeat would still be their fate. They were simply that formidable. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope for the Thunder, resting solely upon the shoulders of Su Bei and Westbrook. Unless they unleash a scoring frenzy in the final quarter, showcasing their superstar potential, Su Bei, who is merely a substitute, has astonishingly risen to the occasion, displaying the prowess of a true superstar. It is truly remarkable. Yang, observing Su Bei's figure in the live stream, smiled subtly, his tone imbued with unwavering admiration. He is the only player from the Huaxia region he acknowledges, and notably, he is also the sole player in the league. It is truly remarkable that he can showcase such formidable prowess, bringing honor to his team. On the other side, the Thunder have possession of the ball. Westbrook swiftly passes it to Su Bei, allowing others to manage the ensuing actions. Center Adams has positioned himself at the three-point line, proactively setting a pick for Su Bei. At that moment, Westbrook evades Durant's defense and charges towards the basket. Observing this, Su Bei launches the ball with precision. The ball travels with remarkable speed, and their synergy is exceptional. In an instant, there is a resounding thud as Westbrook executes a powerful dunk, hanging on the rim. The spectators rise in admiration, recognizing the true strength displayed by their beloved Westbrook. This moment also marks an assist from Su Bei. The score now stands at 77-72, with the gap between the Warriors and the Thunder narrowed to 5 points. The Thunder's coach, witnessing this, allows a subtle smile to emerge, relieved that he did not misjudge the capabilities of Westbrook and Su Bei. Their collaboration is indeed potent. Should the opportunity arise for Westbrook, Su Bei, and Center Adams to form a triangular offensive strategy, it would undoubtedly be a significant asset for them. One must not overlook Su Bei's exceptional offensive capabilities and the current prowess of Westbrook. Their synergy is already impressive. If Adams were to enhance his training, he might just keep pace with Su Bei and Westbrook. When facing formidable teams like the Warriors, they could indeed hold their ground. Despite the presence of stars like Curry and Durant, the Thunder's coach remains confident that his players can triumph over the Warriors. However, it is evident that victory will not come easily. The primary disparity lies in their interior presence, which does not match that of the Warriors. Furthermore, with sharpshooters like Curry and Thompson in fiery form, the challenge appears daunting. Durant, observing the situation, merely shakes his head with a slight smile, seemingly unfazed. as if to say that such strength could still secure a win against the Warriors. This is utterly impossible. With such a level of prowess, I advise you to refrain from entering the playoffs. The challenges that await are far more formidable than you can possibly imagine. You would do well to depart from this place swiftly. Durant cast a glance at Westbrook and couldn't help but sneer. Such prowess, even on the side of the Warriors, appears insufficient, lacking any discernible advantage. Merely a dunk, unbothered by the expenditure of his energy, he is free to execute his dunks as he pleases. Curry, with a slight smile, remains entirely unconcerned. His sole focus lies in securing victory in this match. Other matters are of little consequence. Furthermore, they are on the verge of clinching this game. They intend to play well and celebrate heartily afterward, aiming to instill a lasting impression of fear in the hearts of the Thunder upon witnessing the Warriors. Curry stated with a calm yet commanding tone, asserting that no one should dare challenge their team. This year, the Warriors are destined to seize the championship, with no team capable of obstructing their path. Durant's smile bore a hint of sarcasm as, leveraging Green's screen, Curry attempted another three-pointer, which missed. However, Durant secured the rebound and executed a turnaround jumper, swiftly adding 2 more points to the scoreboard with remarkable efficiency. This can indeed be regarded as a secondary offensive by the Warriors. However, discussing this is utterly futile. The score stands at 79-72. Wang Ming, did you hear what I said? I had forewarned you about the formidable strength of the Warriors, a fact you were reluctant to accept. The Thunder's victories over other teams were merely a stroke of luck or a result of Su Bei's sudden brilliance, rather than a testament to their overall prowess. Yet now, Su Bei has failed to deliver, and Westbrook's breakthroughs have been effectively curtailed by the Warriors, leaving the Thunder devoid of any hidden cards. Alas, this time, defeat seems inevitable. Yang Yi shook his head in disappointment, fully aware of the Thunder's limitations. Indeed, we find ourselves utterly powerless to assist the Thunder. We can only watch as they succumb to defeat. I still acknowledge their capabilities and believe they can reach the playoffs. Yang Yi glanced at Wang Ming, expressing his thoughts. He knew that as long as the Thunder had Westbrook and Su Bei, if those two performed well, they would undoubtedly secure a playoff spot. Beyond that, he was uncertain. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his statement. At this juncture, it was apparent that the Thunder were being thoroughly overwhelmed by the Warriors. With such a style of play, how could victory possibly be within reach? It is simply unattainable. The only course of action is to remain here and witness the unfolding of this game. After the match concludes, perhaps the Thunder's head coach could analyze the game and uncover a glimmer of hope. On the court, Durant appeared to have entered a state of a relentless killer. Regardless of who defended against him, he effortlessly scored. He was in a frenzied state, his eyes tinged with a blood-red intensity, exuding unparalleled determination. Defense? What you call defense? With your level of ability, I could dismantle you with a single hand. You better run. Durant cast a glance at Westbrook, recognizing that this was his role, to score, to ensure that even if the Warriors appeared to falter, their fans firmly believed that Durant would ultimately rise to the occasion. For he is the Reaper, a harbinger emerging from the depths of hell, with the singular purpose of scoring to secure victory in this match. Westbrook, upon witnessing this, his fists clenched tightly, filled with a sense of unwillingness. He never anticipated that Durant's current prowess would be so formidable, rendering victory nearly an impossible feat. This is truly astounding. They find themselves utterly powerless. Westbrook gasps for breath, feeling the weight of exhaustion, particularly when tasked with defending Durant. It is terrifying. Durant's scoring ability is genuinely formidable. If things continue on this trajectory, the Thunder are certain to succumb in this match. The other's eyes glint with a hint of menace. They never anticipated that Durant would be this formidable. Is this truly the Grim Reaper? This time, Westbrook finally comprehended the reasons behind Durant's departure from the Thunder. It was likely due to the absence of a player capable of genuinely assisting Durant. Otherwise, how could they have possibly lost that pivotal game? Durant had indeed yearned to secure a championship for the Thunder, but his teammates faltered, leaving his heart cold and desolate. He found himself powerless, unable to elevate the entire Thunder team single-handedly. Furthermore, a critical blunder occurred at a crucial moment, rendering all their efforts in that series futile. Despite the lingering bitterness within Durant, he knew that voicing his frustrations would lead to misunderstanding among his teammates. Ultimately, he chose silence and opted for a trade to the Warriors. Upon joining the Warriors, he discovered the essence of synergy among superstars. Their gameplay became increasingly fluid, and his chemistry with Curry was remarkable. Upon learning of Durant's arrival, Curry personally welcomed him, admiring Durant's scoring prowess. With Durant on the team, Curry felt no trepidation facing a powerhouse like LeBron James. Even with James on the opposing side, they could contend without hesitation. Durant was magnificent. He had always been capable of such performance. No one could surpass him. He must remember he was the league's premier scorer. Were there any rivals? None at all. He needed to believe in himself. Even within the Warriors, he was the leading scorer, not Curry. Curry's eyes sparkled with hope. He cherished scoring talents like Durant's. The objective was clear: to dismantle the Thunder in the third quarter, denying them any chance of a comeback. Just as in the first half, granting them even a sliver of opportunity could lead to their resurgence. This was the frightening aspect of the Thunder, which still instilled a degree of concern. Coach Kerr, witnessing this, smiled subtly, pleased that Durant had finally emerged as a force. The other players' gazes were filled with profound respect. This exemplifies the prowess of the league's premier scorer. No one can surpass him. Upon hearing this, Durant's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He yearned to clash with that fellow James and assess his true strength. After all, he harbored no shortcomings, and the Warriors boasted a top-tier lineup, perfectly matched against James and his cohort. Should a confrontation occur between these two formidable teams, he was eager to witness the sparks that would fly. This was the outcome Durant longed to see. The fans in the stands rose in unison, fervently chanting for MVN. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is the Grim Reaper in my eyes. Even if the other Warriors falter, I firmly believe that Durant will lead us to victory in this game. This is the Durant we revere. No one is his equal among the Warriors. Aside from Curry and Durant, I have no affection for anyone else. Curry and Durant will forever remain my idols. The fans cheered, their gazes ablaze with fervor, as Durant and Curry delivered a truly spectacular performance. Even Coach Kerr nodded in approval, quite satisfied with the offensive display. Conversely, the Thunder faced significant challenges. To triumph over the Warriors, they needed a genuine superstar to emerge, akin to Durant, and they had to execute efficient scoring to secure victory. The point differential was not insurmountable. Su Bei, you must defend Durant. Do not allow him to receive the ball again. You must hold your ground. The Thunder's head coach's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood Durant's formidable nature, and in this match, his prowess was somewhat extraordinary. In the first quarter, Durant had already showcased his true scoring capability, while Curry struggled to find his three-point rhythm. Yet who could have anticipated that Durant would pull him through? This left the Thunder's head coach feeling utterly helpless, as Durant had become extraordinarily formidable. Defeating them had become an exceedingly daunting task. Upon hearing this, Su Bei nodded and glanced at Westbrook, offering words of encouragement. Play well. Your defense was commendable. That shot may have simply been a stroke of luck. Do not dwell on guilt. Our ultimate goal is to secure victory in this match, not to obsess over individual points. Focus. And I firmly believe we can mount a comeback through solid defense. Westbrook nodded in response, fully aware of his responsibilities, while the other players' eyes reflected unwavering determination. In that moment, Su Bei appeared to embody the role of their leader, guiding them forward. O'Neal surveyed the scene before him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he even swayed his robust frame towards Barkley. What do you think, Barkley? I told you. The Thunder simply cannot triumph over the Warriors. It is utterly terrifying. If this continues, they will find themselves at a loss against the Warriors. The primary issue lies in Curry's resurgent three-point shooting, compounded by Durant's prowess. It's truly daunting. A hint of resignation crossed Barkley's face, as he struggled to conceive a lineup capable of restraining the current iteration of the Warriors. This is far more formidable than he had envisioned, particularly in terms of offensive prowess. In addition to Curry's three-point shooting, when combined with Thompson's sharpshooting, it feels as though they are engulfed in a deluge of three-pointers. For the Thunder, defending against such an onslaught is exceedingly challenging. However, there appears to be no viable solution should they fail to adopt a serious defensive strategy. They risk succumbing to this game, as they currently find themselves trailing. This instills in them a sense of dread. How can we possibly proceed? The young player from the Thunder, Xiaojia, is utterly inadequate. I had previously warned you all that his victories in those 3 matches were merely a stroke of luck. Yet my words fell on deaf ears. Shaquille O'Neal's gaze was rife with disdain. He could discern that the young player was merely floundering. While he possessed a certain proficiency in three-point shooting, it paled in comparison to the terrifying prowess of Curry and Thompson. Such a playing style is utterly futile. Subsequently, the Warriors executed their offense with remarkable speed, and their counterattacks were equally swift, rendering the Thunder helpless against them. They simply could not contain Durant. His strength was unparalleled. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Westbrook's forehead as he grappled with uncertainty. If only he could play his game, he firmly believed they would have no issues. Moreover, he thought to himself that Durant was far from his match. This time, he would personally guard Durant to see how one player could dismantle their entire Thunder team. He was ready to offer them a chance. Su Bei's gaze fixed intently on Durant, his eyes filled with determination. Durant's towering height and innate talent were formidable, even surpassing that of his own team. Yet, Su Bei understood that his role was to seek openings for three-point shots. He contemplated that this might be their sole opportunity for a comeback. It was only when Su Bei began to defend against Durant that the true challenge commenced. This left Durant feeling somewhat irritable. He never anticipated that this Chinese player from the Thunder would be the sole individual capable of provoking such defensive frustration in him, to the point of being rather exasperating. What manner of creature is this fellow? He clings so closely, akin to a pair of lovers. Durant cast an impatient glance at Su Bei. If you continue in this manner, I shall inevitably force you into a foul. Durant glared fiercely at Su Bei. In contrast, Su Bei appeared rather helpless. There was little else he could do. Do not fret, do not fret. We are destined to be together. I am eager to see how you intend to take me on one-on-one. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of mischief dancing in his gaze. He intended to play this game until Durant became enraged, at which point he could strike back. Only in this manner can one truly shatter their valor. At this moment, Durant directly sought out Curry, driven by a desire to confront this Chinese player and demonstrate the strength of his own abilities. What significance did following him hold? What merit was there in defending against him? No one could withstand his prowess, Durant mused, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. Even prior to his arrival in the NBA, he was a master of one-on-one play. As he received the ball, a playful smile danced across Durant's lips, his heart brimming with defiance towards this Chinese player. The primary source of his disdain was that this player was, in fact, more handsome than he was. Such a situation was intolerable. Did he truly believe he could defend against me? Su Bei? After casting a glance in his direction, Durant did not hesitate to deliver a scornful remark. Not a single member of the Warriors could thwart him, let alone this player from the Thunder. Although his ball had been intercepted, Durant remained confident in his ability to outshine him, to showcase what it meant to be the league's premier scorer, especially in isolation plays. Su Bei, upon observing this, merely smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. For him, the only course of action was to staunchly defend against Durant, preventing him from scoring. The impact on the entire Thunder team is undeniably profound. All the fans rose to their feet, silently observing the scene before them. Some were engaged in fervent prayers, while others unabashedly mocked Su Bei. Chapter 69, Unyielding Backing. Durant continued to press against Su Bei, and though his teammates sought to assist, they found themselves powerless to intervene. It became apparent that Su Bei was remarkably resilient against Durant's onslaught. This caused them to pause slightly. How is this even possible? Durant's strength is unmatched within the entire Warriors team. They can certainly feel his formidable power. Yet, when facing off against Su Bei in the post, it becomes evident that he suddenly finds himself at a disadvantage. This, Min. Who exactly is this young man? Durant pondered as he backed down, oblivious to the situation unfolding elsewhere. As anticipated, Durant executed a turnaround jump shot, yet it failed to find the net. The rebound was seized by Adams of the Thunder, who swiftly passed it to Westbrook. In an instant, both Su Bei and Westbrook launched into a full sprint towards the backcourt, as if they had engaged a turbo mode. Their speed akin to lightning. Goodness, is this truly Su Bei and Westbrook? Their pace is astonishingly rapid. I have never witnessed them run at such velocity. The Thunder's counterattack is overwhelmingly powerful. The spectators were left in disbelief. Fans rose to their feet, eyes wide in astonishment at the spectacle before them, unable to fathom that such an extraordinary scene was unfolding right in front of them. It was utterly breathtaking. How did this situation come to be? It has evolved into what we see now. Durant seeks to catch up, yet he realizes that the speed of these two individuals far surpasses his own. At that moment, Curry had already pursued, intending to disrupt Westbrook's dribbling. However, in the next instant, Westbrook passed the ball to the other side where Su Bei awaited. Su Bei glanced and, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, swiftly broke through from beyond the three-point line upon receiving the pass. Curry was left utterly bewildered, questioning whether he was merely a pawn in their game. In haste, he darted towards Su Bei, who then immediately relayed the ball to Westbrook. In this moment, Westbrook leapt into the air, his gaze fixed upon the hoop, his eyes brimming with determination. Go ahead, Curry, defend me if you can. I shall demonstrate what a true dunk entails. I will utterly dominate you, Westbrook mused inwardly. However, Curry, not one to be foolish, remained frozen in place. Mere spectators to Westbrook's thunderous dunk. How exhilarating! This dunk was a sight to behold, a first of its kind for me. Their synergy was nothing short of magnificent. Onlookers were left in awe, rendered speechless by the sheer brilliance of the moment. It was indeed explosive. Such a collaboration seemed unparalleled, their speed unmatched. A reality beyond my imagination. Is this the true essence of the Thunder's core players' velocity? This counterattack surpassed our expectations. The Thunder finally executed a genuine counteroffensive. I wonder if they stand a chance against the Warriors. Even Durant's speed would likely pale in comparison to that of Westbrook and Su Bei. It was utterly beyond comprehension. In the live broadcast, Yang-E couldn't help but reflect. Had they been able to collaborate a year earlier, perhaps they would not have succumbed to the Warriors last season. With a scoring machine like Durant and a sharpshooter like Su Bei, combined with Westbrook's explosive drives, they appeared invincible. Curry, witnessing this, shook his head in disbelief. They were at a loss for how to proceed, shifting their focus to Durant. Rest assured, I shall handle Curry from here on out. If you have the opportunity, take that three-pointer. I will do my utmost to set screens for you. We need to widen the score gap, ensuring our safety in the fourth quarter. Durant quietly instructed Curry. Relying solely on Durant's individual prowess would gradually deplete his stamina, a formidable challenge indeed. Meanwhile, Westbrook and Su Bei exhibited boundless energy. Their eyes filled with unwavering resolve, as if this match held significant importance for them. The Thunder players, witnessing this, paid homage to Westbrook and Su Bei. Remarkable. I can't shake the feeling that Su Bei's performance improves with each game. His growth trajectory astounds me. It seems the Thunder truly possess a chance to secure victory in this match. However, it remains uncertain whether they can indeed triumph. The fans eagerly express their hopes, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. Indeed, they genuinely wish for the Warriors to triumph in this match, especially since it was their home ground. It was not just any other venue. Furthermore, they anticipated that the Warriors would seize the championship this year, particularly after last year's heart-wrenching defeat at the hands of LeBron and his teammates. It seems to resonate with the pain they harbor within. They yearn for a change. The players of the Warriors, in truth, possess a formidable advantage over those of the Thunder at every position, capable of overwhelming them entirely. They stand little chance of victory. Even in the absence of Durant, for Curry and Thompson have regained their three-point shooting prowess, just by leveraging screens to create space for the two of them. I firmly believe that their sharpshooting could seal the fate of the game. Indeed, as the fans have observed, once Curry found his rhythm in the third quarter, the Warriors' offense flowed with remarkable fluidity, exceeding their expectations. Given their current state, the notion that they could triumph over us is utterly implausible. I advise them to consider surrender. It is unimaginable, truly beyond comprehension. The Thunder have exerted every ounce of their strength, bewildered by the extraordinary performance of their opponents. With only a slight deficit of 12 points, they hope to close the gap and regain their energy before the fourth quarter, which they see as their true beginning. I'm curious to see if the Warriors can indeed overcome us. Su Bei has accumulated over 1,900 talent points, and with just a little more, he can exchange them for skills. He requires a skill that will truly integrate into the team, passing. His aim is to orchestrate the offense. Others dare not envision such possibilities. Su Bei secretly contemplates that the fourth quarter will pose no issues, and he will secure that additional 100 talent points. As the third quarter concludes, the score stands at 98-88, a mere 10-point difference. They are just 10 points shy of taking the lead. And this is only the end of the third quarter. The Thunder's coach observes Westbrook and Su Bei, both drenched in sweat, and softly states, "It's the final quarter. Give it your all. There are no strategies left to employ. We must rely on the two of you. Center Adams must set screens for you both to create some offensive space. Otherwise, playing against them will be exceedingly difficult. We need to exploit their interior defense. Although Durant excels with his three-point shooting, once we penetrate the paint, they will certainly have defenders waiting. The most challenging to guard remains Durant himself." The head coach of the Thunder could not help but express his thoughts, for he understood that Durant's extraordinary scoring ability surpassed their expectations. If this continued, Durant would undoubtedly dominate the game in the final quarter. Westbrook and Su Bei might struggle to contain him. In the third quarter, Su Bei attempted to defend Durant. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. They managed to limit him to some extent, but had it not been for Curry's remarkable three-point shooting, they might not have held a 10-point lead. It was imperative to prevent Westbrook and Su Bei from connecting, as their counterattack speed was exceptionally swift. Once they secured a rebound, a fast break was inevitable. Coach Kerr's gaze was filled with worry. Upon hearing this, Durant and Curry exchanged understanding nods. fully aware of the necessary course of action. At this moment, Green is resolutely focused on defending against Su Bei. He even contemplates the possibility of countering Su Bei. Has Durant ever managed to surpass Su Bei? Who could have anticipated Green's approach? This spectacle elicited laughter from the spectators in attendance. Has Green truly lost his mind? Can he genuinely contend with Su Bei, a feat even Durant could not achieve? It seems his role is merely to disrupt Su Bei's rhythm. Nevertheless, his efforts appear to yield some effect, especially with Durant and Curry orchestrating the offensive plays. The Warriors are undoubtedly poised for victory, and we eagerly anticipate the performance of these remarkable players. Although they managed to secure 2 points in their counterattack, the deficit has now narrowed to a mere 8 points. And this is merely the onset of the fourth quarter. I am confident that the Warriors face no significant obstacles. Their players possess far greater prowess than those of the Thunder, not to mention they hold an 8-point advantage, allowing them to maintain control. There should be little doubt, as we must remember the formidable 3-point shooting of our idol, Curry. The fans fervently chant Curry's name. In the Warriors' home arena, he stands as their true icon. This can be considered the Jordan of the Warriors. Their eyes are ablaze with fervor. They genuinely hope the Warriors can triumph in this match. And if they could achieve an undefeated season, it would indeed be a historic first, an unparalleled existence. Upon hearing the chants of the Warriors' name, the Thunder players gradually felt their momentum wane. After all, playing on their home turf had a significant impact on them. Coach Donovan, with his hands in his pockets, observed that his expression was turning increasingly grim, completely unprepared for the difficulty they faced on their own home court. It is no wonder that other teams are reluctant to face the Warriors here. The influence is simply too substantial. Beyond the spectators present, the officiating also appeared to favor the Warriors. Winning against such a formidable opponent is no small feat. The Thunder must navigate not only the opposing players but also the vigilant referees. After all, the referees can sometimes dictate the course of the entire game. However, for the Thunder, this is not insurmountable. They currently trail by a full 8 points, and even without referee bias, a swift victory seems improbable. Consequently, Coach Donovan is eager to see how far this Thunder team can push themselves. This is also a valuable opportunity for growth. He begins to devise numerous strategies, fully aware that if they reach the playoffs, their ultimate aim will be the championship title. To achieve this goal, they must exert considerable effort. It cannot solely be the responsibility of Westbrook and George to lead the Thunder. Other players must also fulfill their roles, or victory will remain elusive. Coach Donovan ponders deeply, still uncertain about how to formulate the strategies. Besides Westbrook, his only viable substitute is Oladipo, who possesses a capable 3-point shot, yet in such a high-pressure scenario, he fears the possibility of Oladipo making a critical mistake, which would be the most daunting outcome. The current deficit is not insurmountable, had it been more significant. He could have substituted the starters for the bench players to conserve energy for upcoming games. On the court, Durant, with the ball in hand, attempted a fadeaway over Westbrook's defense, only to miss. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Durant appears utterly stunned. Throughout the first 3 quarters, his shooting percentage was remarkably high, particularly in that fleeting moment when he sensed that a shot was imminent. Chapter 70, The Terrifying Warriors. Do you truly believe you can surpass me? Do you think your accuracy is that impressive? By the fourth quarter, has your stamina not diminished even slightly? Durant, do you genuinely consider yourself formidable? Westbrook wore a gentle smile as he observed Durant miss his shot. He promptly seized the rebound and passed it to Su Bei, who was sprinting towards the backcourt. The instant Westbrook secured the rebound, Su Bei dashed forward without hesitation. He aimed to convey to everyone that their Thunder team was destined to triumph in this match. Despite being dominated in the first 3 quarters, the other players on the Thunder never voiced any complaints. They remained focused and dedicated, undeterred by the significant score gap that seemed to render victory unattainable, particularly during halftime. Su Bei and Westbrook engaged in discussions, simultaneously motivating their fellow teammates. After obtaining the ball, Su Bei surged towards the backcourt for a thunderous dunk. Upon landing, he showcased a commanding celebration to the audience. The score stood at 98-92 in the contest between the Warriors and the Thunder, with the margin gradually narrowing. Upon witnessing this, Warriors fans could not help but mock. It's merely a dunk. In the end, you will still lose this game. Don't think that a few counterattacks will enable you to conquer our Warriors. Our victories are founded on genuine skill, unlike your Thunder, who rely merely on luck to secure wins. Su Bei cast a fleeting glance at them before immersing himself back into the game. Now, with only 6 points remaining, the gap is not insurmountable. The question remains, how will the Thunder pursue victory? This is the true outcome. Upon witnessing this, Coach Donovan's expression unexpectedly transformed into one of calmness, revealing an intriguing delight. He could hardly have anticipated such a relentless series of counterattacks. This is the speed of the Thunder team. No other team possesses such a swift counterattack as theirs. Upon witnessing this, Coach Donovan's eyes glimmered with a spark of hope. If they could indeed execute such counterattacks, they would have a genuine chance of triumphing in the fourth quarter. After all, they had been steadily narrowing the gap with the Warriors. The other Warriors players, upon seeing this, displayed a sense of helplessness, completely taken aback by Durant's missed shot. Durant, do not rush. Take your time. It was perplexing how the opposing team managed their defense. This time, you must secure the rebounds. Do you hear me, Green? This is our singular opportunity to win this match. If we fail to seize it, do you understand how long the fans and others will berate us if the Warriors lose? I dread witnessing such an outcome. At this moment, Curry seemed transformed as he regarded Green and Iguodala. Green and Durant nodded in acknowledgement. They understood that second chance points were fundamentally reliant on securing rebounds. Without a rebound, how could they initiate a genuine second attack? If the Thunder's players seized the rebound and launched a successful counterattack, they would inevitably find themselves surpassed in points. Rest assured, Curry, even if it costs me my life, I will secure those rebounds, Green declared, thumping his chest. Curry gradually advanced the ball into the front court. His gaze sharp and resolute, he needed to orchestrate a flawless offense. It was imperative to suppress the Thunder's momentum, or winning this match would prove exceedingly difficult. Throughout the game, this was of utmost significance, akin to slaying foes on the battlefield. Once their momentum surged, defeat would be inevitable for the opposition. Curry observed the other Thunder players, who were imbued with an indomitable fighting spirit, far surpassing that of his Warriors teammates. This was beyond his imagination. Curry momentarily froze, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. He then summoned Green to set a screen for him. Witnessing the scene, Su Bei couldn't help but smile faintly, for he had already seen through it all. He closely marked Curry, resolutely refusing to grant him any space for a three-point shot. Should there be even the slightest opportunity, Curry would have an 80% chance of making the basket. This is indeed the most terrifying aspect. It is preferable to allow them to break through for 2 points rather than permitting them the luxury of 3. In that moment when Curry was poised to release his shot, Su Bei's thoughts raced. He lunged forward, resembling a venomous serpent fixated on its prey, Curry himself. Upon witnessing this, a peculiar smile crept across Curry's lips. This foolish lad genuinely believes I would attempt a shot? Allow me to demonstrate the essence of true passing. A hint of pride flickered at the corners of Curry's mouth, subtly lifting in a smirk. It was imperative to impart a valuable lesson to such a young talent. Instead of taking the three-pointer, he deftly passed the ball across to Thompson. The others, caught off guard, momentarily shifted their expressions, as Curry's passing speed was exceptionally swift. After such a lengthy wait, a glimmer of determination shone in Thompson's eyes. Throughout the previous 3 quarters, he had not overly showcased his prowess, especially with both Curry and Durant on the court. Consequently, the focus of the other players gravitated toward Thompson, their gazes imbued with unwavering trust. Within the Warriors roster, apart from Curry, Thompson remained the second individual worthy of such faith. Durant, too, cast his expectations upon Thompson, fully aware of his caliber as a premier 3D player. The crowd erupted in fervent chants, "Shoot! Shoot! You can make it!" The fans, consumed with enthusiasm, fixed their eyes upon Thompson, their expressions brimming with absolute confidence. The moment he received the ball, Thompson wasted no time in launching a shot. The Thunder players, attempting to defend, were caught off guard, their faces betraying a hint of regret. If only they had been a fraction quicker. The basketball traced an elegant arc through the air. All eyes were fixated on the soaring sphere, filled with excitement, as they fervently wished for the Warriors to firmly suppress the Thunder, preventing any further scoring. The Thunder were merely a lagging team in the Western Conference. The fact that they could contend so fiercely with the current Warriors was nothing short of astounding. If this continued, he was at a loss for how to respond. The Thunder's coach wore a solemn expression, pondering whether to make substitutions. As both Westbrook and Su Bei had nearly exhausted their stamina, with little respite except for halftime. Yet, Westbrook remained tenaciously focused on defending against Curry. With a swish, the three-pointer found its mark. The speed was astonishing. Before anyone could react, Thompson was already celebrating his achievement. "This is the Warriors," Curry and Westbrook remarked. "Is this all you've got? Do you really think you can defeat us, the Warriors? You must be overly optimistic. In the fourth quarter, we shall decisively vanquish you. Just watch. You will have no opportunity to retaliate, absolutely none. Instead, you ought to contemplate how to perform well in the upcoming matches. Were you not intimidated when you uttered those words? Let us not forget that during the first quarter, you had already spoken in such a manner, yet here we are, still exchanging blows. Very well, let us continue to test our mettle. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall emerge victorious in this contest. Curry nodded, exuding an air of arrogance. The Warriors' prowess is formidable, even more so than the team I witnessed last season. I wonder if LeBron can indeed surpass them? They are far more formidable than we anticipated. Particularly with Durant's addition this season, the Warriors resemble true cosmic warriors, nearly impossible to defeat. O'Neal couldn't help but shake his head, a hint of helplessness on his face. Especially when the Warriors unleashed their barrage of three-pointers, it was utterly terrifying. Within mere minutes, they could close the gap in points. What truly sets the Warriors apart is their offensive capabilities, which flow more seamlessly than any other teams. Others looked on, their eyes filled with astonishment as O'Neal praised the Warriors, acknowledging their extraordinary strength. Indeed, they are remarkably powerful. Previously, I believed the Thunder could win this match. Yet I can perceive that whenever the Thunder retaliates, the Warriors respond with equal fervor. It's a true exchange of blows. In such critical moments, it all comes down to who commits a mistake. Once that occurs, the point differential will steadily widen, allowing the Warriors to secure victory with ease. Observing the Thunder players, one can sense a dwindling spirit. They realize that every time they attempt to counterattack, the Warriors extinguish their flame, leaving them feeling utterly helpless. If this continues, the Thunder's resolve will surely dissipate. As Barkley observed the players of the Thunder, his gaze settled on O'Neal, filled with a hint of admiration. As the fourth quarter reached its midpoint, the Thunder's head coach called for a timeout. There was no alternative. If they failed to halt the game now, they would undoubtedly face defeat. Up to this moment, they remained uncertain about how to proceed, gripped by a palpable fear. The players of the Thunder appeared listless, lacking vigor. Witnessing this, the coach felt a mix of frustration and disappointment, acutely aware that if this trend continued, they would soon succumb to loss. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. "With such a lack of spirit, do you even hope to claim the championship this season? At this rate, not even a single playoff appearance is within your grasp." True champions do not embody such a demeanor, even when trailing by a significant margin. We must not allow fear to consume us, for we know we must triumph in this game. This is a commitment to everyone involved. Look at yourselves now. Do you still exude that fighting spirit? The players, upon hearing his words, fell into a heavy silence on the bench, uncertain of how to respond. They believed they had fulfilled their obligations. Yet who could have anticipated their struggle against the Warriors? This is simply beyond their imagination. They never anticipated the Warriors' strength would be so formidable. It is crucial to emphasize the extraordinary nature of the situation. Su Bei and Westbrook, you must resolutely contain Curry and Durant. They're the very essence of the Warriors. And only by suppressing them can we hope to turn the tide. This is our final opportunity. If we continue down this path, defeat is inevitable. Do you truly wish to lose this game? The Thunder's coach fixed his intense gaze upon them, imbued with a sense of urgency. For the fate of the team rests upon their shoulders as the core players. Unbeknownst to them, they have only played 3 matches thus far, and this one marks the 4th. The coach's unwavering trust in them was unexpected. Slowly lifting his head, he recognized his course of action. Having accumulated a total of 2,000 talent points, there were no obstacles remaining, just a few minutes left on the clock. The score between the Warriors and the Thunder stood at 110-95, a 15-point deficit. In the final 6 minutes, should they reclaim the lead, a victory against the Warriors may still be within reach. Su Bei's eyes glimmered with fierce determination. He understood that he could not afford to lose to the Warriors. After all, he had emerged from their ranks before joining the Thunder, and his current prowess was formidable. Rising to his feet, Su Bei exuded confidence. He believed that with his abilities, success was assured. Chapter 71. A stunning shot winning this game hinges on the two of you. Until now, I still have faith that you can triumph over the Warriors. Although the Warriors boast super scorers like Curry and Durant, along with Thompson, a 3-and-D player, you two are not to be underestimated. Your counterattacks can surpass their efforts. Moreover, you must believe in yourselves. If you lack faith in your own abilities, how can you expect to win the game? Remember, you are the strongest duo. Your synergy is unparalleled among all pairings I have witnessed. Even the legendary Kobe and Shaquille could not match the harmony you two share. Su Bei, I have immense confidence in you. I believe you can sink several three-pointers. We are merely 15 points behind. If you can make 5 three-pointers, We could potentially force overtime and perhaps even achieve a last-minute victory against them. The head coach of the Thunder focused his gaze upon Su Bei, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke earnestly. This truly represents the singular opportunity for the entire Thunder team. Aside from the head coach's watchful gaze, their manager is also present, with all eyes fixated on the Thunder. Look at the current Thunder team. Their faces are somber, genuinely believing they can triumph in this match. I sense that they are on the verge of tears, as if we are about to break their spirits. Haha, Green laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. To him, the Warriors are the epitome of strength, unmatched by any other team. Curry merely glanced over and smiled, choosing not to elaborate. For him, defeating the Thunder holds little significance. His true aim lies in conquering James, avenging that fateful encounter from years past. Durant cast a brief glance at the Thunder, and in a synchronous moment, Westbrook's gaze landed on Durant as well, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. Once teammates for a brief year, they have since become fierce adversaries. Westbrook, after securing the ball, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Regardless of the cost, regardless of his own injuries, Westbrook's singular thought is to win this game. He refuses to accept defeat at the hands of Durant or the Warriors once more. This is a shadow that lingers in his heart, one he must break free from. In the Penguin livestream room, Yang gazed at the score before him and remarked softly, "If we truly wish to win this match, it is not an easy endeavor. There seems to be nothing we can do. Our options are rather limited. The Thunder team stands no chance against the Warriors. Have you not noticed how each player on the Warriors is brimming with enthusiasm? Their performance is nothing short of exceptional. The Thunder have been left utterly disoriented, even toyed with by their opponents. If this continues, their subsequent matches may also falter. I can discern no glimmer of fighting spirit in their eyes. It is perplexing how they have devolved into this state in such a brief span of time." Wang Ming rubbed his eyes, his face etched with confusion. He could not fathom what had transpired with the Thunder team to bring about this disheartening outcome, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What is the essence of this situation? Initially, the Thunder displayed commendable tenacity in the latter half, showcasing a performance considerably superior to that of other teams. At such junctures, when faced with similar outcomes, other teams often resort to substituting their players, fully aware that the bench warmers merely serve to bide time, allowing the starters to recuperate for the forthcoming matches. No team wishes to encounter the predicament of losing subsequent games merely due to a confrontation with the Warriors, as such an outcome would disrupt their entire strategic framework, an eventuality they dread. However, the Thunder's coach harbored a different ambition. He was resolutely determined to triumph over the Warriors. A victory against them would significantly elevate the team's morale, propelling them toward a pivotal breakthrough. This could usher in transformative changes within the team, ensuring their seamless advancement into the playoffs, particularly with Westbrook and Su Bei as the core of their lineup. Their counterattack velocity far eclipsed that of their rivals throughout the league. As the timeout concluded, the coach urged his players to maintain focus and composure, assuring them of their capability to secure victory. He reminded them of their previous encounters, where adversity had ultimately led to triumph. Thunder players, you must have faith in yourselves. I have unwavering confidence in your ability to prevail. What does it matter how formidable the Warriors may be? Are we not equally strong? The coach's gaze radiated determination, placing all his hopes in these 5 players, with an explicit intention to eschew any further timeouts. He yearned for them to clinch this victory, unwilling to suffer defeat at the hands of Coach Kerr. Upon returning, an in-depth analysis of this match would be imperative, as it held substantial value for future reference. The other players exchanged glances with their coach, nodding in understanding of their roles. Their focus shifted predominantly to Su Bei, emphasizing the importance of defense and setting screens for him, given his remarkably high three-point shooting percentage. Should Su Bei find his rhythm, Westbrook would similarly be there to facilitate his efforts. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within Su Bei's mind, reminiscent of its previous tone, yet imbued with an enchanting melody, as if it were a savior to him. Su Bei was momentarily taken aback. Finally, his system had arrived. Had it delayed any longer, he would have been left to languish in the changing room. System, I require a lottery draw now. Ding. A cost of 2,000 talent points is required. Does the host still wish to proceed? Affirmative. Ding. Drawing in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Nash's organizational and passing skills. Su Bei, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. With Nash's organizational and passing abilities, he could now find open spaces. Unlike the traditional guards, the Suns' explosive style of play was formidable, and there was still time to experiment. After all, with so little time remaining, How could he ascertain his chances of winning the match without giving it a try? Casting a glance at Westbrook, he spoke softly. Do not fret. I am here, and you are by my side. Westbrook. This time I will take the lead in orchestrating the offense and passing. If the opportunity arises, I will shoot a three-pointer. In that moment, the system had imparted a comprehensive understanding of point guard knowledge into Su Bei's mind. It was an instantaneous transformation. Su Bei's gaze had undergone a profound change. As Westbrook propelled the ball into the front court, his eyes radiated unwavering determination, fixated intently on Durant. No matter the cost, he was resolute in his intent to vanquish Durant. Upon noticing this, Durant's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He harbored no doubt that no one could effectively defend against a player of Westbrook's caliber. Yet, within the ranks of the Warriors, Durant possessed a strong confidence in his ability to contain Westbrook. Come on, Westbrook, I am eager to witness the extent of your speed. After all these years, I wish to see if you truly surpass me. Deep down, Durant regarded Westbrook's offensive prowess with a degree of contempt, believing it was merely a product of his explosive physicality. He pondered that when Westbrook aged and lost his explosive athleticism, he would inevitably find himself relegated to a bench role. Furthermore, Durant noted that Westbrook's three-point shooting lacked precision. Listening to Durant's words, Westbrook felt an overwhelming urge to leap over him in a spectacular dunk. Pass it to me. Su Bei shouted towards Westbrook, prompting a momentary pause among the onlookers, who turned their attention to Su Bei. At that moment, Westbrook, upon hearing the call, swiftly passed the ball to his teammate, Su Bei. He was eager to witness how Su Bei would respond, for he held a profound trust in his good brother, believing him far superior to Durant. You need to come to me quickly, Westbrook urged Su Bei, a warm smile gracing his face. His confidence in his brother was unwavering. There was no doubt in his mind. The instant Su Bei made a request, Westbrook sensed that Su Bei would undoubtedly devise a way to overcome the Warriors. Su Bei dashed towards Westbrook, receiving the ball in a seamless exchange. His acceleration was remarkable, leaving Curry too late to catch up. A hint of helplessness etched across his face. How is it that this individual possesses such remarkable speed? It is astonishing. If this continues, it would seem that Su Bei is poised to take on the entire Warriors team single-handedly. But does Su Bei truly have the capability to do so? It seems utterly impossible. The expressions of the others were filled with sheer astonishment, their gazes fixated upon Su Bei, eager to discern his next move. Is this fellow truly out of his mind? Given the current state of the game, how could the Thunder team possibly believe they could continue fighting, let alone turn the tide against the Warriors? Especially in the face of overwhelming strength, it is simply unfeasible. Regardless of their endeavors, they cannot escape the merciless onslaught from the Warriors. The Thunder players appear almost comical. One wonders what thoughts occupy their minds. The spectators outside the court chuckled softly, arms crossed, anticipating how the Thunder would ultimately succumb to defeat. With such a playing style, it is inevitable that the Thunder will lose. Do they not consider making adjustments? Yang Yi from the Penguin livestream, upon witnessing this, shook his head in resignation, realizing that any words at this point would be futile. All he could do was watch the outcome unfold. The Thunder players, too, found themselves at a loss, yet they seemed determined to stand their ground in defeat, hoping to recognize their shortcomings through this match. Nevertheless, they have indeed proven formidable, even stronger than other teams. None could have engaged the Warriors in such a manner. All players observed as Su Bei charged towards the Warriors' paint with the ball, yet in the next moment, the basketball vanished. Where did the ball go? Where did this fellow send the ball? The moment Westbrook received the pass, he noticed Durant still searching for the ball. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Devoid of any hesitation, as he took his shot, the basketball arced gracefully through the air, eliciting a sense of anticipation among the fans. In truth, they did not wish to witness Westbrook's successful shot. Just moments ago, the pace set by Su Bei had been astonishingly swift. Before they could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the ball had already arrived in Westbrook's hands, leaving the Warriors players utterly dumbfounded. What kind of passing speed is this? How did he manage to execute such a pass? Doubtful gazes filled the eyes of all onlookers. They had never believed that this fellow, Su Bei, could truly pull it off. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, the ball found its mark, sinking perfectly into the three-point zone. Westbrook's gaze fell upon Su Bei, his eyes gleaming with a hint of delight, as if to say, "Hey, buddy, your play is exceptional. If it weren't for your pass, I might not have made that three-pointer." Su Bei's eyes also turned towards Westbrook, his finger pointing in acknowledgement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was the essence of their synergy, an exquisite harmony. Not every player possesses such a seamless connection with their teammates. Now, it was time for Su Bei to reveal his true passing speed and style, leaving them utterly astonished. He thought to himself, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 72. Targeting green. What sorcery is this? It's astonishingly fast. That guy's passing is quicker than we could have ever imagined. I didn't even sense he was about to pass. I thought he was going for an individual drive. Haha, this fellow is simply outrageous. The fans on the court exclaimed, their eyes wide with shock. Never having envisioned that a player from Huaxia could possess such elegant and enigmatic passing skills. It was likely that the Warriors players were equally taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Curry's gaze fixated on Su Bei, his heart overwhelmed by disbelief. When did he become this formidable? Stronger than I ever anticipated. He is nothing like the Huaxia player who previously played on my Warriors team. Back then, he was a shadow of his current self, radiating confidence. And his passing speed surpassed all expectations. Before Curry could react, the ball had already reached Westbrook. It was simply too swift. Is this truly the speed of his passing? Because if we consider the previous moment, Curry firmly believed that this player would inevitably resort to one-on-one plays. His individual offensive capability is indeed remarkable, yet it is astonishing that he chose to pass instead. Truly unbelievable. That pass was executed flawlessly. It has been many years since I witnessed a player from Huaxia deliver such a ball. It exceeded all my expectations. The current equipment must have undergone a significant transformation by now. Haha. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Yi from the Penguin Live broadcast could not help but express his admiration, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of appreciation. He never anticipated that Su Bei would make such a pass. This exemplifies the fundamental principles of a point guard, a skill not every player can master. Moreover, Su Bei's abilities are exceptionally strong. Even Wang Ming couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. After witnessing his performance in 2 matches in northern Jiangsu, he felt a profound sense of affirmation regarding his capabilities. Indeed, his passing is quite commendable, should he transition to the position of point guard. There should be no significant issues. I believe that if Westbrook were to take on a scoring role, their exchange could yield even more favorable results. However, the specifics remain uncertain and depend largely on the coach's strategy. Presently, it is premature to draw conclusions based solely on passing. What we truly need to observe is whether they can secure a victory against the Thunder. This is the matter that commands our utmost attention. Let us not forget, should the Thunder triumph over the Warriors, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. Imagining a player from Huaxia leading the Thunder to victory against the Warriors is exhilarating. Reflecting on this, Yang Yi from the Penguin Live broadcast couldn't help but smile slightly. Perhaps this is his true ability, the enigmatic power of Eastern players from Huaxia. Upon witnessing this, the head coach of the Thunder stood frozen in place, utterly astonished that Su Bei could deliver such a pass. It reminded him vividly of the legendary Nash from years past. How is this even possible? When has he ever made such a pass? This is my first time witnessing something like this. Westbrook glanced at Su Bei, a smile of exhilaration gracing his lips. Su Bei, that pass was simply magnificent. If you continue to deliver such passes to me, I am confident that my three-point shot will become my most potent offensive weapon. Haha, that is absolutely no problem. I will feed you a few more of those passes. It will depend on whether you can seize the opportunity. A few three-pointers, and we would surpass them. The score stood at 110-98 between the Warriors and the Thunder. Su Bei cast a glance at the scoreboard, a subtle smile appearing on his face as he contemplated the prospect of clinching the victory. Moreover, he had truly honed his passing skills, orchestrating traditional offensive plays and enabling his teammates to score. He was eager to witness how the Warriors would adapt to the situation on his end, especially as the Warriors players appeared utterly bewildered. They had not anticipated that his team would prove to be even more formidable than they had imagined. Even in the absence of his own offensive maneuvers, he still posed a significant threat to them. This instills a sense of fear among the other players in their squad, thereby posing a significant threat and creating better opportunities for the remaining players to strike. This is the true intention of Su Bei. It is essential to observe whether the other players of the Thunder can seize the opportunity, if they can capitalize on this chance. A mere three-point shot could turn the tide of the game. Upon hearing this, Westbrook smirked knowingly. He understood that this was a strategy meticulously crafted by Su Bei, as he sought to assess whether the other Thunder players possessed the capability to triumph over the Warriors. Rest assured, Su Bei has no issues. Let us not forget that we are forged teammates. As long as you take the shot, I can certainly provide you with some assists. However, I currently sense my three-point shooting rhythm returning. Su Bei, do pass the ball to me as much as you can. Perhaps this time, we genuinely might defeat them. This time, it truly depends on you, Su Bei. From here on in the offensive play, I shall take charge alone. I, Westbrook, am not one to cower before Durant. I must make that fellow aware that even if he joins the Warriors, it changes nothing. I am confident that I will lead the Thunder to victory over them. Westbrook exchanged a fist bump with Su Bei, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit, eager to see the outcome of this period, especially after honing his skills. Westbrook firmly believed he faced no obstacles. He understood Durant all too well. Despite Durant's formidable confidence, Westbrook was convinced he could adequately defend against him. What does it matter how strong Durant is? Strength is not merely an individual trait. True strength lies in the collective prowess of a team. Basketball is not a solitary endeavor. It necessitates the seamless cooperation of teammates to secure victory. On the other hand, the players of the Warriors appeared bewildered, unsure of how to respond. How on earth did that guy pass the ball? Once he penetrated the paint, he vanished from sight, and the ball was gone from his hands. I found myself at a loss for how to defend against him. His movements were exceedingly elusive. The moment he received the ball, I felt a pang of anxiety. Next time, even if it means fouling him, I must not allow him to pass. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes toward Green. Had he not been a long-standing member of the Warriors, they might have suspected him of treachery. However, they could sense that Green's abilities were indeed lacking. Though he excelled defensively, contending with a nimble point guard like Su Bei was no easy feat moreover. Was it truly so simple to defend against Su Bei? Even that fellow Durant faced defeat before Su Bei. He was even intercepted by Su Bei twice. They truly found themselves at a loss, left with no recourse but to remain silently present. Their genuine desire was to witness the manner in which Su Bei executed his passes, characterized by remarkable speed and an enigmatic quality. If this continued, they might well be overwhelmed by the Thunder. After all, they needed to devise a strategy to counteract the situation. Coach Kerr's expression had grown grave. He had initially intended to call a timeout, but decided it prudent to reserve it for a more critical moment. They were uncertain what surprises the Thunder might unleash. Other players on the Thunder had become invigorated, sensing the authentic thrill of competition. Perhaps they might actually secure victory in this match. All eyes were fixated on Su Bei, eager to discern how he would pass the ball. Having failed to score, the Warriors relinquished possession to the Thunder once more. Every Thunder player was imbued with unwavering determination. Fists clenched tightly. They were resolute in their quest to win this game, for such a triumph would validate their worth. Even if they were not to remain with the Thunder, they aspired to showcase their true potential, especially within the Thunder. Their ambition to clinch the championship this season was no easy feat, as even reaching the playoffs proved to be a formidable challenge, particularly in the Western Conference. Over in the East, the Cavaliers led by LeBron were a daunting force, and few dared to claim victory over them. Yet, in the West, the competition was fierce, with many teams struggling to secure a playoff berth. Su Bei, all our hopes rest upon you. We believe in you. Do not carry any burden. Remember, our true aim is to win this game, and please, take care not to injure yourself. We still have time to achieve victory, even if we do not win. We do not wish for you to be hurt. After exchanging a few words with Su Bei, Westbrook hastily departed, positioning himself in the Warriors' low post, awaiting a three-point opportunity. Defending him was Durant. This time, he was eager to observe how the young player from Huaxiao would pass the ball to Westbrook, especially under his own defensive pressure. He still intended to make a pass? A slight smile graced Durant's lips as his gaze fell upon the young man from Huaxia, seemingly challenging him. Come on. Let me see how you intend to pass. If I don't intercept you this time, I am not the Grim Reaper. The expression conveyed his sentiments perfectly. This is the manifestation of Su Bei's translation. Facing Curry's continuous under-the-leg maneuvers, he utilized the center's screen to penetrate directly into the paint. Upon witnessing this, Green's expression grew grave. He spread his arms wide, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent, eager to commit a foul at that very moment. He was keen to observe how this young player from Huaxia would execute the pass, as the previous speed had been astonishingly rapid. He scarcely had a chance to discern how this individual delivered the ball. In the next instant, Su Bei directed the ball towards Westbrook. Upon seeing this, the other Warriors players, including Curry, shifted their gazes towards Westbrook, eager to position themselves between the two in an attempt to intercept the pass. Durant's lips curled into a faint smile, seemingly poised to snatch the ball that Su Bei had sent. Was this pass truly to be considered a pass? The Thunder's head coach noticed this development, his expression shifting slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping in. These players were evidently converging to intercept Su Bei's pass. Su Bei was bound to fall for it. As the Thunder's head coach was acutely aware of Su Bei's limited experience on the court, he was still somewhat unseasoned. If he were allowed to complete this season, perhaps his progress would be considerable, given that he had begun to acclimatize to the league's competitions. However, that was not the case now. Lacking experience, if the ball were indeed directed towards Westbrook, Durant or Curry would undoubtedly succeed in intercepting it. There is no doubt about it, for both individuals have reached advanced age. Furthermore, with remarkable swiftness and Durant's notably elongated arms, intercepting a pass poses no challenge whatsoever. No one stands a chance against Durant. Yet, in the next moment, the ball was not directed towards Westbrook but instead aimed for a direct layup. Upon witnessing this, Green immediately sprang into action. This fellow dares to brandish his weapons before me? He ought to consider who it is defending against him. The others sensed the impending doom. Realizing they had no time to react, their hopes rested entirely on Green. They yearned to witness Green intercept the ball or see the young Hua fail to penetrate. In an instant, the Thunder's center charged forward. Two players targeted Green alone, while Su Bei ultimately passed the ball to center Adams. The moment Adams received the ball, Green turned around, yet there was no trace of fear in Adams's eyes. Instead, they radiated an indomitable spirit. Since this man stood in his way, why not simply leap over him? With both hands gripping the ball, he launched himself into the air. He had already surpassed half of Green's position, moving with remarkable speed, complemented by his impressive vertical leap. Upon witnessing this, Green was left utterly astonished. How can one possibly defend against this? Chapter 73, the final 3 minutes. Unbelievable. How are we supposed to play now? Ultimately, only Green remains to face the consequences, utterly at a loss. Curry approaches, pats him on the shoulder, and says with resignation, "This burden falls solely on you. The rest of us can only focus on staunchly defending against those players, especially that fellow from Sub-North. You must be aware of his prowess, which exceeds our expectations. His passing is more remarkable than we had anticipated, and if this continues, I fear we may lose this game." A profound sense of dread envelopes them. Curry's gaze betrays a hint of fear, particularly towards that young player from Huaxia. He never imagined that this player not only possesses formidable breaking ability but also surpasses him in both three-point shooting and passing speed. Even in the point guard position, he seems to dominate him effortlessly. Were it not for the presence of both Curry and Durant on the Warriors' side, victory would not be assured. However, as things stand, winning this match is far from a simple endeavor. The outcome remains an enigma. Coach Kerr, witnessing this, stands in disbelief. Is this truly the caliber of moves a Huaxia player can execute? It's astonishingly powerful. This allowed him to witness the Nash of yesteryears. Bolder and more formidable than he had ever imagined. Had such a player remained with the Warriors, few would have been capable of rivaling him. Perhaps, in the future, he might even succeed Curry. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would be the one to drive him away? Coach Kerr harbored deep regrets, pondering how he had let such talent slip through his fingers. If only he had afforded him a little more time, perhaps he could have truly become a starter for the championship team. But now, such reflections were futile, as the player in question had already joined the Thunder. The Thunder's head coach was a stark contrast to Coach Kerr. His eyes brimmed with excitement and anticipation, seeing a glimmer of hope in the Chinese player before him. A hope that victory could indeed be attained. Perseverance was essential. Only by holding on could the Thunder truly aspire to a comeback. The Thunder's coach mused that this might be their final opportunity. Such a pass was truly unexpected. After years of watching games, it was the first time he felt Su Bei's passing was so fluid and yet intriguingly deceptive. Initially, he thought Su Bei would go one-on-one against Green, but the latter, being Green, was a formidable opponent. However, who could have anticipated that the ball would be passed to the center, Adams, who seized the opportunity brilliantly and executed a spectacular dunk, significantly boosting the Thunder's momentum. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yang Yi from the Penguin live stream couldn't help but commend it, his gaze fixed on Su Bei's silhouette, filled with admiration. Su Bei was growing increasingly powerful. If he could maintain such exceptional performances in the Olympics or the World Cup, perhaps the Chinese team could indeed achieve greater heights. This is merely Yang Yi's own opinion. As for whether Su Bei is willing to engage in battle, and whether he is in a healthy state at that moment, all of this remains an enigma. Wang Ming couldn't help but nod in agreement. Moreover, the score between the Warriors and the Thunder now stands at a mere 10-point difference, 110 to 100. If this continues, the Warriors may gradually find themselves surpassed by the Thunder. With only 3 minutes left, it remains to be seen whether the Thunder can seize this fleeting opportunity. Should they manage to secure a victory, they would triumph over the Western Conference leaders, the Warriors. On the court, Curry held the ball, his gaze imbued with determination. No matter the circumstances, he must make this shot, for he needs to instill confidence in his teammates. They cannot simply watch as their lead dwindles. They have fought hard to regain their position. An overtime scenario would surely exhaust them. Curry noticed Durant requesting the ball and, without hesitation, passed it to him. Durant's scoring is consistently reliable. Even if others falter, they can rely on Durant to carry the burden. All hope rests on him, as he is indeed the most dependable scorer for the Warriors. Curry patted Durant on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Durant. If it weren't for you, we might truly lose to the Thunder." Durant replied, "What gratitude is necessary? Do not forget, I am now with the Warriors, and facing the Thunder is quite normal, for I know them well. Aside from that player from Huaxia, none of the others could catch my eye. Who would have thought that the player with the yellow jersey would pass so unpredictably? Even I am unsure of his accuracy, which leaves me feeling somewhat uneasy." Durant glanced over at Su Bei, speaking softly. He could sense that the Huaxiao player was exceptionally strong, even beyond his expectations, yet there was little he could do. That player might opt for a solo play or a pass. It was impossible to predict his intentions. Thus, Durant, or perhaps Curry, found themselves in a predicament when facing such an unpredictable athlete. Su Bei was more formidable than they had anticipated, and their ability to contain him in the finale depended on the performance of the other Warriors players. It was unreasonable to expect both Curry and Durant to defend while simultaneously launching an offense. Such a demand would surely wear them down. "Brothers, we are merely 10 points away. We may yet turn the tide. This time, we must exert every effort and fight with utmost fervor." Do they truly believe that the entire league belongs solely to the Warriors? The head coach of the Thunder gazed at all the players, his eyes glinting with a hint of ferocity, his expression having turned grave. He was unwilling to lose this match, particularly against a team like the Warriors. Should they suffer defeat, the Thunder would have to accept a narrow loss to them. In this manner, encouragement can still be fostered among the masses. Should they suffer a significant defeat against the Warriors, they would be confronted with trepidation, a fear emanating from the Warriors themselves. The former coach of the Thunder had conducted an analysis, revealing that many teams, after facing the Warriors, are haunted by an intangible shadow, perplexed by their own performance. Each encounter with the Warriors instills a sense of anxiety and fear, which ultimately hampers their offensive and defensive strategies. However, for the Thunder, they find themselves merely trailing by 10 points, a stark contrast to other teams who often find themselves down by 20 or 30 points, a chasm far too vast. The Thunder's coach is keen to avoid such a scenario, especially as time steadily ticks away. In the final 3 minutes, as long as the point differential does not expand, or should they manage to secure a victory over the Warriors, the Thunder's coach would readily accept the outcome. After all, the playoffs have yet to commence. And what does it matter if a few games are lost? It could serve as invaluable experience for the other Thunder players, many of whom are experiencing this stage for the first time. Just like the players from Huaxia, if they can effectively collaborate with Westbrook, they could undoubtedly lead the entire Thunder team into the playoffs. The gaze of the other players is fixed upon Su Bei, their eyes brimming with admiration. These are the players of Huaxia. These are the players from Huaxia. Their prowess truly surpasses their initial expectations. When they first arrived here, they never anticipated that the youngsters from Huaxia would be capable of playing alongside them. This filled them with a profound sense of shame. Yet, at this moment, the young men from Huaxia were leading the entire team forward, seemingly regarding Su Bei as their elder brother. Westbrook patted Su Bei on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Keep it up, my brother. I have great faith in you. Your recent passes have been exceptional, even surpassing what the other players from the Warriors could have imagined. You should continue to play as the primary point guard while I take on the secondary position," Westbrook softly remarked, for he was more adept at the shooting guard role. When it came to orchestrating the offense, Westbrook was indeed less proficient. However, when it involved charging towards the basket with the ball, he faced no such challenges. Su Bei smiled and nodded, understanding that his current role was to connect the offensive plays of the entire team, leaving other thoughts aside for the time being. Westbrook smiled back, then shifted his gaze towards Durant, his former comrade who had now become an adversary. There was little he could do but focus on defending Durant. With only 3 minutes remaining, Westbrook's tasks were clear: to defend Durant and to drive the ball forward. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Wang Meng and Mena turned to Yang Yi, inquiring, "Teacher Yang Yi, may I ask you a question?" "Speak on," he replied. "With just 3 minutes left and a 10-point deficit, is there any chance the Thunder can triumph over the Warriors?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yi offered a faint smile, one that seemed somewhat forced, as if everyone already knew the answer that had long been established. The Warriors were firmly in the lead over the Thunder, maintaining their advantage throughout the first 3 quarters. The Thunder had only managed to level the score once, and even that was fleeting. He recognized that no matter how hard the Thunder endeavored, they might not surpass the Warriors. There was a faint glimmer of hope, though it was hardly substantial. It was evident that the Thunder lacked a formidable presence in the paint. Had they possessed a strong interior player, perhaps they might have stood a chance against the Warriors. But relying solely on Westbrook and Su Bei would be insufficient for victory. Yang Yi softly remarked, however, I strongly believe that the likelihood of winning is minimal. You all must have noticed how formidable the Warriors are today, particularly on the offensive front, with their three-pointers and mid-range shots executed flawlessly. Durant is a natural scorer, while Curry's threes fall like relentless rain. Had it not been for Su Bei's three-point prowess, the Thunder might have faltered significantly during the third quarter. Indeed, Wang Meng nodded, expressing his admiration for the Chinese player who had joined the Thunder. His performance surpassed his expectations, and such excellence is a rarity in the domestic league. Meanwhile, the comments section was rife with critics targeting Su Bei. What kind of basketball is he playing? Hitting a few open three-pointers doesn't equate to being skilled. Let him face James, then he'll understand what true defense is. Or let Kawhi guard him, and he'll experience the essence of relentless pressure. If he could maintain this level of shooting under such intensity, he would truly be a three-point god, something only Curry has achieved. Has Su Bei ever reached that level? Complete garbage. Just because he made a few threes in a matter of hours, and those passes were merely echoes of recorded footage, he has been fortunate, nothing more. The critics continued to deride Su Bei. To them, despite his impressive performance upon joining the Thunder, it was merely a stroke of luck. They recalled his time with the Warriors, where he frequently faltered. Nevertheless, the Thunder valued Su Bei, granting him significant ball control. Yet they remained doubtful about their ability to triumph over the Warriors. It felt insurmountable. Upon entering the game, Su Bei smiled slightly, surveying his Thunder teammates and then glancing at the Warriors lineup. To his surprise, the Warriors had opted not to substitute in any bench players. They fielded their entire starting squad. It seemed the Warriors were still wary of them. A slight smile crept across Su Bei's face. Chapter 74, Malicious Fouls in the Final 3 Minutes. Su Bei was eager to observe how the Warriors would tackle the Thunder. Westbrook, let us play our game. Yes, let us take them down. As Westbrook and Su Bei exchanged a fist bump, a subtle smile graced their lips, while the other Thunder players displayed resolute determination in their gazes. With 3 minutes remaining, it was imperative to staunchly defend against Durant and his cohorts. On the Warriors' side, Curry propelled the ball into the front court, first assessing the positioning of his teammates, but failing to find a more advantageous passing opportunity.